This is the flow state.
Go with the flow.
You're in a flow state.
Go with the flow. Get in the flow state. I won't do what you tell me to do. I don't care what you think that you know. I'm not gonna take my lead from you. I'm just gonna go with the flow. I won't do what you tell me to do. I don't care what you think that you know. I'm not gonna take my lead from you. I'm just gonna go with the flow. Go with the flow, yeah. Go with the flow.
Flow state. Fuck you.
Yeah, leave it
Fuck
there for
you.
a minute.
Arpole, show us your genitals.
Flow state. Fuck you.
Welcome. Hi, Ajot. Logical Spock. What's up, Cynthia? Didn't get your ribeye this week. That's fucked up. The first song that was new, I put the link down there. That's by 007. Anybody who watches here regularly knows him. And the second one was just a little thing I threw together. Thank you for coming to Flow State tonight. Tonight we have a special celebration for most of you know Paul Enslaved. He recently saved Denver from slavery and genocide. You'll be surprised to know. I'm going to share a little video, and we're going to watch some of Paul explaining in his own words the Denver situation. And then after that, we can go into some testimonies. If anybody in the audience has any personal experiences with Paul they'd like to share, anything about him doing boots on the ground, getting arrested for our principles and freedoms. I must have entered the picture after his retirement, because in the year and a half or so I've known Paul, I haven't seen him stand up. But I do not doubt that he's still gets all the credit for Denver recently changing its police procedure to one in which they're not pulling over people for minor infractions like taillights and expired tags. He did take credit for that. I do think he probably deserves it. Never mind the 167 police officer shortage the Denver Police Department has. That's not important. The important thing is that we're here to celebrate Paul Enslaved. I did see Sasquatch backstage. You're welcome to come up whenever you want. And I sent Jack a link early. So he may show up at any time. I said if he wants to come in early, he has that link. And then after we get through some Paul worship, depending on how you look at it, after that, then I'll drop the link for everybody. How about that?
Brilliant. So, are we just ignoring all the other YouTubers in Denver?
Well, he's not in Denver. He's in New Mexico.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
Yes. I mean, you'll have to hear his words. It surprised me too. First that he would steal that valor, claim that valor, and also that he would hold on a second. Also that he would have been able to do it all the way from New Mexico.
I have a doubt, but okay. I'm willing to listen. I will hear you out.
All right, let me get it. I'm gonna get queued up real quick.
Mexican long hair, Denver Metro audits, DJ
No,
K. None of it.
none of them matter at all. Absolutely
Nothing at
not.
Okay, all right. I have to
It
introduce
was
you to
all right, and we were going into
tell me
genocide
that,
and
man.
slavery and stuff. If
I'm just saying, man, you got to beat DJ K. Dot, and then we can talk about it. After you have a
Actually,
conversation with that man.
Mexican long hair showed up, I believe it was in this when I streamed when I was with Joe Cool.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
A little bit of it. He's a unique sort of fella.
there we go. Sorry, I should have gotten this queued up early, but I'm doing
Amateur.
a single parent thing this weekend. Katie's out of town, and my daughter told me about 15 minutes before I was supposed to go live that she was hungry, so we went to a gas station.
I hear tell
Casey's Pizza.
Kentucky.
Hmm.
I hear tell I might be going to Kentucky.
For what?
My wife's sister lives up there, and she wants to go to Kentucky.
You might as well come all the way through to Kansas.
That's what she said. Is there anybody up there around there? And I was like, where the hell is Kentucky anyway? Like, let me see what we're doing. Yeah, you're not fully wrong. That's what, like another 6 hours?
I bet it's more than that. I don't remember though, because it takes to get across Missouri. If you go straight across I-70, it takes 4 hours.
I know for a fact that when I left Joshua, Texas, which is about as far into Texas as you can get before you start going out of Texas, right? It took me 4.5 hours in a 400 horsepower 396 Super Sport El Camino coming out of there. Most of that time was spent slowing down to get gas. I'm not going to lie about that. It's true.
Do you want to see how the Lord has smiled upon tonight? At the gas station, I got a Monster Nitro. If you've never had Nitro, you got to try it. You'll never get a regular Monster again.
Let me tell you why I don't drink Monsters.
Do I want to know why you don't drink Monsters?
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
Okay.
I was at a machine shop working with a guy who had a whole crap load of gunk built up on his work surface. You know how it happens. You work on oil and stuff, oil gets everywhere. I knocked over my Monster and it foamed up across the top. He reached over with his rag and wiped it off, and it took not only the oil off the surface of that table, but one layer of the fucking paint, dude.
No way.
Seconds, bro. We just looked at each other, and neither of us has drank a Monster since.
That's fucked up. Well, this one was I got some gas, and I set it on the tailgate, and I pulled off with it still on the tailgate, and when it fell in the bed instead of out on the street. So I feel like that's some good luck. All right, let's listen to Paul tell us his inspiring story.
Dykey women. And after I left the Springs at some point, I think he might have went full like Operation Trans, but definitely
and just
changing his lifestyle and his dress code.
This is on OTW's stream from this morning, and what's on the picture here is a replay of a different stream. So we're like 3 derivative streams away as far as the visuals go.
I don't know what was going on with him that like it led up to that, but I just wondered if culturally maybe he was in a sense a type of gay, and that's what had him hitting on the dykey girls, and then thought he was actually a dykey girl, but never entertained, hey, just go for a muscular dude. You know, I don't know. That's why I'm asking if you felt like, did you catch shit? I think it's easier for women to not
/state agreeing that they're not going to.
I think it's easier for women to not be lesbians, but just decide to lesbian, because women and men agree women aren't super gross. Like straight women are much easier to be like, she's gorgeous than dudes like,
OTW.
if you're straight, you know?
Yeah. And that's how it happened, because it's my name.
Can we just bring awareness to the fact that these beta males have sat online chattering, trying to be like their daddy for 2 years? And as of today, we have the second big city / state agreeing that they're not going to follow statute, policies, and codes. So while I was with others changing the world for rights, freedom, and principles, this fucking Bozo the clown, and the rest of them were sitting online LARPing. OTW. So never again are they going to tell me and others that we can't change ourselves and change the world. That's you. Obviously. I'm done. That's all I have to say.
Huh. Well, I was just listening.
What is first, just before I continue, what is your knee-jerk reaction to what just happened here?
Okay. I don't really follow Paul. I find him abrasive and coarse.
Right, that's true.
So I mean, I don't see a point.
So I guess you wouldn't have the same. So my knee-jerk reaction is the absurdity of somebody who's spent the year and a half I've known him doing nothing but sitting on his ass and LARPing online. The absurdity of that claim. Anyways, this is a celebration, not a criticism.
Right.
This,
my man has
really
changed laws, statutes, and codes. Wait, what did he call it? What does he call it?
Laws, statutes, codes, policies. You know, are you talking about the
He's got this
game?
mantra that he drops. He's got this little. He's obviously said it a whole bunch of times, so it comes out as he just said it. I can't remember exactly how it goes.
He'll say it again. And also, I gave Paul a special invitation to show up tonight. I would have sent him a link early to join, but he's got me blocked on everything.
And,
two bitches. You're listening to a gay male bitch talk to a woman gay female bitch.
Where you mean
two
like
bitches
Steven
talking about their feelers?
Yeah, I'm really glad that you showed up because I was getting really bored with this.
And tell the freak to suck my dick in the fucking chat too. I think you're better off
suck his dick.
sitting on that. Get him up here. Kiss my fucking feet, you slave. Only
Click
because
the
of
link,
godlike men like me who've embodied the truth are you potentially not going to go fully into slavery, you punk ass fucking coward. I am your daddy. Line them up, get them up here, pull up the article from Denver where it says they're not pulling anyone over anymore for traffic violations, and I want them to wash my fucking feet like they did to black people at the Denver protest outside the governor's office. I'm sitting in my seat. I want them coming up here. They're going to wash my feet for going to jail over and over again and getting it on record and turning this fucking tide back single-handedly, it would seem. Because you got thousands of folks who watched that fucking video of myself and decided they were done and over. You cowards online weren't one of them. So when this all goes, whatever way it's going to go, you get to say you did absolutely fucking nothing for yourself and God and your country. Fucking loser.
So the cool thing about what he just did here is that I didn't realize that you could that you got credit for doing the thing if you talk about the thing or if you're aware of the thing. So that means I've accomplished a whole lot more all of a sudden. All the marijuana legalization increasing across the country. You know, I've spoken a lot of times about legalizing all drugs. That means that I have legalized marijuana. I've also single-handedly, yeah,
all by yourself.
Yeah. What have you done that? What do you now? But now that you know that talking about the thing gives you is as much credit as doing the thing. What did you learn that you've done? What accomplishments have you recently discovered?
Crack. I've never actually done crack, so talking about it maybe haven't.
You know what? I've done most of the things, but crack is one. Now that I just right now did crack.
Yep, we just talked about it, so we've done the thing.
Did we just do crack together?
I think so. Oh no.
Let's go steal a TV.
Trump voting loser. Flat Earth losers. Fake life coach losers.
Protest rally.
Yeah, we're going to make some believers here today, OTW. We're going to show them how God fucking works by the end of this broadcast. Even if it takes another 1,000 fucking days.
Okay, what is it? The traffic. What is it called? The thing I'm looking for.
What is it called, OTW?
Yeah, Denver.
I'll tell you what it's fucking called right now. I'll tell you what it's called. Denver police will not pull over drivers for low-level traffic stops.
Okay, police.
Because the more that we keep shouting from the highest mountain, some of us, not the fake anarchists, the difference between policy and code and keep standing on it and getting arrested, right, they're having to change the way they interact with us. So now they're agreeing they're not going to pull anyone over for traffic crap because they're violating rights in order to enforce contract. Wonder why that's happening. While the rest of you sit online and don't do a motherfucking thing, you're pathetic.
Hey, welcome back, guys. This morning, Denver police changing the way they'll be doing low-level traffic stops, such as expired tags or, a padiddle.
Oh.
You know what a padiddle is?
What's a padiddle?
When one of your headlights is out.
Oh.
You remember that word? No?
Yeah, kind of. I've had a padiddle.
Oh.
Well, it's part of a new policy that went into effect. Let's get right
I
to
got your
Samantha
fucking
Spitz
padiddle.
with more on what's changing, how this all will work, and kind of unfold. Samantha?
Yeah, good morning, guys. So it really, the main message here is, like you said, they're not going to be pulling drivers over for those minor traffic offenses, really anything that's not that doesn't pose a serious threat to public safety. And now police...
Pause it, OTW, pause it. Pause it.
And the response time.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, yeah. And now there goes Wildlife. Wildlife, I like you, but you can go fuck yourself too, all right? I know I came in hot and I'm going a little bit heavy. But the reality of it is, right, if I was to choose to get centered and balanced in this moment, which I may not completely. Breaking news, Paul's responsible for Denver. What the fuck did you do, clown? What the fuck did all you clowns do who watched me for the last 2 years? The majority of you didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing on the ground because you've already given up. You're already beaten. You don't want to be part of making history. Amazing. I think, he's going to laugh and giggle and joke, right? I think the combination of myself, Brian, and many others over and over again getting arrested and telling them we're not causing any harm is what did it. You know what didn't do it? You punk-ass cowards who sit at home watching YouTube all day, every day and won't take a fucking risk or a chance. Sorry.
And try to tell these people that
you're not part of history. You don't get to be part of it.
Yeah.
This change comes after initial conversations with members of Denver City Council and Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas. The team analyzed the impact of low-level traffic.
What did she say, OTW?
Reduction, and they looked to other studies.
What did she say, OTW? We're not pulling anyone over anymore unless they exhibit a direct threat to the public. Oh, you've never heard that anywhere before, have you? You've never heard that phrase before.
It's pretty much what we say all the time.
Right.
What you talk
it's
about,
pretty much what I've been railing
for the
about.
past 500 days.
Right.
Hello.
Hello.
Anybody awake out there?
Hello.
And their response time. This change comes after initial conversations with members of Denver City Council and Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas. The team analyzed the impact of low-level traffic stops on safety and crime reduction, and they looked to other studies across the country showing the effects of this on public trust. The goal here is not only to prioritize the enforcement of safety-related traffic.
What? We're working in trust now? What? We're working in public trust and equity. What? Direct threat? What? Low-level codes or advisory? If they don't present a direct threat, then we can't take your rights. Holy shit! But Slow State and the rest of the punk-ass defaming cowards online said Paulie's wasting his time. He's such an idiot. Why would he keep getting arrested over and over again? That's how you change the law, dumbass. Is by putting your ass on the line over and over again and not wavering. You wouldn't know it.
I just started a poll in the chat asking if you have seen Paul boots on the ground since learning about him, or if everything is historical, right? He did do this. He did do that. He did get arrested for driving without a license, without registration, without insurance, with shrooms, with pot, right? Apparently, somehow, if you get arrested, you're fighting for rights, principles, and freedoms. I thought that was just white trash if you're driving around with drugs in an illegal car. That's what I thought it was, but it's a freedom fighter, of course. Let's take a break from the obnoxious noise. What do you got?
I guess a lot of definitions have changed in the past few years, but not sure those apply.
I don't. This is your what? I'm confused. I just
I can see the gears turning in your head, like trying.
No,
to
they just stopped.
Like. I'm just saying, when you start changing the definitions of things and then redefining them in a later conversation as something yet again different, it's really hard to have a throughput type conversation.
Which is intentional if you're a scammer or deceptive. And that's always when people start like this is easy to identify, right? Linguistically, it's a lighter, it's physical. We can both look at the same thing and know what the fuck it is. But concepts are a lot more vague and open to interpretation. So another one is when
squishy. Concepts are squishy.
They're squishy. And so whenever you ask somebody for specifics, a specific question, and they take it off of a specific tangible answer into an abstract or conceptual answer, that's also a big red flag, which is why I did it again today, but I've done it many times before. I've told Paul, choose any metric at all, as long as it's tangible, and I'll beat him at it. I've told him this before. I said, you choose anything in the world that we can objectively, measure, and challenge me on it, and I'll beat you. And he's never accepted that offer, just like he didn't accept the offer to bare knuckle box and street beefs.
Bruh.
Okay, what is this? You want to play this?
Okay. Actual footage of Paul saving Denver.
Oh, okay.
I mean, not really, but
this is for you, Mike Kaufman, failed city mayor, just in case you try to interrupt me. All right. Stephanie Hancock, congratulations. Appreciate you being here. Don't know too much about you, but don't screw up, or I'll hold you accountable. Thank you, ma'am. All right. We got some business to attend to. City Council, what's going on with the public comment on YouTube? That needs to be open. That is a public forum. That is against the law.
My bad. This is DJ K. Dot, the party. He's the one who saved Denver. At least he thinks so.
Shit. Does Paul know?
I'm sure we've got some footage of Paul over here. I'll keep looking. Saving Denver.
Okay. Well, I did just drop the link only for people. If anybody would like to share a testimony about Paul and the heroic activism that he's done, maybe a time when he got arrested in the line of fighting for freedoms, or fire hosed or pepper sprayed or shot, any good testimony about Paul's activism would be appreciated. I know that we all are big fans of his work. Internet bully. What a good name.
That's pretty good.
The metro is so fucked up. You can go through 4 counties on a 2-mile stretch of road. Look at the actual city lines. It's a mess. And so it's worth pointing out that Denver has 167 police officer shortage. That may have factored into their decision. I think it does, Ice Grills. Ice Grills, slap that link. Tell us the Dirty Ginger story. I can't believe that somebody who's heroic enough to claim saving Denver, there's nobody in the 50 viewers with a story about him. It's going to be awkward if there's no.
Have you tried checking the Library of Congress? I'm sure they've got him listed as some sort of American hero, right?
You'd think there'd be a statue or something.
Well, no, they're tearing down statues, so you want to go something more conservative.
A stamp. Oh, maybe Wizard can make him a stamp.
Carved out of a potato.
He did. Lindsay has a good point. He also saved a 55-year-old woman from living alone. That that is pretty heroic, and that's also allowed him to devote his life to rights, principles, freedoms, activism, spiritual faith, social sociology, psychology, all the hot words he throws around. All right, well, people are probably just nervous about getting up on stage since, I know that there are stories there. We'll watch a little bit more of him talking about himself.
And improve response times to other calls, like we said, but to also limit the adverse impact often
Right,
associated
right.
with.
See, and that's another thing that's a fucking detriment to the society, is the fact that while they're stopping you for some sort of traffic violation, somebody else is probably dying, and the response team isn't going to be there on time because you're writing up a fucking ticket, right?
Yeah.
It looks like we have Alex Jones here. Alex Jones, do you have a story about?
Yes,
Paul
I just wanted to weigh in on Sir Paul Enslaved and all the work he's done to free all of the slave people here. I want to say he's really been standing on rights and freedoms.
He has.
He's truly been a great American. I can't say enough about him.
Now, Alex Jones, have you ever seen him get arrested and go to jail for our rights and principles and freedoms?
Mr. Flo, I did see that. I did watch him when he was getting arrested originally, and I did have a few questions on it. There was something about the whole closing aspect to it and the whole different things about him getting out. But you know what? He is a great American, and he is fighting for our truth, our freedoms, and our ability to commit crimes without any sort of repercussions. And that's what real Americanism is.
And without even knowing what happened to your charges, I might throw in. He doesn't even know what happened to his charges.
As somebody who's had to deal with charges, I have a lot to say about that. I think he probably just had a better Jewish lawyer than I did. And I really want to get in contact with him and figure out who he was so I can get my reparations back.
You do deserve that. I guarantee it. Welcome, Mitch. Mitch, do you have any testimony that you want to share about Paul's fight for Denver?
No, I don't think he's really known for doing anything around Denver, to be honest. But I could say that I have evidence of Denver ignoring the meth problem for like the last few years. So there's definitely been some good work by Tommy in that aspect. I don't know.
Here in Kansas City, one of the how Biden opened up a bunch of needle exchanges and shit. I don't know if it's the same everywhere, but I know the one here also gives out meth pipes, which is really a strange thing to get from a hospital because you can't. Sharing a pipe and sharing a needle, not even close to the same thing.
Well, I mean, let's be honest, that pipe gets sterilized by that torch, but I don't know nothing about it.
And probably by the all the toxic stuff that goes in it, right? It's probably sanitized in more ways than most things, but
yeah, I really don't know anything about it. I actually just learned about this, but I think it probably has more to do with, there's just so much crime. They can't keep up.
And they're down 167 officers. That's a massive shortage. It's my mind is actually blown that anybody would try to take credit for this and not have enough self-awareness to recognize that this is not going to work. People aren't going to buy it. And actually the opposite is going to backfire because I'm going to make fun of you, and especially when you call me out.
Wait, no, you are wrong, sir. I want it more than they do. That makes it okay.
Yeah, I get that comes back to the self-awareness thing, right?
But I want it more, sir.
It takes a serious inability of to step outside of your own mind and look at yourself from another person's perspective. If I think few things look as weak as going out of your way to try to take credit for something that you obviously didn't accomplish. Just accomplish something. How about that? Or don't brag. You got two options. Both of them are more admirable than such an absurd claim.
At this point, I think he's almost convinced of his own bullshit.
He must be. All right. Well, it doesn't look like anybody has any testimony about Paul except for Alex Jones. Amazing. Let me look at the poll. So 45% of people are hate watching.
No shit.
45% of respondents say that they have seen 46% say they have seen Paul do has Paul done anything on the ground since discovering him? No, only before I heard of him. That's 53%. Yes, I've been here a while. 46%. So I think we got a lot of hate watchers, and welcome to the hate watchers.
I think all of his activism or so-called activism has been self-interested. I don't think there's really been any activism on his part.
I haven't seen him do a damn thing of activism. I've heard him talk about it. I know that he has a few old videos. I know that he yelled at cops when O'Shea got arrested. Got O'Shea arrested. Hi, Cynthia. What do you think?
Hi, guys. Well, I have testimony about Paul.
Go ahead. We'd love to hear it.
He brought me here, and
That's
he
true.
encouraged me. He encouraged me to learn how to stand in who I am more, but not by his words, by just not being like him. And have y'all seen Baby Reindeer? Has anybody seen Baby Reindeer?
Like
No,
the animal, or is that like a movie?
It's a show on Netflix. It's about a young man who, it's a true story based off a true story, who wants to be a comedian, and he meets a obsessed woman who happens to become obsessed with him, and somehow he's always drawn back to her. And so the story's kind of about why do they drawn to each other? She totally wrecks his life. Her name is Martha, and she's going around calling everybody in his life a pedo, fraud, loser. Like Martha could be Snaps, and Paul could be the main character. And it comes out he hates himself so much that he just likes the way Martha sees him. Even though he knows none of it's true, he's just drawn to that feeling that she gives him. Even though she like calls all of his family members and stalks his family members, beats up his girlfriend. Like it's totally obsessive behavior, but it's a lot like the internet, the metaverse.
Yeah. There's a lot of it's amazing. I love watching. I like and I've got kind of a psychology, not a background in psychology, but I hobby at it.
Mm-hmm.
It's really fun watching the amount of, I'd say, maladapted psychological behavior that happens on YouTube. It's like all cluster B disorders and
Mm-hmm.
substance abuse disorders.
Mm-hmm.
And they found YouTube. And this is
single
where we get our fix now. Huh?
Every single one of us is a recovered addict of
Who's
some
an
type.
internet bully, and how did I already get kicked?
I don't know, but I'll see it at 36, or I'm sorry, not at 36.
Thanks for being a sport.
At 11. And
this is the only reason I hang around is to see her get booted.
It's pretty good. I got a new money clip.
Thanks for the money, dummies, because that's what you are. You gave me money for absolutely nothing.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. No. Anyways,
YouTube amphetamines though is hell of a drug.
Oh yeah, YouTube amphetamines. This is where addicts come for their fix after they get at least sober enough to present soberly online. Kind of.
Well, they don't really get any traction unless they're sober enough to present sober online.
Is that true? You don't think that there's no basket cases that
I have a medium long list of basket cases, kind of, and I'm using this as a loose analogy. I'm not saying this is the case with her. I'm saying, but others similar to M who sometimes have trouble keeping all their grits in the same bowl, right? But with these people, it's more of them abusing substances they shouldn't. Whereas with M, I think maybe it's that there's substances she should have that she doesn't. If you catch my drift.
I did a little vertical stream. I think you commented. I did a vertical stream this morning when I was driving into the job, and she showed up there in the chat. I hadn't seen her in a while.
Cool. Morning time stuff. That's a good policy.
Yeah. I did just drop the link again. It is open to whatever. Apparently everybody's shy with their Paul testimonies. But yeah. Anybody's welcome to come up for whatever. And if you do decide you want to bring it back to a testimony about Paul's activism and heroic ways, I'd be happy to. I just don't. In the year and a half I've known him, I haven't seen him stand up.
What's weird to me is I came across the two of y'all at about the same time. I stumbled across Paul on a Broken System. Actually, I believe it was a Paul stream that Broken System, Broken Trust was restreaming. And I popped in the chat and he's like, join the chat. And then I realized after I got there, this isn't his panel. Right. And so I was courteous and cordial. It didn't help none. And I moved on with my life. I don't get bent out of shape by stuff like that. You know, they're all my balls. Oh, my bad. Wrong place. Deuces, you know.
Yeah. I don't know Broken System, Broken Trust, but I find it surprising, or I'm curious about why would you, if you've got a decent sized channel, which he's got a pretty big channel, right?
Broken System. Yeah. Decent size.
Why would you fuck that up by restreaming somebody who's considerably smaller than you and who your audience responds poorly to?
Started off from the perspective of CPS landing in his lap because of some angry ex-wife.
Ooh, I've been there.
And it went exactly the way you would expect. And he's been sort of fighting an uphill battle trying to prove that he's a decent guy while being a basic internet shit half the time. And I mean, it's like you would expect. The more you scream I am the king, the less people actually believe you. And so, you know, he makes a lot of noise and sometimes things happen. It's not usually beneficial to him, and I don't know how to be like, no. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think he's looking into the concepts behind sovereign citizenship and the whole, you know, procedures, policies, and all that shit.
Which I'm down with. I do think it's like the right thing to look into in a way. I just don't think it lands where in a soft space. Right.
Right. I get what you're saying. He had a particular issue where after him and I might have this mixed up a little bit because I don't get into people's business this way. But as I understand it, he moved out and got his own place. And then his wife showed up with CPS and came in and took a bunch of stuff at a separate address. And that's not supposed to be a thing. That's not even a thing. That's completely absurd, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I suspect that's the lines by which they're associated.
Well, CPS, the obnoxious thing about CPS is that, and I mean, I get it. I don't know that I can't think of a better way to do it, but you can report anybody for anything at any time, and there's no repercussions to the reporter.
Nope.
I don't know of a better way to run that system. But it is obnoxious because it gets weaponized a lot. You see it all over YouTube.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I know that when I was going through custody battle, my ex-wife and somebody else who I'm not going to name right now, but somebody else who I met after we got divorced. They found each other on Facebook because, you know, their only connection was a mutual hatred for me. And they coordinated a CPS report.
Flow state, bringing people together everywhere.
Well, I was already logged into both of their Facebooks by that time anyways. So I knew what was going on, and I was able to just go into CPS and bring them off, printed off message conversation between the two of them and say, here you go. This is what's going on. And they just, yeah. She was like, how did you get this? I was like, I'm not going to tell you. She's like, all right, we're going to close the case. I was like, yep.
Yeah.
I had a call come in on my baby mama, and they wanted to do an investigation into us. But right before the investigation started, one of the chicks that was working for CPS got a hold of my number and called me after hours, after about a half a box of wine from her business phone. They started talking about meeting in another town and everything. And I was like, hold on, wait a second. I've known this chick for 22 years. She's never called me out of the blue. Turns out it was because she never had my number before, that she had literally stolen it from a file that she was not supposed to have access to. And I was like, so does this mean that this investigation stops now and you get to keep your job, or are we going another way with this? She's like, I'll talk to you later. Hung up, I never heard nothing else out of them.
That works. Yeah, and I think it also helped me that the chick who was doing the investigation was about my age. I mean, I just always get along better with women than men because you guys are douchebags. What's up, Dave?
Hi, I'm Dave.
Hey, Dave.
What's up?
Dave's not here, man.
Dave's not here, man.
Oh, nothing. We just had a brief celebration on Paul. It was briefer than I expected because nobody had any good stories about heroic Paul, who saved Denver from slavery and genocide.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I can't believe nobody has any testimony they want to share.
Paul unslaved an entire city.
Paul he's a big fish in a little pond, and he likes it that way. And if he were to go into a bigger pond, he would just be a little fish in a bigger pond, and he definitely doesn't want that.
You know what? You're right. Yeah,
that's why he's on his same song and dance, and he just cycles through. I can turn into him next week, next month, 6 months from now, and a year from now, and it's going to be something I've already heard last year. And that's just what he's good at.
You guys talk about Paul every once in a while, but I still haven't actually seen him. I may have seen him, but just not made the connection in my brain. Hey, Crispy, how you doing?
Hi, Dave. How are you?
Amazing as always.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Hey, Dave, what flavor did you get out of that that you bought in that deodorant? What was the
flavor?
The scent. I mean, did you get
fresh Alpine?
That's the one I would have. That's my very last choice I would have gotten. I like the fresh citrus, the lavender, something, and then something else. But the Alpine, I thought that would smell like an air freshener. Does it smell like?
No, it's a manly scent.
Oh, is it?
Smells like trees.
You know what smells gross is sandalwood. I don't like this fucking sandalwood.
Either.
I don't know what it smells like, but it's fucking gross.
Oh, I don't like that either.
The only sandalwood thing that I've seen is incense. I don't know.
Yeah.
Katie got me some sandalwood body wash one time. Hell no. I didn't use it.
Flo, I bet you would probably. I used to be in cosmetics and stuff, and I and sold men's fragrances along with cosmetics and stuff. But
guess what I wash with?
Yeah, I think
water.
Yeah, you probably would like just a clean, classic, clean smell.
You're not wrong, but of course it's Dr. Squatch.
Some of the
Dr. Squatch makes sense.
I love some of the older scents that
I'll
were just classic.
True. I mean, you are the target demographic. A
What?
Sasquatch.
Have you emailed them? You really should email them.
Well, man, I'll be honest with you. Up until about 2 months ago, I wasn't really pushing the whole YouTube thing all that hard. I was just out there like tearing ass and having a good time, and it kind of got gimmicky and funny to me. And I think it might be something we could do.
What
It
is
might
going
be.
on? I don't understand. What's happened?
The secret is he's actually Dr. Squatch.
You know the Dr. Squatch soap.
He has a
Yeah.
doctorate. He tricked you.
It's the Caucasian Sasquatch, and he actually uses Dr. Squatch, and he actually
I
fucking likes
use
it.
Dr. Squatch, and I like it.
Nice.
Call me, I will sponsor. I have no issue with that whatsoever.
Well,
It's
we
not.
just have to. We have to
independent
market
thing.
that then. Did
I
you
use Old
contact
Spice
them?
Bear Glove.
That's what I just asked him. He's no, he has not.
Oh, well, we can fix that really
Right?
easily. Sure.
I like
Crispy
Spud.
knows marketing. She'll reach out for you.
Yeah, I really will.
It's what she does both recreationally and professionally.
Yeah,
Yep.
it sure is. It sure is. And I mean, all they can say is,
No.
no. So, yeah,
Steven, I'm not
maybe
ad
they would like
free.
to do a sponsorship with you on the on
mean,
YouTube.
I am ad free during my streams only because I forget to go in and toggle the little thing. And now at this very second, I'm resisting the urge to.
Yeah, you should.
But I'll resist the urge. Most of my streams are not monetizable after it's all said and done. Like everything I put up, everything gets the limited monetization out the gate, and then I have to challenge it. So by the time I put something available, any shorts or videos, if it's available, if by the time I release it to the public, it's already been through the review process, been sitting there for a few days at least. It's pretty fucking annoying.
You have to put it on like private when you first come on.
Yeah.
I put it on unlisted.
Until you're that yellow thing or whatever the color is, until it turns. But keep it on private.
I put it on unlisted.
Yeah, put it on. Yeah, but put it on private and.
I'm missing whatever this.
Why?
Turn off the DVR.
What is this TED tip? What
I
is
don't
this
have
TED
DVR.
Talk? I need to
Yes, you
understand.
do. Like turn it off where they can't rewind it and look at it.
Oh.
And then in the first few minutes, you know what I'm talking about, Cynthia?
Yep.
Yeah. Tell him because you probably can explain it better.
So what should I do?
Like Trig was doing all of that yellow, and he turned in the first 10 minutes. He kept it clean, and he turned off where you could not rewind.
Yeah,
because he had a lot of people trying to strike him at the time. And so
it's
when
really
they were
like the first
rewinding
few
it,
minutes, they only watched like the first few
Yeah.
minutes of it. Really.
they got a new show coming out, The Internet Murders, and it's the girls like people who've never met you will hate you for no reason. It's coming out in 2 weeks. I can't wait.
The internet.
Oh my God, that's good, Cynthia.
Again.
Yeah, you gotta look into
I already deal with
social
people who
media
don't know
murder.
me hating me. I love it.
Who could hate you though?
There are some people.
There are people.
I don't understand anybody that
This
could
guy,
hate Dave.
I don't have any particular hate for the man, but I can see how people on the internet would immediately hate his face.
Absolutely.
It's just in them. It's just in
Because
them.
they're on the internet, sir.
Yeah.
Listen, it could be my bald head. It could be the fact that
The color of
I'm
your skin,
large.
your voice.
Would pick
my
that.
complexion.
Listen, I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea and I get it, but I don't get it with you. Like, I understand I get on my own nerves. So
I don't get it
know-
why people don't like me either.
Well,
Somebody
I
put out
get
a
why
diss
people
track
don't like
on me,
you
calling me a
because
perv,
people-
and I don't understand how.
Really? You got a diss track?
Dang.
I
That's
would, I would promote it, but dude's kind of a douche, so not worth
Don't
it.
have a diss track.
You got a diss track?
Yep.
Now I've had two
Dang.
songs written about me or about-ish about me. The one of them I played at the very beginning of the stream. But I've never had a diss track. What's up, Stone?
I
felt like I made it when I got a diss track.
That was
Yeah,
the first
you
time I was
did.
in a rap battle.
Your name was mentioned in
It
the
was.
rest of his diss track. That's
I
true.
know. I was trying to like get cool points with my daughter.
That-
I was
that
like,
counts,
listen, she's like, you're such a
That
dork.
counts, Crispy.
Yeah,
In
absolutely.
flow state, that counts. Your
What's up,
music.
Stone?
Like, it's not real until you.
That's
you
not
come
about
back.
me
Oh.
though. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm referenced in it one time.
No, you have to understand.
Well, no,
Flow
but
is
you had
true.
2 songs written
Has to
about
really
you.
be
That
about
counts.
Yeah, it
him.
has to actually be about him, or it's not. It doesn't trip that narcissism button.
I
It's like
was so excited.
I can't share this song with the
can't
rest of
just
you
be like
losers.
the 7th name in the song.
Yeah.
I was the second or third. Come on now.
And I was like the last one probably, but
Now
I
Flo's new goal is to get a diss track written about him.
He's not the
yeah.
only one. I'm down. I'll take that. I'm gonna go piss off Double O and see if I can get a new theme
I'll
song.
give you a list of people to piss off to get diss tracks written about you.
Who was it
What's
that
up,
wrote it?
Stone?
What up?
Who was that?
Let's go. What?
Is that Stoned?
That's the man of many chains.
Hi, Stoned. I know. 2 chains over there.
Oh, by the
10
way, am I
chains.
too loud? I don't know where my gain's set.
Oh, you sound all right to me.
People tend not to
Chat,
tell
how's
me.
everybody's audio?
Yeah, people tend not to tell me. I can barely hear Stone though.
Be like a dick move.
Stoned, we can barely hear you, honey.
Here, I'm gonna get him.
Yep. I come in and I'm peaking usually.
I just
You're
turned you
fine,
up.
Dave.
I'm not blowing anybody's eardrums out.
Who's
God.
Paul
Wiz-
Jr.?
That's Wizard.
Stoned, I just went. I
Wizard,
just
can
went
you
into
do a
the-
diss track? Since
Oh,
Flo did
yeah.
your
What's up, Wizard?
greatest- Wizard, you need to do a diss track about Flo.
And me, I want one too.
Get out of here, Crispy.
Let me see if I can get you
You
a
let Flo
Flow State
shine
diss
right
track.
Be the backup singer to the diss track.
We got some AI workers around. I'm sure somebody can.
I'm one of them.
Tommy can do
This
a
sounds
good
something about Warren G and Snoop Dogg. It'll be great.
Well, I know I'm late for the topic thing there with the city of Denver being saved by Paul.
That's correct.
I just wanted to mention that this is something that's been coming on for a couple of years because Denver's hit an all-time high of 5 years in settlements for traffic stops. And that doesn't include the traffic stops where people ended up not suing for the traffic stop, but rather for the beating that came afterwards. And that's an even much higher scale.
Is Denver PD pretty grimy? I don't know much about them.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of lawsuits for beating,
like grimier
people
than
up.
most cops.
Yeah, they've got a lot of issues.
They've got a lot of transgressions on the record.
Yeah, you bring up a good
Probably half
point.
a dozen of the auditors I've interviewed came from the Denver Aurora metro area, and
I'm
they
not
are
even,
thick.
Yeah.
I'm not even in that. I'm not even in your all's police thing or whatever. And I just know that from being in true crime that they do have a lot of issues.
Denver would be dirty.
Yeah, so the lawsuits definitely bring a huge factor into it, and so it's interesting to see, are these lawsuits going to eventually change the laws everywhere, and is it going to become a safer community
No.
or an unsafer
That's
community?
not how case law works. Case
Yeah.
law can take effect inside a district once the case law has gone into effect. So, in order to have a particular case law take effect across all of the different court districts in America, you would have to find a synonymous case in each district to tie them to.
Correct.
Hey Stone,
and-
where's your little crown? I just went into Miss Ann's chat just before, but Stone got the coolest crown from Grandmammy.
Grandmommy Annie, yeah, it's in the back room.
I don't. Shut up, internet bully.
Wait, did he just lose thug points?
Who? Grand for having a grandmammy?
Yeah.
Stone has already. Stone doesn't compete on thug points like
I'm
Paul does
sorry.
it. But Stone is the best. One of the better spontaneous cussers, right? Like he can cuss somebody out with the best of them, and I think it's because his dad was a Marine.
Oh.
that probably has a bit to do with it. And then the amount of illicit drugs that I've done throughout my life gave me the imagination to do what I can do with that.
Sure.
Oh shit. Wizard just dipped out, but this is the perfect time for this clip.
Thanks for the money, dummies. Because that's what you are. You gave me money for absolutely nothing.
That dude right there.
I know he's hilarious. Pay piggies.
He is funny.
But thank you, Tarek, for the contribution. And Tarek, I saw you down there. If you have, I find it hard to believe that you don't have a testimony about Paul that you'd like to share. You've done enough licking, spent enough time coddling his testicles.
Hi,
This is his party, and I haven't heard very many testimonies for somebody who saved Denver.
Bro,
what did he do to save Denver?
Flo, you like classic rock, right? That's like your jam. Classic rock.
Everybody likes classic rock. My jam is more metal. My jam is like, I grew up in the golden era of music, which is Korn, Limp Bizkit, Orgy, Slipknot, that sort of shit.
All right, so I'm gonna try a few things here. I'm gonna see what I like best.
Oh yeah.
Is he about to freestyle about Flo?
Oh no, I'm not gonna freestyle.
Yeah, we're all like, what's going on?
I am making a song though. Don't worry.
Is it about Flo?
I was totally expecting you to start spitting some bars.
Well, you're gonna have 3 songs.
I don't have that kind of talent.
Did you hear Stone? Stone was so alarmed. He's like, is he about to start freestyling about Flo?
I wasn't alarmed. I was excited. I was like, what the fuck is about?
He was afraid.
I got no flow.
Yeah, that's not
Shout
his
out.
department.
OTW is gonna do one for Paul.
A song?
Yeah, because he's gonna be jealous that he doesn't have one.
OTW. Well, he's gonna have to get somebody else besides OTW. Maybe he can get Snafu Snaps to rap if he ever comes out of the hospital.
Why do you say that about OTW?
Say what?
He'll make a song about Paul.
No, he will. But I've had 2 written about me over the years. This is the one that I played at the beginning is the second one written about me. The first one, I could probably find that and play it too. And that's excluding Resto's rap.
And you were in
and you're literally trying to get more flow when you
I'm
already
always
have-
trying to get more of everything.
I want more.
Yeah,
I just
I'm
got a
pretty
little
much
taste
sure
of it.
more
Now
is
I've been bitten by the bug.
What do you say, Sasquatch?
I'm pretty sure more is the purpose of all of this.
Yeah. Our addictive personalities have to express somehow.
I guess so, because now I've been bitten by that bug, and now I want more. I want a whole song. I want a rap song about me.
You keep acting. It sounds like you're putting us in the same category.
I am.
That's the issue.
Actually, Crispy, I think you're in a whole different category. I think Flo is striving to be like you.
Oh.
What, and have my retina detach?
No. Be able to hobnob with all of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Crispy, you better wear your crown, girl. Put your crown on every day.
I am. I'm going to get a crown. Stone inspired me last night. I was like, I need one of those crowns.
I'll tell you what I told Stephen. The king rules at the pleasure of the Pope.
Yeah, you've got the Pope hat. Man, I need
Denver
some.
just called me. She's in the ER with E. coli. I'm telling you, it's our refrigerators.
Oh.
I'm telling
Yikes.
Your problem was you with that freezer.
No.
Yeah, didn't you not put stuff in the freezer or your meat?
She didn't realize her freezer wasn't working. She'd been eating fucking she would take unfrozen meat out of her freezer and eat it and didn't notice the problem.
Oh my God. Wait, did you not notice it wasn't solid?
Wait, you said unfrozen.
Too close to this. I mean, I took it out and put it in the fridge. I just thought it was defrosted.
Oh my God. Out of the freezer?
Yeah,
No.
I guess I didn't pay attention.
So
I'm a
what you're saying is God
freak.
tried to kill her and the devil wouldn't take
Dude,
her.
that's like the third or fourth time something's like, oh my God, you
So you have a
realize
cast iron stomach.
how
Do not
close
drink
you
with
were
this
to
woman.
death?
This woman
Do you
will
know?
hurt-
Like,
This woman will put you down like a bad puppy. She will drink you into non-existence.
I bet she's a violent drunk too. Are you a violent
oh
drunk?
my God, I'm the worst. I've been at a bar before.
Oh, I can
Were you-
I can outdrink.
Remember, I
almost
got thrown out of
everybody.
Rainwater's party. Remember?
Crispy.
I went to
cannot
the bar. I went to the bar and I threw everybody's drink off the bar because they wouldn't serve me. I was like, y'all ain't fucking drinking either, and I threw their drink off the bar.
I'm getting too much money.
Appreciate
like
you,
to
Stephen
drink.
David.
I don't
Wait,
like it.
Cynthia, did you get beat up when you did that?
No,
If you were a dude, you would have got beat the fuck up.
I
Right?
You did
know, I know.
If you were in
Yeah,
the right
yeah.
club, you would have gotten beat the fuck up. Like that.
You
I was-
you
I
did
was
what
with
was
Duke,
right.
Crispy. I was with Duke at the album release party for Mo 3.
That's the dude. That's the dude, right, with the face tattoos and shit.
Yeah, the showering cowboy.
Yeah, that dude.
God. Cynthia, I don't like to go out with high maintenance drinkers like that. Like I really like.
I
have a
do.
good time.
Well-
Listen, that was the day I decided I didn't give a fuck anymore.
I
So
guess you did the damn
And it never
thing, didn't you?
returned, did it?
no,
It checks out.
no, I was done. I was done working for him. I was over it. He said, "Take my card and go start a tab," and I was like, "That's all I needed to hear." And it was fucking on and popping.
Wow.
$3,000
You ready?
later.
All right.
Oh, no! You got to start at the beginning. What are you doing? There we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Make sure it's turned up so everybody.
Is there copyrighted music or anything I need to be concerned
No,
about?
no. This is all created through Suno.
It's AI.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me hear what the devil says about me.
Yep.
Your flow's a disgrace. Your rhymes are basic and there's no trace of originality. Just a copycat's taste. Metal posters on the wall. You're a lost case. Your panel shows us music's all in vain. You're trying to be cool, but it's just mundane. You ain't bringing the fire, just playing games. I'll leave you in ashes, consumed by flames. Indigo flames, burning through the night, unleashing the fury with all my might. Flow state, you're just a pale reflection. Step aside, 'cause I'm the true sensation.
I gotta say, the real people are better.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's
But Dave, I appreciate you finally giving me a diss track. You actually are the first one to give me a diss track. So
Wait, that doesn't count.
Good, Dave.
That doesn't fucking count, Dave.
Why doesn't it count?
Yeah, because you made it in 5 minutes. What do you mean?
With very, very little effort or
That
originality.
I think it counts. I like
It sounded
that.
like whiny punk.
I mean,
It's-
I did generate 6 different versions of it, and that was the only one that actually sounded halfway decent.
Wait, correct.
That was the best.
Aren't
The
diss
other ones
tracks
were really
just
crap.
men writing poetry to each other?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. All right.
But
yeah, y'all have
negative
it.
poetry. Negative poetry about how much we hate each other.
Except I think though, if you're gonna do a song about him, that like hard rock sort of sound is probably not good for marketing purposes, just because it's hard to understand the words a little bit. The words need to be more clear to understand.
are you
Why
giving
is Chris
constructive
Reese-
criticism to?
I am.
I don't
her
normally
track is
do-
skipping.
I don't usually do diss tracks. I usually write uplifting songs.
I bet.
Well, you didn't do it in this case either. It was like whiny punk.
I mean, he did say like
It was classic rock. Was the
That was
vibe.
not classic rock.
Yes,
man.
it was.
You know it wasn't.
It was sort of dashboard confessional a little bit.
No.
I liked it, Dave.
I can give you some dashboard confessionals.
Remember that show, Dashboard? That was Taxi Cab
My
Confessions.
son's graduating. She's
Yeah.
graduating. My daughter's graduating, y'all.
Oh, congratulations.
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 She's
That's
not nearly as
exciting.
retarded as I am. How about that?
Aw.
That I got the same thing. My
you
daughter's
go.
only graduating into high school, and she is less retarded than me. I think. I was basically her age exactly when I had just turned retarded.
That's because you taught her everything you know, and then she kept learning.
She's she'll turn. Actually, she's like a week away from being 14.
Nice.
I'm
Buckle up, buddy.
the sane parent.
The
Think about
I
that.
think that's what every insane parent thinks, though, that they're the
Oh,
same.
insane.
No, I'm the sane parent, and the
Oh,
courts have
sane.
agreed.
I thought you
The
said
courts
the
have agreed
same
with
month.
me with that statement.
That's not hard.
I think Base heard the same thing I heard, where you said
We
I'm
heard
the
same.
same
Yeah.
parent,
he
and I
said
thought there
I'm
was
the-
more coming. I'm like, the same parent that
No,
what?
no, he said
same.
insane.
No, he said
Insane.
sane. He's the
Or
He said
same.
he's the same,
Same?
one.
sane. Yeah. Like
My
sane.
ex-wife is crazier
But
than
that's
I am.
one.
How about that?
Yeah, we got
say
you.
it
That's
We
better.
got
Well,
it.
you know,
I like nitpicking the lingo.
If the court said it, then that must be by a long shot.
Twice. They said it twice. I had to go back for custody again after I got out of jail.
He didn't believe it, so he had to go back and check again.
Well, I went to. It's hard to have custody when you're locked in jail.
That does make it rough.
Lou, Sasquatch wasn't on camera when I started the poll. That's probably why he's on camera now,
Wait, what is
because he
happening?
knows that he'll win.
Is there a poll?
What's the
Oh yeah,
poll?
I put up a poll. Who's the most psychopathic person on camera? It's probably Imp Dave, which
It's
is
got to be Dave.
Flo.
Dave's
Come
got
on.
to beat. He looks like a
Wait.
student area.
Just
I
look at
wasn't
me.
here.
There's Sasquatch.
It's a toss-up
I don't
between
even know
Sasquatch and
Dave.
Dave.
Actually, where are we at now?
I'm the
Dave
most
is winning.
psychopath.
I deserve it. I
Who's
deserve it.
Dave?
Dave's not even a
I'm
psychopath.
Dave.
Yeah, who's Dave?
Oh, my bad, Dave.
Like you've been on here many times. Me. I
Psychopath.
literally every time I pop on, I say, "Hi,
Right.
I'm Dave."
He
He
does.
makes the AI beats. Yeah.
You're not a psychopath. Who else is on there? Flo. Who else?
Look, if I were doing it like properly, it would be me, Cynthia, Sasquatch, and Based.
That's based. No, that's based.
I'm
Those would be
surprised
the-
I am matching Flow State. I would have thought Flow State would have got this one
Mitchell on there.
hands down.
You
No,
wouldn't
no,
have even
Dave.
been in the running.
I
Dave.
did.
These
Mitchell.
people like Flow State. That's why they're here. They don't like you.
Except Dave might be one
True.
of those people
I
that's
like
super
Flo.
nice and people.
Usually, when you
think
like
he's
somebody, you
good.
just
Look,
vote for their name
Mitchell-
when you see it somewhere.
People think you're the nice guy, you know. The
Internet
guy
bully.
that
If you have anything to
everybody-
contribute to the Paul conversation, feel free to come up and do it. It's blowing my
You're gonna
mind.
out me
Nobody
as a
has
nice
any
guy.
testimony about Paul doing anything ever.
I
Who the
like
fuck is
Flo.
Paul?
Sasquatch. I like Flo.
I don't really know Paul either. Is Paul in chat?
Honestly, yeah. Nobody has anything about Paul, and I guess everybody's bored with Paul. That happened faster than I could have ever imagined for such a hero. This is Paul.
And he had the balls to do a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. He was the famous person. Okay. If you go into these people fucking background, Jack Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central. I'm the potentially famous person.
Oh, okay. I know who he is now.
You should have put him in the poll.
I've seen his
seemed like
clips.
he might be
Well, he would
I
have
love
ran
that
away
too,
with this
Cynthia.
poll for
Yeah.
sure.
That's my favorite one.
I'm from New York. This is how we talk all day, every day. This is how we fuck too and make love. This energy and this talking.
I can't compete with that. That's
Gross. I don't like how he says.
Yeah, he
make
makes love with clueless energy.
I just told you I want a deep experience, co-creation, community with authentic and real exciting conversation before, during, and after. I don't stop talking during sex either. I know a lot of you half-dead white people out there. You go to have sex and you just don't talk. Just lay there. Right? I don't move like that. So
Wait, is he not white?
He looks like he's an albino black guy.
Is he?
Albino
I
black
don't
guy.
know. He looks like it
He-
though, doesn't
Yes,
he?
I know, Dave. Everybody thinks he's not.
Y'all remember 10,000 BC?
He's
you know the
light-skinned.
white black guys that the albino black guys that served the great white emperor that was building the pyramid. Do y'all remember the final scenes of that movie? They're all inbred and like that's what he looks like.
You know what I think is strange about that is that I think his hand movements, his hand gestures. I wish I could put him on the behavior panel because his hand gestures don't match what he's saying. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like
some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring. And he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. And he wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
I'm telling you, that dude doesn't like
Dude,
himself.
he really likes you, Flo.
No,
He's laying on some
That was
compliments
a
right
Flo.
there.
He's
Oh, that's
going
definitely talking about Flo, right?
That was about Flo.
Yeah.
That was about
yeah, it's all
He always
about
calls
Flo.
Flo I now that he said that's Paul Enslaved, I now know who he is. I've seen the things, but I never paid enough attention to his name to try to remember it.
So, Dave, did he do whatever he was supposed to do? Did he save some shit?
I have no friggin' clue.
There you go.
I don't know shit about him.
So Denver recently announced a new police policy, which is that they're not going to pull over people. I mean, they can still, but they're not going to pull over people and focus on minor traffic infractions like turn signals or taillights. Probably because they've had a lot of lawsuits over traffic stops and because they're 167 police officers short on the force. But but Paul got on this morning on someone else on OTW's channel, and actually we can watch a little bit more of it so you guys know what we're talking about. And was patting himself on the back braggadociously for having he caused this change in policy. So he does the soft sit thing, and he thinks that he somehow is responsible for initiating this change, even though he's been sitting on his fat ass in front of a computer in New Mexico as long as I've known him, about a year and a half.
Why would he think
Okay. Let's say that there is a riot, right? And people are going crazy and they're throwing, but it was one person that got the riot started. He went in there, screened it, and got everybody hyped up, but he didn't actually do anything. He didn't actually throw any rocks, any bricks, anything. Is he just as guilty as the people that did it, or is he not guilty because he didn't do it?
It's not a parallel because this change in policy is at least a year and a half away. That's just how long I've known him from him having stood up.
Gotcha.
I think actually legally they wouldn't be as responsible because the Ray Epps dude from January 6th.
He's an agent. That's why. I know somebody who went to prison for 10 years for inciting a riot.
Saying it would be a double standard. You could use that as a.
But the inciting a riot, the guy who went to prison for inciting a riot, it was because he would not snitch. And so he did 10 years of Fed time for not snitching. And I don't know how they gave him inciting a riot, but it was absurd.
Well, Ray definitely snitched. He definitely seen the snitching type.
He was a plant. They had plants all over the place there.
Yeah.
Let's
I'm getting raped under a bridge while they're fucking around with me for free travel, claiming I don't have the right. Oh, by the way, I got my third fucking dismissal this month. Again, for all you folks who like to say that I just bullshit and lie, Dave will be up anytime now. He's got his third fucking dismissal. Right? So I'm so sick of you punk ass cowards. You're gonna have to come clean and correct at some point. You're gonna have to admit it's not about me being right, it's about the truth. You're gonna have to admit Paulie Boy's your fucking daddy. Unfortunately. Stepdaddy online, best daddy of 2023, technically. He was voted.
Yeah.
Can't really change that. It was democracy.
2024 pending.
Wouldn't a lot of you folks like to have gotten arrested over and over again and been part of making history?
He has other dudes call him daddy. Yes,
that's
yikes.
So weird.
And
It's
I
very
wanna-
weird.
And I want to point out there, he called it. He said it. I got a third dismissal. So this is a point where he's taking credit for the work that somebody else did by going into court, which he's professing you shouldn't do in court. You should be
I don't
able to do this.
What's he
on the
even
side of the
talking
road.
about? Do you know what he's even talking
Yeah.
about? I've never heard of him getting any dismissals at all.
What's he even
Exactly.
get stuff for? He would talk about it.
And who's
Why would-
Dave? Because it's not me.
I've never heard of.
Guy
I don't know
stole
who
my
that is.
name.
And that goes to the issue that was just mentioned about this was a year and a half ago he did his thing. And then he switched his platform. And instead of sticking with that dismissal and that lawful stuff that he was talking, he switched to his triggering and beta shit, you know, and that's not, you know, that wasn't the original platform he had all those subs for.
Wizard, just a heads up, I did change your name. I gotta play by the rules. And that's your name for the rest of the show, or until somebody pays $3 to change it.
So he's a switch hitter.
And showing how these folks don't have all the power. Turns out that's you. Maybe one day, right? Maybe we can go next to like the federal income tax and all the rest of it and just stop fucking paying it, stop doing it, stop complying. And it's going to take some of us to go to jail over and over again and put it on record at court.
Hey, Paul, what do you mean about this? Is Paul, by the way? What do you mean about getting dismissals? What are these dismissals you got?
And then at some point they're going to say, you know what? Maybe we're done with that too. It's called if you don't stand for your fucking rights, you don't get them. And when the rest of us do, you should wash our fucking feet for actually doing something to actually change what's going on the ground while you keep voting and paying the slave tax. We're actually making change on the ground that you said couldn't happen.
Right.
Good night, Thunder
they're
Chicken.
actually standing on the rights that you want for you. So it's kind of the Christed being's walk, right?
Oh my God,
He's
I forgot about
taking upon
this.
himself the sins of the world. Get it? By actually doing
It's called the
something-
Christed consciousness. It's called the Christed consciousness. You got to surrender what may be done to your body, and you got to do what's right. If you do that over and over, they can't hold a good man down. They can't keep the truth out of the light. They're going to have to change.
If he sucked dick any harder, Paul would get turned inside out. Like OTW, this is for shame, sir. This is I don't know. I'm embarrassed that he's not embarrassed.
OTW, it doesn't have to be this way, buddy.
The way they deal with us. I've been telling you folks this for years. Get on it.
Time is short. You know, before they take over completely, you know.
Strict enforcement of low-level offenses to improve public trust here within the community. Now, police say this policy is going to lead to more efficient use of their time, improve community relations, and enhance officer
And avoid you
safety.
motherfuckers
Officers
getting
will
sued to death because you learned the law. Yeah, right. Because we all.
All right, that's about enough of that.
And that goes right back to that point I was making earlier about this has been oncoming for a number of years in Denver. It wasn't because of him. And when we look at those stats, the reality is that there are much greater lawsuits that come from the beatings from those traffic stops, and those aren't recorded in those the issue about minor traffic stops. That's a whole different issue. And
Right.
like I said, they just had a 2.1 million suit put out just 3 days ago for a
Yeah.
beating.
What am I doing here?
Your OCD's kicking in super hard.
I was tweaking out.
Trying to line up the people that are cammed up. I do it too.
Well, I'm not sure where to put Wizard because he is cammed up, but I'm trying to like hide his name. So Tarek created sort of a predicament for me.
Well, no. What you do is you just put comments up. You just put comments up, and everybody's name will.
I know, but I'm not gonna like undermine my own product here.
Oh, come on.
You do know that that's a spell he put on him. That I am thing. That's a.
I've heard somebody say something about the I am spell. I don't know what it is.
What?
And I think it's only a spell if you think it's a spell, right? Like
Right,
exactly.
because you and I were making fun of it, and then we got sick. Remember?
I won.
I mean, I've been making fun of it since then. I haven't gotten.
Yeah, you're
sick.
psychotic. You're
Let's
psychotic.
go. Now, who do you think would win if you put Paul and Tommy on that?
Oh my gosh.
That's a good
Cool.
question. That's a good question. We're about to find out.
Who the fuck is Tommy
Dude,
now?
Paul's got
Illuma Tommy?
Yeah,
Oh, I know.
You've had
Tommy.
Illuma. I was gonna say you've definitely had
some
Illuma Tommy
issues
on your panel.
where he
Yeah.
needs to be looked up to. He
I
needs
still haven't got
to
on
be
it.
seen
Who?
Paul needs to be seen as the leader. He needs that for whatever reason. Not in a good way, but he
Who's
needs
following him though?
He's got more viewers
What's up,
than I
Joe?
do.
Cool?
I don't believe he
Gentlemen
has
and
more
ladies.
subs
How you
than
doing
me.
tonight?
He bought his subs, at
Oh.
least half of them. He did. I did a whole stream on it, like going through the numbers, because he went from 2,500 to 5,000 in a week.
Oh,
with
yeah.
no
If you look
shade.
at chat while he's live versus the number of people in stream,
You can
I've
tell
seen a
when-
lot of people that do that.
Yeah, you can tell in their engagement too, you know. Just
So
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. When you were saying earlier, Flo, about the addicts come here to get their dopamine, ever how you said it. This is where he comes, and others, I don't want to just single him out, that come because they feel like, hey, I'm finally the cool guy in school. And he doesn't like you because you are the cool guy. It's just in you, and it's not in him. And this is the only time he can do a song and dance and it be him.
Cynthia, I so
Weird.
agree with that. You have no
Yeah.
idea. I agree with
Flo,
that.
Flo, I have some of these too. Some of these like people like that, right? Like in the
You have
community.
a lot of these people like
yeah,
that.
I got a
Jace.
few. No. You know what? Yeah, leave it alone. But anyways, when she said that, it hit. I was like, yeah.
There's a lot of
Cool
people like
class.
that, and you can tell that I can pick them out of a crowd. You can tell when there's, especially with the girls, you can tell who doesn't have real life friends outside of YouTube, that they don't have real friends or don't know how to, they're not properly socialized where they were. Yeah, that's what I think.
So
you
do
saying
you
they're not
think?
properly home trained?
Do you think
No,
they
not
can get
properly
that from this?
socialized. They've been at home too long, probably.
Yeah, she said the right word. She meant
So,
I think
Crispy,
I
can
think
they get
it
it?
does feel a need that they have. It does
Mhm.
feel something, but it's not authentic. It's superficial, and they're seeing it. They're not interpreting that.
I think it's that
They
they were
know it.
picked on when they were younger, and then now that they're older, now they want to pick on people. They've become the bully kind of. Except it still doesn't work that well because they're still dorks, and so it just doesn't work that well. That's all. I just don't think that they have real life friends. That's all, or know how to socialize.
Well,
properly.
and I mean that's like a big problem for like society. I think is the amount of people who are unsocialized in the real world.
Right.
And
Yeah.
2 nights was it last? Yeah, it was last night. I've somehow found myself. I went on a black pill panel
Ugh,
or
I
channel.
Oh,
Now
my
I didn't
God.
know who these people were. I didn't really realize that it was like properly one of those to begin with. But I joined, and they knew who I was apparently already.
Was it Gay Star?
Yeah. Who was it?
Yeah, no. It wasn't Gay Star. It was
Gay Star.
Gay Star.
I'm glad I could start that revolution.
Hold on. Who was it? I don't remember now. I'll figure it out. But I don't remember what I was going to say about that either. Although I do have a new appreciation for women who go on YouTube like this because there's like Tomato has a lot of hate. Like there's dudes that are just hate.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I got a bunch of hate last night.
Yeah.
Where, Crispy?
It takes some thick skin to actually get up here as a woman.
Oh
'cause
yeah.
Men are assholes.
Yeah, and y'all think it's
Yeah.
normal. We've been arguing this,
Yeah.
and they say
hold
you
on.
step on a panel
What-
with a man, you're going to be treated like a man.
Why do you think we think it's normal? It's
Hey,
not.
there's-
It is not abnormal, but normalcy is not the measure that's important. It's maladjusted.
It's how y'all. It's y'all's standard. It's what we had an argument last month about when y'all kept saying if a woman steps on a panel with a man, she's going to be treated like a man. Who are we? We're not going to treat you any
Yes.
different. And
I don't think
I
that
do
mean
treat
we
you
gonna
different.
slam you, it mean we disrespectful
No,
for
we're
us
not going to
to treat
police.
you different.
We're not going to demand the internet be policed for you. But I do definitely
what's
treat
up,
women
Hornet?
different.
You do. I
Yeah,
think you do.
yeah, you do, but you men and don't. When men are in man mode having man talk and a woman's in the panel, they're still in man mode having man talk. And sometimes as a woman, we can perceive that as hard or as insensitive or you why are you picking on me? Why are you doing this?
Are you talking about feelings again?
Yeah, and then y'all just don't like.
Yeah, we don't have those things.
Yeah, so we have to completely turn them off. To even
there's
sit
a
in a
time
room
for
with y'all.
those.
Yeah,
I
to
don't
even sit
expect
in a room
anybody
with
to.
y'all.
I don't expect anybody to save me, but
Oh,
Paul
yeah,
is
when
in the
it's the
chat.
poll show today or something.
Oh shit!
I mean,
That's
internet.
South
Yeah.
South Park, who looks like he's always having a fucking seizure when he's talking.
Paul, if you would like to join, let me know, and I'll kick
We'll
somebody
kick
out.
somebody.
I'll go down if he wants to join.
I bet
On
you
who?
will.
Flo.
See how men think?
Yeah, see, so we can't be in our feminine state all the near y'all sometimes because
I
y'all
don't
are
think I don't
Right.
expect anybody to save me, but however, I do appreciate it when it happens.
Yeah.
I do, it's like, oh, that was nice, because I think like I could just
You
say
ever
that.
been in a burning building?
Yeah,
Had a
well,
big,
no, I
strong
think that,
fireman come in and throw you over his shoulder and save you.
I
I don't care
mean-
if you're a man or a woman. You can respect some help when you need it.
I mean,
Oh, I
that's
thought that was
really-
going back to
that's
the
hot.
going down on him comment.
That's a
Crispy, what are you doing down there?
I'm not doing anything. Mind your business.
It is my business. That's my point.
No, I
Crispy,
just
did
think
you
that
see-
I could say the same thing. I can like try and fight my point. However, when like if one of you boys comes in and says it, the other person understands it a lot more clear than when I am trying to argue the point, just because it's a man saying it. You could say the exact same thing that I said.
No, it's because the man says it clever.
Well,
Yeah. Except
what-
I'm a little too soft about stuff, I guess.
What Cynthia was doing was getting attacked by somebody else, and then acting like because we weren't padding the internet for her, like we're okay with it.
Oh, I don't think any of y'all are okay with it.
And yeah, I think that that's a wrong
Thank
assumption.
you,
But I do think though that like obviously the internet's the internet, and if you walk around the internet, you're gonna get hate, and you should definitely not expect anything else.
Yeah.
Like the key to not getting hate is to not give a fuck if people hate you.
Right.
That helps.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, it does help.
The amount of hate you get is directly relative to how hard you spurg out on the hate that you receive initially.
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
after you have spurged out, it takes an amount of time for people to lose interest in that spurging. So they will continue to try to prod you into spurging out for a good video because it's just
100%.
entertainment.
So, Flo, to your point, though,
100%.
I don't think that people can really control that, right? It's easy to say, don't be affected by the hate. And I've had this happen. I don't mean to me. I mean, I get lots of hate, but I really don't give a fuck. But here's the thing. I can't pretend to not give a fuck. I just don't give a fuck. But there are people who I interact with that are highly affected by it. And when you tell them, like, hey, don't give into it, don't react
Just don't
to
give a
it, they
fuck.
can't do it. They can't not do it. They're not
Especially
capable.
don't let them know your triggers. Whatever
Yeah,
like
you can give
triggers
them
that response
advice.
in you.
Don't show it. You can give them that advice.
I
You're-
think
they're
the same thing. You never
gonna
let
go
them
in there
see
and
you
push
sweat.
that button every chance they get.
I know it.
Absolutely.
Ever
Never let them see you
ever
sweat.
do a stream based off of the spurging that you want to do.
No,
Yeah.
I don't understand why people.
It's so
do
crazy.
that.
Like we're in a society where you're just don't have an emotion. Be
I
a
know.
computer.
You can
Don't
It's
have
not
it.
so much
do
that you can have it.
anything.
It's just
Don't
where
have
you
it.
where
Don't
and
have
when
an
you
emotion.
don't
express
act
it.
Don't do anything. Nothing matters. We don't matter.
But
The
Cynthia, I think you
people
can have
don't
it.
matter. That people don't matter.
Crazy. It's
Listen,
crazy.
I don't
Like,
understand.
instead of okay,
Hold on, fellas.
you know what?
I
Maybe
think
we
you're being a
should
little bit insensitive. People do matter. Their feelings do not. So
here just
stop.
to say not to
I'm
say.
trying to say it extreme so that it's like shooting for the moon and then landing on a star, right? You're still better off. If I overstate it, maybe she'll, hit the sweet spot.
No, she's just not going to hear it. Dude.
Here's the
It's
thing,
okay to
though.
have the emotional response. It's just there's a time and a place and
There's
a
a
manner.
time and place
Right.
for
I
You
emotion.
don't
think,
want to
like-
do it on YouTube where everyone can see.
But
Because
here's
then
the
people
thing:
know.
why
You
do they
don't want
like?
emotion to run your life and make your decisions either.
You found somebody online who has no impact on your life. doesn't know you, doesn't care to know you. You don't care to know them. All they want to do is trigger somebody on the internet. Why the fuck would you actually care about that person at all?
Oh no, I totally agree. It's just interesting that the panel is saying instead of it's easier just to fix, like, don't get upset about it instead of fixing the issue.
Well,
I think that's a bigger issue.
You cannot fix an insane person who's ranting.
Yeah, we can't. You give us too much credit. We can't fix
if you ban them,
like
they're
that.
just gonna make a new account and come back again.
Let me make this point.
The only thing you can do is change yourself and how you react.
Don't feed the trolls.
Yeah,
Let me
that's
make this point,
bad.
please.
No, is how you.
Unless you want the trolls around, then you feed them. You throw them little bits.
Yeah, feed them after
Cynthia,
midnight.
this is what I think. I think like when people people will send the SWAT, like the fake or the SWAT to your house. They will have CPS, and then there's the fake CPS, all that shit to these people. And what do? They get on a live stream and they air it out. They play it for everybody on live. I would never in a million.
Oh no, ma'am.
Give them the satisfaction. You just don't let them know that it happened.
No, I've already
let them
got
know
a
that
plan.
happened at all.
You swat me. We're going to do an interview with my sheriff about swatting live. That shit's going down.
I would never. I would never. That's exactly. You're giving them exactly what they wanted. Then
It's not going to be what they want. What they're going to want is for them to come in my house with guns blazing. And what's going to happen is a couple of cops are going to call me up. They're like, dude, what's going on over there? I'm live streaming. You get a call? Yeah. They're trying to swat me. I'll come outside and I'm going to pop out my fucking phone and go live and walk outside and hand them the phone. We're going to do the whole talk.
They don't give a shit. And the cops aren't going to do anything to them. You just fed them. You just gave them exactly what they wanted.
Maybe I'm a
they want to see him in fear. That's their goal with that. And he's going to show them that they have zero effect on him. They don't. He doesn't.
I'm friends with my sheriff.
I get it.
We like know each other, so
I know.
I've already talked to him about it.
But it's transmutation, Crispy. You are wrong. They want, if somebody swats you, they don't like you. They're trying to reach out and touch you. They want the power and they want the harm. If you transmute that shit into something positive.
No, I'm not saying it's positive. I'm saying don't give them the attention. Do not.
If you transmute it into an interview about swatting, you've transmuted it into something
doesn't have
positive.
to tell them that he got swatted. He doesn't have to give anybody that.
I don't know, Flo. I gotta disagree with you. I think once you do that interview, you're giving them, even if it's positive, negative, it doesn't matter. Any attention is good publicity. Once you give them any kind of reaction from that, they're just gonna do it 50 times in a row.
Don't
and
you
then by that 15th time you do an interview and you're cracking in the face because you're mad, they're cracking up laughing because they.
I can give you a perfect example. And it's fucking Paul. When I made, have you seen the Greatest Hates video? Have you seen the Greatest Hates video that I do as an outro sometimes? It's more Paul than anybody else. After I did that, it's a half-hour compilation of people talking shit about me. I use it for an outro sometimes. And once I made that video, I am now blocked in his chat, in OTW's chat, on Facebook Messenger. And for the longest damn time, he had a rule against people saying my name.
That is a good reaction. I gotta give you two, Flo. That's a good
If you up the ante on the troll, I mean, it sounds like what you're saying too. I've noticed that they go away at that point. So you either have to give them no attention or like up the ante. Like you thought you were trolling me, now you're getting trolled.
See, I come from a community where it's not this, it's a whole different community. And it's just, that's all it is people calling CPS and people.
Don't you think that by the time you call CPS, you hate that person and you want it to be?
Yes.
So if you hate that person and you try and you do like swatting somebody is about the nuclear option, right?
Yes.
And then they turn it into content and they're not harmed by it at all. That's going to piss you off. You just got confirmation you're absolutely, purely powerless.
Yep.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I wouldn't even let anybody know that.
We understand what you're saying. I'm saying there is a time and a place to execute a plan. You should have a plan in place before these people get to you.
Oh, absolutely. I would contact your local police department, let them know that there's
I
people
went to
out
school
there
with my
that
sheriff. I went to school with their chief. We know each other.
Sure.
I've talked to them about it. I've explained, look, I'm a YouTuber. Eventually, this thing is going to take place where the cops are going to want to show up, kick in my door. Just give me a call. You got my number, man. You call me up. We can
if
do a
Sasquatch
camera
does it right,
tour.
it could definitely, I could see it working if you do it right. If you do it
If
wrong,
you can pull it off
Not
correctly,
everybody has
he's
that
the most
privilege, though.
excellent verbal aikido you've ever seen.
yeah,
if he does it right.
Yeah, they'll kill whatever they were trying.
I got a question for Paul's bitch, if I said that right. Anyways, what is Paul saying, that if you put him in the chat, he'll appear? Can you translate that?
I have no idea. I don't know what his delusion is.
Oh, okay.
It's so weird when a grown man calls himself daddy.
To other dudes, right?
Yeah.
Well, see, and
it's okay if a kid calls you daddy or if a girl calls you daddy, but just telling people to call you daddy
I
when
think
it's a bunch
that if
of
I
grown
had
men is
ever
creepy.
called my dad daddy, even as a kid, he'd be like, "What the fuck was that?"
I call
It
my
was
dad
always
daddy.
weird.
I got a whooping.
Dog
I
shit out of
got
me.
a major whooping for not calling my dad daddy. Like
I called my dad daddy.
Paul,
Yeah,
thank you for the
girls.
$2. I
never
appreciate
called
the
my dad
support.
daddy.
I call my old man Pops.
I'm gonna drop down so Paul can come up.
All right.
I need every bit
daddy's
of money
coming.
you can bring me. Pay me. All the money, all the banking,
We'll
all
see.
the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
Dude, there's some issue with his dad.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
There's a daddy issue that Paul's trying to feel correct.
Work out through Jack.
Work out. No, not just Jack being called daddy, being looked up as a father figure, being looked up as a leader. It's something that goes beyond my pay grade.
I'm gonna have to watch a little more Jack before I make a decision on how I feel about him.
Are we gonna find out who he is, or?
I have no idea who this guy is. I've only seen the little clips of him seizuring out with his hands.
We're talking about Jack. Well, here's
just praise God, man. Fucking praise God. God is so amazing. The sun, the nature, the earth, water, the way words work, the way knowledge works, the way love feels. God. Praise God, man.
He sounds like somebody on a mushroom trip.
He does.
the man of the hour.
He was
There's
on my
Paul.
Greetings, slave state.
Hi, Daddy.
I'm not calling you daddy.
Hi, Paul.
Yeah.
I'll
I'm
son
gonna move
you.
you back down by Paul. That was weird.
Yeah.
You know what, Wizard? I was not calling you out because I figured I'd do
Wizard
you.
has something with his dad too. You know, he's adopted, and he has
Me
his
too.
history with his adopted parents. Like, there is a connection that people do feel, and that they are looking for some type of void to fill a void on the internet.
I've actually heard. I've heard Nachiketa talk about it. He said
wow.
he's, and I know some adopted people, but not that many really. But he, I guess, has paid attention and said that he has noticed a thing, right? Which makes sense because of the way that human bonding and attachment works. So Dave actually probably is the most psychopathic one. He just hides it well. Whoever's trying to get in, it's a full panel right now. You'll know when it's not full because it won't be 10 squares on the screen.
If it's somebody that I want to get up, feel free to message me and I'll
actually.
let you up.
If it's somebody that you think I want you up, especially, let me know in the chat. I bet I know who it is. I bet I know who the fuck it is. Paul,
It's
who do you think it is?
OTW.
No, I don't think it is. Paul, who do you think it is?
Luma Tommy.
Yes.
Oh shit.
I bet it's
I'm
Luma
not
Tommy.
jumping down. I'm staying up here.
Oh, Paul left.
Oh
No, why did Paul leave?
Because nobody fucking wants to deal with Illuma Tommy's dumb.
I do.
He came up,
I'm
said
ready.
like one word. I thought he was gonna like defend himself or something. I don't know.
Gosh, what's your name? Based Oracle. Why are you interested in interacting with Tommy.
I don't know. I just like triggering
Me
him
too.
and shit. You know.
I actually haven't interacted with Tommy, and I want to at some point.
Interesting.
I want my first Illuma Tommy experience.
Whoever was banging the door down, we got a spot now.
All right, where is this going? Where are we going?
I don't know. What do you want?
The first Illuma Tommy.
What do you mean? Where are we going?
Dude,
you have a question?
So do you have an issue with dads, Paul? Like, do you want to be looked up and respected as a leader?
Do you have daddy issues?
I mean, I could argue that I think everybody here has like issues with their mother and father's ways of the world and what it's created for all of us.
Indeed.
And that would be a correct thing.
I got an issue with Flo Daddy.
I'm pretty sure mommy and daddy issues is what finds us all constantly together somehow, some way. And we're probably here to break generational bonds and become the mothers and fathers we never had. Hence the daddy bit non-bit.
Right.
Still sounds creepy.
It is creepy.
It's kind of
it's meant to trigger. It's a bit of
Sasquatch. Will you drop off out of StreamYard real quick so I can see who's kicking the door down again? Now that Paul's resurfaced.
I'll drop down. I got you, Flo.
No, it's good. And Sasquatch has keys, so he can get back up whenever. But I just want to see who's kicking on the door. Somebody really wants up here when Paul's here.
Sasquatch has superpowers.
Paul, how do you see that you affected the change that happened in Denver?
I didn't say that I was solely responsible. You took the quote completely out of context, and it's selective adherence to what was said. I specifically, to avoid this happening, it didn't matter because you folks practice ignorance regularly. I specifically said I and other folks help to facilitate a change. That is happening on a universal and worldwide level. You made it all about me taking credit for an isolated travel video changing the world. You did that. I didn't do that.
The change
ignorance funny.
What was the change?
You say irresponsible?
You can't talk to 5 people at once. That's not how a conversation goes. I know you guys are not used to that, but we're going to have to try to act like grown people.
How about
You say irresponsible?
What change are you guys talking about?
There's still 5 people talking.
There's one person talking to you.
What change were you talking about, Paul?
The change of the recognition of statute and policy and code not being equivalent to law, and the fact that if there is no victim, there is no crime.
Code is the collection of laws.
I can't talk to 2 people at once.
Let me just clear this up real quick because this should be a quick done open and close thing. Code is all the laws. That's what code is.
It's not, and I'm not going to have this. Again,
looked it up.
You
in
can't
2
even help
versions of Black
yourself.
Law Dictionary.
You can't even help yourself but to start this nonsensical argument when the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence are fairly clear, and words cannot be the same thing. The law is expressed, not implied. Statute, policy, and code is given the force of law through the consent of the governed. Cornell University agrees.
No,
please go look
it's
it up and
not.
correct your record and yourself.
That's a
You just want to make a justification for why you're
not going to talk over me on my panel. I will.
You don't care to know the truth and go to the etymology.
All right, we're going to be like
the,
that, huh?
The illogical argument is that they changed it because of that, when in fact they changed it as a matter of expense and cost because of the lawsuits, as I explained earlier. Not all of which are traffic stops, but more so which are beatings that stem from traffic stops. Maybe you ought to read a little bit more before you go blatantly.
He read it. He knows it. He's just trying to take credit anyways. The illogical thing is thinking that the theory or the philosophy that the consent of the governed is needed for law to be enforced. It's not. That's what laws are.
There's
right?
a difference between the legal society and the law society. There's a
We're not going to do this, Paul.
Yeah, you're going to play power games. Okay.
You're going to play talking in the middle of me games, then I will play power games. We can have a back and forth.
Okay, you let me know when you're done to have the back and forth you're not going to be capable of.
All right, I will do that then. Where was I?
Great stuff. Proof of the power game. You don't even know what the fuck you're saying, but you want the center stage. There's your problem, your pride and ego, your ignorance and arrogance. Can I go now? Because I always have something to say. We know that. I have a big fat mouth.
Go ahead.
There's a difference between the legal society and the lawful society. There's a difference between code and policy and statute and law. That's why they have the two societies. You want to conflate public and you just talked in the middle of me. I'm going to take my leave.
Don't apply to me as
this is a power game. You're not interested in getting to the truth. You just want to fuck with me and play power games. You only have the power I give you. I'll see you later.
No, wait. How do you? Oh shit!
He just interrupted you, got mad, and then when you interrupted him, he got mad. What the fuck are you retarded?
He's playing power games. It's projection.
That was a temper tantrum.
Yeah.
Oh
he got mad because he doesn't have the power here. He can't control
how could
what's
he?
happening.
How could he affect code or laws worldwide? That's what I was really curious about, like the worldwide aspect.
Well, I would have asked him if he'd stuck around. What I wanted to ask him is when the last time he got arrested was, because I've heard him talking a lot about how he goes to jail to protect people's rights. I don't think he's been arrested in years.
Well, in all fairness, he did say that he's irresponsible for it.
What's up, Andrew?
So,
and also remember, he's never won anything as far as those lawsuits go. And again, that's why they changed, because too many people have been coming against him with lawsuits.
What changed? Did somebody change the law or something?
Yeah, they're no longer enforcing minor traffic infractions.
Oh, okay, great.
Worldwide.
No, in Denver.
Really? That a bitch. I was just sitting there with expired stickers about 2 weeks ago. Scared to death. Expired plate sticker.
Yeah, they're no longer going to even think about those things, supposedly.
All right. Oh, yeah. I didn't hear about that shit. I was driving with friends and shit because I didn't want to be that guy.
Hey, Paul, when was the last time you got arrested? That's what the people want to know.
And another aspect, like I'll remind you, there's 11 cases down there that I never went to court on. They never issued any warrants on those. The last case I went to, I walked out of jail without signing anything, and they still demand supposedly a DNA sample, a drug evaluation, and all the money, again, which I've never paid. So where are these warrants? Specifically after they issued a bench warrant for failure to appear for jury duty, that was dismissed.
Hold on. This is worth saying before I lose it. If you get arrested on felony charges, they will try to take a DNA sample. They'll try to swab your cheek. You have the right to decline it.
Yep. You have the right to decline anything. Everything is an offer, folks, and you have the right to decline all of it.
Well,
when I walked out, when I walked out of jail, that paperwork on the top of the paper, it said specifically in plain language, release paperwork. Okay, I'm not going to release my personal services to do your paperwork. I'm not going to sign. Oh, really? Well, we can't let you out then. Oh, really? I pulled out the judge's discharge order out of my pocket. And so you're going to violate the judge's discharge order.
Ooh.
Oops. They let me out of there quicker than I've been out in 35 years, folks.
Yeah, they the first time I got raided, I refused to get booked in because I hadn't been given any charges yet. They can hold you for 72 hours without charges during a raid like that. And they waited till the last minute to give me charges. And when I refused to get booked in, they started wigging the fuck out.
And what's that tell you? That tells you there's a violation of due process. They're supposed to have a charge first for which they can arrest you.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, theoretically, but that's been, not. They're also supposed to not infringe on the right to bear arms.
But just releasing you without any charges is evidence that they arrested you without charges.
Could be evidence. I mean, it could be you were such a nuisance they wanted to get rid of you. We don't know what's in there.
Well, they had to cut open my safes. They had to take in all the evidence, catalog all the evidence except for part of the drugs and all of the money. They had to, and then they had to do checks, right? I had 30 4 guns or something that they had to, dig through and figure out if they were stolen. I don't know. Andrew, I muted you, by the way, because you were doing something with your microphone. You were ruffling it.
My apology. That was my I had to turn off my phone again.
Yeah, don't let it happen again, bro.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump down. Thanks for having me.
Bye, Dave.
Down out behind the shed, whoop you like a small child. My bad. Bit much.
You're good. I need
Yeah, thank you, Flow State. You have cured autism somehow.
Thank you, Flow State, for curing obesity.
Thank you, Flow State, for making me a woman.
I need more clips like this for the extended version. So if you have any afflictions that you think... I'm just throwing it out there. I leave it in the hands of the people.
Yeah. I'm going to have to get you that cured racism one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear me say that after you left?
I don't know. I didn't, but I've been thinking about it. I was like, all I needed to know was somebody to say thank you for curing racism. So would have been perfect. I didn't know there was still an opportunity.
It plays a little
right now.
Yeah, I could, but
Joe's not cammed up, and he's got that tired Joe sound to his voice.
Yeah, you got to be in the mood.
Like he's been out there fighting the racism.
He's out there breaking justice with his audience.
I have.
It was funny hearing about what a little activist he was raised to be.
Did y'all do an interview or anything?
We live streamed I live streamed. We did vertical stream for a while, and I uploaded a short where we audited the fuck out of a cop that was trying to murder a homeless person.
I gotta look at your shit. That's what I should have did. Cause I was looking. I got no picture where I turned the camera to you, and we're in the car, obviously cop watching. I got it when we at the mall and when we at the whatever that overlooking the city was, but none. It looked like we're cop watching, and so maybe I can get something. Cause I was trying to show that I had stopped off a couple more places too. I wanted to put all of y'all in there. I got pictures of them, and I didn't get nothing of you out there.
Here, I'll drop the link in the chat to my stream from there.
Oh, speaking of Colorado and what Paul was saying earlier, I have at least 3 channels I can guess that can prove him otherwise, that they do stop people for non-infractions even.
Well, they just it's a brand new thing,
bro. Like, this is new.
Okay. Could I give those guesses to y'all? For First Amendment, it's for people that practice transparency in Colorado.
You can put it backstage if you want. I don't, or say the name. I don't.
Okay.
I would say I didn't hear him say it, but if his argument is that he contributed to that, yeah, he's got an argument.
No, he does not. No, he does not.
Him and everybody else.
Brother, he made the statement single-handedly. He said,
if it's something like that, I can't.
Hold on, I want you to build a case for how he contributed to it.
Everybody that stands up and say, "No, I'm not giving you ID." When they make that law now,
he didn't have an ID.
Well, no, I was just trying to give an example. His shit is where they're gonna stop giving people tickets. You don't think it's because the motherfuckers like him?
Not at all.
The courts and shit.
He also talks about it.
Nope, not at all.
He talks about it all the time, so it's always planting a seed in somebody's head.
Yes,
and somebody's taking it.
You think that the cops listen to somebody? Look, I hate cops, and I don't listen to Paul Enslaved with a grain of seriousness. Nobody takes that shit seriously.
And
I'm
and
not
the
talking about
reality
per
is,
se. I'm talking
the
about
reality
everybody.
is, the
The
reality is,
attitude.
the reality is, they're still going to pull people over, and they're going to test them. If they have the knowledge that they think they will sue them in court and win, they will end the stop. But
I
those
had
that
to,
don't, they're still going to push it.
I had to read the law exactly because I can't be, on the if
They're
you.
they're
Yeah,
trying
that's
to.
what I'm saying. He's plant seeds.
They're
And if they try to
106.
do their research and if they come up with a
The
scenario,
Denver
maybe not do
PD
his part.
is down 167 police officers.
I agree with you, but I'm being devil's advocate and I'm saying
Yeah.
it from the other side. If
I mean, so here's the good news. If we can get credit for solving the crime by talking about it, then I've ended the war on drugs. That's good. I've also ended slavery.
Okay, I'll play. I'll play. Let's say you get up here and talk about your experience with drugs, and somebody heard it, and they, based off of your experience, they either chose to engage in it or disengage in it.
So-
Did you not contribute to it one way or another?
By that logic, then everybody who's ever talked about anything is responsible for the outcomes of whatever they've talked about.
And I once talked about being the guy on the grassy knoll, but I wasn't there that day. Wasn't me.
Well, to some degree, right? Just maybe a very, very, very small one.
Hey,
It's
Flo, let me ask you,
it's
Flo.
impossible to rule it out. You can't ever prove a
All right.
negative.
All right. What about this, Flo? If they make a law that if cops ask the passenger for ID without cause, blah blah blah, they get punished or they can get sued or whatever. They changed that law. Don't you think it was hard-headed motherfuckers like me who contributed, me and 150,000 other hundreds
What
of
you're
thousands
doing
other
and what he did are different. You audit actively. When you came to town a week or two ago, we went out because that's what you wanted to do. This is an active part of your life, an intentional one.
You're
He's
saying
a
he
motherfucker
doesn't do
who
it
just
now.
didn't have driving in order and then found a way to spin it.
I don't know.
I mean, I could pull back up the arrest record, but last time I did, you ran away. He got pulled over for all the
know that he
problems with
could have been
drugs.
bravely riding around without plates saying fuck
You don't
them
look
guys.
if you're proving a point, you do it without drugs in the car.
And to that
no,
point also,
fuck that, fuck massa. I keep drugs on me all the time.
And then you don't try to bribe the cop.
And to that point as well, again, that one stop he had a year and a half ago was how he got his subs and his content, and he should have kept with that and kept doing that content. Instead, he quit.
Well,
He
why
went to
should
point
he
out.
have stuck to that and kept doing that by whose standards?
Well, if he's the one that's pushing the issue and standing on his word, then he would do it everywhere he go and make it plain and clear.
Videos. Is that only one? Is that what you're saying?
There's only one video I'm aware of where
Yeah,
he
what if he
and
just
and that
posted
one.
something else?
Look, I don't want to be that dude, but you have to admit that one's super suspicious. If anybody's watching closely, it's way suspicious. I'm not going to tear it apart, but you have to admit that.
Oh, his stop, Paul's
Yep.
stop.
The
Oh my
good
God.
one.
And that's the point. These other guys are doing it regularly, consistently. He did it the one time, got 22,000 subs, and he's been crying ever since because he didn't return to that same material.
Now, I've asked him before, what happened to this case, right? The one, I'm not talking about the ones on video. I'm talking about the ones that I pull up the fucking arrest record for. Drugs, attempt to bribe, expired or no license, registration, or insurance, right? He had all those things. I said, what happened to this case? He doesn't know. And so my implication was, well, then you're a snitch because you don't have that sort of shit disappear and just not know what happened.
Maybe he just ain't got popped off yet because he don't, he don't.
I know all 94 of my cases. I keep track of them myself because they have a public record on them.
Right. I mean, I know what happened to my cases.
Exactly. How are you that dumb of a criminal? You don't even know your own fucking case.
Right. Yeah, that's an important thing because, like, what are the options at hand? You snitched, you beat it, like somehow you did the legal magic and they're gone, in which case you should know so that you can add validity to your claims. There's just no way to slice it to where not knowing about it or how it played out is an okay option or even a believable one.
Even if he frustrated them to death, there should be a paper trail.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you frustrate somebody to death, that's okay. That's legitimate in my book.
Yeah.
But I have to agree with that. If you can manage to frustrate a court and not doing paperwork, and that wins you a case, I want to hear about that.
Yeah,
they're frustrated with me.
I don't necessarily agree with the tactic. I think it's interesting as hell, and I want to hear more.
I mean, there's something to say for frustrating cops, though. Go ahead.
They filed a protection order against me and renewed it 5 years in a row. They do not want me in those courts.
The cops did? The court did?
Yeah, the court did.
You're a terrifying person. So you're saying it's illegal for you to go to court? You're muted. You're muted.
They said I couldn't go to court without giving them notice of some sort so that they could have a sheriff or a deputy on hand.
That's amazing. Will you please explain that story more?
I called them communist bastards and every other name in the book and then filed a 3942 on them.
What's that?
An IRS fraud form.
And whatever came of that, do you know?
I've got an appointment in 2 weeks to go do a forensic securities audit on all 94 cases.
What?
What? A securities what?
Right?
Forensic security.
Attention.
Forensic securities audit. I want to see the annuity payments. I want to see the Social Security statement.
I don't even understand what's going on here. What's the case? What was the case? What is the fraud you're accusing them of?
They converted the last name to a firm name and converted the Social Security number to a obligor number.
Don't get them, baby.
If you win this thing, I'm gonna have to figure out what the fuck's going on and maybe eat some of my shit.
You gotta blow him.
I've come at you pretty hard over the years, and I don't even understand what you just said to me. But
it sounds.
The IRS is your friend.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. 94 cases where they didn't get taxes.
Oh, well. I mean, just kidding, IRS agent. If you're listening, you're my friend. Actually, they are my friend because I'm one of the poors. They buddy up with the poors so that they can be weaponized against the not poors.
You and Paul, y'all got to document this shit, Wizard, so we can reproduce it.
Flo, I think we talked about the other night, frustrating. I mean, basically, after I got arrested a while back and got a bunch of car tickets, wrote a couple letters down, and I kind of look at it, they were frustrated to the degree that they just sent me a check with nothing. They didn't admit to anything. They didn't say anything. Right. They just sent me a check. I think it was like $600. It wasn't that much. But, they pulled the fake gun out. Well, not a fake gun, but they, pretended that their gun. Yeah.
Did you write about that in the letter?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's probably what did it. Because that's poor form. And I know at least Cynthia's heard this story. When I was in jail, when I got raided the second time, they shut down all the phones in the whole jail as punishment because one dude was making a whole bunch of noise in the cell. I was trying to figure out my bond, and I wanted my fucking phone back on. So that night, the guard on duty who would do the walking around, she was young, a little bit younger than me, and I kind of suckered her into telling the guys in the cell next to me to fuck each other. It was a joke. It was received as such.
That took a turn.
Right. No, I made it playful. Right. She's about my age. She had a crush on me. I got her playing. Right. But those words came out of her mouth to inmates. So the next day I asked for the jail administrator. I told him that I didn't think that it was appropriate for his guard to be instructing inmates to fuck each other. And I wanted my phone turned back on. And that got it turned on.
Wait, did the guard still like you after that?
The guard did, yeah.
Wow. After you threw her under the bus, she was like,
the
"Oh,
jail
sorry."
administrator hated me though, because he knew the game I was playing. I was trying to get the guard to invite me as her date to the sheriff's office Christmas party, because I got out. I thought that she was going to. I was so close that I actually brought it to my lawyer, and he gave me permission to go as long as I didn't drink anything there. But she never did it.
That story was very revealing of you, Flow State, and
What
I'm
did it
going
reveal
to
about
take
me?
note of it. You set that poor lady up.
I needed my phone on. I was negotiating
making a
shit.
note.
He was in survival mode. He had to.
I get it. I get
mean,
it.
I guess.
Hey,
Yeah, that's a crazy one.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck turning off my phones. I'm trying to get out of this bitch. Oh, and it was like a week away. I was supposed to go see my daughter like that day or something, right? So I was already late to see my daughter. I was getting this bond done, and I was driving to fucking Kansas City, which I did because I got the phone turned back on. What was my point? Oh, my point was we're talking about being annoying. So that was a helpful annoyance. The jail administrator, jail administrators do that thing where he's also a member of the sheriff's department. He was a sheriff's deputy as well. And so he would do this thing like school resource officers do. They kind of patrol around. Hey, guy, what's going on? And just chit chat with the inmates so that he can pick up information. He didn't come back in the jail at all after that, unless he was specifically requested a whole bunch of times. He completely quit that practice. I was there.
hey, I didn't get to tell y'all about going to see my babies, did I?
Who?
My grandkids.
No.
Oh my gosh. So, I went to go see them, and the next door neighbors, they were playing with the next door neighbor kids when I pulled up. And so when they came inside, the 5-year-old boy and the 8-year-old girl came in. And the 5-year-old boy wears a dress and identifies as a girl. Is that young?
Is this is your grandkids or the neighbors' kids?
The neighbors' kids that they play with. And my granddaughter was doing her nails, and the little boy was like, "Do you do my nails too?" And my granddaughter was like, "No, boys don't do their nails." And they were like, "Shh," like he's in a dress, like his dress fits him.
They did my nails any old time. They got bouncy about it. I never said a word about it.
Yeah. Well, I was taken back because now we have to pull the gender identities back to my granddaughter. Like, she has to understand that some boys are going to get their nails painted. And it just made me really realize how much the world has changed just from me being a youngin'.
Now, go ahead.
And just, we always say, back in my days, the way that we would do it, this is how we did it. But the world's truly different. Like, these kids at 5 years old, he's already saying he's a girl.
But see, that's liberal parents. I think that's our generation. That's my generation doing that. That's not their generation. My daughter's 14, and their generation is fed the fuck up with the propaganda. She has a gay friend who was ripping down pride posters because they're so tired of that agenda. Yeah, I think it's kind of peaked. I'm 37. I think it peaked with my age, really.
That's about how old my son is, I think.
Yeah.
I got to get a calculator. But it just really took me back.
That's your question, Cynthia.
Yeah.
Are you saying that you're impressed with this child for knowing its gender at that age?
No.
Are you impressed with the decision that this child
No,
made?
hell no.
Are you
I'm not impressed with any of it.
Are you okay? Well, all right.
But because I'm not
observing the
differences.
differences.
I can't ignore it because it's dead in my face.
Okay. So do you approve of a 5-year-old who somehow has not only learned different genders, but decided that's exactly what they are.
Well, how am I going to approve of a 5-year-old? I approve of, I'm
Just
not that
don't
child's
believe a
parent.
5-year-old knows enough about anything.
Yeah, you don't
When
approve
I
of a
was 5, I
5-year-old
was
smacking his
Superman.
grandma.
I ran around with a pair of underwear on my head saying I was Spider-Man.
I was T-Rex. If I had gotten reassigned at 5, I'd be sitting here with big teeth and short arms.
Damn right. I'd have a tail.
It doesn't matter. Like, there are parents that do it, that are doing it, and there are parents that aren't doing it, and their kids are now interacting, and it's a different society. I'm not saying it's good, and I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying
It's bad.
It's here. It doesn't. It's here.
bad.
It's here.
It's here and it's bad.
It's here, it's bad,
I
but I
totally
think that
agree,
it's
but
I think
I
it
don't
overplayed its hand.
I hope it overplayed.
I
its
also asked my daughter if there was any trans kids in her class. I guess at the beginning of the year, and she kind of got a squirrely look on her face, and she said, "There used to be." I said, "So
if they stop doing that."
I asked her what happened, and she said that she got tired of playing this kid's game as a boy, and he kept flip-flopping back and forth, and she finally told him to knock it off, and she wasn't going to play the game anymore, and everybody else didn't agree. Like
I'm glad you brought that up, because I watched the Kevin Spacey, and in this Baby Reindeer, it deals with the issue of male SA. And these men that are victims of that, they truly, truly have an identity issue. Are they going to be? Are they gay? Are they bi? Are they are they heterosexual? So, I think that these kids that flip flop, that they themselves are still trying to really find who they are. So sometimes they may feel masculine, manly. And other times they may feel feminine. And we have to understand, like we were talking about emotions earlier.
I don't know if I think that's. Go ahead.
With the women, like maybe these emotions that these young kids are still learning.
I got an older buddy that does that flip flop from I'm a female to I'm a male, and did it at least 4 times.
I think that it's an attention thing. If you don't know, if you're flip flopping like that, I think it's an attention thing. I think that especially if you're younger, like my daughter said, I think that by the time you're an adult, you're doing something else. You might actually be confused about something. But for a middle school kid to do something that is attention grabbing, that's not abnormal. That's what I chalk it up to more than anything.
I should also mention that this little boy was on the spectrum, and he's in his food therapy. And he actually goes to a Montessori school. Hang on one second. I'm not finished. Let me finish.
Specific which spectrum?
He's on food therapy, and he goes to a Montessori. So
what's food therapy?
And what's Montessori?
So he goes to a special school. So he actually has to go to school 40 minutes away from where he lives, because the school actually has taught him how to eat. Apparently on the spectrum, sometimes they will only eat food based off of color and the day of the week. Like Monday will be orange.
Yeah, I don't eat green things.
Yeah, see? And so, but the mother was young. The mother was young, and I said, you have to be careful, and I was able to tell the story that Crispy said about her son using numbers, and she's like, that's so funny you say that, because that's all my son does is memorize phone numbers, because he kept calling me. Like he had a little cell phone, and he kept calling me. He's like, what's your number? But then he's like, I'm dialing you now. And so, but I was able to share with her some of the stories of the people I've met here. And she was like, really? And then she was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, yeah, girl, don't be ordering nothing in front of him.
Yeah, see, that's why your diet is so important, folks. That's where you get your self salts and stuff that keep you chemically balanced. When that balance is out, part of your body might supersede what others would, and you end up with those particular autistic talents. That's a sign of diet, folks.
Yeah,
adult or children, yeah.
Yeah, he was a little. He was a
Green.
little.
I don't
guy.
think you understand my aversion to green. I won't do it. It's green, sir.
See, there's certain texture I won't eat. I don't like pancakes, but I love waffles. Same thing.
Mushrooms taste fine, but I won't eat them because they feel weird.
Yeah.
Pancakes are better than waffles.
You're crazy. Waffles are the best.
No, waffles are the wrong
Do a
texture.
poll. Do a poll.
Waffles are a burnt pancake.
Yeah, yep, that's right. I also will only eat I only do like real maple syrup. I don't eat that fake brown shit.
Oh man.
We have a Sam's Club membership only for syrup. I mean, that's why we have it. The maple syrup at Sam's Club is so much cheaper that the membership justifies
yeah.
it.
Have you tried cane syrup?
So much.
Canes?
Cane syrup, sugar cane syrup.
No.
It's a unique flavor. You might not like it the first time you try it, but like a couple of weeks after you try it, you'll be eating some maple syrup and think, it'd be good. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like, it's weird.
get
It's like
some of that
vanilla. It's
syrup
got a
in
much
for
more acerbic taste to it. I don't know. Some people love it.
Yeah, I like to make waffles.
Yeah, who's more psychopathic? I forgot to end that poll. And Tommy won by 55%, and then Paul at 44. Out of 80 votes. That's a pretty good sampling.
Pretty close, yeah.
Nice.
I don't think autism is diet related. I think it's mercury related. If you catch me,
sure
it's
more on stare.
That could most certainly be a factor, but I still assert that it's more dietary than everything. If you're not, if you don't have your body nutrients in balance, your pH is going to be out of balance. That's your electrical component.
Do you think you could cure autism by changing a diet? Was it?
No.
Absolutely.
I do think it's the cause of ADHD. Diet.
Mostly.
Yes.
Speaking of Sam's Club, do they have any of these?
What is
Of
that?
what?
K-Army ramen
Hold it up.
noodles.
Hold it up.
Here, I'll look up on the website
Hold it
right
up.
now. K-Army.
Yeah, I've never.
I have
seen
no
those
idea.
before.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
I don't shop. Katie does.
I'll look it up right
I go
now.
to Walmart a lot of times, and sometimes I get K-Army.
I don't shop
like
either.
gourmet
I go and
noodles.
get specifically what I need.
They
The
do
stuff-
not have K-Army there, Andrew.
He disliked it so much he left.
Okay.
They don't have it there. I just looked it up.
All right. So I guess I'm in charge of the show now.
That's Walmart and Sam's
Bam.
Club
Oops,
with the
back.
same company.
All right, boys, scatter.
They might have both had it.
Flo, are you saying it's the Crown Maple or is the Members Mark Organic Maple?
Members Mark Organic Maple.
Okay. That is a good price.
Yeah. We have I'm telling you, I
syrup.
love maple syrup. I eat so much of that fucking shit. We buy those. She buys those 5 bottles at a time.
Right? We have Canadian friends and they send us syrup. So
shut up.
No, it's just
dude, get me on the mailing list.
I don't think it's like that. I'm not sure why I get moose sometimes. Like they send me bits
Moose
and pieces
meat. I've never had moose meat. Get me on the mailing
in
list.
cans, in jars. Like in freaking jars.
I hate that jar. It's just because it shouldn't be in jars. It might taste, I don't know, but
I don't know, dude.
I
That
would
stuff
try it to eat a moose. There used to be a place in I think it was
no.
Nebraska.
Bullwinkle? You're eating Bullwinkle?
Dude, I will eat you if you slow down long enough.
Yeah, under the right conditions. I need balls.
There used to
I
be a
will
place
be
in I think
jerk.
Nebraska that sold lion meat. You could buy lion steaks. And I tried to. They're super expensive. The smallest one was still like $60 for a chunk of cat meat. I tried to get a buddy to split one with me, but he was like, "No, dude, I'm not eating that."
Not even a cat. Never eat a cat. You can't. I learned that from the Diary of Anne Frank.
Huh.
How did you learn that from the Diary of Anne Frank?
There is a full soliloquy in the Diary of Anne Frank by one of the neighbors where he dresses her down for catching a cat. And he smacks her. He slaps her right in the face. No, you do not eat cats you can catch. If you can catch them, there's something wrong with them.
Oh, yeah. That holds for most animals, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah, with your bare hands, if you're going to run up and grab
I mean,
it,
they're tame, though, right? A domesticated animal is different than a wild
not
animal.
1939 freaking, where was it, France?
I don't know what the cats were like in France back then.
They were very skittish because of all the Nazis and bombs that were dropping, and the fact that people were eating them because there was nothing else to eat. That whole war-torn nation thing.
I guess that makes some sense.
I dog sat today.
Did you eat it? Speaking of food,
No. And I cooked for it, and it was so amazed. It ate all of that food, so good. But I definitely realized my dogs are definitely way more sophisticated than the dog I sat today.
No doubt. What is Jesse? What is this chemical right here that you just? What is that with the G?
Oh yeah, and don't forget, guys, next Friday night will be my interview on the missing link. Make sure to tune in.
Hell yeah.
I've been thinking, I think I know a story I'm gonna tell on your on the interview.
I'm not really
sure. The gay room, what you gonna dress those?
What I'm not really sure is how Jesse manages to sit there and listen to people for so long.
Oh, I know.
It's amazing.
It is. Jesse's amazing.
It's a weed killer. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't have like moral hangups about a lot of things that like I don't have guilt basically, but I surprised myself. This was a little while back, a few years ago, but somebody I know who owns a landscaping company was trying to give me the spraying portion of it. And I mean, I didn't want that job for a lot of reasons, but I found it interesting to me that my biggest and first reaction was an immoral one. I don't want to spray Roundup all over the world. I think,
Yeah, I had that shit.
Yeah. But Roundup is everywhere.
Yeah, and it turned out to be pretty bad.
It's always good to be able to justify whatever work it is you're doing. I always tried to figure out a way to justify it. If I was roofing, I'm building a roof that will house someone. If I was building windows, I'm building that which people view the world through.
Yeah.
But when you're killing cattle, it's really hard to be like,
what do you mean killing cattle? Who's killing cattle?
Slaughterhouses and shit.
Being a butcher?
Yeah,
I would be. Oh, see, you're feeding people. That's not hard to justify.
Yeah, no, I get that, but at the same time, it has an effect on your soul when you kill 4,000 cows. I mean,
that might explain a lot about you.
I'm sure there's people out there that wouldn't bother, but
I don't know. Won't know until I try it.
Right? I could probably hook you up with that job. You won't like it.
I actually would like to learn how to at least butcher a cow at some point because I just feel like that's a life skill that I hopefully will never need, but should have anyways for some.
Tell you what you do, bro. You can do that for free. Hell, you might even make a buck.
Flo, you would hate that.
I would hate it. I don't want biology on me. If I'm not fighting and I'm not fucking, I don't want anybody's biology.
You're going to get biology all over you.
Yeah, that's true. But you can go to a meat house, a processing location, and walk in and be like, I want to learn how to do it. They will hand you a knife and a chainmail glove and say, good luck.
And there's mental shit there too. When you start killing the animal and you skin it, it do fuck with your mental. A lot of people ain't gonna do all that.
I know.
I mean, I've done that with a rabbit.
Yeah.
Actually,
no, this is
I
all
didn't have
together
a problem
different
with
than
the
a rabbit.
dispatching.
Well,
Or
if
the
you did it with a
butchering.
rabbit, you probably are.
The problem
was
I had was with the fact that I was dispatching hundreds in a shift. I wasn't doing any of the butchering and stuff.
Yeah, just strictly the dispatch.
Right. And having to do that many, that's a surplus.
That's just a shitty
I could
job.
never.
It was just a shitty job. Yeah. Everybody got hired.
retire after
Everybody had to do it for a little while.
Really? They rotate everybody through it?
Everybody had to do it for a little while before they put you on the floor out there with a knife. You had to verify that you were capable of experiencing some form of empathy before they would hand you a weapon.
Some form of empathy?
You had to complain.
There
They
was
would
a
fire
lady
your
that-
ass. If you took that job and you did not complain about it at some point, you would get fired. Someone else would get hired and put in that spot.
Really?
You had to have some sort of an issue with it, or you would be either traded to another company or just outright fired.
And what was the reasoning
Never
behind
heard
that?
nothing like that.
My issue with it was that I am not an Aztec king. And they're like, "What do you mean?" I said, "I don't feel like sacrificing this many animals in a day."
So what was their logic behind that policy?
That if you are going to be working with people on a daily basis with a weapon as sharp as they're going to give you, you need to have at least some level of empathy to be able to stand. You know, I don't know that I necessarily agreed with it, but that was the way they did it.
I wonder if they had an issue that led to that.
I'm
Yeah, they
sure.
would have had
I'm
to. That's
positive
pretty
there was
particular
some perfectly
circumstance,
logical reason. These people weren't unreasonable people.
Yeah.
Butchers are always pretty nice, but there was a lady that she wasn't responsible for how cattle go to slaughter. They used to, and she has autism. I forget her name, but she's responsible for how they used to like line them up or whatever, and they would have the hardest time trying to get them to like go forward and go to slaughter because they could see the guy in front of them getting slaughtered or whatever, and they would struggle, and they would lose. I mean, they just had a lot of problems with it. And this one lady, she was autistic, and she figured out a whole way, like a whole maze for them to go through. Who?
The pressure shoot. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think so. But I can't remember
He
her
grabs
name.
the cow and squeezes it for a second. For that split second, the cow freezes and sits stock still.
No, that's not it, honey.
She's talking about. The girl, the autistic girl, built a circular thing where they couldn't see what was ahead of them, and then they would progress on.
That's right, Joe.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, it wasn't like a pressure thing. It was so that they couldn't see the guy in front of them getting slaughtered, and it kept them from being nervous. They just thought they didn't know that what was going to happen. So.
And she also used one of those devices that she saw the cow. But you were just talking about how it holds the cow and it calms her down. And she built her own because she was on the scale, and she took it to college with her and got teased for it.
Yeah, she's teaches at a university, I believe.
Oh yeah, she's considered brilliant now.
So, did you have a bolt gun or something? What would you use to kill cows?
All right,
you don't need to do it, Flo.
I'm not going to do it.
So
they'd fire me.
They had this chute that they would walk into, and then like everywhere else in this place, there are these little holes that have oats inside that they reach their head into to go eat the oats. All up and down the little chute leading here, and they'd stick their head in. You had to hit the button when the light went off. You couldn't really see the cows.
What did the button do?
Hear them. It dispensed a rod directly into their brain. A little thing that reached down. Last thing that went through their mind was a metal rod.
Did you ever like hit the button a little too late or a little too early?
Oh no,
No, it's timed, right? Like
no, you have to do it. It's your timing. You have to.
I'm sure they had misfires, right? Like
I'm sure they did. I never witnessed any. Or like I said, you can't see them. All you really see is part of like a video feed, and there's like a set of crosshairs. And when the light lights up, you hit the button. all you ever
Yeah.
really
They
see is a
trying to
little fur
separate
condom.
you from it.
It's
That's smart.
violent.
They sanitized it as much as possible.
Yeah, that's smart.
It's
It was
so
wild.
gross. You would never eat anything like that. If you
I
ever even
disagree.
saw
I
chicken.
also worked out on the floor. I used to pull those very same cows out of that very same chute and dump them in the front end loader and haul them over to be split in half and cut open and everything. All of that.
Yeah, that's really like. I mean, I don't know how you did that work, but I mean, I've seen it
Oh,
done.
country boy.
Yeah,
Like
I'm country too. I'm country. I've
we
seen
grew
it.
up on a pig farm. We
I
do
think
it.
that you're a different sort of country, Crispy. You're like Nashville is country, I guess, but it's not country.
Nashville's country western. That is a little different,
right?
No, but my grandparents were on a farm, and my best friend was on
So
a like
are you taking
100-acre
genetic
farm.
credit? I don't understand.
Well, yeah. When you say farm, do you mean like a lot of land with some four wheelers, or do you mean like?
No, I mean like a farm, like a working farm. Yeah, like I used to pick corn. Like I used to I drove a tractor. Like I must have been about
Really?
12
All right,
when
you're
I would do
country than
that.
I am.
Yeah. And
When
then
I got into banking and I realized how much combines cost, I was like, "What the actual fuck is going on out here?" They're like these farmers are goddamn loaded.
Always.
And people in the cities think that they're like poor podunk rednecks.
Oh no.
Worth millions.
And they always have the money
That
on them,
combine's
too.
$825,000. Like, what?
The Dixie Mafia. I keep telling y'all the Hillbilly Mafia. They're one of the coldest.
I swear to you, my best friend's grandparents, that where she lived at her grandparents' house, and then like I stayed over there a lot, and I loved being over there, right? Because it was completely different than how I lived, and she loved being at my house for the very same reason. However, like her grandparents, they didn't even have heat, and they didn't have air conditioning. We slept up in the attic it was her mom, her sister, and her all in one bed in the attic, burning up hot in the summertime.
That's
Whatever.
fucking
You couldn't
awful.
you weren't allowed to flush the commode unless it was a number 2, and unless
How
and you
poor were
couldn't
these
put toilet
people?
paper in it. But listen, when he died, first of all, they lived on a 100-acre tobacco farm, but he had like $4,500 just in his pocket, and then I mean he had millions of dollars. He never spent a damn dime. I think like her boyfriend and his friends like put a new roof on for him one
That
time.
sounds like a disorder.
Yeah.
No, no. I'm fixing to explain it. That man was a young man through the Depression, and he dealt with true scarcity. And as such, he saved absolutely everything just in case.
Yeah. And I mean, it was crazy. Like, it just was wild. Everything that we ate, we went and picked out of the yard, you know?
I mean, then would it be accurate in your estimation to say that those people never left the Great Depression?
Right.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah, no,
but
they're trapped there.
here's
They're-
the other
they
thing,
will,
too.
yes.
This is going to freak y'all out, too. We would have to, like, use the same bath water.
No, man.
When I was a kid, I did that with my
I think you're misunderstanding the level of country I come from.
That's country, though, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
I had a wood stove that we heated water on until I was 9.
Yes. Yeah.
Damn.
Me.
You're
That's
pretty damn
me.
country.
Yeah,
Country.
don't think that I like don't know country. I know country.
I apologize. That is what I thought about you.
I know people get the wrong impression, but
See,
it's
I live in Kansas City, and that feels country to a lot of people. But I never lived in a house without a dishwasher until I was like a father.
Right. That wood stove shit. It took me a minute just to picture what one of those would even look like. Yeah, that's
bro. Listen, when I was growing up, when I was a very small child, I lived in what was called a shotgun shack. My grandfather's old sharecropper shack. He had went on and built a house a little further away that burnt down later. So everybody ended up living back in the old sharecropper shack. That's what I was raised in until I was about 10, when my pops bought a double wide trailer and put it out in the middle of that swamp above the water line. And yeah, no, above the water line's good. Mushrooms below your bed, we're good.
Oh my god!
Dude.
I would do something like that if it weren't for kids. Like buy a double. Like that's I can't think of any other way that you don't get more bang for your buck by buying double wides.
No,
I feel like I could just sort of keep adding on double wides to my existing double wides. I don't know if that's how they work.
There's a lot of states that have a litigation against trying to ad hoc a modular home together out of trailers. They actually have
I got a lot of friends who got them. They just look like regular houses. I didn't congratulate on them. They were like, Joe, he's a trailer home.
This house is it's not a trailer or a double wide, but it's built in. There's 3 distinct sections of this house.
Right.
I heard they could even be 2-story.
That's modular. That's a little different. Modular.
I've never heard of that. Right.
Is that better, Flo?
No, it can't be. You can't drive on the road.
I will say too that like I mean I used to like I remember after dinner I'd want to I'd go and help my grandma. I'd want to help my grandma do the dishes, and I'd put my hands in her dishwater and I mean I felt like I had 3rd-degree burns. Her dishwater would be so hot. I'd be like, oh my god, grandma. And like it's like she didn't even feel it. She just would wash those dishes. It would be the hottest damn water ever.
That's one thing I can't tolerate.
They call those Mexican fingers. Like I can.
Is dishwater?
The dishwater, yes, it was so hot.
Sasquatch, the dirty dishwater that bothers you?
No, not the dirty dishwater. It's the heat. I burnt the backs of my hands off.
Absolutely.
I have replacement skin on the backs of my hands, and so any type of heat differential just feels bad. Okay.
You should work in concrete for a while. I lost a lot of feeling in my fingertips.
I bet you have. Are they calloused? Are they calloused, Flo?
No, it's because concrete will chemical burn you.
Yeah, it burns
really?
you over and over. You develop like a full hand callus.
Does it change your fingerprints?
Heat.
I mean, I still have my fingerprints. It's not that bad, and I don't even have calluses really anymore. But
how long has it been since you worked in concrete?
Every day, it's been 4 years.
It's
at all. It's. I mean, I do a concrete job here and there.
But do you know that you cannot, like, it's almost impossible to burn off your fingerprints. Like you have to go down like, I don't know, 6 or 7 layers or whatever it'll keep on coming back up or whatever. It's impossible to get rid of your fingerprints. People think that they can. I know, but I had to look that up recently.
Why?
Why are you trying to hide your identity? Who are you helping get away?
I was not.
Likes crazy dudes.
No, I don't. No. I was looking that up because I thought that Ernie Shell I thought that he was trying to burn off Ernie had his fingerprints burning off or whatever. And I thought that I was thinking that that's what he was doing. He was saying that his fingers were all burned and whatever. I think he had like a experience with a meth pipe is what I think. I think it was a chemical burn.
That will do it.
Rich surprise.
Anybody who's ever spilled one of those on them after it's already melted knows that is a type of hot that is not experienced anywhere else. It's wild.
Right.
I seen a guy drop one in his lap. He was wearing one of those nylon jackets that's just like a windbreaker. It went through that thing faster than it could fall. Like it accelerated through the material. All it did was graze it, and it just unzipped.
I remember I was sitting at this bar one time, and it was like a really fancy bar or whatever. And I had on like a really nice dress, and I had on like a almost like a pantyhose, sort of like a opaque kind of pantyhose sort of thing. And this guy, this is when you could, you still can smoke in Kentucky, but like this guy came up to me and he was like super sophisticated, you know, and he was trying to hit on me, and he went to go like light on his cigarette or whatever, and he knocked the cherry off and it landed on my leg, and it went my whole my tights went like completely, it burned off like my entire thigh of my tights. I was like, oh my god. I was like, check please. That was awful.
You ever seen a flannel shirt go up?
No, it sounded like it would take
Dude,
a lot.
a flannel shirt will go up like gasoline, like your
Really?
I'm dead serious. It is dangerous, especially when you got somebody who's got hair.
Oh,
yeah.
I have seen hair go up.
Yeah, I've had hair go up.
Everybody, any smoker has at some point used a gas stove to light their cigarettes and done it wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, Flo.
Not around most of your cowlick.
Yeah, it doesn't take that long, luckily, for eyelashes to grow back.
Oh God. And I also have had like, not only have I had my real hair on fire, but I've had like extensions that were on fire. Like, oh God. I mean, but that's how I did it. I was trying to light something on a gas stove.
Mm-hmm. Rolling that glass.
No, I was not.
You kind of need a candle for that.
Oh, I don't know about that. I was thinking like that. I just don't know how gas stoves, I don't really use gas stoves very often, so I didn't know exactly how high to turn it on or whatever, and it
on is on. There's no real off on the gas.
Yeah, I should have just stuck with the toaster.
I love
Why do you feel stupid, Lou?
Why?
You just reminded me of a really drunk dude I know lighting a cigarette off of a toaster, and I couldn't figure. I was high as hell. I could not figure out what the hell he was doing in there because he kept walking into the kitchen and he'd pick up the toaster and stick his face to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'd walk away, and I didn't realize he was lighting a cigarette the first dozen times he did it.
Mm-hmm.
There's 30 lighters on the table right here in front of us, bro.
That's pretty smart, though. With the toaster.
Is it in a room slam full of pothead?
No,
lighters?
that's retarded. But like, I don't think I would have thought about the toaster.
Oh, I've done the toaster a million times. I've not done the stove, but like that's the only thing I could think of when I didn't have a lighter.
Toaster.
Mm-hmm.
I
Now I
once
have an
used
electric lighter.
a lens from a freaking headlight off of a 2002 Mercury Cougar. They have these little the lens are manipulated for the brightness effect, not altering the light, but altering the way the light comes through the lens.
Mhm.
Anyway, front end damage, ended up having a lens around. We ended up out in the middle of nowhere with no lighter, and I popped that bad boy out, lit my cigarette, stuck it back in there, and everybody in the car just looked at me like, what the hell did you just do? And I was like, none.
You didn't have a car. You had a car, but I guess it's too far to drive.
Every lighter in the vehicle did not function. We had
Oh
no
my God.
fire. And I was like, damn, let me think about this, and lit my cigarette, put it back in the glove box, and everybody just stared at me. I was like,
Yeah.
oh.
I either have 100 lighters or none. That's how it is with me. I have a ton of them in my purse, or I have none at all.
That is the way with everybody. That is life.
Mm-hmm.
I hate non-functional lighters. If one tells me even once, I'll immediately eradicate it from my existence.
I have a cigarette case.
Throw it over on the floor or drop it somewhere over there, put it on a shelf. I will take it, put it in the trash can to get it away from me.
Yeah, I know. You always pick up the one that's, you pick that one up over and over, the one that doesn't light. But I have a cigarette case that lights now. That it's just like you plug it in or whatever. And
Yeah.
I keep my pack in there and then it lights it.
Joe, I've got one in my Silverado. It spends most of the time right in the little side door pocket, but I have one of the push-in car lighters.
Oh, I do. You know what? I love those. I have one, but it doesn't work. I don't know how to make it work either.
I mean, I assume mine's
I
worse.
have a
I never
hole
used
for
it.
one, but I can't find a lighter that fits it.
Me neither. I've got a lighter. Somehow I ended up with another one to replace it, but I don't think it fits it real
It doesn't
well.
fit, does it? I don't
Yeah.
understand the deal with that.
I
I must
know.
have bought five lighter sets to try to stick in that freaking Nissan, and I haven't found one that actually fits the hole that it's in.
You know what I do is
Pause.
I keep a grill lighter in my car, because then I don't, like, I'm not going to walk off with the damn grill lighter. I'm not going to bring that into somewhere with me, like a one of those long grill lighters,
I had a map gas torch. You know, one of the ones that the
Yeah.
benzomatic map gas. That was my porch lighter for a long ass time, but somebody stole it eventually.
I had a buddy of mine who was on some of that yak, right? And he calls me up one night and he's
What's
like,
yak?
We're not going to fully discuss the
Okay.
typical compound here, but he's been
It'll
up
come
for
out in the story.
Okay.
He's been up for a few days. I'll put it that way.
Oh,
And
okay. I know then.
calls me up. He's like, "Hey man, my wife's gone for a couple of days. I need somebody to come over and hang out with me." He was already like freaking out a little bit. So I went by, and he was way weirder than I had expected, right? So after borrowing a lighter from him, which I don't know why this dude had this lighter, but it was one of those little torch lighters with like flashy lights on it, and it was red, yellow, and blue lights.
Oh no.
I picked up some black tape and put it over the yellow light, walked out to the went and put it on top of the mailbox.
Oh, that's an asshole move.
3 days, as I understand it. He kept saying, I don't know how they know. Birds flying by and trigger the damn thing. It had some kind of a motion sensitive thing.
That's
breeze blowing,
fantastic.
dropping a little bit, that thing could go off. There's blue lights in his yard all night for 3 days.
Oh my God, that's mean. You know what? I was just going to ask y'all this because
Leaking so hard it wouldn't have been a problem.
I guess. But the other day I looked it up and now I don't remember, but I see these blue lights everywhere. Like these blue lights are at the grocery store, they're at the
Probably
gas
your retina
stations.
falling off.
What is that? No, it's just like a
That's your
blue.
retina falling off.
No, it's not. It's like
You-
a
you're
blue
talking about
light.
the ones
You
where
always
at,
think
at,
a
like,
cop
bus
is there.
stations? I don't know what they are actually. I've been curious about that too. I know what you're talking
I
about.
looked it up and I looked it up while I was in the car though, and I don't think I finished I looked it up at a stoplight and then I didn't finish what it was. But I looked up what the blue lights were. I Googled it, but I don't know what it
You
was.
don't know what they are?
No, I didn't. I didn't finish it because I was driving.
Switch tabs real quick. Let's see. Let's know.
No, I don't know what the hell it was. Let me see. Let me look. Because I wondered. I
normally
keep
is
thinking.
only
I
in,
always
like-
think it's a cop.
No, it's normally like only in
I'm
certain
sorry, I
parts of
just
town.
noticed Based Oracle's accent over here.
Oh yeah, it's pretty based.
Yeah, that's about as based as it gets, bro. I'm just say that something's getting low. I'm sorry.
What is it, Crispy?
I'm looking here. It says if you've seen a blue flashing light at your grocery store parking lot, which that's what I was asking about. Most of our customers are used to seeing it now, but we're curious at first. It's a mobile camera system with solar power to charge a set of deep cycle batteries inside. That's not at all what I thought they were going to say.
I wonder why they have blue lights on them.
I don't know. It's a mobile camera system with solar power to charge a set of deep cycle batteries inside.
So that makes me wonder about the street lights. You know, the blue street light.
The blue light is to take your picture.
This one. Oh, listen to what Reddit says. It says, the blue flashing lights in a supermarket parking lot are literally police cameras. Nothing to fear. Okay.
Right.
That's exactly what I thought they were.
Nothing to fear.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do anything
What are the
wrong.
blue solar lights in parking
What if
lots?
the
Yeah.
street lights are the same thing?
I know, right? It looks like a kind of blue solar surveillance system that are used by
It seems
cameras.
excessive though. It wouldn't be every street light. It'd be like
It's not.
It's not. No.
There's a
keep in
one
mind,
there's
I'm in
one
the
stretch of
country.
road that is every one of them that I'm aware of, but they're kind of sporadic.
Okay.
Yep. You're
All
right.
right.
We had one at the end of our driveway, and
You think?
lovely. But I call. There's a hotline that you can call and report because they claim they're malfunctioning bulbs, right? And so I Karened the fuck up on it, and they took it out. There's now no bulb in the street light at all. There hasn't been for months.
Bro, this is a newspaper and it says that it's a lot cop and it looks like a solar panel. It's a surveillance system that are used cameras of flashing blue lights. And then it says that they're at Walmart's. That's what they are. They're surveillance. Who knew? That's what I thought they were too.
All right, bud. I'm going to bed. Y'all have
Is the sun getting medium or it's getting low?
It's mid as fuck, dude. It's mid as hell.
All right. Good night. Thanks for coming up.
Good night, hon.
Peace out, brother. Much love, all of you. Deuces.
I'm out. I'm out too, brother. Thanks
Take
for
it
having
easy.
me.
Thank you for coming up.
I'll see you later. Oh my gosh, Flo, I can't believe that. That's wild.
What?
I figured that's what it was because they're like I only see them. I always look, I look over because I feel like it's a cop that's in the parking lot, but it's at the grocery store and it's at like gas stations,
They have automated sirens and shit too. At least the Lowe's there's a Home Depot. Who's that? There's a Home Depot I used to go to quite a bit and they had one in the lot and it was always like bitching at people.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I did a video, God, a few years ago. About the blue streetlights and epigenetics. I've played a bunch of times on here.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
It's not very long. Let me find it and I'll play it again. It's a pretty short video, but it's short but informative. It's worth playing again.
Yeah, I
There's
just
a reason
noticed
I played it a lot
it.
of times.
I just noticed these like in the last maybe 6 to 9 months. These blue lights just are popping up everywhere.
Here it is.
I bet the dope boys need to like change their position in the meeting people at gas stations.
Most dope
They
boys
already should have changed that.
Most dope boys are pretty not secure with man, people's text messages and shit are ridiculous. Most dope boys go to prison.
Well, I'll tell you what's crazy is that they I see it happen all the time. There's this one gas station that is kind of like in the it's sort of like in the middle of the wood. It's like a wooded area or whatever. But I see dope boys in there all the time, but they throw it in the person's window. I see that happen all the time. Well, not all the time, but I've seen it happen like 3 different times. I always think that they shouldn't act so suspicious and people wouldn't I think that's what makes you look at them is that they act like they are doing something wrong.
I didn't realize I was muted. That's because they get paid by Cash App and shit now.
Oh yeah.
I used to, and I don't know if this would actually help me at all if there was a situation, but I would never, back in the day, I would never hand people money, right? Like I would pick up something like off a table or something. I wouldn't want them to hand it to me, and I wouldn't want to hand the money to them. Everything would be a drop and a pickup, right? Like you just leave me something in the bathroom, and I gotta go take a piss, and I'll leave something,
Yeah, that's smart. Like I left something on the back of my tire before, like just the top of the tire. But I never handed anything off to anybody
I'm gonna
before.
play this. This is a pretty quick video. It's pretty nice.
It wasn't mine.
No, we still have the HPS, like the old-fashioned ones here.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have any purple ones?
I haven't seen any.
Well, the story is that there was a manufacturer error, and so the lights turn purple or something, and they went all over the country because it's all over the states. And that just is not that explanation doesn't hold water to me. Like, if you know that these light bulbs, that these lights are fucked up and they turn purple, how are you still installing them? Because there's new ones going up.
Yeah, ours are like that too. I never noticed it until you just.
And it's been going on for like 2 years now.
Yeah.
Jamie hasn't seen them either.
I just noticed.
Where you live?
You know that this is a
You guys
video.
have purple lights.
No.
Walk down the street with my cell phone. Yeah, I'm playing a video.
I know.
Two just right down the street here, right by me.
Optogenetics is the ability to manipulate individual neuronal circuits, refining our vision, the function of individual circuits, and how they relate to different aspects of our behavior and of our personality.
The basal ganglia is a part of your brain that is damaged in Parkinson's disease. This part of the brain contains many kinds of neurons, and they're all intermingled. If you activate a certain subset of them with optogenetics, you can make a rat freeze up and have difficulty walking. If you activate a different subset, the rats start moving faster.
They take light-sensitive proteins from very humble species, such as algae, and can put them into another animal, such as a rat or a mouse. This gives you the ability to control the activity of your brain cells just by shining light on them.
So imagine if we could use optogenetics or similar technology to get the input from an artificial sensor into our brain. In principle, we could not only restore function, we could enhance our current functions. So we could give ourselves ultraviolet light detectors, for example, the way mantis shrimps have. Or we could take an example from fruit flies and give ourselves carbon dioxide detectors, and then we could automatically sense our air quality.
The interesting thing about purple lights and blue, violet, is that it can hold the most data. There's scientific experiments with LED lights, as we see the LED lights being rolled out all over the world, not only for the Internet of Things, but these LED lights, there's scientific experiments proving that they can place false memories into people's brains and also control nanoparticles in the behavior of mammals and bacteria. Harvard researchers are saying there's a dark side to this blue light. This is why they make blue light glasses. But the reason it can store so much data for this mind control with purple and blue and violet that we see these lights popping up everywhere. This is why we have Blu-ray discs and Bluetooth, because blue can hold the data.
So far, optogenetics has had a lot of impact in the scientific world, but it hasn't been used in any human patients yet. There are a couple reasons why. One is that it requires a gene therapy. It requires a gene therapy to deliver the gene that encodes for these light-activated molecules into the body. Currently in the US, there are no FDA-approved gene therapies. In Europe, there's just one.
Ultraviolet frequencies have a high color spectrum, which messes with the brain.
I cannot hear you.
Oh, okay. All right, let me turn that up.
No, now
Okay.
I can. Now I can.
Yeah, so you can't put so high spec. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about. So color spectrum. When dealing with color spectrum, purple is violet, or it can be ultraviolet. Those can mess with the brain. It can mess with people's brain.
What is different about the purple light from any other scheme of light? I assume it's just is the wave speed or different? Like, does purple
the way
light
that light travels is different according to the color of the light. Considering between light spectrum, it fractalizes everywhere. The blue spectrums and the red spectrums are different. because a blue spectrum is closer to ultraviolet, which is a high frequency, when infrared is a low frequency. Seasons. Something that I was learning about light through fractalization on how plants grow. Different light.
Yeah, I know it affects that, and there's it's significant. Like the light color of light is significant for people's mental, like it affects your moods, obviously, which is why they weaponize that in jail. At least the one where I was at, they did.
Yeah, I don't know about the jails, but that is a good insight.
Yeah, and in the jail I was at, there's no natural light at all. There's no windows, and you don't get any yard time.
I don't think that they're even allowed to do that, Flo. Like, I feel like
don't know if
they're not. I'm almost
well,
positive.
they were doing it. There's no natural light at all. You never get yard time at all. It's 24/7 lockdown, and so they've got a ton of fluorescent lights. All the walls, ceilings, floors, everything is painted white except for the furniture, the bunks, the table,
they're metal.
the phone. That's all stainless steel. So it's all stainless steel and white. And they have a bunch of fluorescent lights in there, and they never even dim them.
Yeah, that's it. That's in every jail. They don't dim the lights, but
no, a lot of them do dim them at night.
Oh yeah, they dim a little bit, but they never turn off.
Yeah,
they dim it a little bit.
They turn about half of them off in most jails at night. Like you can still see if you get up, but it is darker than
they're not supposed to, though. Like it's supposed to be, they're supposed to be for the safety for you and for the guards,
right,
or whatever.
You're supposed to be able to see with the naked eye. You can.
Yeah,
they keep it bright enough that you can, but definitely like if you drive by, most jails have little windows that are up high, and if you drive by one at night, you'll notice that it's about half lit.
Yeah,
there's still plenty to see with if you need to, but
I used to always ask, like, there used to be a creator on here, the Scientific Skeptic. I don't know if you remember him. But he was really, really smart, really intelligent man. But I used to always bring him different things that I had questions about. One of the things that I'm curious about now is that they have like, they're selling these light therapy things like for home, but it's stuff that you get like if you went to go get like, I don't know, like, you can get these treatments, these light treatments that help with like, your aging, helps with your skin and stuff. And they're selling them on Temu and stuff. And I'm thinking like, I wonder if this is just a freaking like, a regular damn light bulb or whatever, if it's just they're blue lights, or I don't know what they are, but I've not had that therapy, but that's a therapy that you get at the plastic surgeon's office. I wonder if they work. But see, I would always ask him that kind of stuff. He would tell me what's bullshit and what's not. Most of the time he told me it was all bullshit. But now I don't know who to ask. Where did you get that weird ass picture? That's like freaks me out. That's like a Alice in Wonderland. Where's that from?
What are you talking about?
That photo of the rabbit in the horse head.
I don't remember where I got it. Can you see the screen I'm sharing?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I was just curious if like something was, but
oh no, I just see that. No, I only see the horse head in the rabbit.
Oh, well, I'm sharing a screen. I don't know why you can't see it. Can anybody else see it?
I was looking at it earlier and I saw it.
No, can you see the article I've got on screen?
Color therapy, as known as chromotherapy.
It's just crispy then. I am sharing a screen anyways, though. It's about
on the Healthline.
Yeah, it's an article on Healthline called "How Does Color Therapy Improve Your Mood?" I had this actually saved on a different tab. I've got a bunch of open tabs because I want to come back to them later, and this was one of them. This was a good time.
Oh my God, those people are in water too. The rabbit head and the horse head. That gives me that makes me panic feeling.
I don't know if you've noticed, I kind of like thumbnails and shit that's a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, you do.
Or strange. I do. I really like that. I really like this.
Yeah, this one's the most uncomfortable one I've ever seen.
Ever, anywhere, or just here?
Yeah, no, ever. Like this one makes me really it gives me anxiety. Just that water up to their neck like that, and then them having those masks on. Just me personally, I have a issue with that. Yeah,
here,
they're
I'm
in that
gonna
little
drop
room.
everyone off stage for just a second so that the audience can know what you're talking about if they missed it. I'm sure I have more uncomfortable ones. Yeah, I was going to ask before I forget about it. How does this video clip make you feel?
All negative emotions will be relinquished. All feeling will neutralize. You will be able to live a fully functional, satisfactory experience in a completely safe utopia.
How are you with that one? That one freaks out Sasquatch.
Yeah, that's
You don't like it either?
Mm-mm.
What about this one? Don't Judge Me has complained about this one before.
Oh, that one doesn't bother me.
I think the juxtaposition with the dog picture and then the words.
Yeah, the words. But that's because there's a bunch of animal freaks on YouTube.
What about this picture?
I bet you won't do anything about it but complain on the internet.
Oh, you probably didn't even see that because your phone's not pulling up things in a strange way.
Yeah, I'm on an Apple device.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna drop us down. I'm gonna try another background picture. So 1 second, I'll drop us down.
Oh. That's wild.
Did that one make you feel any sort of way?
No, not as bad. It's weird. I just think it's weird. But
is that your state fair guy too?
Gather round, y'all.
Yeah, right. Look at the little the one dude on the side there.
They're like, come on to the campfire. All right, we'll try. We're trying one or two more. All right, any of those make you feel any certain sort of special way?
I mean, like that the black hat and the blue-eyed thing, that was not. I thought they were all weird, but the black hat and the blue-eye guy, and then but this one is the winner. This one where they're in water and they're about to drown.
You don't know that they're about to drown. That water is below their head.
I know, but they've got that mask on, and I feel like that water is rising.
That tells me something about you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cynthia, was that water rising?
I'm not sure. I think they were just sitting in it.
Yeah,
I just got some Nutella and apples, so I was preoccupied.
Oh, I got you.
But yeah, and then they have that mask on, which is already claustrophobic. And I know that scene is from somewhere, and I think it's from Alice in Wonderland, maybe. One pill makes you larger, and one pill makes you small.
I don't know what it's from. There's a few places online that I go to looking for the weirdness.
Oh yeah, you found it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain At some point though, there's like a fine line between the weirdness I like, which is like the stuff I just showed, and the weirdness I don't like, which is like pictures of people. Like there's one picture, for instance, that I remember specifically disliking, where a person is like a person with his hand, and he, you know, the little cuticle thing, like and you pull him in your, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like unraveled his whole hand.
Oh, gross.
Like that shit is like, okay, I'm not this level of weird. I'm
Thank
like,
you. I'm not like that either. I don't like that.
A little bit of light bondage, but that's too much.
That is too much. That's like gross and like cringy. Yeah, that one, just that picture that you had just makes me nervous. It gives me anxiety feeling, you know. And what does that tell you about me?
You have anxiety. Well, the water thing told me about your anxiety because you thought they were drowning.
Yeah.
There's no indication that the water, it could be, there's nothing there to indicate it's going either way.
Yeah. And I'm a strong swimmer. However, if like somebody dunks me, like I'm coming up swinging and you're going to be hurt. Like if somebody dunks me,
You're coming up like my dick.
I'm coming up like a wild animal. Yeah. And like I freak out. I don't like that at all. I've got like a claustrophobic thing, you know. Like I don't know. I think just from being like the baby of a large family and then being held down, and like they would hold me down and tickle me, or like they'd give me cherry bellies, which just meant they smacked my stomach until it was red. I don't know. Sometimes like my brother would roll over me and he'd say it was a steamroller, and then he would pretend to stall and I couldn't breathe. Just shit like that, you know.
I've got something about water. When I was a kid, I don't remember how I was like on a noodle or I was on some sort of a floating thing, and my buddy's older brother got me in a headlock over it and held me in a way that I couldn't move. I couldn't flip, and I couldn't, because however I was positioned on the flotation device, it had me trapped underwater like that.
Oh my God.
Until he let go. And that was, he held me under too long.
Yeah, that makes me panic, just you saying that story. But have you ever gotten underneath one of those like a tube, you know, like if you went tubing or whatever? Have you ever gotten like underneath the tube and you don't know where in the hell the top of the water is? I've had that happen too. Like where I couldn't get.
Oh yeah, you don't know which direction is up. Yeah, for a minute, but if you don't panic and just stop, you'll start floating.
No, you have to follow the bubbles. Just make bubbles with your mouth, and whichever way the bubbles go.
What's worse though, that happened more to me, is I would try to hang on to the tube while it's upside down too long.
Yeah,
because I'm like that, and then the water just starts blasting up your nose.
Yeah, I do that too. I've done it with skis too. You're supposed to let go of the damn skis, but I feel like I'm gonna like pop back up, but I don't. I end up getting like a complete like douche in the mouth.
A douche in the mouth.
Where it just goes up your nose and mouth. But I remember, listen, I remember this one story. It always makes me feel so bad. I think about it all the time. But it was a guy that was like left. I don't know. He was in college and he left and like went in a snow, like he was in a snowstorm and he was on foot. And he like went to cut through this wooded area or whatever, and he got lost. Well, he had a phone on him, and everyone's like, what the hell? Why wouldn't he have dialed for help or whatever? And your fingers, like if they're too cold or whatever, they don't register the dial.
On the touch screen.
Yeah, he couldn't dial. Ugh. And he died. And that's what, unlike everybody was wondering how in the hell could he die with a phone on him that had a charge and stuff, and he couldn't like get his fingers warm enough to dial the phone.
And also that phone with if the battery gets that cold, that's going to drain the life fast too.
Oh, does it? I didn't know that. I always feel so bad when there's people that die of things that you just like, it just, oh my God, it just breaks your heart, like that kid that just died in Nashville, that obviously, I mean, people wanted to say foul play, but he was just a college kid that was partying, and he obviously, like, you know, took a spill at one point and just fell down into the water and died.
People always want to say foul play about everything. Every
Yeah.
time somebody dies, there's the people that want to say foul play.
Man, this case, there is a case right now that is so crazy. That Micah case, I told you about it the other day.
Cynthia, you were kind of, oh, that was Andrew. Whoever just talked was kind of muffled.
Oh, sorry.
Not Crispy. Crispy's never muffled.
Sorry. But yeah, I was saying that case the other day, or that case, this Micah case with the preacher guy, they think that it's on AI, that like they have her on a call, like telling 911 that she was going to off herself and she wanted her family to know where she was. And so then they said, oh, okay, well then it can't be. This is obviously, you know, she did it to herself. However, now they think it was AI that did it. So they had this news reporter that
did what?
That tried
the call?
that called it. Yes, it's so easy. You can't believe how easy it is. And so this woman, just like, it sounds like, if you heard her 911 call, it's like, okay, well, obviously she did it herself. But no, the news reporter was like, redid it basically. And he played a clip of it. And he was like, so now, do you guys believe it's her? He's like, except it's not her. That was me. I just did that 5 minutes before this broadcast. He played it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's crazy. Nicolina had it on today, which, you know,
like at some point the internet went from like where you can find all the knowledge in the world to you can't trust anything on it at all.
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And even the police were like, they had no idea that AI was that sophisticated, where you were able to, you know, recreate somebody's voice that perfectly. And so if you listen to her 911 call, I would love for you guys to listen to it and hear it and see what you think.
If you want to grab it, I don't mind playing it.
All right, hang on a minute.
A while back I downloaded because I was curious about deepfakes. I downloaded a free app from the Play Store, and I uploaded one photo. Actually, I think I have them saved. If I can find them. And it's pretty amazing what you can do with a free app and a single picture.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, like,
copyright.
What?
I hope it doesn't copyright you.
What doesn't copyright?
What Crispy's about to get?
The image that he has to show.
Oh.
It's a video.
Oh, okay.
Hey, speaking of videos, did y'all see the Diddy video came out today of him beating Cassie? They were able to pull a hotel video from like over 10 years ago of him beating somebody.
I mean, it could be a fake. Like it
could have been made up.
Just saying, we gotta.
Thinking, where did you go? And who got this for you?
People to get discredited. If they wanted to show the video right away to convict P. Diddy, they should have done it in the allotted time. They're prolonging that. Oh.
What are we watching?
Oh, man. Is this WCW or WWF?
Both.
Hey,
I put one picture in.
Who is that?
It's not Roman Reigns, is it?
No, I mean it's my face I mean it's a deep fake. It's not a great deep fake, but I uploaded one photo into a free app, and Let's see. I did some others.
Like a good photo. Aww.
Oops.
They're better.
Here's another one.
Hey, Ross.
See, it doesn't look like you. It just looks
It
like
doesn't.
looks awkward.
It doesn't. Like you would never believe it's me, but
Right.
it was one photo on a free app, right?
Yeah.
Like that's pretty good capacity for one photo on a free app. It's literally the bottomest tier you can find.
Indeed.
So I was just using it to sort of calibrate.
What are they doing?
Oh, here. One of them is Buzz Lightyear. Hold on a second, I'll share that.
Oh man. Anybody ever watch Buzz Aldrin pound someone down the street for touching him?
No.
Makes it kind of look more like Warhammer to me.
Ah, shit. No, that's probably going to be a copyright issue. Oh, well, you get it. Anyways, I was just kind of impressed with how they did for how little effort was put into it.
I sent you an email. I sent you 2 emails, but it's the second one that is the one that I meant to, or the first one I screwed up, but the second one is the one I want you to play. It's just
All right.
Nicolina's. She has it. She doesn't care if you play stuff.
At 110.
Yeah. I think that's about it.
Oops.
It's pretty crazy. I'm interested because you guys know a little bit more about that stuff than I do. I don't know anything about it. She was just searching it.
You mean 1 hour and 10 minutes, or?
Yeah, that's it. There
Okay.
it is when she starts talking again.
So at 1 hour and 10 minutes, or like I put it at 1 minute and 10 seconds. You must be aware.
1 hour and 10 minutes.
What videos were removed? But if you do, could you send it to me again? I tried looking through Messenger and I couldn't find it. But I want you to pay attention to this map. Yes, please send it to me, Kaz. I want you to look at this map because we're going to go look at something else. Kaz is fine. I've been chatting with her.
Shit.
It's the same, nothing. She's okay. She's just working hard on getting Pablo. I want you to pay attention to this map because I'm going to show you something else.
Was found dead. According to Myrtle Beach SC News, Winslow owns about 200 acres near the national park. And that's why I've considered AI as a possibility. Winslow's knowledge of AI, his connection to John Paul Miller, and the property he owns near the scene.
And the fact that Micah Miller was exposing their financial frauds within the church. That the attorney is probably complicit with. Hey, Lips. They had to get rid of her. She was a loose end. She's a loose end. They wanted to silence her. They tried in every way, shape, and form to silence her, to bring her back. Why do you think he went and had her illegally committed to the mental health facility? He went there. He stole her car. He took her laptop. He took her phone. He deleted all of the data that she was creating to prove that there was financial fraud going on at Solid Rock, at Mission Street or Mission Corner, whatever it's called.
Bullies.
You guys, think about this. They have not, what if he created his own software? This guy is all about AI, Mr. Nobody. Again, it goes back to the theory of, or what I was thinking of the other day, is if this happened.
No, she's
if
about
they
to tell
life
it.
her,
Or they're about to play it.
moved her body, somebody had to have convinced her to meet them there, or it was the tracker. And we're going to look at that in a second on why I believe it was AI generated at this point. I'm going to show you a video. Okay. And this is her best friend that's been doing a lot of work exposing the church prior to this. I believe this is her best friend. But this is why I think it was AI generated. We know about the multiple spent shell casings, the live round, her body found 40 meters from where the shell casings were found. And the 40 meters was not it was against the flow of the river. I don't know, Mr. Nobody. There's so many programs out there, isn't there? So hold on.
But even with Winslow owning the property there, his knowledge of AI and his connection with John Paul Miller, I was still hesitant to even consider AI as a possibility. And then Micah's father did an interview revealing something interesting about the crime scene. Take a listen.
Despite the findings from law enforcement that Micah had died by her own hand, that the sheriff's office saying John Paul was not in Robeson County when Micah died, do you believe there is more to the story, correct?
Yes, it's there's a lot of details that they did not cover, and because it was equivalent in their eyes
Nothing.
to
I didn't say
previous,
anything.
self-inflicted wounds, I believe the law allows them to do less work. It does not prevent them from doing more work. And since there were multiple shell casings found and a live round found.
Also, Lips and anybody else, she could have pinged her location to her sister on their phones. She would have told somebody if she wanted her body found. She would have sent a ping of her location. Because if okay, Mr. Nobody, I don't know any of that stuff, so thank you. You got to think about this. She would have told her family. I believe I heard information that they had like, I don't know if they both had iPhones or if they had like a Life 360. She would have been found that way. All right, I'm gonna stop this part of it. Hold on, let me open another duplicate.
I'm sorry, I thought I had it queued up.
I want you to listen to the AI of Mama T's voice. And everybody here knows Mama T's voice, correct? This was AI of Mama T's voice.
No, I will not get my channel back. It was an accident. Ernie did apologize and it's fine.
I guess I'm muted. Is that what you were talking about right there?
No, she like made a fake Mama T's voice last night, but there's like go a little bit forward. They're gonna play the 911 call. I thought I had it queued up to it, but I
Cage, some of you know Cage. He makes videos sometimes. He does audiobook shit. He doesn't really leave them up, but sometimes he does do like AI Joe Rogan voice for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Is this it? Or
Yeah, I
like
think so. That's it. Yeah.
Loan and the statement from the issue and budget section of the website stating that the internet at Princess Anne is poor. There is limited reception and they need to instill a radio tower. Okay.
Yeah. It's right after this.
Keep that in mind. Okay, this week, we went to the state park with a drone. We saw for ourselves how remote and dangerous this part of town is, how there is no cellular service, and how easy it would be to get lost or not witness anything that goes on. We also saw firsthand that the spot where she was found was a 20-minute walking distance from her car. There's no sound on this, and they are going to take you from where she parked to where she was found generally in the area.
Yeah, here it is.
I didn't even know that they had.
This is it.
I have my location on, I think, on my phone. Find my phone is on. Just did my share my location.
Okay, I'm showing. Hold on one second.
And you can't hear any wood sounds or nothing.
I don't think you are in Robeson County. Yeah, the Lumber River State Park.
Yeah, that's where I am.
That part doesn't sound right. Yes, that's where I am.
Okay. Tell me what's happened.
I'm about to kill myself.
If you listen to it, it also sounds like there's an echo. You know how when I'm talking, because I have all wood floors and there's nothing to cushion and the acoustics in here or soften it, and it sounds like louder than I would if I was upstairs in my daughter's room or my room with carpet. That doesn't sound like she's in the woods. That sounds like it sounds like it's coming from like a small room or a room, like, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I was just saying, or typing, because there's a slight delay when she answers. And who knows how to type really fast? Probably an attorney, a paralegal. That doesn't even sound like she's in a car. Not to me, but again, I'm hearing impaired, so it could. Let's go back a little.
Okay. Tell me what's happened.
I'm about to kill myself, and I just want my family to know where to find me.
Okay, ma'am. Just listen to what I'm saying, okay? Let me make sure I got the exact location where you're at, okay? Just 1 minute. County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
Let me see.
Interesting question there. That's a
don't know where you're
suspicious
at?
question.
Right?
A national park.
What's the phone number you're calling me from?
843-655-5242.
The car doesn't.
Where's the park located at?
In Bear Bluff.
Why does it sound like she's on the
I
top
have
of
my location on, I think, on my phone. Find my phone is on.
Goddamn muting. That's been at 1 1/4 speed, by the way. So I had it sped up a little bit. It's at regular speed now.
It sounded
So
like
My location.
Okay, I'm showing.
peak.
Hold on 1 second.
Very hollow.
And if she was on foot, then like, wouldn't you hear the wood sounds?
So
Just
she
did
did
my
have an
my location.
Where you're at?
A national park.
What's the phone number you're calling me from?
843-655-5242. 5242.
A car doesn't
Where's the
echo
park
like
located at?
In Bear Bluff.
Let's see.
I have my location on.
AI kind of stutters or something when it encounters a word it doesn't know how to pronounce. And the name of that bluff seemed like
Yeah.
it was I want to hear that bluff's name again.
Park located at?
In Bear Bluff.
Oh.
Let's see.
I have my location on, I think, on my phone. Find my phone is on.
So
Just
she
did
did
my
have an
Shayla, my location.
Okay, I'm showing. Hold on one second.
very hollow.
Y'all have a wonderful night.
I don't
I'm
think
going to
you
take
are in Robeson County. Yeah, the Lumber River State Park.
Yeah, that's where I am.
Okay. Tell me what.
Okay, the echo, the cadence, yes.
See, here's what else there's the other thing that's
Shout
bizarre.
out to Nicolina. Good,
Yeah.
good stuff.
The other thing that I think is very unusual. First of all, her family and friends say there is no way in
What
hell
is
that she would have gone back.
since we're in this? Hold on, give us a
little
Spark
backstory.
Notes recap. Yeah, but a Spark Notes version.
Yeah. It's a preacher that runs one of these big churches or whatever. He's been married to this girl. He
Where is
started
it?
to court her at 14 years old. They were going through a horrible divorce. He was trying to get her put in the hospital to have her 5150, but the court
Who is
said
this?
no.
No. Hold on. Who?
Her husband.
Okay. And what about 14?
She was 14 when he started to groom her. And he was in his 30s.
Where is this?
It's in South Carolina, but she's from Kansas City.
Okay.
So she went back to Kansas City and was starting a whole new life, and finally got away from him. And then all of a sudden she comes up dead. And then they're finding all
was her
these
body found
financial.
in Kansas City?
What's that?
Was her body found in Kansas City?
No, it was no, she went back to Myrtle Beach. That's what they don't understand, because nobody, there was a text sent to all of her friends and said, my husband finally took me back, which she hated him. And she had all these plans and stuff, and there was nothing that she would not have gone back there or whatever on her own.
It's the
However,
Micah
she
Miller
was about
case.
to blow the top off of a bunch of financial shit that was going on with this church and the lawyer and all this stuff. And so that's why everybody's freaking out, saying there's no way. It sounds like he was trying to set her up for the longest time to make her sound crazy. And then the other thing is that when she passed herself away, she did it in her face. Women don't do that. Women would never
Oh, you know what? I never thought about that.
Yeah. They would never. That's the first thing I noticed, was that I thought there's no way that women do not do that. They don't do it to themselves in the face like that. Yeah. It's just something that we would not do.
I mean, they don't usually. use that method at all, do they?
No, they don't.
Which is
Mm-mm.
interesting. I wonder why.
There's, I mean, there's a,
Doesn't
I
it
mean, there's
seem
a couple
easiest?
theories, but mostly because they don't want they don't want their family member to find them in that situation. There's not really a spot for them where they feel like they can do it and not be discovered by a family member or whatever. But also, there's a vanity thing that goes along with that. It's unusual. I did like a video on this a long time ago, and a lot of people are found nude for some reason. However, women are not found nude. And also, I always thought that most people would leave a note. Most people do not leave a note. That was in the statistics. I really didn't believe that
Or
statistic.
most people. I don't believe most people don't leave a note either.
I don't either. I don't
I
believe that
think that
either.
probably probably the note isn't always reported or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
But I think everyone that I've been around has had a note.
Me too. Me too.
And
I don't believe that.
sometimes the note is hidden from other because it will hurt other family members or whatever.
Yeah. Yep, you're right. And I think like women just like when they murder people, when women murder, they tend to poison. Women will murder people by poisoning. They don't usually do something violent, and passing themselves away with a pew pew is a very violent act, and doing it in your face, like blowing your face off, that's just unheard of, you know. So and also this is the other thing that I wanted to know about, because she was in a state park. That means that's federal. The feds should be investigating that,
Oh, they
because
are.
she was in a state park. I don't think anybody's like mentioned that, but I just know that when you're found in a state park, that's a federal thing.
I mean, when something this big, I don't know. Feds, there's a lot of federal law enforcement, and they're always looking for more things to do, right? Don't forget,
Yeah.
crime is product. These criminals are customers. If you've got, I mean, the agents are looking for things. The way that my name even got on the radar was during an ATF investigation.
Right.
And my name came up, and I knew about it at the time. Somebody told me that the ATF was in town, and that my name, and that I was, being talked about. But then I never talked to the ATF at all. They packed up and left town.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, these federal agencies are never unhappy to look into something, unless it's like political, unless there's a reason they don't want to.
Sure. Well, the parish or the church that he was the pastor for, he made this really inappropriate speech about how she died, and said he didn't want the congregation to talk about it on church grounds. It was just a weird speech. Then he made her eulogy, and her eulogy was like, she said that I was the funniest, most charismatic preacher there was. Like, he talked about himself. I mean, he was just a jackass, but he got
That's
fired from
fucking
the church.
crazy.
He got fired from the church. Also, he owns a bar, which that doesn't go at all with being a pastor at
Right.
a church, and then owning a bar. Like, that's not it. There's also a bunch of sexual things that have gone on too, like that he was cruising for a homeless man to finish him off. I don't know, some stuff like that. But there's like some wild ass stuff that's gone on with this guy. There's even like videos of him like laying on the grass, like crying, saying that his medicine had been changed, but really you can tell he's just being a hypochondriac and like a drama king. But when he married her, she was like just turned 18, but he had been messing with her since she was 14, and he had 5 children. He left his wife for her. And yeah, and then his son is an adult, and he has been in prison and is locked up currently, or no, he was locked up in November, I guess, for like smashing a beer bottle over a woman's head. And like, I mean, he's violent. He's been in all kinds of trouble. And they think that maybe you know, maybe I don't want to say that he had anything to do with it, but he certainly knew a lot of violent people, you know, that
The
could have
son?
helped him out.
You mean the son may have been involved with it?
Yeah, that's what, like, I mean, the internet's saying that. I mean, I don't know, have any proof of that except that he's got
Is the
like a
son
lot of.
still locked up?
He's not right now, no, but he was just in November or whatever for smashing a beer bottle over a woman's head, and then
Did he go to prison?
Yeah, he did. Mm-hmm. He's
Oh yeah,
got like
that's
a bunch of violent charges, like against women and stuff. So there's that, and then but then like she was about this my lady was about to blow the cover off of like all of his financial improprieties that he had going on and that the lawyer knew. And so, and then this lawyer, he has a commercial. The lawyer has a commercial where he's advertising himself and he's using AI, and he's got like a bunch of AI stuff that he deals with or whatever. He's like an expert in this AI stuff. And so that's why they think this call could be generated from, you know, an AI situation. And it's weird because you don't hear any birds, you don't hear any chirping. She's in the middle of a forest, you know? So where she had to walk 20 minutes, there's no cell
you know,
service.
a clever person could use all these things to frame somebody too. It's just worth it's
Sure.
worth pointing out.
Sure.
If
But
you've got if it's well known that you have a crazy ex-husband after you
yeah.
with violent people around him, like
Mm-hmm.
you're to anybody else who might want to off you, they have a fantastic fall guy, just built in, right? So
Right.
that sort of opens you up to vulnerability from a lot of people. And not that I
But
necessarily think that's what's
he
going
was
on
setting
here.
her up. Like you could tell, like
No.
for months and months, he
Well,
was like,
that's
yeah.
I'm that was just a general statement because most people
Sure.
don't think about that, but I wasn't suggesting it about this. But
Sure,
yeah,
I understand. But he was like he was, you know, he petitioned the court and said that she needed to be like on a 5150, that she needed her lithium, and the court denied it. You know, the court said no. Like
I
that
don't
was,
know.
yeah.
Old Joe. Why are you asking? I don't really plan. I mean, I don't plan on it being a particularly long stream, but every time I say that, it ends up being a long stream. So I was hesitant to say that.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't mean to like drag y'all into this, but it was just it's an interesting case in my opinion. It's, you know, it's the first one where we've seen like with the AI stuff, you know, that we think is, you know, has something to do with it. And my goodness, you could really do that to somebody. And you could make it sound like, and you could actually make the call seem like it was coming from her phone too, you know, how they can do that too.
Yeah. The other kind of issue that I don't think there's an easy solution to is the fact that there's a conflict of interest for the cops when determining or figuring out how to treat a death. If they can call it suicide, that's way easier for them.
Yeah, that's what they did. That's what the medical examiner determined, because people were anxious to see what that was going to say, because they were thinking that it was going to be a shot to the back of the head, but it wasn't. It was to the face. And then that's even weirder. That's worse, because then that just looks like there's no way a woman would do that to her face. They just,
It's just
and
one
especially a
shot.
pretty woman like her, you know?
Was
Yeah.
there only one shot? Because it said bullet casings,
I
right?
don't know. I heard that too, Flo. And I guess like it was to the face, so I assume it was one shot, but then there were casings. I heard that too, but I don't know anything about how that works either, you know. Maybe she, you know, took a practice, you know. I don't know. I don't know how that works. But he also like he made a comment in the news and said like, "Oh yeah, like I was taking her home this one day and she shot up the whole neighborhood." Well, there would be a bunch of police reports if that was true. There's no way that's true.
I
That even
don't know.
happened.
Depend on what she means by shot up the whole neighborhood, right? Because it's amazing how much. First of all, nobody hears one gunshot. You could shoot one gunshot in the middle of church, and everybody would be like, "Did I just hear something? Did you hear something?"
Really?
It's too fast.
Well, the thing, but she lived in like a residential neighborhood, like where there were just little cookie cutter homes right next door to each other.
I don't. I've been in a lot. I've seen. You'd be surprised how much you can shoot off a gun and nobody calls the cops. I'll just say that.
Yeah, yeah,
Actually, particularly in like middle class neighborhoods.
yeah,
Because they're not used to hearing it, right?
yeah.
If you hear gunshots next door in the hood, people know what that is. If you're in suburbia and people hear gunshots, they're like,
We think it's a backfire.
is somebody hammering something? Yeah.
We think it's backfire. We think it's fireworks.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I always recognize it's gunshot, but I don't call the police, but I definitely make a note of what time.
I do the same thing. I look at my clock and I don't call the cops.
Yeah, I don't call the police about anything either. So, but it's
the
interesting
time, the
thing.
direction, and I try to count the shots.
Oh yeah, for sure. Count the shots.
Oh, I never thought of that. I never did that. Because I always do think it's fireworks or like, that's what I always think.
There's a rhythm to gunshots.
Yeah.
Yes. I remember
It's
one
like-
time they shot up the apartments here. They shot up the office. And I was like, oh my God, they're shooting. And somebody was like, no, that's just a car. And I was like, you don't know the difference between a car and a gunshot. And then I could hear the police running. Like I heard people running. I was like, it's the police. Like you don't hear the footsteps. And they were like, no, like, what are you even hearing? And I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah. When we lived in, after I got out of jail, we lived in the hood for a couple of years because who wants to rent a house to a felon with no job?
Right.
But the landlord goes, how old's your felony? I was like 3 days. Yeah, there was the 2 houses up from me was a kind of a young Mexican couple, and they were involved in some shit, and so there was a lot of drive-bys, and yeah, I don't remember where I was going to land that, but
the difference between gunshots and backfires.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's significant, and there's a rhythm to gun. Most of the time, when somebody's shooting, it's like 1 or 2 shots and then a pause. Like, did I just do that? Or like it takes
I
the
see.
person's brain time to catch up to their reality, and then they unload.
Yeah. Yeah. I see. I just never thought to like call because I do always think it's something else. But
I mean, not always. Sometimes so you can tell who's been shooting before because they normally dump all up front. But yeah,
I mean, I'm in the middle of a forest, so there's like, I mean, I imagine people do hunt in the
if
forest.
hunters will have like a shot or two, if it's deer, if it's rifles,
Yeah.
or even shotguns, right? Whatever you're hunting, you've got maybe 3 shots tops before whatever it is gets away if you haven't hit it yet.
Isn't a rifle and a shotgun the same thing?
No.
Oh, I
A
thought that
rifle
was
is a
the same
long
thing.
gun that shoots a bullet. A shotgun is a long gun. Well, normally a long gun that shoots a bunch of shot.
Like a series of them.
Well, it's like one explosion with a bunch of little pellets.
Oh, okay.
Or BBs. It's like a handful of BBs coming out.
God, I thought that was the same thing this whole time. I never knew there was a difference.
Yeah.
But now the other thing I was going to tell you is I posted that Diddy thing. I saw the chat talking about Diddy. I posted that in your chat in your comment section earlier today.
Is it worth watching?
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the all right, let's take a
We
look.
were
at
just
it.
talking like, how did they get this video? That's what this is like, this video is old.
Yeah,
Hello?
it's from 2016 and it's him and his girlfriend. And
2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. How did he go? Who do you contact? Is it somebody like Monograph? How
Here's
did
what
you
it
find
was.
this
That
video?
she sued him, and
Right,
he
right,
settled
right.
it. He settled it and he thought he was out of trouble, right?
Where did you put it?
It's in your comment section. In the comments, I
Of what?
the link. in this one. I think it's in this
Oh,
one.
in this video? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead though, Crispy. Like I know all of this. I know how he settled. I
Mhm.
know all of that. Like, but what I'm understanding is how did they who has this video? Who held on to this video for 9
Well,
years?
I imagine it was leaked by. I mean, CNN had it, but like I imagine
I've got
it was leaked
videos
by
older than
Cassie's
that.
people.
You think I don't got videos older than that?
Oh my gosh! So that was one thing.
I bet
about
Cynthia.
Martha
Hold
in
on,
that movie.
Cynthia, you got videos older than that too. I know that you do.
Listen, if she
No,
was going to
I
sue
don't.
him, if she was planning on suing him, you better believe she had that evidence.
No, but
And
she
so
didn't pull that out.
you don't know what she did. Somehow it got out.
Right, but the lawsuit's already over and everything.
I know, but that's what I mean.
That
It's a
doesn't mean
leak.
she's not still
It's,
mad.
yeah, she's probably still pissed, and then for him to be kind of getting away with the shit that he's getting away with right now, or what it appears that he's getting away with.
Oh, he's not getting away with nothing.
Well, I mean, they they did a raid on 2 of his homes, and then it looks like he's not been charged with anything yet. So people are probably thinking that he's paid people off or whatever the hell he's done. And so I can imagine that would piss some people off, and then therefore here comes the video that
That's what
was
I'm saying. Like,
obviously
who went and found? Like,
she
did
had
somebody
it.
have that
Put
video?
it backstage. Put it backstage. I can find it.
Sure.
You think she had it?
Yes, of course she had it. She was suing him, so she absolutely had that.
Her lawyer probably had a copy of it too on file, right? Like, there's probably a lot of copies.
Do hotels hold on to videos this long, or did they have it from 2016?
I mean, I don't know. Is it on a hotel video camera?
Yes.
If you owned a hotel and you saw Diddy beating some chick up, would you just treat it like normal surveillance footage, or would you not treat it like?
Okay, so there was a football player. I forgot his name. It was a Dallas Cowboy. They got into a fight at the club with our managers.
I got there. It is, Flo.
And
Yeah.
but the managers are the ones that leaked it to the news.
Well, yeah, that's how it always happens, is that the people that are involved in it always leak it. Just like, the sex tapes are leaked by the people that are in possession of the sex tapes.
Yeah.
Let's be for
That's
real.
what I'm saying. So it was her. Was it?
I'm
the
sure
hotel
that it was
manager?
her or her
Did she
people.
have it? And from 2016, did she just go back and get it for this lawsuit?
It might have been. I would not be surprised if it was somebody. It says clip not available. The clip can be unavailable if it was deleted or if the video it's based on is removed or edited.
Too many people played that video today. Let me see if I can find it.
Did this guy delete it, man? Shit.
Or if he edited it, I don't know. How do the cops know where gunshots were fired? In New Haven, Connecticut, they have this old technology. Something sees the sparks from up high.
Try that
Shot
again.
spotter is used in more than 160 cities and is highly regarded by law enforcement as a critical component of gun violence prevention. It's not prevention if nobody fucking knows about it.
Right.
Cops don't want prevention. They want to have work.
All right, I'm throwing it in the back chat if what she has doesn't work.
Good. There it is. So, and what I'm concerned is that what the hell was in that purse that he wanted so badly, where
Her
he runs
stuff.
out half naked?
Can I play CNN or will it fuck with me?
I've
No,
seen a
it's
lot
okay.
of people playing this today. A
Yeah,
lot.
everybody played it. And it's okay.
Everybody's played this today.
It's fair use. It's only
All
a
right.
few seconds.
Fair use for all the things, YouTube gods and mods, and
Yes, we are reviewing this video.
we're
and then
reviewing it. We're commenting on it, and hey, switch my fucking setting up so that I don't have every video automatically limited ads. That'd be great. I appreciate you, YouTube mods.
Thank you.
Okay. And give your boy a little bump in the algorithm, just kind of
For
juice him up.
sure. He deserves it.
You do deserve
He
it.
has 2 diss albums.
I have 2 songs written about me.
Yeah.
I have one AI generated sort of
Mhm.
diss track, and I have one. Hold on,
You
and I have.
practically made it.
I am practically famous, and
Yeah.
I used to party with Cess Crew before they were Cess Crew. I mean, they were Cess Crew, but they just weren't like.
Yeah, you've made it.
You're infamous for sure.
Yes, for sure. All right. So this
Hold
is
on,
the
how
video.
I'm trying to figure out how to get us back on stage so that
There you go.
so that we're on screen with the thing, and it's not just
Oh.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There.
There you go.
All right, let's do this.
You're going to show us the video, but first, give us some context.
Nope, don't give us context. Just show us the video.
You don't need any
Make
context.
it full screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll get the gist
Up
of
with
it
exactly what we are. New surveillance footage obtained exclusively by CNN appears to
Look at her.
corroborate some of
Doesn't
the
wanna be
allegations of
recognized.
abuse against music mogul.
Yeah, she's got her
Going
head
down
down.
with the towel.
The video, captured on multiple cameras,
Oh, you
shows
think
Combs
Cleveland
wearing
did?
only a towel, assaulting his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in a hallway at a Los Angeles hotel in March 2016. A lawsuit filed by Ventura in November last year and settled the next day referenced actions that seem to match those seen in this video. There is no audio. According to the complaint, Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye, which, according to the lawsuit, prompted Ventura to try and leave the hotel room. The began
Transformative
screaming
pause.
at Miss Ventura. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. The complaint goes on to say he grabbed her and then took glass vial while yelling at her. The complaint goes on.
Oh, I think I slowed it down.
I slowed it down because I just want to see the way that he glitches out.
Yeah, I slowed it down too.
Oh, he glitches out somewhere else too, Flo. I'm glad.
I mean, like, look at the screen right now. He's
Okay. Yeah, he glitches there.
So, what do we think about glitch? There's no reason that I can think of why these pixels that are his body should be glitching out, but the rest of the pixels that are the background should not be, right?
Right. Okay, there's a good point. There's somewhere else he does it too.
I mean, and then he just pops up super clear. If it was a bad transmission, you would think it would take out the whole everything, not just the background.
He
He
grabbed
pulled her down.
her
And
and
she's
then
down.
Yeah, she's already down.
So, but he just pushed her. Like, I feel like there was more, and they just stopped.
I don't. I watched it, like I slowed it down and watched it really carefully. I thought it looked, I mean, he grabbed her hard and threw
No,
her
yeah,
down.
for sure. But it looks
He
like
was trying to
there
get her
more
purse.
that he did to her.
He was trying to get her purse. And so whatever was in that purse, he wanted
Look at his
badly.
feet. Where the fuck did his feet go?
Oh,
That's just light.
yeah, he did. And then he kicks her.
Yeah.
But whatever was in that purse, he was freaked out. And I think he probably got in the shower and she snuck the hell out with that.
Okay, go. Yeah. So he pulls her. See? Okay, see, this is the other part where there was the glitch. Like, she's just down.
Yeah.
And then he kicks her.
I don't know why she didn't take the damn staircase.
Facts. This is horrible to watch.
It is. It's disturbing.
It really is.
And if you're having trouble in a domestic relationship, you can dial 988 and they will help you.
Yes. See, there was that was the glitch that I didn't understand what that glitch was about.
I was watching his feet again. The foot angles. I thought I saw something weird, but I don't think I did.
It's the lighting.
Oh, he's not done. There's more after this.
phone. Combs seems to walk back to the hotel room, then returns and appears to shove her in a corner. Moments later, he can then be seen throwing an object in her direction. According to Ventura's now settled lawsuit, the pair began dating several years after they met in 2005. They parted ways in 2019. Combs' attorney said the decision to settle was in no way an admission of wrongdoing. Ventura declined to comment on the video, but her attorney told CNN the gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs. Words cannot express the courage and fortitude that Miss Ventura has shown in coming forward to bring this to light.
Oh,
the video hasn't been seen publicly before and comes on the heels of a series.
Yeah, that's.
You know, shame on us for not knowing that somebody named Puff Daddy and Diddy, respectively, was sus.
Right. No
Oh,
shit.
right. Okay, so I'm just at this point, I'm thinking it's just an open Hollywood secret that the bisexuality is it's there.
Oh yeah, that's been open. That I
Okay,
mean, that's
well,
been talked about for
yeah.
years, like 10 years at least. I've known about it.
I sort of think though that it's all part of the production. I think that there's scripts for rappers' careers, and I don't think that you get to live happily ever after, right? I think that you get to. Here's the deal, right? Here's the deal, young black man. We will give you. You'll have everything you want for 30 years, but then after that, you're gonna be disgraced. You're gonna fall from grace.
But listen, I mean, if you act like an animal and when you get all this power and money and
You're not following me.
I am following you. I know what you're saying.
Well, then why would you? Then why was your response to treat it as if it's real and not as if it's like?
Because I think it's real. I don't think this
Okay.
is bullshit.
Okay. Yeah. Why?
Why do I think it's real? I
Yeah.
think it's real because I think that nobody in a million years would hand over a record company to somebody when they're a 22-year-old intern. And that's what he was a 22-year-old college student interning at a record label. And the next thing you know, he was handed the entire label.
How on earth does that not support my claim?
It supports that. I don't know. I mean,
You said you think it's real because his backstory is something that would never happen in real life.
yeah, but like it also supports the fact that there was some kind of a homosexual relationship that within that, and that's what the owner of that company was, a gay man, and people walked in on them. And then apparently he did the same thing later on to
Was
somebody
it Birdman?
else. No.
No, it wasn't
Didn't
Birdman.
Birdman?
I ain't heard of this story at all, though. But go ahead.
Didn't Birdman fuck some? Wasn't he gay or something?
I mean, they got stories about Birdman supposedly doing some stuff with little twist. Maybe it might have been. I heard a
Little
story
twist.
about.
That's it.
Yeah, but Diddy whole little situation is they might say he might did someone Andre Harrell and a couple other, you know what I'm saying, like other hard names. I don't really know the names of the guys, but ain't no telling with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, because all these stories, you know what I'm saying, some people might say this shit, but then there's always somebody that's scorned. So you can look at it like, oh well, maybe these motherfuckers just scoring and just coming up with some shit. But I ain't gonna lie, Jaguars kind of break down a lot of that shit. She one of them motherfuckers that I'll say that give you the juice about the alleged Diddy affairs and shit like that.
Yeah. It never made sense to me. Not one person, like anybody he had on as an artist, they never went far. Like he always abandoned them shortly after, and it never made sense to me.
I
I
mean,
think that's
you
why
gotta
you don't.
watch Surviving Diddy, and it's on YouTube, and it's by Storm
Monroe
or something. Yeah, no, Storm something. But it's called Surviving Diddy, and it'll tell you the entire story. And it's got all of the people that worked for him and stuff. And there's a woman on there, I think her name's Jasmine, and she used to sing backup on a lot of the records. And man, she knows all the freaking tea. Like I was worried about her like in there talking, but that's why after that documentary played, that's when they arrested the uncle that arranged the shooting for Tupac. And that was after that documentary. And he tells the entire story. The uncle does. He's telling the whole story in that documentary. And I guess he was just thinking he was untouchable at that point because it had been so long, and they arrested him.
Yeah, I mean,
No, he actually
I
went out
don't.
and did interviews with multiple different platforms, pretty much
Right.
probably telling the story. So,
Yes.
he was, I said a story, come up there, talk, and then, getting paid and shit. And while he started talking more and more, giving more details that he probably
Yep.
didn't give at first, too. So, because
Yeah.
he was implicating Diddy in a lot of the shit and saying that he paid for the hit or
Yeah.
at least the initial hit.
It was. And then they said that they believed that he was responsible for Biggie's death. And if you watch that documentary, you will understand why. And I mean, and I knew that story for years. And I knew that the feds had been looking at him for years, and there's been talk about him. I knew it for about 10 years, but I guess it's been longer than that. But that's when it first started to come out on like YouTube and stuff. Like I remember that's when I first started to hear about it. And I didn't believe it at first. I thought it was just like a bunch of shit. However, there's too many people involved. There's a lot of dead bodies that are around Diddy, and every time he's a control freak, and every time like he brought his weapon and everywhere. There's like the staff always talks about that there were bottles of liquor for the girls and some for the guys, and the staff had to carry the kind of party favors he wanted at all times. They had to have it on them at all times.
What?
The party
Favors,
narcotics.
like
Narcotics. Yeah, did you
Mhm.
see where that guy who shot up the Trump Hotel? He was being interviewed, and it was way back when, and he was saying that he was a sex slave for Diddy, and he was saying they bring in liquid cocaine on the champagne bottles
Yeah.
on their planes.
Yeah, what they do is, I think it's very much the same thing that Epstein did, where he invites you to have these, they call them freakouts, and he
Mm-hmm.
invites you to have these freakouts or whatever, and they're like threesomes or whatever, and then he films you doing something crazy that you don't want anyone else to see, and then he's got that over you the rest of your life, and you're a complete slave to him. So I mean, and
And I
he
think
drops
this is a
hints.
grooming technique. I think like Diddy, like because you got to think about it. This gets bigger than him. You know what I'm saying? Because
Oh,
I
sure.
believe this is some shit that you know what I'm saying. Is been taught to him. Like I was talking about this on another show. Like this man, you know what I'm saying, like you said, got the reins at a young age.
Yes.
With you know what I'm saying, people who probably you know what I'm saying help groom him into this how we party, this how we do things, and woo woo. So it's
Right.
easy to see, like even if you go look at the other celebrities that then got caught up with these little parties and all of a sudden girls coming out giving them allegations, it all goes and sounds exactly like how this Diddy situation going, having a bunch
Mm-hmm.
of cameras in the house. All of a sudden now they got blackmail on you. Like ain't no telling what was on them Diddy tapes. I still think
Right.
to this day, I don't think he gonna end up getting charged, honestly, for
Oh,
none
he's
of this
gonna get
shit.
charged.
I don't think so.
Definitely gonna get charged.
Yeah. Right now,
I
what
hear
they're
you.
doing is
That's just the public
He
opinion.
he might just have an Epstein happen.
right. Well, what they're doing right now is they are getting all they're putting heat on all of the people that are around him. Like his son was just charged, and all kinds of stuff. The drug mule was charged.
They want the sons to testify.
Yeah, so that's what they're going to do is they're going to put pressure on all the people that are surrounding him, and they
That's
are
what
going
they
to
did to Katie when I made bail the first time. Is they charged
sure.
her with
Yeah,
with the same crimes.
that's the easiest and oldest way to do it, and the first one that talks gets the best deal. So they're going to that's what they've done so far. They haven't been able to get him necessarily yet, but they've got all these people plus the guy that started this whole thing, like got it going, was this Jones guy that started in the lawsuit. And if you look up the paperwork on it, he's got photos and video and stuff. I've never even seen a complaint like that where it had photos in it and stuff. He's got evidence, but they need more evidence than what he had to offer. And that's why I think, in my opinion, it's why they stormed the house. But the lady that was in the club that with Jennifer Lopez that night that there was that shooting in the club, that lady, she said, I told the ambulance driver, I told the surgeon, I told everybody that spoke to me that it was Diddy that shot me, and he shot her he shot her, and she said, I said it from the moment it happened, and nobody like, for some reason he wasn't charged, and he was able to like put the blame on someone else. And whoever that one guy that did 10 years or whatever for it. But she
Yeah, the
said she's
rapper
been,
Shine.
yeah, that's right. And she said that she's been harassed for like 20 years. She said that, her tires get, slashed all the time, and she's had problems for the last 20 years. So she was super grateful that, all this was happening. But she said it from the minute it happened. She said she told the doctor, the ambulance, everything. But nobody believed her, or he was able to pay people off. But now it's gotten too big,
Yeah.
I
Pay
really
people off
think
would be a
it's
better
not
word,
too big for
Crispy.
these celebrities, bro. These celebrities, it's like we always think this shit gonna happen exactly by the book, but it never does with these celebrities. These celebrities end up getting all these different little outs and scapegoats, and it's gonna be the same for Diddy. I just feel it. Just like, I mean, we could say Epstein got his scapegoat by getting killed. I ain't gonna say that this ain't gonna happen to Diddy, but we'll see.
Well, listen, his wife died. She died of like pneumonia, which is
Kim
super
Porter.
strange. And then she had an autopsy, and the medical examiner died. And then the second autopsy, nobody seems to know where that was. But that's on her death certificate that she died of pneumonia. There was another opinion where with the other autopsy, but that guy died, and they can't find the paperwork on that. Then there was like her boyfriend. She was seeing somebody, and he was all paranoid, and his car blew up in his driveway.
Oh, that was Cassie's boyfriend. That was
Yeah.
Kid
Oh,
Cudi.
that was Cassie's boyfriend. Yeah, you're right.
That
You're
was
right.
Kid
I want
Cudi's.
to say it was Kid Cudi. I'm not sure, but I think it was Kid Cudi.
Yep. I think you're right. And then I mean, there was all these people that, and then he got that young girlfriend. He got that little 19-year-old girl, that Cassie, I guess. And then she was in the recording studio, and he went to that recording studio and hung somebody out the window by his feet, like some of the other guys that were recording with her. So like, he's just a nut job. And so there's only so much shit people will take, and there's too many people that have ended up, deceased that are around him,
Yeah,
not
all this happened
just
already.
Tupac.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and this is stuff that, like you said, it's actually been known about for a long time. All these different secrets about Diddy. So, like I say, if he had got charged yet, I don't think it's gonna be the sex crimes and shit like that is gonna get him, or even hitting a woman. Because I mean, he's done. If he, like you, from what
It's
you're saying,
public
like
now.
already, he's done work. I mean, but it's kind of been public for the most part. Like, not
Well,
necessarily him straight up
but
whooping a
what
woman
happens?
on camera.
Look,
But that's more of
knowing
a
about
public opinion
something.
thing than a court thing.
Look, knowing about something and knowing that everyone knows you know about it are two different things.
And proving it is a whole different thing. You might know about it, but proving it is a whole different thing. But that's what they're looking for, is his human trafficking shit, where he's drugging these women and he's forcing them into a bunch of situations that they don't want to be in. And then he's got
So,
videotapes on them.
the thing about
and he's
human trafficking is it's one of the crimes that is, especially for sex reasons, is one of the crimes that publicly is basically unforgivable.
right. I agree.
That's worth taking note of. It's a really good blackmail thing, or it's a good line of attack. There are certain things that are great lines of attack. During every contentious divorce, the woman claims the husband abuses her, right? Because everybody sympathizes with an abused woman. There are just certain things that, and so when I hear of crimes like this, or like what happened to Bill Cosby, right? It just instantly registers red flag.
Yeah, it does.
Weinstein, right? Like whenever a celebrity gets hit with like sex violence, my first instinct is to have a little bit of suspicion, and then I don't pay attention to it because I think it's all bullshit anyways.
Yeah, but Weinstein was Weinstein was recorded. They've got video on him, and that Rose McGowan wrote a book, and I read that book.
So
and
you're
it was
saying that
so
they've
gross.
got video footage that it's already talked about how it can be faked, and an actress.
Yeah, but this was this woman wore a wire or whatever, and she went to the police. Well, she went to the police without a wire or whatever, and she told him what happened. And they had been getting complaints about him for years, but nobody ever had any proof of it. And so the police wired her and then sent her back in, and she went back in, and he said a bunch of like crazy shit.
Well, cops have self-preservation too, right? You're only gonna fuck with somebody who's powerful if it's not more dangerous than ignoring it.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, listen, if you look at Epstein, he was a college dropout that literally was teaching at a college, even though he didn't even have any credentials to teach. Then he gets a job on Wall Street where he was fired for stealing and stuff. And there's no reason that he would have had the amount of money that he had. And then he got all that Victoria's Secret money from that I want to say Les Nessman, but whatever his name is. Anyway, he got all that Victoria's Secret money. He was a gay man too, but like I think that there's no reason that he would have all that Victoria's Secret money, and that's how he got those young girls too. Is that girlfriend of his would go into these schoolyards, into these impoverished neighborhoods, and would ask these young girls, would say like, "Oh, I'm a model scout, come to my house, blah blah blah," and they'd pay him like $100 to like.
That doesn't make sense to me, to think that Ghislaine Maxwell would bother doing that shit herself, like the story says.
What do you mean? Like that was like a secret.
Ghislaine Maxwell, her
two.
son was she's the favorite daughter of an international super spy who died on his yacht.
Yeah,
she's friends with the Prince of England.
Right.
This is not the type of chick who's sitting on street corners recruiting girls.
She was going up to these girls in like in these neighborhoods or whatever, and she would say that she was a scout. And
I don't know why. You know how when you challenge like an astronaut, like the moon landing, for instance, then people, then the pro NASA crew, they always start explaining things to you like you don't know the official story.
Right.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're norming me.
Wow, I'm sorry, but I don't think that you think everything is just bullshit, and I don't think everything is bullshit.
I think there are patterns, and if a story is being told to me that is out of pattern with how, look, I wouldn't be the one out talking to girls, and I'm not even important.
Right. But nobody knew who, like, nobody knew who
they
were
like
in
a
these
market
bad
for
neighborhoods.
Let's just say they got a market for underage girls just because of the people they've been around. They like, oh, well, shit, people talking about, I wish I could give me one of them young girls who in the third. Then that does kind of make sense, because if they got a market for it, they know people will pay high dollar for these young girls. Yeah, why not? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying why not, like, let's do it, but like, that's what their mindset was. Like, okay, I got a market for young girls. Let me go out here and recruit.
I don't think that they needed money.
It wasn't. Well,
And
listen, he has money from no other
unless you see what the price might have been for buying these young girls. I mean, the clientele was obviously high.
I'm not saying that you wouldn't get them. I'm saying you would not be out recruiting yourself. You would have somebody else do it.
They did have like housekeepers and stuff that set it up.
That's what I'm talking about. The fact that Ghislaine is said to have gone out personally and recruited girls personally in the street is something that I find quite unbelievable.
Well, I don't think, like, listen, if I would have seen that woman in my neighborhood, I wouldn't have known who in the hell she was. Do you think it wasn't like she was some kind of a famous lady that people knew who she was until this scandal? Nobody knew who in the hell she was. And besides that, her father, he was disgraced as well. He was like he might have died on that yacht, but he was broke and he was disgraced from that newspaper that he worked for. He did some dark shit too.
She probably wouldn't even want to talk to poor people.
I know.
Much less want to be seen talking to poor people.
Well, I think when you're, it's a sex thing. It's a sex thing, and that was how she was able to keep her. Like he wasn't interested in her.
Why do you think that normal life doesn't apply to rich people or famous people?
I mean, listen, I know a ton of rich people, and I know some famous people too, and their life is a lot more normal than you would think. However, I
Right.
think when people are involved in like a sex situation, I think you would go the extra mile. You would do shit that's risky or whatever, because you're trying to keep this guy on the line. You're trying to keep him in your life. Like that she was nothing without him, and she didn't have any money at all, and she was dead broke without him, and that's why she was so pissed. She was super pissed that he like offed himself and left her in all this mess. But yeah, and they had recordings, like they gave somebody a 12-year-old for their birthday. Like, ugh, gross. I don't know, it happened.
I just
You don't think that Epstein was guilty?
I don't think that the story we're being told is correct. I don't know what I think is correct.
There's a lot of stuff that's probably left out. So
Yeah, like that how he was offed himself in that jail.
Here's what I
the
know.
biggest one.
Here's what I know just from living my own personal life. You get treated differently depending on the power you have. And if you have as much power as Epstein or Diddy does, you get treated differently by the cops, by the reporters. Everybody all the way up the food chain treats you in their own best interest, right? Which works two ways. One, they don't want you to be mad at them if you're powerful. And two, they do want you to kind of like them. So you got two things in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that in either of these cases or any high profile case that you have cops who just, once they get good enough evidence, once it's legal for them to raid, they will. They just need that good evidence. I think that something has to change systematically in these people's power structure before the press, the cops, all through all the industries, before everybody turns on them. I think somebody bigger has to get involved.
Yeah, and listen, I was a model, right? And like I'm a nobody. I'm just an absolute nobody. However, like I had a lot of favorable treatment within my town, like because I was on a billboard and I was in the newspaper and stuff. And so I got seated right away at restaurants, and I got, drinks sent to me and whatever. Even my doctors like were weird like about it, and they would, I don't know, bring other people in my room and like discuss my billboard and shit. Like was weird, just like I got a certain amount of treatment, and I am a absolute nobody. So I can imagine if you're like a really famous person, that amount, like, I mean, the amount of people that are kissing your ass and doing things for you, a favor for is got
people
to,
like having a personal connection to somebody who people know, right?
Yeah.
Like it doesn't even have to be fame. You got known for being on a billboard. Before I got raided, I knew that I was fucked because I had there was an alias I had, but I didn't self-apply it. And I had two people on different nights who I'd never met before, but I introduced myself as Taylor, and they introduced themselves back as my alias.
Oh my God.
And yeah, and then when I got in jail, I had the same thing. I'd introduce myself as myself, and then I had somebody, go, he kind of whispered to me, "I know who you are," shit like that.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
just sort of weird.
It is weird.
And when I went to rehab, fucking 3.5 hours away, people there knew who I was. So it's interesting how
it's really interesting.
Yeah, my alias got too big of a name for himself.
I guess. Well, listen, when I was young, like the worst thing you could be in, like at all in an all girls school is you didn't want to be considered conceited at all. So I would never told anybody that I modeled. I was like embarrassed about it. I didn't want anybody to know. I just didn't talk about it. It was nothing that I bragged about. Like this day and age, everybody's taking selfies of themselves and posting it. That would have been considered like braggadocious, and you would have been looked at as like a conceited bitch if back then. So like I never talked about it or whatever, but I was on a national radio show for 7 years. And then once that hit and then all the other stuff
Was
hit.
it Howard Stern?
No, it was not, but it was a talk show, but I was the sports or consequences spokesmodel. So like I had like a whole thing where I don't know. Anyway, it was a talk show, kind of like what I'm doing here, but then and that was like a kind of a well-known show in my area, and so once people had my name out there, then they put all that shit together. But I was amazed by how many people saw the ads and stuff that I did. That was unusual. That was strange, but I got a lot of favorable treatment just from the low level shit that I was doing.
I was in Mama Sue. I was in my, I don't remember which year. I was in the yearbook picture one year. They actually like had to hold up the pictures because they couldn't find me because I was in the bathroom doing coke.
Oh my gosh.
It was
I
pretty
was
funny.
a yearbook editor.
It was for the newspaper. I was on newspaper staff the last 2 years, 2 or 3. I'm a good writer. I was on
I bet you
newspaper staff,
are.
and yeah, it's for the newspaper staff picture.
Yeah, I wrote like a short story that was published somewhere, and I used to like writing, but I wasn't as smart as like some of the girls in like that class. I was in a class, and those girls were a lot smarter than me.
I took as many writing intensive classes as I could find.
I liked it too. I enjoyed it
I
too.
mean, and I do better at them than having to study.
Mm-hmm.
If you can craft something that's instead of, hoping you're studying the right little tidbit of information.
Sure. Yeah. That's why I loved that I was in that class, and like I was I kind of like I feel like I wasn't smart enough to even be in that class. And then there was a contest, and whoever won this contest was going to have their story published. And I won the freaking contest, and people were shitting on me until I won that contest. And I was actually shocked myself.
I still shit on you.
I know you do, but I was stunned. I couldn't believe that it even happened because I certainly was not like I wasn't that smart, but I won that little competition, and I was so happy too because those girls were so shitty to me.
Is old Joe? Old Joe, are you still down there?
I love old Joe.
I have something else. He's the fucking IQ thing. He's guessed at my IQ. I just remembered something about my ACT scores that might help me data.
What is your AC? Oh, I'm interested.
I got 28. 29 gets you a bright flight scholarship. Just for being a certain percentage. I took the test about 1,000 times. Here's the thing. I could never break 28. And what drug me down every time is the reading section. I am not a fast reader.
Really?
Yes. I got a perfect scores more than once on English. And yeah, all my shit was in like 34, 35, 36, except for reading. It was like 12 because I could only ever finish half of it.
Is it comprehension?
No, the reading comprehension thing. It's because I can't read fast. So I'd only ever get through half of the section.
Mine was always the thing that drug me through. Like my biggest Achilles heel my entire life was math. Always. That's what held me back from everything. I had a math tutor my entire life, even through college. Like I constantly I just had the hardest time with math, and I knew exactly what happened to me too. I was in a school where they were doing multiplication, and I transferred in the middle of the year to a new school in a different city, and they were already on division, and I'm the new kid, and I don't even know my multiplication tables. So then I just was trying to pretend that I did know it. I didn't want anyone to know that I didn't know him, so I didn't ask for help, and I just tried to pretend that I didn't, and that I already knew, and I didn't know. And after that, it just it kept marching on, math kept marching on, and I was stuck. And I
Yeah.
I
And
was
what was a
terrible.
game changer for me in that area is when my mom told me one time that if I had a question, somebody else in the class also had the same question, because I'm certainly not the stupidest one in class. I was like, oh yeah, that's right.
I was limited to one question per class.
I bet you were.
I was, and I would ruin it each time by asking, "Do we have early release today?"
Thanks for the money, dummies, because that's what you are. You gave me money for absolutely nothing.
As you might think.
Just hear me out. Says Flow 800. I got SAT score, got 790 on math, 580 on English. Lame. Yeah, so it wasn't English though. I got, like I said, I got perfect score in English. It was reading comprehension that killed me.
I can't believe that, because I would think you would be a strong reader, especially if you are a good writer.
I'm a slow reader.
A slow reader, and that's
Right.
just because you're trying to comprehend, right?
It's because when I read things, I pronounce every word in my head. I never learned to
Oh.
speed read.
Yeah. I'm a person that would always raise their hand to read out loud. I'm one of those people. I'm a participator, so I would always participate. But
I would too, but when you participate and read out loud, you're articulating the words. If when you read silently, you articulate every word in your brain, you're reading too slow.
yeah. And I noticed, when I would read out loud, if I stumbled on one word, I stumbled the rest of the time. I just would be, I don't know, I would get nervous or something. But I was always pretty good about that, and I could comprehend it if I was reading out loud. But I would veer off when I was reading to myself. I would just veer off into another whole topic, what I was going to wear that weekend.
I still do read slow, and I should I've actually got books on how to speed read that I haven't read. Ironic.
That speed reads with his finger. You know what I'm talking about? You're probably too young for it, but there used to be a commercial with this guy that would speed read, and he would take his finger and be able to read all these books, super fast. It was just stupid.
But I think that it would be a worthwhile thing to learn, obviously, because he's so much more efficient to learn how to.
Yeah, I remember in class them teaching me how to skim things, skim an article and pick out what was important. And did you not learn that particular skill, context clues?
I learned how to structure like a essay or a news or story, right? I learned that the structure, if that's what you're asking about, but I never learned to read structurally. I learned to read chronologically, this word and this word and this word, and I never learned how to do it without actually pronouncing each word in your head.
Yeah, people got away from phonics, and that was and phonics is the key. Hooked on Phonics is what you should have gotten. That was a good program.
Well, I know how to spell though.
Yeah.
Did
you play Scrabble when you were younger?
Yeah, and I'm good at Scrabble. I'm great at Scrabble because I've got a great vocabulary, and I'm also that game has both elements. It's both spatial and I'm great at geometry too. That was the one math class in high school that I got an A on, because I never did any homework or study or anything. But yeah, geometry is just it just clicked.
Oh my God. I envied people that were good with, I just didn't, I could not. I took algebra, I took geometry. I didn't understand shit. So I hated it all. But I feel like boys are always good in math and girls are better in English. English was a better subject for me, but I was in college prep. How did you not have to do homework?
I just didn't do it. I should have done homework. And every time I had a parent teacher conference, I hated it because my parents went to him, and I knew I was going to get in trouble because every teacher would say the same thing. He's smart. He doesn't apply himself. He'll fall asleep and then wake up and answer the question when he's called on.
Oh my God, you're exactly like my ex, identical. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So you were bored is what it was. You were bored.
Yeah, it's boring as fuck.
Mm-hmm. So like it probably was stuff that you already knew, and then
Well, I just didn't know what they were talking about, right? Like nobody ever explained to me, like for instance, simple algebra, the y equals mx plus b. You know, the line graphs.
Mm-hmm.
I was a sophomore. I go through like a year and a half of algebra before it ever clicked. Nobody ever told me that what we're doing is we're graphing all of the possible combinations of answers that could be right for this equation.
Yeah.
They just went straight into here's how you draw the thing on the graph. I didn't know what we were doing with it. I was like, okay, well, so I just memorized, I guess, how to draw the line without understanding what it was. Once I understood what it was, it's like, oh,
Oh,
fuck, I
wow.
wish somebody had said that shit.
Yeah. Listen, I had trouble with the damn pizza. Like every time they'd say, like, what would you like? Would you want a half a pizza or would you want, and I'm thinking like, it depends on how hungry I am. Like they'd always have that damn pizza. They would always say when they were doing fractions, be like, oh, would you want a half of a pizza or would you want 3/4? I'm thinking like, that never made any sense to me at the time, you know, I know now, but like I was a kid. Like, what do you mean? Like, I have no idea how much pizza somebody wants to eat. I don't even understand what you're trying to say. But I also
balled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. I got so much cheese in my pocket, they thought I was a fucking calzone.
They'd make me go up to the chalkboard and then like just humiliate. They did it.
Just hear me out with the $1.99. I appreciate it again. I didn't know punctuation or proper etc. BS like
grammar,
the minutia of grammar.
Yeah,
my mom's sort of she's one of those people that will correct your grammar, just like
mine too.
Yeah, and I'm like that too. Actually,
me too, a little bit.
You know, people don't need to intentionally make themselves sound dumber. Nothing makes me cringe harder than people who will override their autocorrect to intentionally misspell a text.
Oh God, my autocorrect hates me. But I feel like I need my autocorrect sometimes though. So I know some people turn it off because my autocorrect seems to troll me. I think he tries to intentionally make me seem stupid. Because I swear I hit send and somewhere from when I hit send and in the air, it like changes the spelling on me. I promise you it does that. I don't know how.
Ex-cons are great at Scrabble.
Yeah.
Is that a fact?
That is a fact.
We didn't have Scrabble in jail. We weren't allowed to have that. Blow might take over the world if he could speed read.
You might.
Yeah. Maybe. I've read a lot, but I still consume a lot of information because I listen to shit constantly.
And I think you're good. Like you have a really good memory.
Do you think? I don't feel like I do.
Oh, I think you do. Like I can bring something up and you'll remember, like, you know, you've got a video or whatever, and you know all the details of the video. I did the damn videos and I don't remember what was in the damn video. So like you do remember all that stuff. I think you've got a real good memory, in my opinion.
How did calculus changed my world? Says just hear me out. How did it change your world? I hated calculus.
Me too.
Trigonometry was the worst.
Oh my God.
I had
to cheat.
I took it over summer. I dropped out of calculus in college. And I was like, no, fuck this shit. And then I ended up taking it over summer at a community college. It was taught by a nun, and she was a great teacher, but she was able to teach it to me.
Really?
Or at least long enough to pass the test.
I'll tell you what, like I thank God for my school skirt, because like I used to write my answers on my leg and then would cross my legs and then would have my answers written on my leg.
I got in trouble once because I get quiz answers for science class from somebody else in earlier period and then write them on my hands but I got tipped off that he was checking palms that day, and so I went to the bathroom. You could still see the ink on my hand, but you couldn't really read it. But it was
You know what I did? I used to
That
take
that teacher, by the way, he
Mhm.
got pissed, and he told me I was a freshman. He told me I wouldn't graduate, and I wasn't. I'm not going to name my school, but I wasn't this school material, and I think I probably graduated just to spite that motherfucker.
Yeah, sometimes that is how it is. I used to take like a tissue and act like I was like sneezing and I'd have the answers written in my tissue. But my daughter, listen, they have cheating apps now. Like my daughter would she went to school, or she graduated during the virus year, and she like I didn't I felt bad for her too, because like she's like, I cannot do shit online like this. Like she just was, and I couldn't even help her. I didn't know the freaking math shit either. And so they've got a cheat app though, and it gives you like, it even gives you the side work. It shows you like what to put down to turn in. It's
Good.
crazy. Like,
I try to teach my daughter how to interact with the system, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a way more important skill to learn how to interact with an institution than it is to learn whatever bullshit they're trying to force feed you. And
yeah, I just acted like I mean, I understood what she was doing, and I told her she shouldn't do that, but she knew I didn't care. Like I didn't know what else to do. Like what was I going to do? I didn't know. I couldn't even help her. Like it was beyond me. But I couldn't say that I was agreeing with her cheating, you know. But
I disagree, Wizard. I don't think that cheating is not when you're forced to do so. This is one thing I hate about school, and why I think that we should not have school in the form that we do, especially not like after kids are like, after puberty, is because you're doing a whole bunch of work that has no value to anybody.
None.
It's just it teaches kids to devalue their own time and effort. And I feel like that's the wrong thing to be training kids at. So I get my daughter out of school all the time. She's missed probably 4 times more than they're allowed to have per policy at
but
all.
she's a good student.
But she tests out well, and that's what I explained to her. I said, because she texted me one day and she said, "Will you pick me up? I don't want to be here. We're just going to take a state test or something." And I said, "I will if you want, but don't forget that part of the reason that you're allowed to get away with things is because you scratch the principal's back by getting good test scores."
That's
And
true.
yep.
Yeah, that's really, yeah. And if you're a good student like that, of course they make the school look better, and you
So,
get
but to this comment, yeah, I think that it's absolutely okay to, if it's something like school that's pointless and kids know it's pointless, absolutely, you should value your time enough to get done what needs to be done, and not be frivolous just for the sake of whatever sort of virtue you think you're having.
Yeah,
I would,
with that math stuff, like I never used any of that shit. My entire career, I never used it. And I mean, the only thing I ever needed to do, I was able to, I knew basic math, and I could do basic math, and that's all I ever needed. And I never needed any of that shit that I had to just like torture myself with. And I mean, every year, and I felt like an idiot because I had a tutor and I was embarrassed, and I mean, it just was a mess. I hated it. I was. I would be trying to do my homework. And
do you have any idea when I play clips?
Do I?
You don't have any idea when clips are played, do you?
I can't see it.
Okay. Just every time I played a clip, you're still talking afterwards.
I
I'm like, she
didn't
doesn't
know.
know. Yeah. Anyways, calculus a cheat code is a cheat code. How about stats and probability? I did not do well in statistics, but I think part of it is that my teacher was so fresh off the boat that the whole class actually thought alpha was the way you pronounced alpha. So
Oh no. Did you have to test to get in your school? Like I had to take a test to see if you could get into my high school.
Yeah, I had a test and an interview.
Me too. Yeah.
But the good thing about that was that by the time I got like freshman year of college was super fucking easy, and sophomore really.
It was.
But which was
Yeah.
great because freshman year I was in no position to do anything diligent at all. It was too much excitement going on all the time.
Really, I really wanted to do well in college, and I tried really, really hard. So like I studied as hard as I could. However, like the idea that you could just drop classes if you were doing badly, and so that um when it was my parents' money, I certainly did that first semester, and then that was the end of that. They quit paying for me. So then I had to pay for it myself, and so I tried a lot harder when it was my own money.
I tried harder when I got Adderall. Adderall was a game changer,
It was a game changer for me as well.
but I don't know that it's like that's not me advocating Adderall or school necessarily. I think that the fact that you need amphetamines to deal with tedious work that has no actual value is a problem.
Yeah.
With school, I think it's a school
Mm.
problem.
I never like craved it or anything when I was out of school. So like I didn't yeah, like I didn't have trouble with it, after school
Did you
was
take it
done.
as prescribed?
I mean, I abused it for sure, but like when I was in school, I abused it, but I didn't really need it. Like I only needed it for schoolwork. Like what the hell else was I going to use it for? I did like do it like when I had to clean and stuff too, though. I will say that when I had like a whole bunch of cleaning and stuff to do. But I mean, I abused it, but not really that badly because I had to have it. Like I made it last. When I say I abused it, like I was able to ration it out so that I wouldn't run out. So I didn't do it that badly. Not like some people did.
I went to college. When I showed up at college, it was like the cutting edge. Let me rephrase it this way. I got to college in time to corner the Adderall market before people realized Adderall was what they wanted.
Yeah.
And which is great because people who were prescribed it didn't want it.
Right.
And people who aren't prescribed it, once they try it, they wanted it. And it's a medicine. It's ADHD medicine has appeal to both the partiers and the nerds. This is something that you could sell to the geeky kids who don't ever go out because it'll help your grades.
I know I should have sold it, but I didn't. I was not I wasn't on that. I didn't even know.
This is a really good question, Can't Speller. Do you think Adderall contributed to future drug use flow? Past drug use preceded Adderall for me.
But weren't you doing drugs before you were on Adderall?
That's what preceded means.
Oh, shit. That's what you said.
Yeah. That is the right question, but yeah, I didn't get a prescription to Adderall until I was in college. My mom was savvy enough; she wasn't going to take me to get that shit.
Oh, my mom too. It says methamphetamine on the damn bottle.
Right, but I think the first time I ever took it, I was a freshman in high school, and yep. By the time I got diagnosed, the doctor, I mean, he asked me, he said, "Have you ever tried ADHD medicine?" I was like, "Yep." He's like, "What?" I was like, "Adderall and Ritalin." He's like, "What worked best for you?" I was like, "Instant release 20s Adderall." So he just basically let me name my script.
I remember my my doctor said to me that he said he took it. He's like, I don't really have ADHD or anything, but I take it. He's like, I get like a little bit of it's like drinking a cup of coffee or something. And I was like, okay, this doctor is cool as shit.
Not the way I took it. It wasn't.
Yeah. Well, you probably
Actually, it was harsher than meth.
It is?
Because well, for me, it was the way that I took it. It was because you can micromanage your consumption better when you're smoking something than when you take pills.
Wait. You can smoke it?
Meth?
No.
No, you can't smoke Adderall. That's what I'm
No.
saying. You have to like swallow, or you can snort it. But you can smoke meth, and you can take a hit. But a hit of a pill is, it just doesn't work the same way. It's not an instant boost. It's like so if you're going to take any more, you might as well take enough more that by the time it doses different.
And can you snort meth too?
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, but it hurts like a motherfucker.
Oh, I bet it does.
Any way that you can get it into your body works with that stuff.
Oh, I didn't know that you could smoke it until like about a year ago. I didn't know. I had no idea. And what do you do? You don't roll it though, right? You just put it in a. I guess I shouldn't be asking that stuff.
Roll it like the bowl.
Oh, it's in a regular bowl like that you smoke pot out of.
No,
Like
it's in a different thing, and you light it from the bottom and you roll it. I thought that's what you're asking about.
Oh
You
no,
have to
I
roll
meant
the
like
thing.
roll it in paper.
Oh, parachuting.
What's that mean? I never heard that.
It's where you crush. You take one ply of toilet paper off and just rip a little corner or something, or one ply of a Kleenex, and you crush something up, and then you put it in there. So you've got a little parachute, basically. It's like a little bag, and you swallow that because the taste is really bad. But
Yeah. I remember if you took mushrooms, sometimes you would eat it on a cracker or something. Or
I never had any issues with the taste of those.
I remember those. Or was that acid? No, it was mushrooms, I think. That tasted bad because the
Right.
acid was on like little tiny little pieces of like little squares, right?
I only had acid once, and it was too weak. It just made the lights at the strip club look funny, but it was on Altoids when I got it.
It was on Altoid. What do you mean?
I don't know how they got it on the Altoids, but
Oh, wow. Okay.
What about speedballing? What about it? I mean, that's basically what I did for years was oxy and meth speedball. I mean, that's not like a formal speedball, which is coke and H, but
yeah.
But yeah,
just like
oxy
diet. It was a diet speedball.
Your
basically.
feedback just kicked back on.
Oh, whoops! It's a diet speedball. Let me put my earbuds in.
Sort of. I mean, the opiates is cleaner. But meth is stronger than coke a lot.
Oh yeah, that's what they say. That's what I told you that my friend that was a Harvard lawyer, like top of his class, like ruined his, like he's homeless right now because he got on that shit. But he started off on coke. But he said to me one time, he's like, I just thought to myself that they took they took everything from coke and they perfected it. They made it like last longer, made it cheaper. Everything. He thought like that was it. He loved it.
Yeah, all amphetamines, wizard. Once you fall out, you fall out. You're hungry and sleepy.
Yeah, he would be up forever. He ate though. He would always, every time he came over, he would eat.
Who?
Like, he didn't seem to. My friend that was on the Harvard, he was the top of his class, a Harvard lawyer, and he like is homeless now because he got hooked on methamphetamine. He got hooked on coke and then he went on to methamphetamine, and he's like, I don't know, but I think with him though, and he's from where you are from, and then I think what it was is I think he was always like a good kid, and I think he did everything he was supposed to do forever, and then he got out of law school and got a great job, and then I think he just at one point just got so bored with his life. He was working in Hong Kong, and then I don't know, just tried that and like off to the races he went.
Yeah, was he a shooter?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's for whatever reason, needles is like the breaking point. I don't think I've ever met a needle user whose life didn't fall to shit. And
Mhm.
I tried it one time and then immediately got rid of the needle. The next
It
the
scared
next
you?
day, yeah, it was too good.
Mhm. That's what
I
he
know.
said too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like, if you're around needle people, they get, I don't know, they get wild. You see, once you see them starting to like they'll whip out a needle and start sharpening it by dragging it on the concrete like it's nothing. Or
Yeah.
you like, hey, do you have any water? What's that? Is that it? Like they'll find just like old pop cans and like suck the bottom of a flat pop
Yeah.
up. You know,
Like
it's just
dirty
like,
toilet water. They don't
yeah,
care.
it's like, man, you don't even care about that. You're
Yeah.
gonna give yourself diabetes and a heart attack.
Mhm. Yeah, he never shot in front of me. Nobody ever shot in front of me, but I knew that they did it. You know what I mean? Like everybody kind of hid that shit from me, but you can see it, like you can tell. You know, you can tell on their arms and everything. But
There's a ritual to it.
mhm. Yeah, I think that some people are addicted to the ritual for sure.
Mhm.
Like just the whole getting it and like loading it and that part of it, I think. But for whatever reason, and I don't judge anybody, you know, but nobody ever did that in front of me. And I don't know what I would do if they did because I wouldn't judge them. I wouldn't want them to do it. You know, I would feel bad.
I don't like it either. It puts a whole different,
Like it seems so
all of a
dark.
sudden, like it changes the energy in the room.
Yeah, I imagine it would.
Yeah.
It would be so dark, you know. I would think, oh God, this isn't. I
Yeah,
would immediately feel paranoid that I shouldn't be there.
there's nothing, everything about like tying off, right, is
Oh God.
like you just know that you're in that place, right?
Yeah, yeah. I know this one chick, she was telling me that she was like, yeah, she said she had like tourniquets in her hair, like as like ribbons or whatever. And she said, and I asked this lady what time it was, and she said, time for rehab. She had tourniquets in her hair.
Yeah,
Like, oh my God.
a lot of people with like a lot of sleeve tattoos or whatever, like if somebody has bad sleeve tattoos, they're covering shit up, you know.
Probably, yeah. I never thought of that.
Yeah, a lot of like I had buddies who would tattoo over their crack bursts or whatever.
People would always they'd always say like, oh my God, you've got that port, like, oh, like people were
I've heard
always
that from people too, like bro.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna put like a drug inside my port
Stop
like that.
stop fucking leering at my veins, you weirdo.
I know, right? And the reason I have it is because I have like underdeveloped veins. Like my veins are like a little kid's veins. They never developed like a grown up or whatever. So like you would have to use a pediatric needle on my arms. So I would be like a terrible candidate for any kind of
What the
thing
fuck
like
do you
that.
mean your veins never developed?
My veins just didn't develop. I had like this mapping done on them and they didn't develop into like I've got veins like a child has.
Why?
I don't know. They have no idea why.
Is
They
it
just are real little and tiny. Like I had
interesting?
a nurse called them feminine once. She said I had the most feminine veins ever. You can't, like, if you looked at my arms, you can't see one vein in them. You know, there's no veins at all in my arms or anything. You can't see them. And they struggle to even get a port inside. And
Can you believe that these motherfuckers chose waffles over pancakes? I just forgot about that poll too.
I chose waffle over pancake. And I'll tell
Yeah.
you why. Because
You love burnt pancakes.
No, because there's a texture, and then when you put syrup on it, it's not soggy. So you got like a little bit of a crunch.
I want it to sponge. Really, what I want to do is drink maple syrup. Like
That's what it is.
I have a bottle of maple syrup in my mini fridge in this room, like a foot away from me. That's how much I eat this shit.
Really, you would love that Canadian syrup.
Yeah.
I have used what is it, like honey or whatever. When I'm sick, I will like take a big spoonful of honey and like eat that. like with the honeycomb and everything in it. I love that. That's good.
Toe jamming.
Ew,
Is
what's
that
that?
about? I don't know. I don't know the context that comment was in, but I saw. I mean, probably something to do with needles, right? People will shoot up between their toes if they're trying to hide. If they're trying to hide it from.
Yeah, that's right. That's like a joke, isn't it? I don't think people really do that, do they?
Yeah, people really do that.
Oh, I wouldn't think so. I've never seen a vein
I don't know
between
how
my
they do it.
toes.
I don't know
Yeah,
how they do it, but
but I don't have
and I
veins.
know people who did that as well.
What, between the toes?
No, oh, you're not looking.
Oh, I'm looking
Glenn
now.
said, "I have something thick and veiny for crispy."
Oh.
And I know people who have shot up their dick veins.
Oh my God.
When you're stuck in jail for 4 months, you talk about everything.
Do you know what? I heard that before. Like, I'm not shocked by it because I heard that before. I forgot about it though. That's has to be some desperation. I told you about the
I
chick
don't.
that shot up
I
her
don't think it
forehead.
is desperation. Some of these people are just freaks and they like freak shit.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
thought it was because they didn't have a vein anywhere else.
No, this guy had veins. He was a freak and he liked freak shit. Yeah. Like when he told stories, you could tell him start to like, when somebody like is losing themselves in the fantasy.
Uh-huh.
Like
Oh, do
he
I
would
ever?
when he would talk about things. If he described the feel of the needle, right? Like that
Mhm.
was really a thing for him. And he was fucked up. He watched when he was a little kid. He watched his dad kill his mom.
Oh God.
Actually, two of the guys that were in my cell with me had that same thing happen. Their dad killed their mom in front of them when they were kids.
Oh
But
my God. People are assholes, man. They just do the worst shit in front of their kids. Like, just can you not find a better situation where you don't do that with your child? Like, at all. I don't do it at all, but geez, like, at least save your kid from, I mean, if you're going to take away both their parents, then I don't
I
get
think
it.
that I suspect that the dads do it as a way of hurting the mom more.
There's that guy in my area that just shot 3 of his boys in front of the mom, and he got her in her hand or whatever, but he just wanted her to see it happen. And I have friends that worked with him and everything, and they said that like he's like a real funny, like super nice guy. They live in a normal house, and like she had a daughter from another marriage that ran and got help, but one of the little boys, I guess it was like the last one, he ran because the dad got the first 2, and he ran off, and the dad ran and got him and then pulled him back and did it. And so like the police camera, I had to love the police when they came because they treated him like shit, man. They're like, he was just sitting on the porch, like waiting for them to come, and all 3 of these little boys were laying there in his yard. It's just the most disturbing thing ever. I know, Benny Keys was going to do a video on that, and I was going to help him, but he because it's in my area, but he is in jail now.
Why?
He was going through a divorce. He was harassing his
Crispy, did you ever shoot up in your dick vein when you were in prison?
No, not ever.
Before I made you a woman? No, okay.
Before you made me a woman. No, I didn't do it. Nope. I wouldn't have had veins in my dick, I don't think, if I had one.
Have you ever seen a dick without veins?
No, but some are veinier than others. And I've never seen one that wasn't circumcised either. I've only seen circumcised ones.
I smell an opportunity for somebody in the chat. I can't seize this one. This one's out of my game, but
So I don't know what I'd think if I saw one, because I don't know. That would seem so different. I don't know what I'd think if that happened. I would think, I don't know. Do you tell somebody that beforehand?
I
Or do you
don't
just
have
let
any
them find it
idea.
on their own?
I would think that at like by the time we're our age, it wouldn't need to be like the girl probably shouldn't need a primer because she'd understand what it was and not be surprised by it.
I would be
But
surprised by it though, because I've
yeah,
never seen it. However, though, there was a little trend going on when my kids were born where my friends' kids were not circumcised. That was a thing that my friends were doing. I don't know why they were doing it, but it was a trend.
I would if I had a son, I would probably not. I don't think I would circumcise him.
Well, I circumcised mine.
And I'm circumcised, and I don't know. There's no reason. It's unjustifiable in my opinion.
Mhm.
Except it's trendy dick. That's why I'm circumcised. It's trendy penis. So
It looks unusual without it though. So, and it's also it's like, I think it's more hygienic.
I mean, okay. You wouldn't cut off a toe or your toes so that you don't get athlete's foot, right?
Well, here's the thing though, when you are a baby though, and you are cleaning or like wiping their butts, like their diapers or whatever.
Crispy, it makes no sense at all
Well,
to
I'm just
cut off part of your dick because you don't want to wash it.
Well, listen, they did my son's and he didn't even cry. He's like a soldier, man. He didn't
He
cry.
didn't cry?
No, he didn't. But he has autism. He's got
How
this
old is
strange.
he?
He was a baby. He was like
How
an
old
infant.
is? I mean,
Oh,
when was
he's
he
grown
born?
now. He's 18.
Because they didn't start using anesthesia until like the 90s.
I don't know. I can't remember. I was all hopped up on stuff too. But he didn't cry. But he's got this unusual. I think it's with the autism. Like I remember, he would just hurt. Like I would hear him crack his head so hard that I was scared to look. I was scared that when I turned to look at him, I was scared his head would be cracked open and split like a melon, and he would just be laying there in a puddle of blood. And he would just he just didn't cry over, like he would hurt himself but just never cried. He would just he was funny, he would just like shake real hard, just like ugh, and then walk it off. But he gets that from me, I think. I'm a little bit like that too.
King Rooster, are you here to talk about penises?
Yeah, because I was laughing at you like a mother. What the hell? You are only cutting off the foreskin. Why are you telling these people they are separating their dicks from their bodies? The fuck?
I know. I think you should make it like normal looking though. Like I don't know.
But I mean, you have to. That's not normal looking though. That's culturally normal looking for us.
Mhm.
White people in the West, I guess, it's cultural. It's normal, but that's actually abnormal dick.
Well, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. If you don't want goose grease or duck butter, shave the foreskin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No,
I don't know.
That shit.
I don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know how. I just don't know what I don't know. I don't want to learn what I don't know. I don't ever want to know what that stuff is or how big a problem it is. But I just feel like if you needed, that you could wash that motherfucker, and it would solve all the problems. That's
Listen,
how.
I have skin cream that's real expensive, and it's made and it's got foreskin in it. I'm not kidding.
That's so
I swear,
weird.
I fell for it.
Yeah.
Why do you use it?
I heard of that.
Have you? Yeah.
They say it's rejuvenating and it brings you back to youth. It brings back to your youth, baby foreskin and shit. That's
Don't
some look, you with some of that other shit now. Look, you be careful with that cream.
It's a little woo woo, but I used to be an educator for cosmetics, so like I bought into that.
Don't you feel like maybe, just maybe, somebody's playing a disgusting joke on you, and it's like some part of a spell or something, like, or witchcraft? I don't know. Why? How the fuck would anybody even figure out that baby foreskin makes good skin cream?
I don't know. The Korean ladies have got I look at like black ladies, their skin is amazing.
Like you're actually rubbing tons of parts of dead babies onto you when you use that skin cream.
Oh God!
Hold on. Let him
You're
say. Why
absorbing
would
their
they
dead.
use? Look, Flow State. Just think about baby foreskin. They will turn it into a cosmetic thing, right? Why won't the motherfuckers just start sucking more dick? Shit, the fuck.
Yeah,
That's
you guys
wild.
always would say like it makes your hair shiny or it's like good
Man.
protein or
If
something.
I mean, just the fact that people like just go, oh, okay, baby foreskin. This cream is made out of this conditioner is made out of foreskins. It says it will make my hair extra shiny. I bet it ain't noticeable.
I mean,
People
I've
probably
got
would
pretty
stop
good
if there was no
skin.
incentive.
You could probably use cheaper or cheaper conditioner without
Right.
human body parts in it, and you wouldn't know the difference.
Well,
That's some
probably.
ritual type stuff, though. No, listen what I'm saying. A lot of that stuff that they use, it goes back to a long time ago,
Mm-hmm.
like far beyond what we know of. But
Mm-hmm.
the reason why people use it is because the stories that was passed down about the benefits of it. So it's not a scientific study of it like that. They do it, but that shit ain't true. It's just like ritual shit. That's
The
like
shit that
people
we're
eating
told
chicken
is
feet or
it's
some
amazing what you
bullshit.
can convince people if you catch them like early enough at the right. Like, okay, imagine having the biggest religion on earth be one with a father and a son God, and everybody tells you it's one God. Come on.
Can they count?
There's
Apparently
a Holy
not.
Spirit too.
I mean, math stops being math only in this context.
Father, Son,
It's
and
a
the Holy
miracle.
Spirit. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, they call it Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, and all
I
that
mean,
is
but
confused.
you can chop up Holy Spirit, right? That's not. But the Father and Son dynamic, those definitions, I mean, they are exclusively in relation to each other, right? Like, I could have a Holy Spirit, right? And you might say, well, that's a part of him, but I can't be my own son. That's excluded by the definition, by the label.
But Flow State, from my understanding, when they say the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, that's only just to cater to the minds of human beings. They are saying that look, you got options, but all at the same time, it's the same thing. You just gotta pick one. Either
Father,
one of
why
us
have
gonna
you
be your daddy.
forsaken me? How does
Yeah,
that make
but
sense?
look,
Nothing
look,
about
I don't know.
nothing about the Jesus story makes any sense at all if we still have one God.
But I believe it, and like I don't know how to explain it, but I believe it, and I've got faith in it. That's all. And listen,
Right.
and
So,
I like to hedge my bets. Okay.
I mean, I don't know that I think that's a hedge. That's a gaslight. You've been brainwashed into believing something that cannot be true.
Okay. Well.
If the words are hold on, if the words mean the things that they are, say they are, right? A father and the son cannot be the same thing by definition, right? It's exclusive of that. So the fact that these words are being used in the way that they are is a training tool to get people to accept things that are on their face. They have to be false.
Well, here's the thing: is what I think is the Bible stories and stuff. I think that they were just told over and over and over, and I think that a lot of times they're like old wives' tales or whatever. And sometimes I don't believe some of these stories that they told in the Bible that were really true. I think they just kind of got exaggerated. It's like a game of telephone sometimes, by the
I
time
mean,
that they
that's how the congregation. But you know that these fucking priests, people have been spending their whole lives obsessively studying this shit for 2,000 years. You think that people just didn't notice that this doesn't make sense? Of course they did.
Yeah, all this look,
The
Flow
first
State,
commandment.
all of it is a lie, right? They taught us look, pay attention to what they taught us in kindergarten, right? You remember that they used to get all the kids and stand them up in a line or sit them in a chair, and then the teacher would whisper in their ear, and then by the end of the line, the story is totally changed in a
That's what I
small
said.
room.
Game of telephone.
All of it is a lie. So
Yeah,
we
here's
just
another
got to
issue.
figure out what we're going to go with.
Yeah, the first commandment is thou shalt have no other gods before me. It doesn't make any sense if there was only one God. The first commandment
and it's a human, and it's an idol, and the Sabbath is on Sunday, and
yes,
and he abolished the law. Christianity is absolutely the inversion of Judaism. It's not the continuation, but I don't really believe in. Not that I believe in either of them, but it's just interesting.
I think you'll come back to it.
You do.
I do.
I don't think so.
I have faith.
Technically, I'm still Christian. I'm a
Yeah.
Unitarian Universalist.
Yeah.
I think that if you have a very open mind about what it means to be a Christian, sure, I think in a way you could say that I'm a Christian. But if you're that open-minded about it, you could also say that I'm a Luciferian.
Sure.
Possibly a Muslim.
What does that mean?
Well, I think that Lucifer and Jesus are the same thing.
Oh, I don't think that.
No, I think they was kinfolks and cousin. I believe
The
just one
light
just
bearer,
fucked up.
I am the way and the light.
Yeah.
They're both light bearers. They both came down from heaven. They both fucking yeah. If you were an Anunnaki, hold on. If you were an Anunnaki, right, a fallen angel, and you found yourself here on Earth, what is the story that you would tell yourself? I was God's favorite, and then he made me sacrifice myself for you, motherfuckers, right? Like,
Yeah,
there'd
he
be some
betrayed
sort
him.
of self. You'd turn yourself into Jesus, and then you get people to pray to you.
I don't think that.
Because
But
the fallen angels fell from heaven because they wanted to be God, right?
I mean, I don't know, but I don't know. I believe in it. That's all. And like I'm open minded
It's the
to
biggest
stuff too.
religion on earth. It's the biggest institution of man on earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, it's contrary to the Bible in every way. It says you're not supposed to be you're supposed to be in this world, not of it. What's more of it than?
It's because things got lost in translation. Look at what gets lost in text translation.
I agree. I think that most of that is lost in translation, but
and that's why that's why you don't understand.
But if
things.
you believe that you understand, if you believe in conventional Christianity, you also believe in conventional interpretations of it. So for conventional Christians, they would be accepting the way I just phrased that verse.
Well, I understand why you would say that, but I don't. No, I don't want to. I don't think that. But
What do you think that's supposed to mean?
I don't know. And some things
I know
it's
that's
not
what I'm
meant
pointing
for
out.
me
You're
to
just
know.
resisting it without having any reason to resist it, except for.
Listen. I know enough about things that I know that there's some things I'm not meant to understand.
I agree with that. I agree with that, actually, which is why another reason I think all organized religions are bullshit. Because they're all claims to know things that people can't know. And if you did talk to God in a burning bush, then you definitely also know that this is an exclusive experience and nobody else has had it.
Right. I think there was only one person that had that experience too.
So it'd be either dishonest or like arrogant as fuck for me to have the burning bush experience and go, hey guys, this happened. I can't prove it, but you better believe it. Right?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
My question would be why? Why do I have to believe it?
Yeah.
I think your relationship with God is a personal relationship, and I think you should just I don't think, and I think when people try and push it on other people, I think that can turn off people. So I always just keep my relationship with God a personal one. I pray. I don't think that it matters where you pray, as long as you pray.
Brett,
I don't think you have to go into church. I happen to go to church, but I don't think you have to go to church in order to pray or in order to be, like in order to be a Christian or whatever. Whatever. I don't care what you are.
Brett, I don't think that Lucifer is God. I think that Lucifer is Jesus. And I think that in the mythology, both of them are usurpers. In a monotheistic religion, when a hybrid half god, half human, which is also a Nephilim feature, when a hybrid usurps God's position, that to me is it's suspicious. It's suspicious mythology. I think that there is some truth in the Bible, but I think that it's been so corrupted and twisted that it's something totally different.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that these stories got, first of all, let's look at the Jonah's Ark. That situation right there is fishy. You took two of each animal.
Yeah, because it's not
I
like
don't
it
think
didn't happen.
I don't think it did either.
Okay, well that's a bold step for you to.
Yeah.
Also,
I think
Jesus, if
it's
Jesus spoke, if you're a Christian and you believe, it doesn't make any sense to be a literalist Christian, because that means that you believe that everything is literal, yet you acknowledge that Jesus spoke to people in parables. So what's the mashup here?
Here, listen, I'm Catholic or whatever, and I believe in a lot of the things that the church teaches me. I don't believe in all the things that the church teaches me. So I have, my own thoughts about things, but I am also a traditional person, and it's just what I grew up with, and it's what I brought my kids into, and it's just what I'm doing. So that's all. I'm not meant to understand everything. But
I would,
I also
yeah, and
think
wasn't really even talking about you, but since whenever you jump up with these absurd defenses of things, like this is real because it's so unreal, right? Like the thing you do with anything, I just like if you present me with some bullshit logic, that's when I'm gonna go for it.
I can usually get away with that. Not here though.
I've never heard Vic be quiet for so long.
Me neither.
I have.
Are you
Vic,
okay?
does the word of God hurt you?
No, I'm just listening because I'm a student, just in the class listening. But my understanding of what God is, what He was, and what He probably will be, it changes based on who has spoken in the next person's ear, because the story always changes, man. I just was telling y'all, the way we think about what God is right now is totally different from what my true beliefs is, based on my understanding of the people of the world of today. Like the actual, like the thoughts of people right now, they depict God and the Father or the Son and the Holy Ghost or any one of these people to be like the soft natured people, the wise, the beautiful, the best of anything, but they always leave out the force, the brutality, the hurt, the pain, the do as I tell you this time and right now. They don't never show like
who said that
parts of that. No, believe what I'm saying. A lot of these people depict the gods as the people are the savior, right? The person. But they always try to depict them folks as good people. When I'm understanding, like just think about how human beings treat each other right now today. I believe the gods that roamed the earth a long time ago, they was vicious, they was mean, they was dirty, they was nasty people. And
I mean, Jesus hung out with prostitutes and criminals. That's a fact.
That's what I'm saying. I believe they was like people you had to be very submissive to their ideas of what needs to be done. Now, I believe they was like terrible people. So when I hear people talk about God, the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, I think it's when they say all those three names, they just give you options of what you're gonna submit to, because you will submit at the end of the day.
I agree.
That's what you know what I'm saying? They just give you options.
I mean, they crucified him. They crucified him and like nailed his feet and his hands to a cross and like made him carry the cross and stuff.
Think
And
about
then they
that
gave him
story
vinegar
and
and
that
English.
imagery, right?
It's
Like
terrible.
it's if you were an alien, you came to Earth and you walked into a Catholic church, you would think that was the most evil, fucking demonic, graphic. You got crucifixes and cannibalism ceremonies, and yeah, it's all degradation of the individual, right? The
I think
person
Catholic
needs
churches
to
are
die.
beautiful. I think they're beautiful.
The Catholic Mass is the most boring thing on earth. Let's be straight about
It's
that.
pretty boring, yeah.
It's insanely boring.
Yeah, but
Crucifixes are
I
creepy.
always get the giggles in church. So like I always find like the funniest shit that happens in church. And then I'm always a person that when you're not supposed to laugh, I laugh harder when it's not appropriate to laugh. But I always think there's always something really funny in church. Don't you think? There's funny people in church. Oh God. I think it's funny.
I hate Catholic Mass. I don't
Oh.
like.
I've
Yeah,
never
yeah.
been to another mass besides a Catholic mass.
Protestant masses are better because there's less chanting and kneeling, like the up and down bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's true.
And the body
Easter
of
Sunday
Christ.
I went to genuflect and I thought I was gonna have to get an ambulance to get me back up. I went to genuflect. I was like, oh gosh. I had a hard time getting back up.
Yeah. And I don't like the little cracker things, but I also don't like
communion.
Yeah. But I also don't like the way that a lot of priests, like if you cross your arms, like because like I'm not Catholic, then they kind of give you that grimace and like the grudging blessing.
No, they don't.
Yes, it is. Like, oh, you're one of them.
No, they do not do that.
Yeah.
Like,
And
where
I
did you go to
I
church?
refuse to ever drink that fucking wine out of the community cup. That's
That
terrible.
wine is so good. That's my favorite.
That's called being nice nasty.
Listen,
I would rather die. It makes me want to flip, like cringe inside out thinking about being somewhere in the caboose of that wine glass. That's disgusting.
well, it's got alcohol in it, so it kills the germs. However,
I don't give a fuck. Can you imagine that? That's
yeah, but listen,
it's like spit bukkake.
ew, gross. Don't say that. But listen, when Jesus' first miracle was that he turned water into wine at the wedding of Cana. So I think Jesus was kind of a partier, to be honest. He like hung out with Mary Magdalene and she was, he hung out with prostitutes and then he like turned water into wine at a wedding. I think he liked to party.
And he was known for being anti-establishment, right? When that his whole
Yes.
message.
Yep.
Right. And somehow that part of the message is missed by everybody who's Christian.
Not by me.
Not everyone misses it, but if you run the establishment, you can't have the anti-establishment guy being anti-establishment as the figurehead, because then everyone will copy him, do the stupid hippie thing. That's not a way to make money. So
It is, but it would be good to make him more passive, right? Like, oh, look at Jesus, he just loves people and dies.
I mean, he really was kind of a hippie if you think about it.
He was kind of a dick too. If you read the stories, like he's kind of snappy with people.
You
like,
crazy.
He was not.
You mean like
He
Jack
was.
Alcock?
Okay. Think about the time when he calmed the storms, right? He was asleep and they were afraid to wake him up, even though everybody was scared of dying in the storm, and they woke him up and he was pissy with them. That's a pretty reasonable fear.
I mean, that's the same with my dad too. I would be scared to wake up my dad.
That's just letting you know those people weren't nice, because he might have slayed you at his feet. Why did you wake me out of my slumber?
Right.
Get back over there and do what you doing before you lose your life. Why didn't you handle it yourself, my son?
Right. But
These
see,
people
like, when my daughter would wake me up in the middle of the night if she was scared, which actually she didn't really ever do that, I would be like, "Oh, okay, sweetie, here." Like I get it. There's nothing to be scared of, but I understand that you have this fear.
Yeah, I was always scared to wake up my father, but when I did, he was always cool as shit when I woke him up. But I'd be scared to like knock on that door,
And then the story about the getting his feet washed, right? And one of the woman's sister bitches about the woman's sister bitches because she's spending money on expensive foot perfume or whatever, and Jesus's response is like something like, "Fuck you, she's doing it for me."
That's not what he said at all. He did not say it like
Not verbatim, but that was the sentiment essentially.
No, it wasn't, and it was
Yes, it was.
He had they had what do you call it? The essential oils. They had
right. And the sister was like, "Why are you wasting money on that? We could be spending money on the poor instead." And Jesus was like, "Fuck you, bitch." Why aren't you paying more attention to me?
That's like, I don't think you should say that. I don't think he was like that. Really.
Somebody help me out.
I don't
That sound
know.
like a gorilla pimp. Like, bitch, why you spending?
He did not have
Damn.
a pimp hand.
Man, that sound like bitch. Why you spending money on all this bamboo leaves and shit? Y'all fuck that, bitch. Where my money? Yeah,
Well, she was a
Flo
prostitute.
say you crazy. I ain't supposed to be interacting with you like this. You
Right.
crazy.
And like she was crying and she dried his feet with her hair, which was nice.
How degrading! Like
I would have
I'd
done
be
it
like,
as well.
oh, you don't have to do that. Here, just come hold my dick while I pee. You don't have to like
Oh
get your
my
hair all
God.
dirty.
I would have dried your feet with my hair if it was, if they were needed to be dried.
Hair's not even absorbent.
It's not really. It's kind of a bad thing. I mean, I would have used my shirt probably.
I mean, Vic's hair might be.
Maybe. And they were in like the Middle East.
Nope.
I would actually be kind of creeped out if some woman started like rubbing her fucking hair all over my feet. Be like, this is crazy.
It's a little weird. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure
gotta-
about foot
Fucked up
person.
feeling.
I gotta
Just
sneak out
imagine the
away.
average person hair. Look, just imagine that average person hair rubbing through your feet. Don't you know
Ugh.
that's a memory you would never lose for the rest of your life? That fucked up feeling
I
Yeah,
don't
of
no.
strands of hair.
Yeah, I don't like it.
You know what
Seems-
happened once to me, and it's traumatized me for life.
What?
When I was younger, I used to ride the bus to work because parking downtown was expensive as fuck. And I rode on the way home from work one day. Bus was really full, and I sat behind this Asian man, and he had the biggest fucking flake of dandruff I've ever seen in my life,
I would
hanging on
die.
the back of his head, right in front of me. And like every time we'd hit a bump or something, like I'd watch. I don't know.
I would die.
Ooh.
I
It was
would
like the
die.
size of a pepperoni or something. It was
No,
fucking
you're
nasty.
lying.
It stayed on
like
his head the
that's
whole
like a-
ride. It was like a 40-minute bus ride to get back to where my car. I was the last stop. It stayed on
I
his head
saw
the whole
videos
time.
like that.
That sounds like a psoriasis, not even a dandruff.
Nah,
It
I
wasn't
saw
even
videos
attached
like
to his
that.
head. It was in his hair.
Do you like to
Oh,
watch
God.
Dr. Pimple Popper?
Oh no! Shut the fuck up.
I love it.
Oh my God. I just can't even stand. Like I hate that shit so much. I hate people that like that shit.
Well, I'm one of them.
Yeah, don't you? That I'm telling you.
Listen,
I'm
I
warning
can't
you.
watch all of it. I can only watch a little bit of it. Sometimes I get grossed out. I'm like, ugh, and I have to turn it. But every now and again, it's good.
Something wrong with you.
Yeah, I mean, and especially if it's on somebody that I like. Like that's my favorite. If I was dating somebody and they had a something I could pop.
Oh my God.
It's
I was
supposed to
like,
go down naturally. Just watch yourself bear self, but it go down in like 2 days.
What?
No need to pop it.
That's not true. You have to pop it, or else it doesn't.
Your name's Chuck, right? You're here to fuck, right? And then doesn't she like snap his neck with her legs or something? It's a fucking redneck gaudy ass truck too, if I've ever seen one. That shit. Your name is Chuck, right? And this is his cousin talking, or whoever the stripper was.
On my face.
Oh
Like,
my!
Bullshit! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Our pull. Show us your genitals.
Bullshit! Fuck you!
but I don't know why. Like I can get them now.
Oh my God, Crispy.
What? I don't know.
How the fuck are you still talking?
Thanks for the money, dummies. Because that's what you are. You gave me money for absolutely nothing.
Thank you, Mel, for the name
There's
change
Mel.
cheese.
Mel, I asked Mel to come up the other day. She said she doesn't have I'm like, why don't you ever come up? She always says it's because she's has to get ready for her work or something.
Yeah, I would be at work right now, but there's construction that's going on all day, blocking out my parking lot. I want to try to walk past that backhoe. and I have PTO anyways. So,
Oh, that sucks. What are they doing, Hank?
oh, they're doing a water pipe, so I haven't had water all day either.
Oh no, that's awful.
Oh yeah, Tommy did that filter himself for sure.
Yeah, he did himself.
Hey, the other day when you sent us over to Jack's, he seemed real nice.
Jack?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
He
I
was
can't believe he's
happy.
not here tonight.
He was happy that you sent people
I didn't
there.
come with anything to support Paul either. I mean, that's why I didn't come in earlier. I didn't have any evidence that Paul did anything to say Colorado, so I might as well shut up.
I had to come over here, Flow State, and check up on you. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause, boy, our sector is fucked. It probably won't last long.
Why?
You know,
What's going on now?
all kind
Is
of
that
dumb shit, man.
is
Just
that why
look,
Fatty's been roaming around?
man. Fatty is doing what he's supposed to do as a YouTube content creator, triggering folks and doing his bullshit. But it seems like the American side of this shit don't understand. They don't understand what he doing, and they get mad because in the United States, people of melanated tone, they tend to take certain things real serious, right? But they can't fuck with Fatty. Fatty over there, and Fatty got his whole group of island boys
Because
and
he's
shit.
Spanish.
He had a whole.
Yeah.
He had Mel's panel last night. He had like a whole group of people. It was him against the world last night on Mel's panel.
Man.
He picked up everybody.
Fatty cool. Look, I don't got nothing against that, but what he'll do is he'll slick try to incorporate me with certain people ideas like JP and shit. But I keep telling folks, man, don't think like they like to play them doxing games, and the whole little sector is all about pointing their fingers at another person just to point out how better than just like having $1. Well, 99 cents. If you got 1 penny more, that's what they doing. Well, I got a full $1. This man, look, I be telling you folks, look, I drive trucks and I chill out. I listen to this shit to pass time. But the way they do stuff over there, man, I ain't gonna play with them because not like that. Like how they playing, it's getting real dangerous. They playing with people, kids. They try to dox people and all that shit. And I keep telling you folks, look, I'm waiting on one of these motherfuckers play with me. The only thing gonna take is a bologna sandwich and the full tank of gas. I go see one of them bitches. They for real. But that shit dumb. It's a whole lot of stuff going over there. Flow State, you don't want no part of that foolish shit. It's like they trying to turn it into the beef sector or something. But all these people on this side of the sector, they call themselves intellectuals. And ain't nothing intellectual or not. Look, half of these motherfuckers, they only use their phone to
Most of the people around here consider themselves part of the truth sector, and I started saying it like a year ago. Like, this is just another drama.
No, but look, truth is look. I would rather be a part of a truth sector because truth don't take much to
Yeah,
discover
it doesn't.
or tell,
But
right?
it's also such a pretentious, dishonest claim, right? To claim to be part, like, think about what you're communicating here. I have the truth and you don't. Get the fuck out.
Oh, but I'm just saying, just simple word is truth.
I
would
probably
rather
read too much into it.
I would rather be a part of.
You'd rather be a part of the truth community?
Yeah, I think that's what he was going with. Anyway, thank you for having me, Flo. I'm gonna
Absolutely.
go now. I
They
appreciate
call
it.
themselves.
Okay, bye, y'all. Thank you.
See ya. Vic, I think you're kind of chopping in and out.
Type of skill
can get
and
out.
study to be an intellectual. It takes study to be an intellectual. And a lot of these motherfuckers on the side of the the program I'm on, they got shit for brains. Ain't studied the motherfucking thing. I be looking like, look, man, it's certain stuff I see it, and I be like, damn. What the fuck? I got into an argument with a motherfucker about tectonic plate shift, right? You got a person that runs a panel, and they told me and the world, because you know when we own these panels, the world can hear what you're talking about. They told me volcanoes do not create new land. Like, I said, what the fuck? This motherfucker run a show. So you mean to tell me this shit running and folks sending cash apps and shit to be food or trick? I was saying tectonic plate shifts. I told the motherfucker that tectonic plate shifts creates earthquakes, and due to the moon create monsoons and tidal waves and all this. That motherfucker told me, King Brewster, you lying. I said, Lord, God be the greatest. Dip me in shit and roll me in gravy. I said, oh boy, we fucked up. Like melanated people. We
Well, I mean,
fucked up as
everybody. That's not just like how many times have you heard somebody come on here and say something like just start like claiming shit like that makes no sense. I don't like. Well, actually, free energy is how they built the star forts on Mars, right? Like, wait, what?
Wow.
How did you get there? Like, you need to back up and explain the thought process that brought you here to this conclusion, because while it may be true, it's definitely way out there. But they just try to say things like it's the fact.
Man, I don't know what's going on, but I think, look, like my sector, my whole little sector, it won't be too long to it implodes and people
Do you
get
think
tired
that
of hearing.
do you think that Fight Club was the beginning of the end? When
You
they
said,
ended
do I
Fight Club?
think Fight Club did
When
what?
when Fight Club ended, was that the beginning of the end?
Yeah, when Fight Club ended, it's people took that blueprint and tried to run with it, but they didn't understand that it's just like moving into a new house. The new house ain't like what home was. You can copy that blueprint, but it just ain't the same. It's just like a echo chamber. It's just a revolving door. And then some people got
I
sense
wonder
enough to
why
get
Fight
up
Club
out of
did
it.
work so much better. Did you think Fight Club worked better than the others because Anton's big enough that people would go there for the opportunity that he did drop in?
Yeah, Fight Club worked. Run that question back. Fight Club.
So
Fight
why
Club
did Fight Club
did
work?
good because of who hosted it. Like
Aaron or Anton?
yeah, Aaron. See, Anton didn't really host Fight Club. He let
No,
Aaron
but I didn't.
do it.
But what kept people so interested in Fight Club, and I think it might be because Anton was big enough that just the fact that he was there sometimes or might drop in would bring people there.
Right, but no, that was some part of it. But I think Fight Club did so good because of how Aaron ran it. See, what Aaron would do is, and people don't pay attention to it. Aaron, as the host, he maintained control, but he did not show any bias. He'll let everybody do what they do, and then he'll shut it down a little bit, and he'll put his input on certain topics, and he'll just let it run again. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't biased towards, like, if you, and he'll let.
He was very good at being neutral. Like I still don't know what his opinions on anything are. I've probably been on
And
panels
then
with
when
him
they get
for a
out of
ton.
hand,
What?
he's not going to speak about his own opinion. When he speaks about a certain thing, he speaks in a way to where Is it you can take this option or that option? He's like Aaron got that weight. He
You're glitchy. Your audio's coming in glitchy.
want to go against you about this. He'll get in the middle. He'll step in there. He'll referee and say, "Well, just think about this," and he do it with a straight face. I ain't never seen him frowned up. React.
He was good at being provocative, but also, but it's like he was like antagonistic but neutral. I don't know how he did that. I can't do that. Nope. And then it was just the two most dangerous men on YouTube.
Excellent.
Do you think that they figured out that we're an evil team working in cahoots against everybody?
Absolutely not. I mean, Jim Bob didn't figure it out.
Do you think that they'll figure it now that we've said it out loud? Do you think that they'll even still figure it out yet, or do you think they're too dumb?
They're obviously too stupid to figure anything out.
I agree.
We could give them the whole roadmap and then say, "Well, I just made it up."
Yeah, sort of like how, like, if you ever want to catch somebody off guard, tell them you're about to punch them. I swear to God, never, not once, has anybody ever expected the punch that happens next.
Yeah.
Vic, go sit on your router.
We try to rejoin again. You'll be losing the.
No, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Something
There you
came
are.
up and saying, yeah, it came up and saying something about my microphone.
Hey, infamous. I did do them in your honor, but here we go. You know what? Let me get you with. You can bank the other one.
That look like destruction, boy. What the hell? Where you get that video from? How?
You should see the. I've got a different video. Well, it's a little bit different, but the one that I do for it expands that one that I do for anyone who gives 20 or more memberships.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You ain't got to play it.
I won't play it unless somebody gives 20 memberships, which my membership levels have really slumped, guys. Really slumped. I'm probably well under 400 at this, or I'm sorry, well under 500 at this point, which not very good.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, this is your boy the Grifter, and I ain't been grifting good lately. So show some love and give some memberships. I don't know where Chuck is.
Yeah, just like I said, man. But like back to what we were saying, that Fight Club is just that's where a lot of these people were made at, right? In the sector, they were made. Like me, I came up through Fight Club and other stuff, and just
Why
being on
don't you
panel.
have a channel of your own? Why don't you have a channel of your own?
No, because I live too much. Look, I live too much of a real life, right? And then something in my mind, I just can't convert over into.
I know what you mean.
metaverse.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
But if you think about it logically, there's that's not a good. That reason doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I
It's
mean, I
just-
have my own channel.
Yeah, it's I get it. It's condition. It was weird for me at first too, a lot. But it like I realized that like this behavior doesn't actually make sense.
Come on, my behavior, or like
no.
like,
I mean,
or the
to
internet.
be on YouTube as much as you are discussing things, but to not feel like you could have a channel.
Yeah, I understand. Like I do, like doing it for free. Yeah, but yeah. It's all right, man.
Why did they cancel Fight Club? I don't think I ever. Do you know why?
Well, I can kind of imagine why, because they had that conversation on that channel about the 12-year-old people, and then people that the person that run that can't be associated with that based on his brand and what he is trying to accomplish. Because a lot of people, like in this sector, they want to deny it. No, it was some fucked up shit was said on that show. And when they was joking and bullshitting or whatever the fuck, and they had certain questions that were asked, and they made a like a mockery out of the question. They like, and they fell into it, and then they went too far. And then in order for Anton to keep what he got going on, he had to disassociate himself from that certain type of lingo or that language, like, cause it was like promoting bullshit. Like when you had a person talking, oh well, if you come from this certain, well, I don't even want to say it on your channel, cause I remember the whole discussion. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? So
I don't know which
in order,
discussion it was, but I understand how the conversations could get there.
yeah. But the whole thing is, you had people that are content creators right now today, and that agreed up on certain things, whether they was joking or whatever. There's a truth to certain jokes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they did that, and then after, I think, I believe this is my belief. And Tom probably looked at it, or somebody might have sent him a clip or video of what's been said on that show, and he said, "No, that's unacceptable. You weren't supposed to do that." And he just probably pulled his hand back out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was a whole, yeah, and that was the right thing to do, because any well-minded human being is supposed to have boundaries, and you're supposed to know what you ain't supposed to be doing or what you ain't supposed to be saying. And especially when you know what I'm saying, this is a dope channel. We talk about all kind of stuff on there, and you know what I'm saying, you got people back and forth with each other. It's whole lot of bullshit, fuckery, fun, laughter, and then sometimes it be some stuff. It used to be things that were said on the panels that was life affecting towards certain people, man. And then for them, that when they went down to the and stooped to their level of just speaking about kids and start joking, they might have let him know, hey, nah, y'all just getting too far out of hand. So he did right for his brand and everything. But on the other hand, though, the main person that was the puppet master and the controller of all this shit, which was Anton, right?
Mm-hmm.
He still, which I don't have no problem with it though. I don't even have no problem with that content creator. CW, you know who I'm talking about? CW.
No. Oh yeah. I do.
Right. All right. But out of all of the certain things that CW said, he still dealt with him. He also dealt with Felice Johnson and all that and everything. But it's content creation, so I don't hold him.
Right.
I don't be trying to hold folks accountable for that right there. But man, it's just a whole lot of stuff. And that's kind of like out the way for a decent thinking person. The thing they did on Fight Club, man, like when that conversation happened, and then also JP like kind of like exposed what they were saying and started pointing that shit out. And also Daryl Long. A lot of people don't even want to just be messing with Daryl, because Daryl is like he's just a different type of dude. What I can say,
I've always gotten along good with Daryl. I don't know. And I guess I don't know him all that well, but I don't know what he does that everybody else is so
See, they like in this sector though, Whether that out, I mean, like they don't really want to go against Daryl because Daryl is like a he speaks well. He will do research, and then he know how to debate his point. Even if he wrong, he can he can do some lawyer type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like the way
Yeah.
he present himself, his character and everything. See, they want him all the way out the way because, and then he also been in our sector for a long time. He been in there a long time, right? So the behaviors of people that tries to challenge Daryl can actually point out or show video up on like if you say you like salmon this week, and then next week you go to a barbecue and people cooking salmon, you like, I don't touch that because you want to be bad and bougie. Daryl is the type of person that, no, I got a video to where you was eating salmon off the top of a bucket like po people do.
He
You know what I'm
is
saying?
that kind of guy. Yeah.
Yeah. So he gonna be like, he gonna show you, like he'll let you go
But
far.
I assume I treat everyone as if they're that kind of guy. I think maybe that's why because like I just try. Look, when you're on YouTube, you don't know who's watching you or who will be
Right.
and you just can't really effectively hide yourself. Excuse me. People will find you. What you can do is just be a decent person, right? And so like
Exactly.
I've never had any issue with Daryl. Maybe because I try to not play fuck shit like that. I don't know.
No. Look, you ain't gonna never have no problem with Daryl. Daryl has only been attacking the people that have been over the period of years that had something to say against him or try to make him look foolish or make him look a certain type of way. Daryl
And that's
has
how
not
it
been
seemed to
attacking.
me.
Yeah, he ain't what. See, guys, I don't have no problem with him. Like I can be on the channel, he'll say certain things that about Mississippi or whatever. And shit, he might be intrigued by Mississippi. I don't look at it like that. You know what I'm saying? And then he kind of like, I talk to him, and then he kind of know like how I get down here. So
I also
I don't have no
appreciate
problem.
that he rocks the simp thing because like I feel like it's a good offset to all the angry woman hating incel energy on the internet.
Yeah.
But look, Flow State. Only thing it does is switches up, right? It's a flip. Now you go over there to his panel, and you'll find out there's a lot of women that think men ain't worth a damn, and you can hear it in their voices. Like, but I just look at it like it's content, and it keeps me up to date up on like how the average man of today is running. You know what I'm saying? Based on like in the area I am in, you know what I'm saying? These are black people, right? But if you listen to them long enough and then you paying attention, just like I said, I'm a person that I be outside. I don't have no problem going wherever I need to go or dealing with whoever I need to deal with in my area. But it's a lot of these folks, they in our sector, it's a lot of these people, they don't know enough. So when they try to challenge Daryl about it's gonna take a whole lot of people. You know what I'm saying? And also
Right.
shit, it's gonna take a whole lot of people. Because don't you think for now time, those women in there look, those women in that chat or the women that come up on this panel, they really operate like family, right? If you can say something about Daryl and you like your back chat or be full of people ready to get up on panel, and most likely they're gonna be female, and they standing on business. Them women ain't, and they ain't dumb. Some of them educated, and some of them just live. They can all aspects of life. They can chime in and they can speak a certain way towards. You know what I'm saying? The good, bad. So he basically inside himself up like a male lion, right? They gonna make the kill, but he gonna eat first. he good in what he doing now. So, but so far as these content creators, they just want him all the way out the way because they have to walk on eggshells and be careful of what they say.
What is the grief sector?
Grief.
I've
They
never heard of
crying.
the grief sector. That sounds like a fucked up sector.
What are they crying of? Oh, like all the fallen soldiers or some shit. What the hell?
I guess I'm not surprised a grief sector exists. I just didn't know about it. I am a little surprised that a grief sector would be that hostile.
A grief sector. What the hell? What is,
Like I'm guessing like if you lost somebody, like I know that there's like a whole bunch of suicide support groups and stuff. Like in real life, it wouldn't surprise me that they're on. Oh, the beef sector, yeah. Yeah, I mean that's just my approach to YouTube, at least since I've been making more content, really, is one of I just assume that I am doxxed everywhere I go, right? I just
right.
I mean, I can be an asshole, but I try not to be like a piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think I went to one of those Black Pill panels, and it got rated by Bunny Christ and Pops, but I was prepared for them because they don't really have that much to do. They don't have leverage over me anyway, so I'm just always prepared.
Dude, I went to a black. Did you hear me talking about the Black Pill panel last night?
Yeah, they knew who you were because you were Chad.
And it made it like I
you went
guess
where?
I'm sort. Huh?
What you said? You went where?
So do you know what the black pill is? Like red pill, but
Oh no, I don't,
it's the worst kind. It's the worst kind of women hating incels, right? And I didn't know where I was. It just popped up on my feed, right? So I was like, I'll check this shit out. And I thought they were actually sort of weird, but what I gathered sort of after I got kicked off, because they had me on panel for a little bit with the screen up the whole time, right? Even after like it was obviously clear that I'm not a porn bomber. And then the host kicked me off and then dropped the screen and continued the conversation. I didn't realize until after the fact they knew who I was. And this profile picture I have right now, they had a girl on panel, which I believe was after hanging around a minute longer in the chat. I don't think that's a normal occurrence.
What channel was it? Was it Smash TV? Or was it something?
Yeah, it was Smash.
Yeah, that's the one I went on.
Yeah, and so do they ever have girls up there?
I never seen them with girls up there.
I think that what was happening is they were mate guarding, and I didn't fucking even realize that it. Like, I mean, I should have realized because of the type of conversation it was, but I didn't even think about anything about having one girl and 5 guys on panel. Like
that's not a non-distribution except for on there. So, but Chad just walked in and said, "Oh no." That's hilarious.
I don't know what the girls. I don't remember what the girl's name was.
What you mean, mate garden? So when you mean tell me,
like
okay,
gel, like
it was
when dudes like it. Not exactly because like she's not with them. But mate guarding is like when a dude, like the dudes whose chick is out of their league, and like if they go out together, he's like obviously all over her because he's insecure that she'll talk to somebody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's mate guarding behavior. Insecure guys with chicks that he's scared of losing, and I think that's what was going on there with this.
Oh, okay. So they was based. So in our spaces, what they usually do is, okay, I can understand. We call it cock blocking. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
basically.
That's all it is. That's all. We just keep it straight and firm and straight up in there. What a lot of time what happens on our panels, like the space I be in, you can see a woman that finally comes to the show, and when she finally comes to the show, the guy's so driven to try to be the person that's noticed, they'll start shitting on other guys or try to X the person out that don't normally come to the show because they think you can potentially take. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Oh, the thing Paul does every time. I got it.
Yeah, it's King Kong
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. I go ape shit all the time. I be telling them I don't want none of this shit off the internet. Hell no.
Yeah, I'll go ape shit, but never as like a strategy to look cool to a chick. Because I mean, we're adults. I don't know if anybody knows that.
Yeah, majority of the time, look, cause the whole YouTube, right? Well, I'm gonna just speak from the sector I'm in, right? Majority of those guys, man, just pay attention to how many hours they are on this internet, right? You'll never see them at work. Well, some of them don't even on camera, you right? But they got all this time, man. It's too much time
And they're not even making like
on it.
I don't make enough to support our household, and I make a lot more than anybody my size.
Right.
But you see me doing it, right? Like,
right.
You don't see
Yeah,
these other people who spend all their time online. Like, you see me trying to sell shit, right? Like right now, I just reminded myself. Buy some Flow State memberships, guys. Hold on a second. Let me play a clip for you. I got to outsource this to Rose.
Right now, you can become a member of the Flow State channel for only $1 a month. Yes, that's right. Only $1 a month gains you access to have your name in the color of green, which is the color of nature and life and positive energy. And you will also gain access immediately to all of the special emojis, including people like Tommy, my favorite, Jack Talcott, and even Flow State himself. Let's not forget about all of the good work that Flow State does for us almost every day. Where would we go if we didn't have a Flow State to open up this platform for us, those of us who do not require sleep? Please become a member today in order to keep this wonderful platform alive. Thank you.
What dog? Shadow Band?
Yeah. But yeah. But what I just like I say, man, it's just weird. The internet, that's why when y'all be saying, oh, Vic, you can have a channel, man. No, bro. It's too look, it's enough weirdos at the gas station. I don't want to invite that many weirdos in my life to where I got to stand in front of a screen, man, and try to sort out other people's shit because they come into y'all panels thinking as if y'all are therapists and they be saying, oh, it's therapeutic to come to the channel. Hell no, it's not. No.
But here's the thing: when you're in control, well, you just kick them out. They're knowing you.
No, ain't no kicking them out. But you look, but sometimes the content creator got to go to bed with that bullshit on their mind. Like, this motherfucker really tried me tonight with this stupid ass shit. And you know you weren't raised like that. You know you weren't brought up a certain way, and you be like, wow, it gets on you. It's on your mind. Just think about the average president, right? The president before they
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down. The most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky. If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
Oh, look, Flow State hit the wrong button.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button. I was ready to see that one. Shadow Band, I know exactly what you're talking about. If you're willing to come up, I'd like to have the conversation with you. I'm kind of curious, but yeah, no, I'm happy to explain that story some more. Actually, what I'd almost prefer to do is find the live stream where I talk about it, and then let you have that, and then make a decision for yourself whether I did something evil or somebody thinks that they can lie to you. Don Juan, is Don Juan DeMarco or whatever the fuck his name is? I saw him saying lies somewhere. Is that who you heard it from? Shadow Band?
Yeah. Yeah. But just
Yeah,
like I
no,
said,
I'm happy to tell the story again, but I would like to kind of pick your brain before I add more stuff to it, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, just like I was saying about the YouTube content creation, just think of yourself like a president, right? The average president that goes into office, right? They look like they are full of life and they're happy they achieved that goal. But at the end of the day, and when they ass get out of there within the 4 years, don't you know they look like a sad ass puppy, gray as a
Way old.
motherfucker, and their soul is snatched from them because of trying to figure out everybody else's problems. I don't want that shit. I'm trying to stay looking youthful. Look, I look younger than a lot of people that comes up on these panels, and I'm 38 years old, right? I look like a kid compared to some of the shit that
Compared to
these
me.
people been through. No, well, you know what I'm saying? I'm 38, but if you put me up against a lot of people like that face and you say guess their age, shit, I don't. My voice sound soulful and older, but my face, no. Fresh haircut. I look like I just got out of high school. Fuck that. That's too much going on because you got day-to-day things going on in your life that you got to handle. You know what I'm saying? Day-to-day little fights in real life. But then just to hear people with their bullshit and they're coming to you like you God and or the daddy that they ain't never had and shit, and you got to sort out their problems, and then you looking at. I know flow state. A lot of times you probably go to sleep and you be like, "Damn, my life ain't so fucked up at all." After hearing some of this shit these people say on the internet, man, I be like, "Damn, I thought I had it bad. These motherfuckers are fucked up." Like, shit. Being on the internet is a gift and a curse. I hear what people say, and I was like, "Damn, I want to do this. I would like to have some of the shit some of these people got." But when I hear them other stories, I be like, "Damn, it makes you not even want to go outside." Like, what the fuck you been through? Or what you got going on? No, bro. I don't want no channel like that. I would rather come up on y'all channel and deal with people, and I'd rather get kicked off a lot of times because some of this shit in these conversations that people are going and they're having, shit, I ain't got no business being a part of this shit anyway. But it's addictive now because I like to talk shit and bullshit with people. You know what I'm saying? But hell no, for me to have my own channel, man, if I get my own channel, I know my phone would never stop ringing like a telemarketer. They calling.
All right, hold on. Shadow Band, I know that I don't believe that you don't remember who told you, but I'll re-explain the story anyways. So we had a neighbor, and they had a pit bull, and it was not a good pit bull. It was never on a leash. They had no fence. If the guy was home, then it would listen to him and stay in line, right? If the man was there. But if he was gone, and it was outside, which it was frequently, it was not a good dog. It had we'd had several incidents with it. One time it chased Katie's kid and a friend, and they had to run and jump in the back of my pickup truck. It was definitely an aggressive dog. I had addressed it with him several times. He always just kind of brushed it off. And so one day I decided to do something about it before it did something to the kids. Not just mine. We had a lot of kids right next door to it, but also there's a lot of other kids in the neighborhood. There's a lot of kids in our neighborhood. To have a mean, full-grown male pit bull with its balls and a bad attitude running around off a leash and unattended to. Katie caught me and stopped me because I put out some antifreeze in a dish. And then about a week later, it actually did bite my daughter on her hand. And so that was not a lie. That was absolutely the truth. But yes, in hindsight, if I could go back, I would absolutely kill that dog 100 times over to prevent, the bite. And I think that's only good parenting. I think it's bad parenting to go, oh, you know what? This dog's going to bite one of the kids, but I'll let it happen so that I don't be,
Is it?
whatever. Like, you got a responsibility to protect your kids, even from the neighbor's douchebag dog. If they're not going to handle it, I will.
Right. It's illegal here. It's illegal in the UK. I'm not sure where else, but it's illegal in a lot of places to have a pit bull that's not muzzled and not tethered, not chained. So could animal control not got involved and
They
confiscated?
picked the dog up. I don't know what they did with it. I know that when in my state, when there's a dog bite like that, they pick up and they isolate the dog for 10 days to make sure it doesn't have rabies or whatever. I don't know what else they test for. She did get some shots preventatively. I will assume that the dog didn't have rabies. I mean, I'll assume that the dog was not killed, because that was I believe the first time that had happened with it. But I never saw it again. They moved out the very next month. I wasn't playing with these fucking people anymore.
They just get destroyed. They get killed here straight away. If you're
Not, yeah, it's not that way here. I'm just rolling off memory. I believe that. I mean, I don't know, because there are extra laws for pit bulls here. It was illegal for it to be out like that. I don't know if they got charged for that or not, but I do know that when a dog bites somebody like this, it goes on a list. At first, because it's like a registered offender, and then if it happens again, I'm pretty sure they off it. But I don't know how that ever ended. They moved when this happened, especially we had a falling out and they were gone. So I came at the neighbors with a lot more guns blazing than just the dog incident. It was a foreseeable problem, and I could, yeah. I don't remember if I answered voice. I don't remember what shots she got. It did not. It bit her hand because she was walking home from somewhere and she came around the corner and it just went at her and bit her. It did not bite her as hard as it could have, but it definitely bit her hard enough to draw blood.
It's such a shame, man, because obviously it isn't the dog's fault. Like,
it is.
No,
I mean, I don't give a fuck. I don't feel any sympathy for the dog. The dog's attacking people.
Yeah,
I don't care. Fuck that dog. I don't know why anybody feels the need to go, it's not the dog, it's the owner. It's both of them. Dogs can be assholes. Kids can be assholes. Cats can be assholes. There's nothing that's so innocent and I don't know. People get stupid when it comes to animals. Like, oh, it's not. There's no such thing as a bad dog. Yeah, there fucking is, and bad people. Shadow, what's this question mean though? Oh, yeah, cat. Yeah, no. Yeah, whoever. Actually, I think I screenshotted the person who I saw say that. That person is definitely telling an intentional lie. That's why I think I screenshotted it. Let me check. I was like, oh, look at that one. That one's intentional. Because he heard enough of the story to have heard the part where it bit my daughter, but then decided that I was lying, right? Made up the part, well, he's lying. Okay, why do you believe that?
I love it when people do that. They don't like the details, so they change them and make them like they don't. The details don't fit the story that they've made up in their own head. So, or when they don't get, they only hear a couple of details, and then they make up the rest of the story around the details that they heard.
Well, no, I mean he heard the whole story, right? He got the whole thing from start to finish. He just chose to alter things to make it as derogatory as possible towards me. It's like, which isn't terribly surprising. It's just kind of on the nose. Like when I'm a douche, I try to do it in more defensible ways. I feel like if I were to do something like that, like hear a story and then retell the story with obvious changes and lies, it's belittling to me in a way. I don't know why. I haven't really thought it all the way through.
I mean, it sounds like this dog was just a boisterous, still had his nuts, so was still very.
It wasn't playing though. It wasn't playing boisterous. He was young. He did still have his nuts, but they were a young couple, and it was always an aggressive dog. But when the baby was born, she was pregnant when we moved in. When the baby was born, that dog turned the fuck up. And the owners were doing really nothing preventative, right? Like when I brought it up, he'd kind of turn and yell at the dog, like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And then just kind of carry on, like, oh, okay.
So the dog, you think the dog got protective of the baby, or?
I believe so, yeah. It's vigilance ramped up, and neither of them were.
So in which case, dude, it wasn't the dog's fault. The dog was doing its job. The dog was doing what it thought it should be doing, because the baby had been born.
I don't know why it thought that. It wasn't,
because it was part of the baby was born, dude. Dogs aren't stupid. The baby was born.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't taught to do this. I saw it get in trouble.
And it wasn't.
Okay. You know what? Fuck that dog. Fuck that dog.
Yeah.
It is the dog's fault. Fuck the dog. Fuck the mom. Fuck the dad. Fuck their kid. I hope it gets its hand bit. Fuck them all. No love, no sympathy for any of those assholes. Maybe when that dog chomps on the baby, he'll be like, "Oh no, maybe if I wasn't such a drunk, I would have listened to the neighbor."
I'll tell you what, man. My parents had a red setter when I was born, and it snapped at me. Just all it did was snap at me, just barked at me. It didn't actually bite me, just like snarled and snapped at me. They got rid of it straight away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fuck that shit. I would too. I've never owned a dog. My ex-wife thinks that's what's wrong with me, but I don't have any desire for one. For a lot of reasons. They need too much fucking attention.
They don't.
Dogs do chomp on babies. Dogs will chomp on anything. Not all of them are baby chompers, but
Flow State. I knew you my type of white boy.
Why?
You fucking dogs up. Man, don't you know my mama bought me a fucking Daisy Red Ryder BB gun. I was fucking dogs up. Shit. Look. It was old ladies used to like long time ago. They used to have gardens and shit, and motherfuckers used to buy them damn pit bulls and shit. And then your ass already po. Why the fuck is you buying something else you got to feed? And then the damn dog running through the fucking neighborhood growling. Look, if that son bitch show their teeth, that's the first thing I used to ask the women when they be in there go, did he show his teeth? Did he growl one time? If you growled, use a minute. I'm finna, boy, I was shooting them motherfuckers from morning and night. Shit.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, that's
damn
funny.
That damn dog.
Always eating desperation.
We had the people behind us when I was a kid who moved in behind us. They were real assholes, and they did some landscaping that like dumped all the water into our neighbor's yard and just wiped him out, like just flooded the fuck out of them
Yeah.
with what they did, how they did their landscape. And then they were just like, well, fuck you. And so they put in a whole bunch of like big gardens and like really they were gardeners and they put in a bunch of bird feeders. And I had a BB gun, and I also had my bedroom upstairs facing their house.
So you pick
right?
him out the window.
Man, oh yeah, I was like a fucking. I was like that soldier
Sniping,
who's lost, who Vietnam has ended. He doesn't know it. He's still like out there shooting
I
birds
used
and
to
shit.
do that shit. I still look. I got about like 5 BB gun pellet rifles, the break barrel. I got about 5 of them around my house right now. I got. I got slingshots. I got a blowgun. Look, I be into that shit. You will get your animal fucked up if you don't keep your kin folks up off my. Look, if you love that motherfucker, don't have him shitting in my yard or nibbling at kids, cause you will lose that motherfucker. It will be a some bitch mission in action. Look, I got that blowgun, man. One night I saw one of them some bitch that like the you know how the kid ride and they chase somebody. Take that. I don't like dogs that chase kids on bikes. Man, I got that blowgun. I caught that son bitch around that trash can. Ooh, I put a big piece of meat out there that I knew he won't smell. You know what I'm talking about? Man, shot that son bitch with that blowgun. Look, yep, you can call Peter on me. I don't give a fuck. Fuck your dog. Keep that son bitch locked up. Keep your kin folks where they supposed to be at. I fuck a dog up like Pops on Friday. Ain't nothing like kicking a stinking ass dog in his ass. Bang, bang, bang.
It's a circle, man. It's a vicious circle. Because like if you
Man.
got people running around with BB guns shooting dogs aren't going to feel safe.
No.
So
We
that, you know,
ain't running around. We are not running around shooting. We are like the American sniper. We standing on post. They coming over here fucking with us. We ain't looking for your dogs. Your
That's
dogs
different.
is looking for our shit and they children and Look, just imagine a little baby like, come on, a Fisher Price bike size, a little 12-inch bike, right? That's a child that's probably 2 years old. But you decide to step in the door, and then you got somebody that ain't fed one of them ragged ass pit bulls, and the dog walk up on the child and he nibbling, sniffing and everything, and he decide to bite because he hungry. No, if you got a dog, you are responsible, totally responsible for it. Your dog is supposed to be just like one of your relatives. Would you let your son or a human being walk up to somebody else's child and push him over in the dirt or do anything harmful to him?
No, man, no.
Hell no.
Yeah,
That's the same thing
like,
as just like a little human, right?
I
If
don't
you
see.
got a badass child up in somebody else's yard, smacking up and fucking up everybody else's kids. Now, when a grown person or some authority come out there and smack your little badass child up because he fucking up all the kids that wasn't bothering them and just doing regular kid shit. Now you mad about this stinking ass dog? Look, if you don't keep that son bitch on a chain in a cage, with a top over it, so he won't escape, evidently you don't want that motherfucker.
I mean, I don't know if
this
this is somewhere only in America, man. Like, because we don't have dogs walking around. In Portugal, there were dogs walking around. There were a lot of stray dogs walking around in Portugal, and they were all friendly. They were all
friendly
because they would get fed. You know, they were all friendly. All the stray dogs in Portugal were friendly, but in Spain and here, there's only homeless cats here. There's no dogs around, and nobody lets their dog walk around. Nobody lets it out. You know, you're not even allowed your dog off a leash unless it's a small dog. If it's a bigger dog, you're not even allowed to let it off its leash, man. So in America, I mean, you've got people just letting their dogs fucking run around into other people's gardens and whatever. That's
no, it ain't gardens. Look, not even through the garden. It could be just like okay.
He means yard. He means yard. He's British.
Yard. Yeah.
Yard.
Look, not even fenced off because a lot of the properties around here, right, not even fenced off, right. So you might.
Oh
have
yeah, we got no fences like on our block.
Oh
right.
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. You might have a kid that goes outside of the door. You might have a little kid like 5, 6 that know how to open the door and go outside. Now you got a neighbor down the road, they got a fucking pit bull that he running them, training them, and got them pulling tires and all that shit. The average pit bull, the real pit bulls, they might be 50-some pounds, but have you ever seen what them motherfuckers can do? Like the distance they can jump and the power that they got. Look, some bitch lucky I ain't put that 12 gauge on his ass.
Yep.
I
And
just didn't want to wake up the neighbors. You see
What's
what I'm saying?
almost worse than somebody who's training it is somebody who's not, like, when a little white girl decides
Watching
she wants a pit bull. Pit bulls are too trendy, and you need to establish your dominance with those dogs. I know that much. When you have I knew so many when I was younger. I knew so many nice little 17, 18-year-old white girls who got themselves a pit bull, and they treated it just like you'd expect them to. And when that dog was growing up, it was a pain in the fucking ass.
Right. That's just like raising a spoiled ass child. If
Right.
you don't
Except this one's got big ass teeth.
Yeah, a big ass head, and they rocking gold chains and shit, telling you, my mama got me, you can't fuck with me. I'm gonna put that motherfucker. Look, that damn dog gonna be a nice pyramid. You see what I'm saying? You better keep your shit up on your yard. You look, because if it growl one time or it get too close or it's nipping at anything, man down, missing in action. You might not get that dog back. I put that son bitch in the garbage can.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that I will take the risk again that I took before my daughter got bit. I really don't. Because I mean, especially since then, like I actually looked into a little bit. You know that pit bulls are part of 60%, 65% of fatal dog attacks involve a pit bull, and that's the most. That's over. I can't remember. It's like over 3 times as common as the second highest or something. Like it's just massive.
Look. I'm gonna tell you what the perfect tool for it. Look it up, and look. It don't cost that much. Get you a Hot Sun Sniper EQ. It's a goddamn 22 caliber pellet rifle. Or you can get you a Benjamin Trail X X is with the nitro piston in there. That something should never come back around. Yeah, it got it's a brake barrel. Look, you can shoot that gun all day or whatever. Look, them some bitch shoot 1,000-something feet per second.
Pits. Oh yeah, pits. Okay, hold on. Let me address Boba Fett's stupid comment. Pits are not misunderstood. Pits are understood. That's the thing. That's people always say. That's also what communists say when they're like, "You just don't understand communism." No, I do. I do understand communism, and it's bullshit. I understand pit bulls, and don't get me wrong. I like pit bulls personally. I don't think they're all bullshit. I don't think they should all be illegal. There are a lot of bullshit pit bulls, and when people walk around saying pit bulls are just misunderstood, they're the sweetest dogs on earth, you're coping and you're covering and you're giving bullshit information. Some pits are good, some are bad. You should not assume all pit bulls are misunderstood. This sentiment is wrong. You should be watching that motherfucker until you know what kind of pit bull it is. That's the right answer.
Because some of them have mental illness, right? Those dogs are working dogs. They are bred for a certain thing. They wasn't bred to be in the house. They was bred to like hunt hogs or be vicious towards certain animals and everything. Certain dogs, they are bred for a specific thing. Those dogs, they ain't. If you want to try something, you would rather go get a fucking Kango or something. If you want a fucking house pet or whatever, he might not be the prettiest, or if you want a family oriented dog and you don't like that much company, get you a fucking what they call it, a Cane Corso, not a Cane Corso, or get you some other shit like that. But you still gonna have that problem because they are not accepting other people outside of your household. the problem is people are not doing enough research upon the mindset of these dogs. These dogs are bred to do a certain thing. An idle mind is the devil workshop. If you ain't got enough land or enough yard to work all of that energy off that dog, you gonna get him fidgety, and he gonna find some other shit to do, like bite your fucking neighbor's child. And now, what if your neighbor's child, before the ambulance or the police get there and they decide to pull that 45 out and say, no, I ain't gonna blame the dog. I'm gonna put the person down that own that motherfucker. Cause I believe in that shit though. Sometimes when a dog bite, don't blame the dog for doing his job. The dog was bred for a specific thing.
Yeah.
It's time to get on the owner ass. So now when I pull up, you know what I'm saying, with that stick in my hand and it looking like a robbery. No, your fucking dog done changed my child's life for the rest of their life.
I agree with that actually entirely. And
No,
that's why, like I said, the
yeah.
neighbor moved out that month. That was the last month they lived there. They found a new place, got the fuck out of there. I was done with that dude.
Yeah.
I think that Vic glitched. Boba Fett, I know that you didn't and actually maybe I interpreted the way that you meant there
Dog
understood
and shit.
wrong.
It ain't
There you go,
gonna bite. Put that motherfucker.
Vic, you're glitching again. You're glitching again.
Don't feel comfortable walking over here. I got to pick up nails and all this shit. Now the dog is doing what he's supposed to do. Protect his yard. This is his yard. What the fuck you think I'm finna walk around pissing on every post just to let this motherfucker know I'm dominant? No, I'm finna hit this motherfucker with this fox spray. And then you're gonna be mad and somebody ain't gonna get paid. You know what I'm saying? I got look, shit. When I go to certain situations, people got dogs, bro. I got some shit gonna make the owner roll over and the dog. Both of you bitches gonna be blind. You see it,
right? So my attitude is this is a problem, and if you're not gonna fix it, I will fix it. But you're probably not gonna like how I fix it.
You doggone right. I believe in it, and especially kids around. Like people, I see a lot of people walking dogs. Well, the damn dog be walking them. Why the fuck is your dog out pulling you? And that mean that motherfucker ain't trained. So I tell people, like when they come around, I always tell people, look, you need to go. If you gonna come talk to me when you ain't got that dog with you. You know what I'm saying? Or you gonna visit or whatever, because the dog is pulling you. So that motherfucker is operating on his own mindset.
Yeah,
trying to
you
do
are
what
not
do.
the alpha in this pack. You're not.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So you don't bring that dog around here, because the first time it jumped, and then I react toward the dog, and you have anything to say to me, I'm finna wrap you in that dog on your ass, on both of y'all ass, both of y'all finna, cause and for you to be a human being and don't have control of them, you supposed to know not to even bring that dog, because it only knows you. And evidently, if it's pulling you or out pulling you or it ain't listening to command, you really don't have no control over the dog. I done seen people like walk dogs and stuff, and when something happen, the dog will snap at them. You see what they did with Old Yeller, right? When Old Yeller wasn't complying. That's the golden rule. Shit, you got to put him down. Or I'm finna put him down. And if you get mad or you say something about it, you in the midst of that shit, I look at that as like that's an attack, right?
Have you seen this? I've played this a couple times in here. This is a video. I heard screaming down the street and I ran towards it, but first I threw my phone on. I just threw the video camera on and I ended up throwing it in my pocket. But just in case, like I didn't know what I was going to. I didn't know if I was going to walk onto a murder scene. I didn't want to be a suspect, so I started the camera rolling. But it was a dog fight.
Oh yeah.
The volume's off. It was a dog and human fight, really.
Like the dog was biting a person.
Sorry, man.
That's you. That's you.
Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, I'm the one that was running, and yeah, this is my phone in my pocket now.
Did you? Okay. Did you film some part of it?
No, because I'm like trying to get these dogs. There's 2 dogs primarily. There's 4 dogs, but 2 of them are primarily fighting each other, and they're like locked up biting each other. And the female dog owners of each one are both on the ground with them, trying to get their dogs off the other one.
Oh shit!
There's one little dog that's fucked up already, and there's a German Shepherd that's not in the fight, but is managing it, and it bit my ass. And yeah, it was pretty wild. The German Shepherd ended up biting my ass.
You had to run 400 yards to save them.
I didn't save him. I don't remember what broke him apart, but I got a tire iron out of a car and tried to get in the middle of it with it, and then the German Shepherd bit my ass. Like, don't you fucking do it?
No, because what the German Shepherd was doing, thought you was trying to grab one of them females. He probably
No, the
beat
German
you,
Shepherd was with the was keeping me off the dogs. It didn't care about the humans.
Come here.
But yeah, once it bit my ass, I was like, you know what?
You need
I'm
a
good.
whip. Look, you know what you need a whip.
That dog
Taser.
right there is the one that started the fight. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, like, look, you can get a whip or a taser. You put that electricity to one of them motherfuckers. Yeah, hell yeah. That give you enough distance where you can get one of them and pop them. Like you can pop them. See, the average dog ain't never been hit, right? If you strike them with that whip real fast and real quick, they gonna let go, or they gonna get the fuck back, right? Or
Yeah.
if you got a taser, if you hit them with the electricity, they most definitely. Now they might try to bite back towards you, but you're gonna have to be close quarters. So you might get bit with that taser, but that whip, you can get it like a string and a mop stick, and like form you like a whip, and put some beads at the end of it. Yeah, you can get that dog loose.
You can, you can use a piece of string or cord and attach it to a fucking washer or a nut, you know, and tie it off, and that makes you can swing one of those things and do some fucking damage with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you keep it's that whip though, man. The average dog or animal ain't never felt that shit. So it gonna put another thing in their mind, like abandoned ship shit.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
but
like people
taser,
underestimate the amount of damage you can do with a string and just like a nut and bolt. Just tie that motherfucker on and swing it, and you can crack car windshields. You can do all sorts of shit with that.
Oh yeah. But what I was saying, like, what you do, you can take like something like a little handle or a PVC pipe. You thread it through, send it straight through the PVC pipe, and put a big knot at the bottom of it, and put whatever, just like you said, on the end of it, and make some kind of whip. It just gives you a little distance so you can have a reaction time to when that zombie try to attack you, and you strike again. But
yeah,
no.
I wouldn't use spray though, because if it's what you got, it's what you got. But I know that like spray doesn't deter humans. I've been hit with pepper spray, not directly in the eyeballs, not like straight in the eyeballs, but like I was wearing sunglasses, and it didn't stop me. If it didn't stop me, it's not going to stop an angry dog.
It's certain stuff. If you get that, like it's a spray called Fox. If you get that Fox spray. But you got to have that gel. See, folks getting that pepper spray, and that's just like hot sauce in the bottle. That's regular. You got to get the pepper gel. That shit that'll foam up or turn like grease. And then when they go to rubbing and shit, man, I seen motherfuckers go crazy.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah, I done seen motherfuckers lose their mind when they get hit with that gel and they get to rubbing them. That shit be on their back. It like I ain't never got hit with it. But the reaction I see humans have to that gel spray, man, folk be rubbing and trying to get that shit off, and that shit be smearing like Vaseline and shit. I be like, hell, you gotta get, even if you ain't get sprayed, you just gotta get back from them, cause if they touch you or run up on you, that shit be on your shit, and then you start burning. Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah, there's
that gel,
and there was
that gel's
a
different.
I don't know if they still do it, but back in the day they used to, like hand that stuff out at high schools and shit to the girls, like stay safe and fucking forget it. Somebody would end up shooting that shit off at a party. I have never met anybody who said, you know what? This pepper spray saved my life.
Oh no, what you do, the best thing, like for females and all that, they got this little thing called a hand cat, or you get like them little blunt force objects, them little fake pins or whatever at the truck stop. Yeah, go for the eyeballs. Go for the eyeballs. Show they got like I got a little stuff like that. You can put it on the key ring.
Check. Look at this. Hold on.
Yeah, I got
this bottle opener.
Oh yeah, that's like a brass. That's a brass knuckle.
That's a bottle opener. It's it is the best defensive. It works good. I would recommend something like that to anybody.
Man, you got to send me the information on how to get one of those, because like
the dude who makes these, he makes them custom. I'll get you the link right now. But he does this for a hobby. He lives in New Mexico, and he does this for a hobby. I've bought several of them off him. I still have 2 of them. But the single finger, I prefer the single fingers a lot. He's got double fingers and single fingers, and let me tell you what, the single finger, forget it. You'll never use anything else again.
But let me show you something. I got something like that. I got a single finger thing too, but it's like a gold chain thing. Hold on, I gotta find it. I had it hanging on my door. Let me see if I can find the thing. But it's like a little necklace. I'm gonna show it to you, and then you'll be I got a belt buckle and all that stuff.
Yeah, the 4-finger belt buckles are too, like, people break their hands with those things, not knowing how to hold them right.
Right. Yeah, I got them though. I got stuff like that. Yeah, I got a belt buckle, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I just bought it because it is what it. See, this thing I got, you can wear it as a let me see. This right here.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I've seen those.
You can wear it. You can wear it as a necklace, and it.
Yep. It'll do some. It'll do something.
Yeah, and then but you see this the belt buckle.
Oh yeah. See, those are ones that'll fuck up people's hands.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cause it's built for a certain person's hand.
It's
like,
you're actually supposed to put your second knuckle up in and break. You're supposed to hold it at sort of a weird angle.
Yeah, like that.
Oops. Yeah. Yep. Like that.
You supposed to hold it like that.
Yeah, but people don't hold it like that. And
yeah, because they thrust forward instead of going at like a strike like that. Because you really supposed to hit down with it. You know what I'm saying? Poke. But
yeah,
hell no. But I also got like it's a thing like a pencil, but it's like a little rod.
I know what you're talking about.
Made, yeah. You just use it just like a pencil in your hand, and you can poke at eyeballs, ears, or whatever. And I actually like tried it and saw how much force you can get behind it. Man, I believe you. I know it make people get back, because I done put it on somebody. Like when they playing and shit, I just poked them a little bit, and they were like, "Damn, you hit me hard." And I was like, "Damn, I ain't know." it worked like that. But you can hit them around their ribs and everything. It's just like like poking somebody with your pointer finger in their ribs or chest and anything. But it's just it's like a little steel rod that they sell. They sell them in a truck stop. They got some of them that look like an ink pen and everything. A little striker rod. But I got stuff. I got all kinds of little stuff though.
Yeah, I just dropped a link to this company in front and back chat in case anybody wants to snag it.
Yeah, but this thing right here, you can wear this around your neck anywhere, and it just look like a necklace. And I know it'll do it.
Yeah.
It'll do what it's supposed to do.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was the person you don't realize how much more effective some things are than other things, you know what I mean? Until you realize it. I would rather be in a fight with almost any sort of weapon than a knife. That would be my last choice almost.
A knife?
I would not want to be in a knife fight.
Oh, you don't want to be fighting a person that has a knife. Yeah, because there's a okay, yeah. I understand that because that's an intentional battle. And then the shit, have you ever had a fucking paper cut? That shit ain't,
Yes.
man, that's like the worst goddamn cut you get. You know what I'm saying? You can cut your hand cutting tomatoes or some shit, and then you can put a band on it and be all right. But that shit you can't see. When you opening up a box that come from Amazon and they got the most smooth side, and then you fuck around and touch water when you take a bath, you be like, what the fuck is going on? You see, that shit be life changing. You know, like what the hell I done got into? I'm itching or burning somewhere. And then you can't see it until you stay in the water for like 30 minutes, and then your skin starts separating. Yeah. Yeah, paper cut. Yeah, so a knife fight, that's intense. And then at least if somebody got a gun or something, if they playing with you with a gun or they shoot the gun, at least everybody knows somebody in danger. But a knife,
they're gonna leave after. Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But a knife, a person can hit you with a knife, and then you can just be sitting right there in the midst of a lot of people, and they don't even know what the fuck that happened to you.
Well, I've
They'll
only
think you
seen one
drunk.
person get. I've seen one stabbing, and the guy didn't make a noise at all.
You won't. Look,
you're not gonna yell. I mean, I know, and especially if the guy I saw get stabbed, he got stabbed in the stomach. But like, think about catching one in the neck. A guy when I was in high school, a guy got caught a punch knife to the neck in the parking lot and died. And yeah, you're not making any noise.
No, yeah, you ain't gonna make no noise at all. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, people be talking about guns. You would rather people walk around with guns, because if somebody got a gun, if they shoot a shot or you hear a shot, you know, and then you're gonna kind of hear in the direction. Man, people can get up on you with a knife, a razor, or a box cutter, man. And when they keep putting it to you or whatever, don't nobody know nothing. And then look, I say that he's supposed to be my cousin though. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if that's my uncle's son or whatever, but it's rumored this person my cousin. I was outside one night because I decided to go out, just chill in the parking lot outside the club. I wasn't going in the club. I was just sitting out in my truck, and I was just chilling. So I see some people fighting at a car wash. And then that was by the time the club ended, right? So I go past that way. So I look after they done got through fighting. The person, I ain't know exactly who it was, but I knew who he was when he looked up or whatever. But he was walking around. I thought he was just drunk, right? So when I stopped, I was like, man, what y'all fighting for? He talking to me and everything and standing up. or whatever. But I looked at him when I saw a spot. I saw a red spot because he had a white t-shirt on. I saw a red spot. I said, hold up. And I'm checking on him because I know him. I called him by name. I said, hold on, let me see what's going on with you. I said, man, you got blood on you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I lift his shirt up. He stabbed.
Yeah.
Then he
When I
stabbed
saw
around
dude,
his back. He was stabbed around his back and everything. So I'm
was
hurrying
he
up and
still
I'm
on
trying to.
adrenaline or was he in shock?
He was still moving. He was talking. He was responding. I said, look, we got to get out. Look, come on, let go. Because well, I mean, like the ambulance service is like, well, it's like the hospital, like 22 miles, right? So I said, look, let me get you your folks, your people, and everything. He walked. You know what I'm saying? He was still up because he was still talking. He was still talking to me about what was going on and everything. I was like, hold on. Now I put him in my truck and everything. He stabbed, like he was stabbing him when we got him in the house and everything. I beat on the door. I said, no, y'all need to check on him because he ain't right, bro. Okay, I was pointing out the stab wounds I saw. I said, look, he got to fighting and whatever. He couldn't really just, like, at that point, I think he was fading out or whatever. But he ended up laying on the floor. Man, from my eyesight, when they was fighting, it looked like the guy that he was fighting was just punching. You couldn't see what he had in his hand.
Right. You
Because
can't.
the guy that got stabbed was the guy that I helped. That got stabbed. He was beating the boy up.
Yeah,
he
and
was
you
whooping.
normally can't. Whenever I've, and I'm going to phrase this delicately. Nobody ever noticed any bottles being opened. If you know what I mean.
Right.
Nobody
Right.
ever noticed it, and it's the same thing. I never saw a knife.
That's what I'm saying. You ain't gonna see
Yep.
it. It looked like a person just boxing, like they fighting really, but it was something that the other guy had in hand, and he was sticking them at the same time. So when I got to him, and I looked at his shirt, I saw that blood. I was like, man, let me get you to the house. So I knocked on the door, and when he went in there, I guess he felt like he was at home. He kind of laid out on the floor and everything. I was like, man, you got to call somebody because they ain't know what was going on. I really didn't know what was going on because I just decided to come out and just chill in the parking lot. Man, when I got that call that next morning, his people calling me, thank you, Jesus, you come. I'm glad you was out there. They thinking I was just like normal, just being, no, bro. It was worse than what I thought.
Yeah.
And he was
Yeah.
up on his feet. He was
Yeah,
up
you
on
can
his
go
feet
off that
moving.
adrenaline for a long time, and then you can go off the shock afterwards, right? Like the dude that's like get stabbed. Like he wasn't in a fight. He just got stabbed. But he was still walking around, and he wasn't saying anything. He was just in shock. He was kind of didn't know where he was going. And Rocky, I got a pocket knife when I was real young. I remember bringing it to I brought it to preschool for show and tell. They took it away.
Yeah,
They gave it
it's
back to
always
my
good.
parents, but I also brought a bottle of champagne to show and tell that I'd won at a. We went to Florida for vacation, and I won the crab races that we went to at the bar. And first place trophy was a bottle of champagne with a ribbon on it.
Yeah, but that was like wow. Like look, I got relatives like didn't also told story about prison fights and all that shit. Boy, I was like, no, like I keep a pocket knife on me all the time. And you know what I'm saying? Just in case you know you don't want to tote up actual gun everywhere you go, but I want to at least have something to where if you kidnap me and tie me up, I can at least goddamn it cut myself out the damn rope. So knives are worse than guns. Tell you, man, because that right there, like it's like everybody moved from the situation like he was all right. No, they ain't check on him. And when I saw that, I saw a spot. I saw something red, like something was on. I thought it was just something was on his shirt. But when I saw that spot with my mind, I said, "Man, he just got to fighting." His face was straight. He didn't get cut in the face or nothing. But I'm looking like, because it looked like something like a leaf or something was on him. You know, if you fighting and you doing whatever you do, it's dirt or whatever be on. So I try to like dust him off a little bit. I like, man, what's going on? Man, they jumped. They jumped. I said, no, there ain't nobody jumped you, boy. There was one person that I saw at that time. You know what I'm saying? Because I was kind of like a distant from him. So I just saw people, the commotion and stuff. But man, he got stabbed more than what I thought. The spots I saw, because it was dark, and we by like a little car wash sprayer thing. The only thing I could see was based on the lighting that was out there. Man, when I got that phone call the next morning, and people telling me, thank God you was out there and everything, because all his friends, the people that he was out there laughing and all that. Because I was just like I said, I wasn't out there just to go to no club. I just said sitting out. You know how you just want to get out the house.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that shit was worse than when the fuck. Man, they were calling me while he was in the hospital and everything. You know, that shit was worse than what I thought. And I was like, damn, it wasn't no major commotion with the shit. I thought people just like hands up fighting. Because I'm looking at it, you could not see that the other boy had a knife. And then you ain't hear nobody hollering like, oh, like if you hear a person shoot a gun, everybody be hollering and screaming and everything. But no, what I was seeing, it was like, well, as they were fighting, some people were standing around. Even the people that were close to them couldn't see the knife. They only found out about it like after they found out the boy had got stabbed up, right? And then that's when you saw the Facebook post and all that. I was like, man, what the hell?
I pulled a knife out on somebody one time, and actually, this crazy bitch who wanted to fuck me bad, and I wasn't gonna do it, and so she got me jumped at a party,
yeah,
so that she could nurse me back to health. It's fucking crazy, but dude hit me out of nowhere. And I kind of went back, and I didn't fall all the way down. I caught myself with one hand, and with the other hand, I kind of whipped my knife out of my pocket, but I held it down sort of behind my back where he couldn't see it. So that when he came back in, it would be on him, and he wouldn't know it was there. But like nobody at the party ever saw the knife at all.
Nope,
and I had it out the whole time. But yeah, it's just wild how you could not see, how so many people can not see that shit, but they for real don't.
Because the only thing you got to do is hold a fist and put your thumb over. If you put your thumb over the razor and you keep it straight, they don't know what you're doing. They think you punching. And I'm telling you, I've seen it. That wasn't the only incident I've seen with a knife. That's why I be saying, I'd rather keep tote guns.
I was holding it like this. I was holding it like this, kind of against my arm, but behind my back, like this. When I came.
Yeah.
Or you saw it like.
Yeah, but I'd rather people have guns tonight, because you don't want nobody to approach you with a knife, because it's a quiet thing. Like say for instance a robbery. If a person rob you with a gun, they got to almost extend their gun or be right up on you, push their gun to you, right? But a person with a knife, they'll be right up on you, and if they poke you or whatever, you might be into shock or whatever, to where you can't even say nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And don't nobody even know. And they just quietly sit your ass down and walk the fuck off. Man, at least with a gun, you got a chance. They're gonna let everybody know.
Well, and the gun tends to scare the shooter as much as like
yeah,
that noise, like oh shit,
yeah,
like
yeah.
I don't know, just like the hit rate is very low because everybody gets panicky, right? If you're shooting, then the adrenaline hits you, and now you're shooting reckless, and because you're trying to get out of there. But you can see it in somebody's eyes. If somebody pulls a gun on you, you can see in their eyes. Like, and I can't really explain it if it's not happened to somebody. But if it has happened, you know what I'm talking about, right? You can tell exactly who wants to do it and who doesn't want to do it.
Yep. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but shit, I ain't playing with none of them that want to do it and that don't. You know, I done seen it a couple times. I be like, God. And then you on the business end of that barrel and everything, yeah, all this shit you thought you supposed to be getting together in your life. Shit, this shit be fast as hell. Look, man, I done been through some stuff, Flow State. Like, but it's all right. I'm still kicking it and holding, but it's all right, man. Yeah, you think about all the stuff you should have. You know, you want to go visit you want to go visit your daddy, you know you've been neglecting going to see him and shit. But it's too late now. You know what I'm saying? It's certain stuff that'll happen in life, man. You know, man, that's why I say, hey, it is what it is. I just had some wild experiences. But a lot of stuff I really don't just be telling folk because I wanna not fuck up their mind with the bullshit I done been through. You know what I'm saying? Or
Yeah,
dealt with.
a lot of, I mean, yeah, I get it. But it seems like if people will reject information before they'll let it fuck up their mind, you know?
Yeah. Yep. But the information they reject a lot of times it's the shit come back and bite them in their ass because then when we have to say I told you so, I don't, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is.
It is
Man, if you sleepy or whatever, hey, shit, you know it's the next day now.
it is the next day. I think I'm gonna push through. What's it been, 7 hours or so? If you're sleepy, you don't, no obligation to stay. I'd tell people that. But yeah, I don't know if it's necessary, but I feel like some people think it's rude to leave or whatever. And fuck that shit. But,
Nah, I really ain't got nothing to do tomorrow
yeah.
or whatever. Well, today. Like I
Yeah,
said,
I want Notch to jump up here. He's have you met Notch? You probably met Notch. Notch
I might have. I might have heard that name, or it might have been on the panel, and I just wasn't saying nothing to get recognized. But how you doing?
Yeah. He's been going hard. Finally, so this dude is a panel like you for a long time. He's a panel walker, right? And but doesn't have his own channel. And
right.
Eventually, after a lot of struggle, he goes, okay, I'll make a channel. And dude's just killing it. Like, man, who's that? Fucking, I can't believe I missed it. The dude who worked at the schizophrenia is demons dude. That dude is the shit. I missed that live stream. I saw it on YouTube. It ended 4 minutes ago. I was fucking pissed. You probably don't know who I'm talking about, which is understandable. But this dude is, fuck, what's it called? I'll find a channel. He's a very interesting guy, but he's a psychiatrist who worked mostly in mental
mental health.
Yeah, in mental health, but primarily in like criminal the
criminal justice system or what?
Right,
criminal aid.
the prisons and stuff.
Right,
and he had a lot of
schizophrenia
patients, and he said he does. Yeah, Jerry Marzinski. He has come to the conclusion that these are not hallucinations. They are not making this shit up because there's a pattern to them. The voices say the same sort of things to everybody. And if it was a hallucination, it would be random. It wouldn't be a pattern.
Right. So it's damn, that's crazy. So
what's up?
What's going
sound
on?
like we all fucked up.
The dude's name is Jerry Marzinski, and his channel is called Engineering Mental Sanity. And I will actually have him back on for briefly. I will bring. He has a co-author for his book, and her name is Sherry Sweeney. That was also a very good interview. So
I
they're
don't know
both
if I saw that one.
yeah, Sherry Sweeney, and then I'm reading Mace's book called Causism, and this is what Jerry's talking about on how to cure people with all kinds of mental illness. All these what is it called though? It's the cluster B personality types.
Ah, like YouTube.
Yeah, look,
Well, like
when he was
us, like
explaining,
both, like bunch of
right?
us, really,
Look, when
all of
he
us.
when look, Flow State, when he was explaining it, see, I don't know how to say what he was saying with all those terms, but I was like, damn, it sounds like he need to send them people over to my sector of this shit. Because look, it's a lot of mental illness going on, and I'm just paying attention to it day to day. Like some of the people over there, they sound educated because they have a certain dialect because they're from certain areas and shit. But I paid attention what they're doing. Well, a lot of times they on their laptop, they streaming from their laptop, but they also have their phone, right? So anybody that can read, write, and spell a little bit, if you can Google it, you can become a smart ass real fast. If you can read what's on Google and search it right quick, if you can text real fast, that's all they're doing. But if you take that phone away from them, and if you take that phone away from them, they can't type fast enough to research what you're saying on hand right then. A lot of them don't know. It was simple conversation, man. And I said these motherfuckers got to be mentally ill or just they running game or trying to play a certain way on the internet or just to trigger people. It might be a prank or whatever. But when they can't research a certain thing fast enough or do it on their computer to read it off as if they are smart, they lost as a fuck. And it be basic shit. It be, man, I had an argument with a person about tectonic plate shift, and a motherfucker told me that volcanoes do not create new earth. I said, oh Lord.
Wait a
I
second.
said,
They don't. They just push lower Earth to the top.
but that's what I'm saying. But as the crust cools over a period of time, they create the magma that forms the rock. As it cools, it creates more earth, right? And then they told me the tectonic plate shift did not create earthquakes. I said, damn. See, that's why I told you. Remember, it sounded like I was joking. I said, Flow State, I think I'm planning on to come over here and just sit and sometimes just show up on the panel because look, I'm trying to transition now by the foolishness and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it might be a little foolishness that goes on over here, but goddamn, I don't want to be recognized as a goddamn fool. You know what I'm saying? Not
Right.
not all through the goddamn week, but man, at least I can come over here and I can hear some smart shit. You know what I'm saying? But over there, it just be foolishness. And point finger. Look, just like I said about that dollar rule, they can have 99 pennies. Only thing that's going on in our sector, they trying to find a got you moments, and they trying to find out like you got 99 pennies and I got one more penny than you. I got the dollar, so I'm better. That's the only thing that's going on. And no,
Well, it's
it
easy
ain't no
content. Drama is easy content to make as a creator. That's
man.
the attraction and appeal of it, at least from my end. I know it's low hanging fruit, but I know that it works for subject matter. And if you stream, like, I don't know, actually, well, I guess you have you're living in solitude and up in the mountains, so you probably have an easier time concentrating than I do. But well, also you probably have better concentration than I do. But yeah, like, you put together a lot of shit on a lot of topics.
I try.
On a lot of topics, right? So you are either working with quite the base of pre-existing knowledge, or you're able to consume new information very quickly. Or
Well,
both.
I'm not gonna admit to either one, to be honest, but yeah, I mean, I think what it really comes down to is what are we interested in? And curiosity, no matter how intelligent someone is, that curiosity will take people to, new avenues of thought and, discovery. So I think really that is my strongest asset rather than because like how can you compare concentration with somebody unless you're with them and then you actually do some tests
Well, I'm making
together. So
assumptions because I know you meditate a lot.
well, yeah, I go through my little waves of meditation where I like just completely disconnect and then I do my meditation and then when I was done I hit the ground running, so but meditation does help you with concentration, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
know it
then
does. I can't believe like I'm gonna meditate after we get off this. I can't believe like
sweet.
I'm so I'm bummed out in myself because it's such a useful thing or helpful, at least for me. And then when you get out of jail, get out of rehab, go back to normal life, it's like, oh, I don't have time for 15 minutes. Yes, the fuck you do. And that's really all it takes.
Yeah, I mean, like 5 minutes. Why not? I can sit for what an hour maybe or whatever, but like I don't do that every day. It's not about how long. Like there's no competition about meditation. It's you're only competing with yourself, and ultimately, what it comes down to is the realization: does it benefit you? If it doesn't benefit you, why do it? Why do push-ups or meditate or do anything if it's not going to benefit you. But if you believe that it's going to benefit you, and then you know that it's benefiting you, then of course people are going to do it more often, right?
Yeah, and I wouldn't have like it doesn't make sense that would be a helpful thing unless you've tried it. And actually gotten it. I actually done it, I suppose. Because at first, like you try not to think, and then you think. It's like, oh fuck, I think this sucks. It's hard for me. I can't not think.
It's, I mean, like again, like everybody's on different subjective realities, and they have to discover for themselves what is working and what is not working, right? And then experience is the key to it. If you try and you sit there and then you do the breathing exercises or do the asanas or whatever, and you're like, this isn't doing anything for me, and that's going to be the experience, and you're probably not going to be interested in doing something like that, but if it's benefiting you, that's great, right?
Well,
But
it's
a
one of
lot of
those
people
things
have
that
benefited.
it's one of those things that would be really easy to try once and then quit, right? I don't think I would have done it if I weren't in jail.
Yeah, sometimes we are placed in situations where we are almost forced in a way to quote unquote meditate, and when I was doing vipassana at the centers, on average, 5 to 10% of the people quit because initially they had this like preconceived notion that, oh, it's going to be a retreat. I'm going to be blissed out, and then they go there and they don't realize what kind of work actually is involved, and they find it really boring. They find that they're going to fall asleep quite often and stuff like this, and it's really grueling, and they don't realize how much work is involved. And then they're like, no, this is not what I expected. So they end up quitting, and then they miss the mark because like, maybe if they stuck around for 2 3 4 more days, they would have gone over that hump, and they got into that, like, I don't know, that the flow of concentration. And it is like really like a trip after that.
I read somewhere that something like 80% of anorexic women recover right before they reach the perfect body weight. I joke, like you get it.
Oh boy. But yeah, I mean that's anorexia, bulimia, and these kind of things. Obviously, it's a kind of a, you can say, like a personality issue. It's another one of those So I'm reading this Mace book here, and it's called Causism, and I really like it. I don't know because not many people are listening to it, but it's really non secular, so it doesn't have all these kind of like religious connotation. I mean, even the word vipassana as a meditation like method is like Buddhistic, quote unquote Buddhistic, and has kind of that Eastern philosophical mindset to it. Even though they accept everybody, you can be a Christian, you can be a Muslim, you can be of any creed, and you're welcome to come. And it's just about practice. It's scientific actually, but because of the connotation that it is associated with Buddhism, some people might find it, unappealing that way, right? But causism is also very scientific from what I'm reading it, and it talks about how we are spiritual beings and we are immortal and we are energetic beings, and then
How
what
is
it
that
comes down to.
scientific? I
Well,
mean,
I guess
I don't necessarily
like
disagree
again,
with the claim. I'm just wondering, like, what supports the claim.
yeah, I understand. So like there is a little bit of a premise there, I suppose. So I give you that, but the what it comes down to is that are you just a material thing? And that's what Jerry talks about, and that's what Sherry has talked about, and other people have spoken about, is that are you just a meat suit, and that's all that you are, or is there something more beyond that? Now you can go into talking about like ghosts and spirits and like coincidences, other types of how would I say, like this kind of paranormal, quote unquote paranormal phenomenons. But if you start to go in that direction, then something more might be happening there.
Hmm.
Like Jerry Marzinski talks about demons and demon possessions, and that's pretty much the crux of his talk, is that schizophrenics are not what the mainstream psychologists or psychiatrists tell you what they are, and basically their explanation of why these people are the way they are is because, oh, they have a chemical imbalance and they're delusional and they're hearing things that don't really exist. And that's very plausible in the materialistic sense. But what Jerry goes into is that, well, what if something more is happening? A lot of these people have experienced trauma in life, and that trauma kind of created a rift in their identity, and it kind of opened them up like portals for negative entities to be attached to. And when these negative entities are attached to anyone, they are like, going to make you do negative things, right? They inject negative thoughts, they inject negative feelings. So that's the idea anyway.
Which makes absolute sense to me.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead if you got something on the topic. I was about to take it in sort of a different direction. I mean, same sort of tangent or something, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll just finish by saying that causism is basically talking about the preliminary existing issues that everyone is facing, and it is telling you. And I'm only halfway through, so I'm not going to be able to tell you what the quote unquote solution is, because that's coming. But like the solution is based on the fact that we have so-called identities, right? And these identities are formed based on our responses and reactions to circumstances that we have gone through in life, and how one actually choose to deal with that is part of the solution. Is kind of the direction it seems to be going.
Which I agree with. I mean, I absolutely agree with. Well, you can't really disagree with that, can you?
You could. Why not?
I mean, but it wouldn't make any sense, right? I mean, even mainstream shit like recognizes that trauma is a big deal, right? And I think, for instance, all the cluster B disorders, which YouTube seems to be like just a perfect playground for cluster B disorders. I think that they're all trauma responses.
Yeah.
I don't know enough. I don't think I've ever known any schizophrenic people, or at least not that I knew were schizophrenic. So I don't really have any firsthand. I don't have any reason to believe or disbelieve Jerry, but like for whatever reason, I tend to assume that, he sounds like he's telling the truth to me. What he says makes more sense to me, but I don't have anything in my real life that can verify one way or the other, which is I always try to find at least some like toehold of my personal experience to apply to any sort of claim or situation, but I don't have one there.
Well, Jerry's in a kind of a unique position. We would call him a whistleblower. So he went through the ropes. He went through the academic line of getting his PhD, and he went to the best psychiatric school. He worked at one of the he worked at the largest psychiatric centers in the world. At the time when he first arrived there were 20,000 patients there. I forgot exactly, somewhere in the eastern, I think it was North Carolina or South Carolina, I don't remember. And then that was reduced to 10,000 patients. I mean, that's like bigger than my whole town of Ripon, where I grew up. The number of patients there, it's crazy. So he had a lot of people to work with, and he worked in prisons where he worked with inmates who also were experiencing schizophrenia. So he has a lot of hands-on experience with the academic like background, and went to the best. And knew all the quote unquote top people within the field, but he was just disillusioned. So that's why he is speaking out about it.
Yeah, I do definitely think that psychiatry, well, it's to try to separate. They've over sterilized psychiatry from religion, and by denying whatever, like they don't deny consciousness. Obviously, you couldn't, but it's sidestepped as much as possible, and it's misses the entire point. I think.
Yeah, well, it's kind of always this chicken and an egg type of scenario. Did the body bring about the consciousness, or did the consciousness bring about the body? What's going on there? So this is, of course, not for me to impose on anybody, but like, where are people in terms of their beliefs?
Voy thinks within a decade or two, Jerry will be allowed in mainstream psychology. Do you agree with that?
What was the question? Let's see. Within a decade or two, Jerry Mazinski will be allowed in mainstream psychology. Well, I'm not sure. It's very speculative about what mainstream is going to allow and not allow. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I think that's the case. I think that it's too. What I want psychiatry out, or mental health out of the criminal justice system.
Can you explain more about what you mean?
It's a bypass for due process. It's a way around due process.
Okay.
And it always has been historically. Like you can look at whatever. Russia used it a lot. Stalinist Russia. Just detractors were labeled crazy and shipped off to hospitals. Back in the day, it used to be considered a mental disorder for slaves to want to escape slavery. Obviously, it's a political soft science construct. And if you go to here, I'll just pull it up and share screen. The American Psychiatric Association's website. Or, I'm sorry, not their website. Probably their website too. Their channel. They're woke as fuck. It's definitely a political, like a socially. It's got an agenda.
Sorry. Yes, of course. I mean, there is definitely an agenda behind, let's say, big pharma, or the hospice or hospital care, or psychology. They have a stake in the game, and they want to remain an authority in the matter. It's no different for being a pope, or bishops, right? They
Correct.
they want to have the status of you being allowed to go to heaven or not, you being exempt from any sins, and then they're gonna have a little bit of they're gonna be able to line their pockets, with these ideas, I suppose, right?
Yes. Yeah. And it's too untethered. It's too untethered from reality. For me, I just don't like anything that has no objective measure. Well, these look fairly unwoke so far. I gender diverse mental health there. Lived experiences, that's always a woke hot phrase.
There's like hardly any views with these videos. There's like 68
Yeah.
views or 114 views. It's very weird.
It's not that abnormal though for like institutional things like this. It's not their members are not YouTube watchers probably, and YouTube watchers are not members, right? It's different spheres. Well, I claimed it was all woke, and now I'm not. All their new content isn't as woke as some of their previous shit. Working with patients on climate anxiety, climate distress. It's just woke as fuck. Asian American mental health. Hey, that maybe you should watch that.
Yes, definitely. Yes, and then you add Asian American and then adoptee, throw that in there is definitely a subject that I should be concerned about, even though I hardly ever talk about it on my
I meant
channel.
actually, we were talking about adoption a little bit earlier, and I brought you up. I remember hearing you say one time that you had noticed adopted kids have a pattern of I don't remember what it was, like anger or abandonment issues or something, right? Like there's some.
Yeah, they have
Is
issues.
that right?
They have a lot of emotional, psychological issues compared to the average. And that's me telling you, as an adoptee who have met many hundreds of other adoptees when I was back in Korea from all over the world. From Europe, Australia, Canada, America, and they have a lot of issues. I mean, I can admit that I've had issues. I think I'm working on them or have more or less. Gotten over it, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, they have this like underlying issue. I mean, imagine yourself, Flo, if you were speaking Chinese and your parents are Chinese, and then everybody around you were Chinese. Can you imagine it?
Right. You were old enough to and maybe you don't know. Do you think that the issues are worse for kids who remember it or don't? Like you were old enough that you kind of remember both lives. But most kids I think are adopted as babies. At least, around here.
Yeah, like
Maybe
my two sisters. I have four sisters and a brother. So my brother and two sisters are of my mother and father's biological children, and myself and two other sisters are adopted from Korea. My two older sisters who are adopted from Korea were adopted when they were like 5 years old, 3 years old. So they don't remember Korea at all. So for like basically they were American, and I would say they probably had an easier time than I did because I had to, I was adopted when I was like 10 and a half, and so I already had like memories from Korea, and I had to learn this new language, and so I think the transitional thing happened a little bit more roughly with me than with them, in my
for
opinion,
sure
though.
the
But I'm not
transition.
trying to make myself a victim.
I'm
you
just
know.
sort of curious about like I just suspect that there are I think the things that happen before we start forming memories are way impactful on our personalities, and we dismiss the importance of it more than we should.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like the pivotal years of one's
Right.
personality makeup is like 3 to 7 or something like this. It's
So
like
yeah, so
or
for sure your transition was harder. Big picture, I just wonder if it is more or less damaging to go through something like that when you're before your personality has formed really, or when you're old enough to have sort of formed a person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, this is difficult to answer just because I can only speak with my own subjective uh, accounts of the events. But I don't think that I had a very good time growing up in Wisconsin. Uh, my pre-adolescent and teenage years. It was definitely a transition. It took a long time for me to just come to some acceptance of that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a double-edged sword. At the same time, like I think the adversities that we do experience also can become our strengths. Once you know how to deal with it, right?
Agree. Absolutely agree. I
Yeah.
think
So
that
I don't like this victim mentality thing. It's real. I mean, like I'm not saying that there aren't victims, but also at the same time, people need to get their shit together and get over themselves. So
don't
there's
worry,
again.
I'm not sympathizing with you.
Okay,
I'm not
okay.
fixing
Don't sympathize with me, damn it.
don't worry, you have no pity, no empathy from me. Not from me. Maybe from Rooster.
No,
Go for
well, I hated it growing up that people are like, "Oh, you're adopted and you're from Korea." Oh, and I was just like, "Oh, I don't know why I feel the way I do, but I really don't like it." Whatever this is,
I'm sure it just
this
gets
pity
old.
party.
Yeah, and I'm sure like the repetition gets old. Like I fucking hate meeting somebody who says, "Last time I saw you, you were this." It's always the same. You probably don't remember me. Last time I saw you, you were this big. Like Jesus fuck. Does every person who's like, does every old person who hasn't seen me since I was a little kid have to say the exact same line?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
like,
yeah. And
you cannot say the word. You can't say the phrase "sovcit" or "sovereign citizen" without some fucking genius having to point out that that is an oxymoron. There's always one.
yeah. And Mitch Lovin over here says, "Dude, you have had more opportunities than most and lived a privileged life. I hope it's not a complaint. It's not. I agree with you. I had a very privileged life when I was in America. My dad was a professor. He made above average salary, and he raised my mom and my dad. My mom, he made enough money so that my mom could just stay home and be a stay-home mom. And my mom was a great mom, even though she's the boss. She's 5'2", 120-pound lady who was in charge, and everybody had to listen to her. That was the environment that I grew up. But at the same time, my parents are not your normal parents for people of my age. Me being 45, my brother is 65. My brother is 20 years older than me. My parents were born in 1933 and 1935. Most of my friends' parents are not born during that time. Most of my parents were born in the 50s or the 60s. You know.
Yeah, Mitch is just hyper vigilant when it comes to frauds and people who get caught up in their feels for themselves.
Yeah, I get it. It's
He's
okay.
out there keeping people honest, maybe a little vigilant at times.
I'm not even disagreeing with him. I'm
No,
agreeing
I
with
think
him.
it's hilarious. He'll go hard at motherfuckers.
Yeah, it's his business. He's more than welcome to go at anybody he feels he needs to. I think everybody should take a good hard look at themselves and why they do what they do and why they feel the way they do. about anything.
You want some of this,
So
boy?
that includes me, of
Be
course.
honest. Did you sleep at all? I'm all hyped up on that ribeye. Come
Yeah,
on.
that's probably what it is.
It's hard to look at yourself though. Having an accurate self perception, I think, is impossible. I don't know how. I don't know how you would know if your self reflection is correct. You know what I mean? Because some people, now I'm going to gaslight myself and all of us. Some people clearly do not have an accurate self image. They clearly are mistaken about themselves. There's no way to know that you're not the same.
Well, that's what I think that statement itself is already kind of a revelatory in a sense that if you say, that is not correct, what people see of themselves, then there must be some notion of
Not
correctness in
not
that.
everybody, but some of them. The existence of some where you can clearly, the ones that are really fucked up about their self-image are the ones that stand out, right? And it's just
Yeah,
the
but
same
what are
thought
you
process of,
comparing that to?
how do you ever know that you're not crazy, right? Well, you can't really ever. It's just that sort of loop. Oh, speaking of crazy, here's Hank.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
number went
so
down, but luckily it wasn't them. So
Hank, hi. Can I just finish this dialogue with Flo real quick? So I don't disagree with you, Flo. It's just that yes, maybe I can agree that how would you ever come to realize anything? But if we say to any degree that somebody is completely delusional, they don't know themselves at all, and that what they think about themselves is like it's like let's look at a glaring example. Some midget guy who is ugly, and then he's like going around and telling everybody that he's the hot shit and he's a Chad or whatever. And maybe in his mind that he is, but most everybody around, 99.9% of the people are going to look at that. He's like, that guy's delusional, as an example. So those thoughts have to come from some, I don't know, maybe not objective, but some kind of standard in which that
That's
they can
true.
compare these standards to, is what I'm getting at, right? Do you know what I mean
Yeah.
here?
Yeah, your results would verify. The real world would support your self beliefs.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like
How else
well,
to know?
since the
That's the
stream
standard.
is the theme of the stream is Paul. He's a fantastic example. There's no way he believes his own self claims. There's no way. I just you have to on some level know that you're fucking lying. I think.
yeah, what you're looking for is the intersubjective. That's where crazy exists. So when people agree with you, intersubjectively, you're not crazy. But when they disagree with you, then you are crazy.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Let's just assume that your premise is correct in regards to that gentleman, Paul. And I'm not here to, if Paul's listening, I'm not
Say
here
it.
to go after you.
Say it.
No, I have to be diplomatic. But the question that comes to my mind is that how would you ever make people admit what you are stating? And because by doing so, they let's just assume that it's correct. What you're saying is that then they would have to actually convict themselves, as the
Right.
verse goes, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, but my belief is that if you were going to, first of all, I don't ever think that you can impose a shift in cluster B behavior from the outside. But if you were to put them in a position to actually make those changes, I think I reject the claim that these cluster B disorders are forever. I think that they are circumstantial to a large degree. There's a sign of mental health, really, but I don't think that it's a permanent thing. But that's sidebar. I think that for somebody who's narcissistic, they're going to need to not. It's a defense mechanism. So how do you get them to drop the defense mechanism? You got to find some way to make them not defensive. I would think, right? That only makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the question also becomes is that what are they being defensive of, right? Or from?
Oh, their value, their own self-value.
I'm sorry, Hank. Did I cut you off?
No, I just let you continue instead.
Hank, what are you defensive from? Why are you narcissistic?
I'm narcissistic because people call me smart sometimes, and I do their work for them better than they can, except today because I didn't feel like walking past the backhoe. So they'll figure it out themselves, hopefully. I'll probably go in this afternoon.
Very nice.
But yeah, Officer Snaps and Tarek, well, I got them to show their game by pretty much I just focus on the facts, and they'll reject the facts when it doesn't support their narrative. So it's kind of easy to get someone in that state of mind to show their hand.
Yeah. So I would think that if you so let's say you're narcissistic, that you can use logic against yourself, for your own benefit. Like, and by that I mean, if you have to invent a fake reality or receive constant praise, that is a sign of weakness. Right? So the best way to be successfully narcissistic should be then to actually to get better, really, is what I'm saying. It's getting late enough that my words are stringing together sloppy. But yeah, like the best way to be the best is to get better.
Yes. That
Do you
sounds
think
like me.
do you think this statement by Void is correct? Stop confusing narcs with egoists. They are almost the opposite of each other, and a
Yeah.
narcissist actually lacks ego. If you understand that, could you elaborate a little bit more on
They
what
lack
that could mean?
confidence. I mean, yeah, they lack confidence. I don't.
Okay,
What I think
ego
he
equals
means.
confidence. Okay.
Yeah. So stop being confusing a narc with an egoist. I don't know what he means by egoist, but I do know that narcissists are not. It's a defense mechanism to cover up a very fragile self-esteem. Actually, it presents as yeah.
I mean I understand that. Like
I
it's
assume
like you
that.
feign
Well,
confidence. You
boy, get the
overly
fuck up here and explain yourself. Fucking Euro trash, confusing us and shit.
No, we're the one who's confused because he's telling us to stop confusing narcs with egoists
Now
because
he's
they're
gaslighting
opposite
us
of each
just
other.
like a narc would.
I know what an egoist is, but I want to make Void to come up here and explain it on his own.
Yeah, well, until we get him up here and he can explain himself, like I completely agree. I mean, like, and a lot of people in general, they may not be perceptive enough to understand that there is a difference between a fake confidence or genuine confidence, I suppose. But if we were to try to, put that in a bottle somehow, like, how would we try to explain to people? Like, how would you know the difference between one from the other?
Fear. You can feel fear on somebody. And you can feel it with narcissists, right? It's fear, sense of humor, or a proper narc can't take a joke. In my experience, and this is purely anecdotal, but they also, upon meeting you, they will quickly sort of test you with something to see how easily you accept narratives that are provided to you. Like, they'll say something about somebody else that's bad, right? You knowing that you don't know the person. If you join in and participate in shit talking, say a person you don't know or a person you barely know, just met, they're testing how easily you'll conform to their views. If you accept it easily, they're happy. If you don't really respond at all and try to sidestep it, they're suspicious. If you offer any pushback, you got to go.
Yes, that's pretty much the formula for me. And another thing with narcs is that they like that they're always on the attack because they don't have much of a defense. So that's why they can dish it out and can never take it.
Hank, you are. Do you genuinely consider yourself a narcissistic?
Well, here's the thing: the strings do not call me a narcissist, but I can do all the narc defenses just fine if I felt like it.
I would. My opinion is that no, you do not have at least narcissistic personality disorder. I think that there's a huge difference between narcissistic traits and having NPD.
And that's the difference with an egoist. An egoist can turn it on and off because they are self-aware enough, and they'll use it to push back against the social group. A narcissist, they can't turn it off because they don't even know the difference between on and off.
So I guess what I'm hearing is that like what differs between a narc and an egoist is that a narcissist is unaware of themselves, and an egoist is aware of these traits, and they take advantage of it, or they just kind of roll with it a little bit better. Is that what I'm hearing?
Affirmative.
Yeah, I mean Hank's obviously not got NPD because he can admit things about himself, and he can receive insults without flipping the fuck out.
Yeah, so then he can't call himself a narcissist then.
I called him a
Right?
narcissist.
Of course, I could call myself a narcissist. It just wouldn't meet the accurate description of one.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's what we're trying to go for here is accuracy. So if it's not accurate to your description, then why use it, right?
Because it's language is a social game. So I
And-
probably use it to control other people's behavior. But if I was going to be honest with the facts, of course, I wouldn't be a narcissist. But other people
Aren't you the one that says
right.
truth is subjective?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
are
it's
you
subjective.
are you
It
just
is
being
subjective.
antagonistic? I don't know if I think that you believe yourself.
I know truth is just a feeling, but language is a game. We kind of have to agree on the words for us to communicate back and forth.
That is correct. I agree with that statement.
Do you have any? I mean, Hank, you are a panel walker like most of us. So you've gone to the outreaches of probably the borders of this panelverse, and you have encounter all kinds of entities here. So do you have any notable ones that you want to mention to us that we should be
here's
on the
one-
lookout for?
yeah, here's one that you don't know that is important to me. Ghost from True Capitalist Radio was a total narcissist. He pretended to know politicians. He pretended to do stuff. He had a legion. He had code of trolls. He was on pretty much relevant. Pretty much 2012 and 2010, 2016 when he was the peaks of his relevancy. I used him to profile narcissists, but he had a lot of people. He had a lot of hate watchers that ended up trolling him a lot, and he threw a fit, and that was funny. A lot of people thought it was hilarious when he threw a fit, but he was so full of himself. Eventually, just pretended to go along with it because it got him attention. But that's I used to.
But do you think that was a kind of a strategy on his part? I don't know. I'm just guessing because I haven't spoken to him or know him like you do. But do you think he likes getting the hate watchers to call him out and say, "Hey, he's a liar," and blah blah blah, and then he gets all the views because of that? What do you think?
Of course not. But he couldn't figure out some other way, so he just went along with it if we can get his self-esteem juice somehow. But he really didn't like it because eventually he's formed his own inner circle, and he kick people out at the slightest opposition. And the whole thing fell apart because of poor management, because he couldn't keep the whole thing straight, because it was just full of bootlickers.
Are you talking about C.S. Joseph or something?
It was a different guy. It does apply for C.S. Joseph, yes, but it was a different guy. It was Ghost from True Capitalist Radio. But that's how you know Pussy Paul's not the center of my universe, because I knew about something he doesn't know about. And Live with Tommy just is before your time on panel. So there you go. This is Blog Talk Radio, then YouTube, but that was like
that's Smash TV or whatever it was. That's pretty it takes a particular type of narcissistic mindset to become black-pilled like that.
I consider myself black pill, but I say black pill and blue pill is the same one.
You do? I mean, I'll have to think about that one.
Yeah.
It might be. It might be.
Yeah, I really do think it's the same pill.
That's interesting.
Yeah, for example, blue pill and black pill would say, well, just be yourself, but the blue pill spin is because, well, you'll be accepted for who you are, and the black pill is, well, any change won't make a difference anyways.
And the black pill sort of mindset seems to really be getting pushed culturally or on the metaverse as well.
Yes.
It's fairly mainstream now.
Yes, it is.
Good call.
It always has been.
Has it? I don't remember it. Of course, I don't remember, man, the 90s were the shit. I don't remember racism. I don't remember sex wars. I don't remember, Angry Bull Dykes or fucking Drag Queen Story Hour. It was just like, hey, man, let's watch MTV and fucking ride bikes around.
90s were really the golden era for our generations,
Right? It's like Mecca.
It was really, amazing. Yeah, it was. It was really amazing. We didn't even know how good it was until we saw how bad it got.
I don't think right now it's any worse than the 80s, though. So I don't think it's that bad now.
Really? I really don't think.
I don't know.
I mean, culture is degrading. There's a lot of things degrading for sure, but with every change his opportunities. And so even though the dollar's inflating like a motherfucker, people are at each other's throats, it's also opportunity in ways. And I appreciate that. I also appreciate a little bit of I don't know. I guess I enjoy the struggles. I'd rather be in pain than bored, I suppose. How about that?
It makes sense. I think I have that bias too.
Everybody does, actually. Just not everybody recognizes it.
It's also very subjective, I suppose, though, too, because people are saying the 80s were better than the 90s and 70s were the shit, hello baby, and then Rocky 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s all better than now. So again, what kind of environment did you grow up in? You could probably grow up in a shithole place in the 90s and think the 90s was crap. I don't know. I guess it's
what
very
I want to know
subjective.
is, when did Rocky become obsessed with finding trannies everywhere? What decade was that when you became the tranny police? Just curious.
Well, I didn't know about it until I don't know, when I was on YouTube. I think by this guy I first saw stuff from this guy by the name of Mr. E. I'm not sure he's making videos anymore, and then other people were making videos similar to Mr. E about trannies, but it's relatively recently. It's definitely like 2017-ish, maybe a little bit earlier that I start to notice. Yeah.
Yeah, if Rocky, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Rocky is one of the everybody in Hollywood is trans sort of people. Which some of those videos are pretty fucking convincing. I'm not gonna lie, they creep me out. That's why I don't really watch them.
Oh, he's a transvestigator.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, transvestigation.
The only thing that doesn't, I can see where it's going, but what contradicts their narrative is like all the porn that's straight porn that you could literally check their genitals. So I don't know
I don't know that I would I mean, I assume that I would, but I'm not very familiar with man-made vaginas.
You can tell. I can tell the difference. I can tell the difference pretty easy. Plus, most confirmed trans don't even get the surgery. So
yeah, the shoulders,
let
the
me
fingers. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me try to bring some I don't know, clarity to the situation. I put up a post some time ago, so let me just read it real quick. It's
Sure.
about a paragraph, so it's like a minute. One of the Kabbalah secrets revealed: these people are transformed in utero. By the 8th week of pregnancy, the genitalia have not been formed yet, so they inject the opposite hormone. A blood test will reveal if there is a testosterone presence in the mother's blood. So if there's testosterone blood that is in mother's blood, then she is carrying a male child. If not, then obviously she's carrying a female child. That's the idea. In the womb, the result is that the external part of the body is formed according to the hormone being injected. So a boy will be born with the skeleton of a woman with a penis, but he'll have to take external testosterone for the rest of his life. Conversely, if estrogen is injected, the boy will be born with a vagina but will not be able to have kids since they cannot pass through the narrow cavity in the pelvis. Old school transformers would just chop the testes off of a boy and give the mother testosterone from animals in order to change the girl. That is their secret. It happens in nature by accident. Google what is free Martin, Martin. So I hope that brings some clarity to what you're talking about, Hank.
yeah, it brings a little clarity, but now it has some disclarity. Like, and King Stephen, he'll probably accuse you of being trans, not Chiquita, even though it makes no sense to me. Or Michelle Obama, who had her own kids, which shouldn't happen.
No. That is completely wrong. Michelle Obama. Have you looked at Michelle Obama's children? And have you looked at Michelle Obama and Barack Obama's like best quote unquote best friends? And they had like a physician and a wife, and the children look exactly like them. They don't look at all like Michelle Obama, Michael Obama, and Barack Obama at all.
Yep.
It's not their kids.
And Bush Senior, Barbara Bush Senior, the old Barbara Bush, she is also definitely a man.
Yeah, there are a lot of these trannies out there. Like in politics, there's a lot of them, and in entertainment industry, there's a lot of them. And I suspect what I just read is probably accurate. It's been probably going on for a longer period of time than actually we probably thought. We're just coming to some discovery of it. And also, it doesn't matter if like King Stephen is calling me a tranny or whatever. He can call me whatever the fuck he wants. So what?
He's honestly
Why should I care about it?
Candidate on the tranny list, isn't he? Billy Corgan is a eunuch.
I don't even know who that guy is, but I believe you.
Lead singer, Smashing Pumpkins.
He could very well be. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could see that. I think a lot of these entertainment guys are, of this T2M or M2F, or it's F to M and M to F, male to female, female to male. So
Good lord. Sorry, I was looking at something else.
but yeah, so this idea about the changing, so like already the formation of the baby is happening, but then again, changing the hormones, giving them the different parts will makes a lot of sense to me. And that's I didn't have this piece of the puzzle for a long time, and I didn't understand how, there's that joke that goes around within the investigation circle. It's like, well, Victoria's Secret, the real secret in Victoria's Secret is that they're all males, and it's a haha funny, but like they have male bone structure. You look at their bone structure, and when you look at a typical male and typical female, and you die, and then you're dug up out of the ground like 100, 200 years later, and some archaeologist takes a look at you, and if he's he knows what the body proportions are, he knows just from your bone structure if you are a male or female, and we can also tell whether that bone structure should be on a male or a female. Just because they got tits and and kind of skinny body frame, that doesn't, and long hair, that doesn't make them a female, right? But then the
So,
question is, how do they have the female body parts, right? Then this, what I just explained, tells you.
so if someone was trans in utero, would they know about it? It is
Probably not.
so they wouldn't know about it. And they wouldn't have to take any hormones later at all either. They wouldn't.
No, I mean, they could come up with some excuse like if the parents were already involved in the deception of transforming them in utero. They said, well, you have diabetes, or you need to take these because you are born with this disease. I mean, who knows what they tell them to make them continuously take testosterone. Maybe you were deformed in some way and you need to take testosterone. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on that, but there must be a way. But maybe they are told by them and say, "Hey, we did this to you, and then this is the way you're going to be. You were actually born male, but we turned you into a female because you are going to be a part of this great show that we're going to give the entertainment in the industry, and that's what you were born for." I don't know, Hank.
Yeah, I'm kind of short, 5'7". How do I know I'm not female by transvestigation standards, even though I have a dick and balls and facial hair?
Well, okay, but that's a little bit of a straw man, don't you think? Because like there are a lot of genuine males who are 5'7" and shorter. No?
Yeah, that's what I think. I think I'd probably be male, but who knows with the transvestigation stuff?
Well, I mean, like, are you genuinely questioning whether you're a male or not, or what?
Not really, but
What? But you want somebody else to like speculate and take a look at you and examine you and say, "Oh yes, you were a F2M." Is that what you want? Or,
yeah, I
I'm
think it's
just trying to figure
hilarious.
out what your intentions are.
Yeah, I think that would be hilarious.
So maybe you can ask Rocky, because he is well versed in this, transvestigation, and then you can send some, evidence of, first you have to have some understanding yourself. Do you have any understanding about how this transvestigation works?
Well, guess you find a picture and draw lines on it, and then you ignore the lines and just make your pick.
Yeah, okay. Let me just tell you the rudimentary stuff that I'm aware of. So, like shoulder to head width size ratio, for example, and this is average, of course. This is not the all males, but like the average male will have a full size of head to his shoulders, right? On both sides. So basically, it's three heads. You have a head on the shoulder to your temple, and then another head sitting next to you. A woman is about 2.5, so their head proportion looks bigger than compared to their shoulder width. Did that make sense to you? Did you understand what I just said?
Yeah. Rocky, do
Okay,
you
so
need my
that's just
camera
one
on so you can
example.
draw lines over it?
No, I don't care about doing the investigation on you. I'm just telling you some rudimentary stuff. So, like, if you look at your fingers, like if you look at your hand, you have your ring finger and your index finger as an example. So, if your ring finger, people with high testosterone will have a longer ring finger compared to their index finger. So, but that's 95% of the time.
Yeah.
There are exceptions. There are exceptions, but that's usually the norm. Rocky, am I telling the truth? Is that what you understand as well, or not?
Yeah, there's several ways to tell. The
Yeah.
skull, the gait, the way a man walks different than a woman.
Yes.
There's
Man walks
percep-
in a very straight line. Women have like a little bit of an instep, you know. So
Okay, yeah. So the thing is, they've been doing this for a long time, these elite. It's like the male prostitute whores in Greek mythology, they were castrated and turned into male prostitute whores. They were given, I mean, they've been doing this for millennia, these elite, like Caesar, Nero, dressed up as a woman and married his son-in-law, made his son-in-law dress up like a woman. That's Nero. That's been going on for a long time, and it was before even Nero. That it's talked about in the Bible. It talks about the male prostitute whores that God would not. He don't like male prostitute whores. In other words, trannies. And
God
the
doesn't like
elite.
any kind of prostitute whores, to be honest.
Well, so the elite, they do it at, I don't know if they do it before the baby's born, but I know they start giving them estrogen when they're first born, like they want to, and then the males, the females that are transformed to males, they lift weights to make their shoulders look bigger. That's one of their tricks. Like you won't even believe the people that I know that are female that are pretending to be males. You would freak out, but they lift weights. So if you ever see these people, they always have to lift weights or be skinny, because if you're one of the ways to pretend to be a woman is be a real skinny man. But then one way to look like a man if you're a woman is to lift weights. So all these weightlifters you think that are, you ever seen a woman weightlifter?
Yes.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. So anyway, women can lift weights, but to look like is it a woman? I'm getting confused, but women lift weights to look like a man. Yeah. Women lift weights to look like a man. So the rest of their life, they have to lift weights to make their shoulders look bigger, pop out. Otherwise, it gets more obvious. The older they get, if they stop their routine, they get uglier and uglier, and like Madonna and all these people, they just look like freaks. They've had so much surgery, but they're really good at it now. They're getting better and better. But look at the first ladies. How come they're all so fucking ugly? The ugliest motherfuckers, the most powerful man in the world marries the most ugliest motherfucker in the world. Why? Because they weren't very good at it back then. Now look at like Lavana, Trump's wife. She looks hot, but she's, an obvious fucking transformer. If you can't see it, I'm not gonna fucking show you. You gotta see it. Once you see it, you can't not see it no more. They're all over the fucking place. That's what that movie They Live was all about. They're fucking everywhere.
yeah, well, like, and again, like people should take a look at that information themselves, and if it makes
I
sense or
woke
not.
you
And
guys up like 4 years ago. I started talking about this, and everybody said I was crazy. The first time I came on
no,
this show, they were all
I'm
saying,
with you,
"Hey,
Rocky.
you're trying to push tranny shit. Schaefer, he's always
No,
looking."
yeah. Well, no,
Now more
100%. And then like,
people are
but
hip about it.
yeah, but like that's the thing. It's like there is a forensic science behind it. It's not just willy-nilly,
Yeah,
like, we're just trying to like point fingers and say, oh, they are males and these are females just because we feel that way.
Forensic
No, there's actual
don't
science
lie.
behind it, so people should take a look, right? And they
The
should be
forensic.
aware of themselves what that science is, and if it makes sense. And if that's the case, then it becomes very glaring, right? Like you said, like once you see it, you cannot unsee it. That's true.
There's also the fact that they are putting shit in our milk and our food that is makes the men more feminine, and
Yeah,
it's
the
like
estrogen in the cans and stuff like this. Yeah, yeah.
estrogen.
They're turning the frogs gay. Well, how are they turning the frogs gay, right?
Yeah, that's true. And so, and then they can breed. They know how to breed properly. They can breed a, you know, maybe more feminine traits or something. I don't know. They're just like interbreeding and shit. The leader's
Well, there's
sick.
also yeah, there's a lot of plastic surgery that goes on with these people though too to make them look like more males or females. But like the problem with bone structure is that it's very hard. Even with the modern technology, you look at some of these so-called singers or models or actors or actresses from long time ago, and then later on, they start to actually revert back to their original,
Yeah,
gender.
yeah. And then I forget which the FTMs or MTF. They'll take like ribs out to make it look like they'll get
Yeah, that happened with
and shit.
Johansson. What's her name? The Black Widow character. She was shown with her a surgery with a rib taken out. That they take the lower ribs out, to
Yeah.
make them a little bit less masculine. Yeah, things like that happen.
And then they got voice surgery where they can make a woman sound like a man and a man sound like I wasn't really into it, but I just couldn't stop because like then there's investigators that show some of the surgeries they go through and like how they'll smooth the eyebrows on a man to make and then they got people now on YouTube that are posting their transformation, and it's how
Yeah.
they start out as a dude and then half like the 6th episode they're a chick. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
I hope the ones that are unpassable can go the rest of the way for us. Like Planet Walk, he I don't know what the Planet Walk's still not passable, even though they allegedly transitioned a year ago. Look exactly the same, pretty much with
Pamela
longer.
Anderson? Are you talking about Pamela Anderson?
No, Planet Walk. He's pretty much from the debate community. He was in that atheist circles.
Planner Walk. I don't know. I
Yeah,
have to take a
in
look.
an atheist flat earth debater, Planet Walk, and they allegedly transitioned like a year ago, and he looked the same with longer hair.
That's a man,
Okay,
baby.
well, I don't know.
Exactly.
They don't all wear wigs, they just their hair, they grow their hair like a normal person, but you don't have to have a wig to be a male to female tranny, but it is kind of suspicious. How come all the founding fathers wore wigs? That's kind of weird.
Well,
that was
I mean, I'll play the devil's advocate on that, even though, I understand which direction that you're going, but it's based on the whole Egyptian Freemasonry, like why did the judges in England wore wigs, or they still do actually, the prosecutors and the defendant, they all have to wear wigs
to
in
hide their
court.
lights.
Yeah, but
I think
that's also like a
To hide
headdress of the pharaohs,
hide their
right?
big Egyptian Nephilim head, egghead.
Yeah. Well, it could be, but
Yeah.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. But you understand what I'm talking about here, right, Rocky?
Yeah, the Egyptians were in on that tranny thing a long time ago. I think they were probably doing that shit way back then.
Probably. I don't disagree with you, but what I'm getting at is that there could be some other explanations that people going to latch on to. Why did the forefathers wear wigs? And I'm explaining to you why.
Yeah, okay. The wigs used to be a party, and the wigs were was one of the
It's a
parties.
status symbol, right? I mean, not everybody can afford a beautiful lock of hair, right? Like it shows you that you're a gentleman. So wearing a wig or frayed collars and like long shoes, whatever it is, that not everybody could afford that, and so it was a way to distinguish gentlemen from your regular old pig farmer, right?
Yeah, there's a club that a lot of the presidents are in, and it's a tranny club where they go and dress up as a tranny, and it's a club. I should get the name of it so you could look it up. But yeah, so Mr. E, you said he was. Well, I started watching him in 2016 or 15 or 17 or somewhere around there. Anyway, he's still on Odyssey. Just punch in Mr. E. He's still got some good videos. I heard you probably lost track of him, Nash, but he's still around. But he got.
I'm following another guy. He's on YouTube and he's making some good videos. Let me try to find it and try to share it with people while you guys continue.
Anyway, I didn't bring this subject up, I just jumped in because I had to put my 2 cents in.
Thank you, Rocky.
Hello, everybody. I thought I'd join the conversation instead of frantically typing in chat.
As a tranny yourself, what can you tell us on the subject?
Well, I'm not one of the most successful trannies. I tried it, but they only clipped off the edge of my, the end of my dick. So, yeah. No, and
Just a
after
tip.
Just a tip. That's how it starts, right? And so I said, no, that's enough. That's enough.
Hey, Flow State, you have your own thing on it, don't you? 1 and 1.21 seconds. You got Austin Powers tries to tell us.
Oh yeah. You hit that link. Yeah, that's a video I did a while ago. That, yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
What's that?
Yeah, that Austin Powers. That's pretty funny. And then what was the other one?
I don't want to play it here because it's copyright struck, but I'll drop it. I'll drop the link again. Let's see.
But I mean, Austin Powers referred to the age like the 60s, right? And the way the women were portrayed back then. And dude, I mean, I must say, I crave that era. I mean, if you look at the way that women are dressed now and the way that fashion is, it's how do you say? It's not very complimenting, right, to the female body or the female form. So I get it. I do understand Austin Powers, James Bond. I mean, that was something else then, right? Great.
Yeah, but see, you've been the thing is you've been taught what a beautiful woman looks like. You think they're all skinny and shit. A real woman isn't skinny, tall, and big tits.
No,
a real woman has got some meat on it. I mean, not meat, but
yeah,
curves. They got some curves.
Yeah, those Victoria's Secret and all those supermodels. They don't look any, and then they got women trying to look like that. That's like, and then women start dressing up like them, and then they start looking like trannies, and then you got women, want big fat lips and skinny and shit. They start looking like trannies. It's fucked up.
How many of these fashion designers are actually straight guys? I mean, you can count them on one hand, I think, right?
Yeah, everybody knew that they were.
Most of them are gay.
Mostly gay. Yeah, they're all gay. Yeah. Or maybe they're not gay. Maybe they're just trans.
Yeah, that could be the case too. Yeah.
Yeah, one
But
thing I find annoying is that there's cis women talking like gay guys now. It's annoying.
I'm down with skinny chicks.
Yeah, that's
Rocky can be my wingman.
Yeah, skinny chicks are okay if it's natural, but not if it's. I mean,
not if they got
you know,
a dick and an Adam's apple. Is that what you're saying? I agree.
Right. Not if they got their Adam's apple cut off and their dick cut off, and they got an inverted dick up there. You know, they inverted their dick, put it up there. Now that's not
Have
a.
you ever heard about this?
That's not cool.
It's not cool. No. Have you ever heard about this process to keep that thing down there open? You know, how do they call this? So you constantly.
I don't know.
So they constantly have to wear something inside, otherwise the wound will, the wound will heal.
Yeah, that's nasty. You
Like
go
a tampon?
full.
No. That would be too soft. That would grow into the wound. So it's probably something like a hollow dildo, something like that. I don't. But when you hear these stories, I mean, it's quite gross. Quite gross.
Yeah, if you go full, if you go full and get it cut and to go through all that crap, you are dedicated motherfucking deceiver. Dedicated deceiver. I mean, you plan on deceiving everybody the rest of your life. That's why I call them Decepticon.
Yeah, everybody and everyone and anyone. You want to deceive everything and anything. And that requires some dedication. And if that dedication means cutting off your genitals and even scarring yourself and keeping that scar open, that is some dedication, dude. You got to admit, that is some dedication.
Good news. They got construction bullshit out of the way. And my board is back on.
How do they
What's
call
back
that
on
process?
your war?
How do they call that process of keeping it open? What is that?
I never heard of it before.
I don't know.
I didn't know they had to go through that crap. I thought once they got it done,
It's an open wound.
Yeah, it's an open wound. And,
I thought it healed. I thought they let it heal.
Yeah, it heals. It heals when there's something, keeping it.
Oh, they leave something up there until it heals, and then once it heals, they can take it out.
No, because it will start to grow back together again. The body wants to heal, and so they have to actually wear something inside to, to keep an open space there. Otherwise, there will just be an armpit there.
Well, I don't think they all do that. I think some of them keep it on because, like Michael didn't cut his off, and so it's you go full. That's like some kind of sex freak or something. I don't know, some kind of really freaky person.
No, most of the people that actually go through that procedure don't. They don't live very long. They don't.
And so that would be like a gay person who just wants dudes to, oink him. That'd be really sick. That's a really sick gay person.
That I do know.
But like Michael didn't cut his off. He's just doing it to deceive. Like he doing it to deceive people.
Yeah,
it's a deception. It's a deception.
Yeah. I mean, but even that, if you dedicate your life to deceiving each and every person that you meet, just by letting them think that you are a female instead of a male or the other way around. I mean,
yeah, that's some sick shit.
What does it take? What does it take to?
That's how they get their power. See, they get their power from the devil because they do that. That's where they get their power. How come they're so successful? They're all movie stars. People worship them. There are leaders. And, if you join with the devil, I mean, you can get some rewards, but your final reward is kind of fucked up.
But it also seems to be the way to get to power, right? You can only get to power when you are willing to deceive and willing to betray. But first of all, you have to betray and deceive yourself.
Yeah, but imagine your parents doing that to you.
Yeah.
And then if they cut it off and did that, you'd have complications. But if they just raised you a girl and you were a boy, you would know, wouldn't you? Because
Yeah.
you still have your wiener. And then at some time you would have to agree with your parent. Okay, I'll do it. I'll live the rest of my life pretending I'm a.
They probably have well-tested techniques for that, right? That they share amongst each other.
Yeah, mind fucking your kids is terrible. Some of them might be trying to come out of it, Some of these Hollywood actors that are like, coming out and trying to expose this crap in their comedy.
What's his name? Jamie Lee Curtis. That doesn't even look like a woman, dude. It doesn't even look like a woman. Never did.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with people's names that much. The stars, I never did try to remember their name and shit. Jamie Lee Curtis.
She was he's the son of Tony Curtis.
Tony Curtis.
You're that old that you know that name. You might know Tony Curtis.
Tony Curtis was a comedian. Is that the Tony Curtis you're talking about?
Yeah, the actor comedian. Yeah.
Italian.
Yeah.
Played. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He was probably a girl. Who knows? Probably all. I think they're all in on it. Got us laughing at shit that's not funny.
Right.
Men lusting after men and women lusting after women. Anyway.
So what about Marilyn Monroe?
I think she's been investigated. You can go to MRE on Odyssey and just look for
what is your take on it? What's your take on it?
Huh?
What's your take on Marilyn Monroe? Is that a trans?
Marilyn Monroe? Did you say Marilyn Monroe?
Marilyn
I don't know. They got their names kind of. You can tell by their names sometimes. And anyway, I can't remember the one on Marilyn Monroe, but if he did a video on it, I'm pretty sure. Like I trust MRE for some reason because he does a lot of research and he knows why they're doing it. They got that. They want to make a new human species, a Baphomet. They want to, because Satan is a Baphomet and there's a secret agenda that,
it's not very much secret now, is it?
No, it's coming out. But they still censor, this. I don't know. This might make it through. I don't know because we're just on a panel or something, but I don't know. YouTube, I guess there's YouTube. I don't know. YouTube is letting it out more, and Facebook, they have a trans investigation page, and I don't know. Maybe it's a big hoax. Maybe I'm fucking delusional or something. I don't know. Because I never went up to nobody. I don't go up to people and see if they got balls or nothing. Grab some you think's a woman, go up to oh shit, you got balls. But there was a comedian once, it was on a talk show, and they were joking. He says one of the actors said to the actress, quote, actress, "Oh, it was really funny when I bumped up against your balls." And they laughed. They laughed. Yeah. And they kind of do that goof laugh, like they're laughing because it's true. Yeah. They're laughing because it's true. And then Rogan did the same thing. Rogan, check out the one on MRE of Joe Rogan. That motherfucker. He lifts weights to keep in shape, to make sure his shoulders look big all the time. It's a fucking tranny. I guarantee you. MRE and Rogan. Check that video out.
Yeah, but Rogan seems quite masculine, right?
Exactly. But look at him when he was a young boy. When he was a young kid, he was really feminine, and then the face is easy to mess up a man's face, but she has to pump weights to keep her shoulders look big. I think he's had something done with this. Oh, his boobs are lopsided and all kinds of shit. He's got the weirdest looking fucking body you've ever seen. It's like weird as fuck. I'm telling you. Yeah.
But how about I've seen a
Are you talking about Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan
yeah.
when he was
Yeah, Joe Rogan. He had a really feminine look when he was younger, and MRE, Mr. E, did a video on him. Did 2 videos on him, and you can check that out on Odyssey if you want.
I once saw a transvestigation clip on Steve McQueen, right? Oh, well, if there's any more masculine actor than Steve McQueen, tell me. And it was
John Wayne, man. John Wayne.
It was actually quite a convincing video. I was like, really? Man, yeah. Jesus Christ.
It's unbelievable.
I'm not convinced, but it's a very credible statement to make, you know, the way it was presented. I was like, wow. Yeah, it's shady.
The gait, the way they walk is a big thing now, because I remember John Wayne. I thought he was so, tough, but he walks. You remember how he used to throw his feet, walk down in walk when he was walking for a gunfight.
No, I only know the name, and I never saw much of the movies. But
John Wayne, I can't believe it. It's crazy. Who would ever think John Wayne?
Oh, that's the whole idea, is that they transition these people, and then they give that projection of like, look how masculine or feminine, depending on which way you want them to be presented. And on top of that, you take a look at what's his name, Bruce, the guy who is the father of the Kardashians, Bruce Jenner. He's a 3-time Olympian. He won gold medals, and then they transitioned him, and he's like, I forgot his name now, but I mean, it's another way to demasculate men, right?
Yeah.
It's also funny that his surname.
Well,
was
there'll be
Jenner,
people
right?
on,
It's so close to
people.
gender.
Yeah. There'll be people in chat. Well, I'll say something about Joe Rogan, and I'll give you 2 videos to go watch, and they'll just say, "Oh, no way, Joe's a chick," but they won't watch the videos. I guarantee you, they won't. They won't watch the video. Watch the videos, and then come back and tell me that Joe is not a chick.
But so I mean, that is because of the emotional attachment that people have, right? It's like, I have this emotional attachment to Marilyn Monroe. I mean, that's a beautiful woman, okay? And so when I saw this transvestigation video on her, I was like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're just wrong. So, I get that. I understand that reaction. I understand that.
Yeah. It's a hard thing to fucking wake up to. And then when you try to tell anybody, I normally don't tell my neighbors, but I did a couple times because my mayor is kind of suspicious. So I keep it to myself mostly, but on these panels, who gives a fuck? I can say whatever I want to here.
No, Flo's quite strict with the TOS.
Yeah. Okay, did I bring some clarification on that? Because I didn't really, I don't know, sometimes I don't think Flo likes me on his panel. So I might just leave so you guys can get back to what you were up to or whatever.
Why doesn't Flo like you on his panel? Why do you feel that Flo doesn't want like you on the panel, Rocky?
We agree on a lot of stuff, but I don't think he likes me mentioning the scriptures and God and all that stuff. And yeah, I'm a Christian.
Did he ever kick you off panel?
I think
I get
once or something.
frustrated when people make claims and then don't make an attempt to be intellectually honest with claims, and I find that religious people do that a lot.
I'm not religious, really.
Yeah, you are.
No,
Oh, but you do believe the Bible is 100% true and factual, do you not, Rocky?
I think the Word of God is 100%. I think the Bible is written, mistranslated, and a lot of shit, and they've used it.
Okay, so are you saying that the Bible is the Word of God? I mean, like, who's going to
Jesus
go
is
against
the
the Word of God? Anybody?
Jesus,
Anybody
Word.
here?
Jesus is the Word, the living Word.
I'll go against the Bible being the Word of God, if that's what you're asking.
No. That's not what I'm asking. What he's equivocating that the Word of God equals to the Bible or the Scriptures. Were you not, Rocky? Or did I
No.
misunderstand you?
Well, yeah, the Scriptures, the original intent of what was meant to be communicated through the apostles and the prophets and whoever, all the authors of the original intent is the Word of God. It was inspired by the Word of God. It's been
Do we have any
mistranslated.
examples? Do we have any examples of the original intent of the Word of God that is documented?
Well, you have to study it. You have to study the languages and figure out what the intent. You have to know the history in which it
I
was
do study
written.
languages.
You have to
I
know
do
the
I do
history.
research on history, Rocky. I don't know if you listen to my stuff and the kind of
Yeah, I
stuff that
know.
I'm getting
Yeah.
into and the
Me
kind of
and
people I'm
you
connecting
also,
with.
when this subject comes up, me and you also have a disagreement on that too. It's me
That's
and
fine.
you,
It's okay.
and I'm not
It's okay
saying
to have a
that.
disagreement.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying sometimes Flo don't like me up here because I talk about Jesus and the Bible and the scriptures too much, and so so I was saying maybe I
No,
should
that's
take
not
off.
what he said, though.
Yeah, that's not the. I enjoy the conversations about them, but I enjoy them when they're entered into with like sincerity and intellectual honesty. I think that you are sincere, but I think that you're not willing to engage certain aspects of it. That's when I get frustrated with you, but I don't have any issue with you.
I try to engage and I try to explain everything I believe. And,
Well, you're kind of in a hard position if you believe that in the Bible,
Yeah,
you
but
know, and
Rocky's not.
Christianity.
But Rocky is not a real Bible thumper, is he?
No.
I mean,
See, there's some attacks.
I studied the scriptures under a pastor for 40 years who studied the original languages, could speak the original languages. He was a historian. He was also very good in history. But he didn't know everything. I don't believe everything he said because he thought we went to the moon. He thought the earth was a ball. He grew up, he was born in the 30s, so he's not gonna. No, I didn't find out till 2010 or 2015 about the flat earth and stuff. So that's one question I have. If you believe and the scriptures are true and the Bible says the earth is flat, how can you be a Greek scholar and a Hebrew scholar and not see that and then just believe in science? So I don't believe, I grow. I no longer, that pastor died 14 years ago, 2010. But from 10 to when I was 10, I started getting tapes that he taught from the original languages. So I have a little experience on the language, and then he would also teach the history of what that meant. These words had different meanings, and they had different meanings, and so you have to know what the hell is going on. You got to know. Well, there's a word that the Greek they have idioms, like idioms. They'll have an idiom.
Oh,
They'll
idioms.
say
Okay.
like 2 words will mean something in Greek, and if you don't know what the idiom is, what they're even talking about, you'll never understand the passage. You have to remember, you have to
But you
think in
do.
Greek.
So if you
Yeah,
do understand the passage because you understand the idiom, do you feel duty bound to try to explain to the people who do not understand it, or do you feel that it is important for people to figure it out themselves?
well, I'm not a pastor teacher, so I don't go around trying to teach all that stuff. I don't, my pastor teacher, growing up, he taught, let me see, 7 classes per week. 1 hour, 1.5 hour Bible studies, 7 hours, okay, 5, Monday through Friday, we had a class from 7 to 8 or 8:30, and then 2 on Sunday, morning and evening service. So he wasn't your standard. He wasn't like a 1 day, 2 day. He studied. He didn't have another job. He studied the original languages, Hebrew and Greek. He was a Greek scholar, and he's probably the greatest Greek and Hebrew scholar for the last 500 years, because he didn't just go to seminary school and then quit. He continued to study the languages, and he could speak it, write it. He'd write it up on what they call a projector screen. He'd write it on, and then it'd project up on a big screen, and people could, write down the Greek and translation. And he was also Hebrew and Aramaic. He knew Hebrew and Aramaic, and he said the English language, has changed since way back. The English language is screwed, basically. He didn't even read the King James or any of those. He went straight to the original text. Where he got those, I don't know, but he was, I guess, because he was a pastor and went to a seminary, he had access to that, but I don't know where you get those.
No, but these are accessible books, right? Especially these days with the internet and everything. And back in the day, when you were connected, you would be able to get those original scriptures, right?
Yeah, he was connected because he went to Dallas Seminary School, and he went in the military. He was the Army Air Corps, and he came out a lieutenant colonel. He was the youngest lieutenant colonel, and then from there he went to seminary school for like 6 years or something. And then he did some more schooling, and then for the rest of his life he studied that 6 days a week. He would study, and then he would teach 6 days a week, Monday through Friday, take Saturday off, and then he would have 2 classes on Sunday. From the Greek, not the King James or none of that shit. So I think I do have a handle on the scriptures. I really do think I do. I'm not bragging, I'm just confident that I know.
Yeah, but you have, you did build up the reason for your confidence. And it's
right.
Yeah. I'm with you. I understand that you have confidence in that man and his dedication, and therefore his results.
No,
right?
Not the man. Like I said, the man
but his
made
dedication. His dedication was very
his dedication, yeah, and his mastery of Greek and Hebrew, yeah. But I still couldn't understand how he could believe that we went to the moon. Well, maybe because his church was in Houston, and he was an ex-military guy. Maybe he knew it and he was just keeping a secret or something. Because many a times he would talk about how fucked up the American government is and how we're making all kinds of mistakes and the government's run by crooks. He said that out open.
Yeah, so
he
he
wasn't
did.
in the
So he did
yeah.
understand what Jesus was trying to tell everybody, right?
Yeah, and the thing is that he was in the military, and a lot of times he would say that there's certain things I can't tell you because I swore an oath not to. So who knows what he knew? But you know, he was definitely a military guy, and he believed in a strong military to defend a nation. And a lot of his, like, talked to me, and I joined the Marine Corps because of that guy. He was more my dad than my real dad, because from 10 to 14, I really got into it. I probably studied, 500 hours or more, probably more than that. And so I learned a lot more how to be a man from that man than my dad, who never fucking gave a shit about me, never whooped me, never thought that I needed any correction. Well, that just shows that he didn't give a shit. Because if you care about your children, you give them a whooping once in a while.
Well, I mean, that kind of can go both ways, Rocky. I mean, it seems like you're blaming your father for not taking care of you, and then on the other hand, if he would have,
No,
wait a minute,
not like
and then if on the other hand, if he would have whooped you, then you might have complained about him whipping you too much, and then I don't know.
no, he did the right thing, probably because the father that raised me
Did you
was not
wanted
my
him to whoop you? Did you needed that kind of attention?
no, my father that raised me was not my real father. So he probably
I see.
didn't feel like he had the right to whip me. Maybe that's what it was.
Probably, most likely. I don't know. I don't know what your situation was. So your mother divorced, and then she remarried, and then you had a stepfather who didn't
No,
really
that's not how it
discipline you that
went.
much.
No, that's not how it went.
Okay, then
I
tell us.
don't really want to get into it because my mother's dead, my father's dead, and I love both of them. So, and that's all there is to it. So I have two brothers and a sister that are half brothers, and then I've got a brother half brother I've never even met before.
And so, who is that half brother of your father or your mother?
Okay. See, my real father, I never met my real father, and he was Italian, and I have a family. My last name is Schaefer, I was raised by a German.
That
My
is
mother
quite
was
true. Yeah.
Swedish, and my real father was Italian. So everybody knew when they first saw me, I wasn't my father's, because I was darker skinned. And anyway, my family are the Bonassis of Omaha. Ever heard of the Bonassis?
No, dude. I'm in the Netherlands, so no.
Well, there's a
What should we know about the Bonassis?
Huh?
What should we know about the Bonassis? What makes them famous?
Well, there's a guy on the YouTube, flat earther's name is Anton Bonassi, and then there's a
Bonacci? Okay,
Oh,
Bonacci.
Bonacci.
Santos.
Aha. Aha. The Bonaccis. Aha.
Yeah, the Fibonacci's.
No, that's
Bonacci.
something different. Fibonacci. No, that's something else, dude. But
Well, Bonacci is based on what? Good, right? Like Bonacci, like good what?
Bonacci. Hey, Bonacci.
Bonacci.
Anyway, I never met my father, Bonacci. And then in Omaha, there was called the Franklin savings scandal, where boys were kidnapped by the Catholic Church and turned into anyway. The guy that was one of the guys that was kidnapped in Omaha. His last name was Bonacci, just like mine. And he was like a camera guy that would go, and he testified in the Franklin savings scandal about this sex ring that was going on in the Omaha Catholic Church. It started out with the Franklin savings scandal, which was a black guy who was pimping little boys and girls that he would get from the Omaha Homes for Boys. Father Flanagan. The whole big story about, you never heard of the Omaha Home for Boys? Well, I grew up with them boys, and at the time I didn't know they were all being used as sex slaves. They even went to
Well, Catholics abducted a lot of kids, but I'm sure Omaha was one of the places, right?
these were being used in blackmail against politicians. That's what they do. They'd get these boys, sexualize them, take them to high-ranking senators and presidents. Ronald Reagan had a little party, and they just had little parties in the White House, and they would blackmail all these people. But they take pictures. They had a photographer with them, and he was older than most of the kids, but it's disgusting. You have to read the book. Read the book. Called the Franklin Savings Scandal, Sex, Murder, Prostitution in Omaha, something like that. That was the name of the book. And it was by a senator, and it was going to come out on a BBC broadcast, but they canceled it. They had a whole thing on it, but they canceled it. The guy, I don't know. And they covered up the whole thing.
Yeah. I heard about these techniques. And it's disgusting. I don't even want to describe it. But they get these boys used to sodomy, right? And so they just demand of any official or any guy or woman that's going to be an official to sodomize this little kid. And his family standing in front of them, right? And say, listen, we can either do something to your family, or you're going to sodomize this little boy. And we're going to film it. That's pretty much the deal. That's how they do it. And they say, don't worry about the boy. He's used to it. Worry about your family. It's so disgusting, dude. It's beyond. It's beyond.
Yeah, I think the politicians are all.
They all went through that or something similar.
Yeah, they all got something on them. They got to do, and it's who's telling them. It's way up. Catholics, the Swiss, who knows? It's.
Well, in the end, it's just the greatest demon of all. It's the devil himself.
Yeah, Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Before you can see God, most people see the devil, and that's how they come to the acknowledgement of God, right? I know there is a devil because he speaks so loud. So if there's a devil, there must be a God too.
That's what I keep telling people. All the rabbit holes lead straight to the devil. And if you can't figure out if the devil is real, then damn well God's real. I mean, the devil is like our tempter or something. We got a test or something we got to go through. And, we're being tested. It's a big test.
Yeah. Yeah, I can relate to that. Yeah.
So where are you at? In the Netherlands?
Yeah.
Can you own private property and transfer it to your kin?
Dude, this is the most corrupt country. Our country is so corrupt that we seem that we actually don't seem corrupt. That's how corrupt we are. That's how corrupt our country is.
You know, Rocky, the devil could be real and God could be not real. If that's plausible.
No, that's not possible. See, that's
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, if the devil is real, then either the devil must be the devil and God, or there must be a devil and there's a God too.
Well, if you study the scriptures, it tells you all about the devil and God. You know, the devil is the ruler of this world. He's blinded most people. They're all deceived. The Bible says you're going to be deceived. If you don't accept, you know, Christ is your savior and you know, believe, have faith in, you know, what I believe. This is what I believe. You don't believe in God and you don't believe in Jesus. First, you have to believe there's a God. If you don't believe in God, then
it's not about belief, Rocky. It's not about belief.
It's more faith. I mean, I don't know what you
well, that's another thing. But I mean, we'd like to.
God requires faith. That's what he requires.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
He wants you to believe what he says.
No, that's the devil.
No. Yeah. Well, they both want you to believe that, but
no,
God requires faith.
No. Evil, a lie needs to be believed. The truth doesn't care whether it's believed or not. It can only be known. It can also be believed, but that doesn't have any effect on the truth itself. The lie, if it is believed, it does have an effect. Okay?
Yeah.
So therefore, your reasoning is wrong there. Okay? That's you know, that's just what
Maybe
I
I didn't explain myself, but you can't understand God through reason and logic and imperialism. You can kind of, but God requires you to believe some of the things he tells you. If he tells you this, and you don't believe it, then you're just setting yourself up.
I hear what you say, but one can define his existence through logic and deduction.
Yeah, you know, Paul said, "Come, let us reason together," and then he reasoned with the Greeks and he reasoned with them, and he said, "Okay, you're God. You say there's the unknown God, and you don't know who he is, but I'm going to tell you who he is, and this is who he is." But he tried to use reason and logic, but in the end, it requires faith.
Yeah, but can you also get to the point of God existing through reasoning and logic?
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
People have done that. It was reasonable and logic.
Yeah.
500 years ago, everybody believed there was a God, but you know, everybody had a different opinion of who it was. But everybody believes. You know, atheism is like for nutty people.
But
Everybody believes.
Would you agree that many scientists these days are atheists to begin with?
Not really.
Well,
I
most of
say
them are.
atheists are nutty people because there's evidence of gods everywhere, but they play peekaboo. I mean, I have the answers in the atheism channel scared of me, and they're afraid of Jim Bob too because we can knock down their arguments in a couple minutes.
Well, this is how I see it. I think the people that started the atheist lie, they know that atheism is a lie. They don't believe it. They started it. They started it to get you, you know, the Big Bang, evolution, all created to get you to think, oh, we came from nothing. But they know better. The devil just trying to spin another lie.
So you think it's just another controlled opposition move? The atheist.
Yeah, atheism is just they don't. The people that created it don't believe in atheism.
Yeah, that makes sense. It does make sense.
They just did it to fuck everybody up. And
Yeah,
believe in
here's a test. Like challenge an atheist to debunk a god other than the Abrahamic God. They don't know where to start. So like ask them to debunk Thor or Discordia. Well, they say, well, they try to use Yahweh to get rid of them. Then then just move on to the script. They don't know. They don't have arguments against most gods. They just focus on the Abrahamic God. But I thought atheists didn't believe in any gods. But it turns out they're Abrahamic misotheists, most of them. They hate the Abrahamic God, but they don't have anything to say about the other gods.
Yeah, and so what happened after they named these people or this kind of movement or this kind of thinking atheist, then they came to the conclusion like, well, we still refer to Theo, right? God, Deus. So that's where the word atheist stems from, right? And then they came up with this new thing like, we do not believe in a not God, we believe in nothing. So it became nihilism, right? With Nietzsche.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everything.
And then what happened after that was people that were just progressive. They only wanted to progress. They just needed progress in economy, in nihilism. They only needed to proceed. It's it's how do you say this? Sliding slope. It's a sliding slope. Once you get
slippery slope. Yes,
slippery slope. Yeah, thank you. And that all happens. So that all happens when they call themselves not from God. Atheist.
They just hate Jesus and the Bible because some of them so-called atheists. They like Richard Dawkins. I think he was quoted says, "Well, we think that maybe aliens seeded the world, and that we are just the seeds of aliens." And then you ask them, well, where they come from? Well, we don't believe that God. They just evolved before us. They just evolved before us, and so they admit that maybe there are aliens, but I think that's their whole plan. See, because the spinning ball.
The aliens are the angels, right? So in the fallen angels, because they came to Earth, so therefore they are.
Yeah, they're true aliens, but what Dawkins was saying, he doesn't believe in God, but he believes in aliens.
Yeah,
he
which are the angels.
No, he says that aliens just evolved before us. But the truth of the matter is that they invented this spinning ball, space, evolution, Big Bang. All that was just so I think they're planning a fake alien something. Some fake alien shit in there. They're gonna say, "Oh, the aliens are coming. They came down from outer space."
Fake alien shit when you have real aliens crossing the border.
Hank, do you define yourself as an atheist?
I'm a Unitarian Universalist and a theist. That's why I'm debating. That's why I'm debating atheist, because I'm a theist.
Okay.
And in fact, I already can stop all their arguments pretty easily, because since they're obsessed with gods, they replicate them. I mean, you go to Dark Matter 2525, and you can see God storing most of the cartoons there. But if you monist like a physicalist, that cartoon has to live somewhere. Therefore, it's in the universe somewhere. So God, in some sense, is in the universe because you made him a cartoon. So there you go. You're a theist too.
I like that. Yeah. I didn't think that you were an atheist. You're way too rebellious and mindful to be an atheist. But then again, you don't subscribe to the whole God paradigm either, do you?
I'm a polytheist, technically. Yeah, I'm a polytheist because it's more than one. There's one more God.
Polytheist. Okay.
Yeah.
You're a polytheist.
Polytheist. Yeah. There's more than one God.
More than one God. Well, then
Jesus is good.
Then it wouldn't be God. Then it wouldn't be God, because it wouldn't be God. You can't have many gods, otherwise they wouldn't be gods. It just
come on, be
well, no, not the way I use the word.
More creative, Rocky. Come on.
Yeah, not the way I use the term. I define God as object of worship. So
Oh yeah, there's many false gods. Okay, the fallen angels were worshipped as gods.
Yeah.
Like Zeus, but they were fallen angels created by the one true God. So they were worshipped as gods because they came down from above and everybody saw them come down. So they
were half man. Weren't they half man, half angel?
They first came down as fallen angels, then they had intercourse with women and made half. Those are the Nephilim. But originally they came down at Mount Hermon, 200. They made an agreement, and it's in the Bible somewhere.
Yeah, but
they were fallen angels that were worshipped as gods, little g gods. And the Greek mythology is telling you truth in it. And the Bible confirms that the Greek mythology actually has some truth in it. They're not all fairy tales. I mean, they're myths, but they're not fairy tales.
Yeah, so if you assume the one true God's omnipotent, they would be it would be incomprehensible to us, and the omnipotent God will be incomprehensible to us unless he feels like being comprehensible, of course. But there's no reason for us to assume that we can comprehend it.
Yeah, that movie Troy was pretty good with Brad Pitt, I think, where he was fighting with the Greeks, and he was like, they all, worshipped him because he was the best killer and fight. Well, he was the son of Zeus. I think it was Zeus, and that's my pastor teacher taught me that. My pastor teacher taught me that Hercules, his real name is Achilles, not Hercules, but Achilles was the son of Zeus, the fallen angel, and he even told you the name of his mom. And Zeus had 3 other Nephilim sons from like 3 other different women, because they took women for their wives. They were like, they weren't just, it wasn't something always.
No, things were not as romantic as we think they might have been back in the days. I mean, procreation was mostly done by rape.
Yeah, the
I don't
fallen
know if
angel.
I think
There's
that.
another way to do it.
I don't know that I think that it was mostly done by rape.
No, back in the day. Yeah.
Right. I still don't think that that's probably not most of it. Very quite possibly more, but
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, humans are humans, and I think most humans prefer like consent. I don't know if I could get. Honestly, I don't think I could get it up if somebody didn't want to have sex with me. I'd be like, "What the fuck?"
Right. Yeah,
You're probably a dyke.
I hear you, Flo, but you're a sensitive man. You are.
I am
although
sensitive.
You don't
But
come
you-
across as one, but you are.
But you couldn't tell that I wasn't always a man, could you?
I couldn't.
Rocky probably could.
But then again,
Well, the fallen angels, they were different. I mean, you got to remember that they maybe the women did think they were hot because they were fallen angels and they could represent themselves as a hot dude. Maybe that. But the Bible says that they took women for their wives. They took them.
Yeah.
So that's just the word that says they took them.
They're not going to take themselves, are they?
What?
The women aren't going to take themselves.
No, I can't even comprehend how an angel can have sex with a woman in the first place. So don't ask me none of that shit because I wasn't there. All I'm saying is what the Bible says. I believe it. I believe it because the Greeks also say it. There's evidence. Hercules made a name for himself. He's probably a damn Nephilim or something.
I mean, the Nephilim story is not very different from Jesus' story.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but
good point.
That's yeah. God didn't come down. The Holy Spirit, some kind, fertilized the egg somehow.
All I'm saying is that if I were a Nephilim, I would present myself as Jesus.
I mean,
That's exactly the story I tell.
The only sort of life on Earth that is able to reproduce without being fertilized are insects and reptilians. They can just produce eggs, you know, whether they're fertilized.
Okay.
Or not.
Yeah.
So
The reason.
I mean,
the
so
way.
that would make Maria an insect or.
Okay, the way the Bible
It's a lizard
explains
person.
virgin birth is, and the reason for it, you have to know the reason, because the Bible says that sin comes through the man, that's sin comes through the man and the woman. The woman egg is pure, the sin comes through the man. So Jesus was born without a sin nature.
Sins of the Father.
Because he was born through the Holy Spirit instead of the Father. The sin is passed through the man. That's what the Scripture says.
Yeah,
The
that's
sin
a
is passed through the
beautiful
man.
story behind it, but biology tells us a different story.
It turns
Yeah,
out
well,
Joseph was the only virgin.
like, I think God is like can do miracles and can do shit that you probably want to mock it all and think that, oh yeah, a woman can't have a baby without by the Holy Spirit. It must have been a Nephilim.
That mocking voice doesn't make what I say wrong.
I didn't say it did, but yeah. So you can mock what the Bible says and try to make it say, well, oh, God came down and had intercourse with Mary and make fun of it. It doesn't say that. It says the Holy Spirit fertilized the egg to bypass
How
the fact that sin comes through the man, because that's what it's just a way, you know, God had to do it so that Jesus wouldn't have the imputed sin of Adam.
I knew penises were filthy things.
That's why they
no, just think of it though.
Tip of it, you know, because it's such. A
what does sperm look like? It looks like a little serpent.
It looks like a tadpole.
Yeah, a little tadpole. Like the sin comes through the man.
About how it looks like a serpent before. That is
well, it looks like a little worm to me. Like serpent tadpole. Anyway, that's what the Bible explains. And I mean, you don't have to believe that stuff, but I'm just telling you that the Holy Spirit did something. I don't know what exactly, but so Jesus was born without imputed sin nature that comes from the man. The egg is pure, but sin comes through the man.
Well, since you are from the Bonacci family, you know, it's a bit more credible.
But it also makes sense that you're kind of crazy too.
Yeah, because I mean, mental sin on a person. Do we have like a sin radar?
You know,
no.
There's only two people. There's two people who regularly win the. If I put up a poll that says who's the biggest psychopath on panel, one of my favorite polls, and Rocky and Sasquatch are the two that routinely win. I wonder if I should put both of them on the same one.
You mean Rose doesn't win routinely?
Huh? Oh, you know what? I haven't done that many since Rose started coming around. Rose is the most dangerous. That's been established.
We all know. We all know.
God bless you.
Hi, Richard.
Sorry, guys. Peace and respect to y'all. That was sudden. Sorry about that.
Peace and respect to that sneeze.
Right on. Wow, what a great topic you guys are talking about. I live for this topic. No,
jump in.
Yeah, in fact, I don't really want to talk about anything aside from these things. So I got
Machine Lies. Click the link. We might as well make it a full on thing.
Yeah, make
it.
Like
Dominic's down there too.
You can keep it going that long.
Yeah, keep going. I mean, I'm kind of stepped away. Really, like I'm checking. I mean, I'm around, but I'm not. You get what I'm saying? Go on, guys.
Tired.
Stack the deck against me, huh?
No, actually, I think it's basically like a battle royal here. I don't think anyone is necessarily on anyone else's side at all.
You know what they call people that that know a lot of truth and conspiracy. They usually call them crazy. So they usually call them crazy.
No, we're just having a good discussion / conversation. And nobody's taking any sides. I mean, that's why you want to join, Richard. Come on.
Well, Flo just said that most people, if they takes a poll, that I'm the most craziest person.
No, they say that you're the most sociopathic person, not crazy. You're just gonna beat ass.
Psychopath.
Yeah, they say you're just gonna beat ass. That's a different thing.
He's dressed in white today, guys. It must be something special. What's up with you today, Machine Lies? And you shaved? You shaved? What? What's happening?
He shaved his mustache off.
Yeah, the mustache.
You should let it grow back.
The OG beard. It is what it is. I mean, because my beard is down to like my belly button now, so I like my beard. I like my beard.
Is that long?
I'm so fucking jealous. I'm so fucking jealous.
Because you have scraggly pube facial hair.
It's genetics anyway. He can't actually brag on it. Like he could cut it off and change it that way.
Have you seen Richard's beard, boy?
I have a really full beard, but it's not long like that. It's never gonna be.
Dude, I don't even have eyebrows. Dude. So.
Is that I heard there's a Germanic tribe that doesn't, have that kind of body hair. Are you of that tribe?
I'm afraid so. There must be 1/16 or 1/8 of that in my blood. Yeah.
I met a woman many, many years ago. Her tribe, they just do not grow. Well, I'm going to say adult hair, so people don't misinterpret it.
Yeah, I like those women. I like those women. Those are just.
Well, if you think about it, a man's nose hairs, that's pubic hair. Your beard, that's pubic hair.
Why
Your
is it
chest
all
hair,
pubic
that's
hair?
pubic hair.
Oh.
Because it has to
Damn
do
it,
with.
I got it.
Yeah.
That is, my nose hair is not pubic hair. Don't freak me out like that.
I'm afraid it is. So is your armpit hair.
Your pubic hair.
Yeah. Okay, so it seems to me that you strain at a gnat and swallow a camel. There's such fundamental things that are being overlooked in these kinds of conversations, and people get into really deep and minutia on extreme detail and don't seem to see these huge picture problems from within these certain religious stances. For instance,
such as Jesus being a Nephilim.
Actually, it's that kind of thing. Like, what's the most consistent, rational way to look at it? That's a good question. Not that rationalization and consistency confirms a thing, but if it's inconsistent, it definitely denies it. Because if it doesn't make sense within itself, then you can make anything you want out of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if we're going to say it might have value, it needs to be consistent. So let's say, for instance, intelligent beings descend, down through the atmosphere to the earth and sometimes do physical things like make airwaves move, pick up objects, sit, stand, grab hold of other people and physically move them. Right? They do all these physical things. So if I said some kind of intelligent being, which is obviously not from this planet, came down from the sky and moved things, I don't care what anyone wants to call that, that's an alien. No matter how uncomfortable that might be. So the description of angels and demigods, all of these descriptions, the Nephilim, these all must definitionally be alien. We can agree on that?
Yeah.
Good. That's good.
Yeah, but not in the sense that they're trying to say they are now. Now they're just trying to say that they're evolved. They were from another planet and they evolved. They're from billions of light years away and they evolved. No, the aliens live among us. They live among us. They didn't come from outer space. they're not from outer space. Aliens are interdimensional now. You know, like they're
Well,
spirits
that's
of.
entirely possible. That's fine, but it's a little bit, it's unnecessarily complex because
Well,
things can move through
tell you.
physical space time, right? And
I understand
that's
where
going
you're
to go
coming from,
crazy.
though. That I understand where you're coming from. That because they're not like us, they're alien. They're, you know,
Right, literally.
But
Yeah, just
they
It's
have
not complex at all. I mean, things seep in from fiction all the time, and if you think of fiction as other dimensions, then it's pretty consistent.
Yeah, but you just don't need it. That's what I mean by unnecessary complex. You don't need it. For instance, through gravitational lensing observations, we know that there are bright stellar objects that are about the size of a galaxy on the other side of some galaxy, and we can't see it. In other words, you can hide an entire galaxy in this reality. It's just unnecessarily complex to say that they are interdimensional.
Well, it's
Are
not.
you?
I mean, I think I disagree. I think it's necessarily complex because we can have things seep in from fiction. Science fiction becomes new development. So I don't think it's a problem that angels manipulate our universe via changing our perception and changing our
So
reaction.
you know the difference between an alien that crosses the border and an alien that crosses from outer dimensions or outer space. You know the
Well,
difference between those.
I've talked to Richard a little bit, and it seemed like he believes in the conventional view of space. Right? You're not a flat earther, are you, Richard?
No, sir. I believe in conventional space. Yeah.
Okay, so then in terms of conventional space, how would you explain the Fermi paradox?
Oh, I think that's the silliest damn thing in the world. I mean, I can avoid an infant. I could purposefully avoid my interactions with an infant, and it wouldn't take, because it seems that the more technology that you have, the faster it increases in like applicability and complexity and things like that, right? The hockey stick chart, right? So if some other civilization from some other planet were only, say, 10,000 years preceding, all things being equal, they evolved at about the same rate. Their technology evolved at about the same rate. They would be literally 10,000 years more advanced than us.
You believe in
know what that.
You
We
believe
wouldn't
in
even
evol-
know. Rocky, just a second. I'm sorry, sir. We wouldn't even know what that would look like, other than it would look like magic to us.
Yeah.
Well, one of my favorite explanations of the technology we have today is that it's got something to do with magic, and then also that in terms of the type of one of my favorite explanations of the Fermi paradox was that any civilization that reaches the type of technological advancement that we've encountered is also experiencing some sort of existential crisis, which it would seem like, just from firsthand experience, it would seem a little bit true that technological advancement, it comes with its own set of problems, right? So to put that on a linear scale where something could just technologically advance for so long,
Yeah, I see the challenge there, but we can say that at this stage of our progression along the technological scale, and we can say that now, and we're not near killing ourselves. So I would assume that some other intelligence, with all things being equal, would also have said, okay, we got to stop doing A, B, and C.
Well, we're not near killing ourselves, but I think most people would somehow agree that we're not fully in control anymore.
Well, yeah,
like the average person, like the average person would say, like, hey, we're not really sure where technology is headed, and I think that's enough.
Yeah, that's enough. Yeah,
to have an existential crisis.
Yeah, we should be weary. We should really, and we're getting echo through Rocky.
Okay.
Yeah, we should be very, very careful where we're going from here, and that it's really, really a smart direction to go, because we could easily do something very stupid that we can't change. Okay, so swallowing camels and straining at gnats. It seems to me that our tribalism, our pride, our need to survive as groups causes us to value our family group much higher than every other family group for obvious reasons. But then we have a tendency to think something like, I'm right and you must be wrong. Okay. And I'm granting this to myself. I'm applying this to myself as well. I'm not saying that I'm completely not subject to this whatsoever. I'm sure I am. But taking that into consideration, when I say something like this religion is true and this other religion is not, well, okay, based on what are you making that assessment? Is it based on your culture, your people group? Is it based on your lack of understanding of other people groups because of that intrinsic prejudice?
Well, I would say maybe religions are mutually exclusive, right? So like if you believe in a religion, then you don't believe in religions. Right? If you believe in one religion, you're probably like, well, there's no such thing as religions. You know what I mean? There's just the one I believe in, and that's the truth. You know?
And other stuff is just crazy story.
A little bit.
And so this is, I think this is actually the main part of most religions. That's why, but maybe Christianity is not. Because when I listen to a Muslim, and I'm not talking about you, TML, because you're an exception to the rule, but most Muslims actually want to rule other people. They want to tell, they just want to tell everybody how to behave and how to be a good person. And
like Tarek.
But yeah, maybe.
No,
yeah.
but that's not always the case with Muslims, you know, Voy, because like there are a lot of people who are on the internet who tell other people how to behave. I mean, it happens all the time. People like to tell each other in general how to behave.
Like,
don't you think? Or
yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
Am I echoing?
yes, like when you
Still,
have your mic
yeah,
open
we are getting
and
our
other
own
people are
voices.
speaking, Rocky.
Well, it sounds like you fixed it for now, right? Because now when I'm talking, it's not
I think
echoing. So
I think he's muting himself.
no, he's
no,
no, Rocky's not muted right now. Yeah, he fixed it. Yeah,
good.
Yeah, you fixed it. Yeah.
So I only have 15 minutes because I have an appointment. So I'm going to be extremely narcissistic and then ask for your forgiveness later. Okay, so
go for it.
So normally, when we find multiple attestations in whatever environment is necessary for it to exist, we call that confirmation. And it's only tribalism and our personal pride that makes us think that multiple attestations would not be confirmation. So when I see that there is an evident and obvious, very strong parallel in two different cultures, say for instance, Lakshman, the younger brother of Ram, right, and Jesus, the protege of the father, and then I look at their lives, the story of their lives, and the stories are, I mean, other than cultural differences in events, precisely the same story, right? Well, I don't think that's coincidental. And a lot of historians will say, well, you know, and it's an homage to this other religion, or it was derived from this other religion, or stolen, right? That's not necessarily the case. But what it really does indicate, in my view, is that there's a singular source for all of these religions. So you can say something like you can't believe in multiple gods, or you can't believe in multiple religions because you'd be inconsistent within yourself. But I think the only thing that we're talking about there is that there are differences between cultures. And I mean, I grant that, of course. But when I take into consideration those differences, the stories are all the same.
So you actually recognize the pattern?
Yes, like I'll give you a real quick for instance, and then I got to run. And thank you so much, all of you, for your patience and for adding to my experience personally. But I'll give you a quick example. The story of David, this is going to sound really wild. I'm going to ask you to really loosen up your brain. Okay. Hope you're ready. The story of David and Goliath applied to the inner solar system would be a series of events between the gods or the wandering stars, the planets, right? And that series of events would have, cause effect, cause effect, cause effect chain, right? And what that would result in is the realization of this potential solar system, that the realization of it as a binary solar system where the sun is still central and huge, and then the little bitty star that circles around it, Jupiter, right, realized as a short-term star. Now, what that would mean was we'd be in a binary solar system. We'd be between the two light sources, yeah? So you could have a light source on say you were looking at a spherical object like the moon, and you look at there's a light source on the right, there's a light source on the left. What you have is two hemispheres that are lit up and a black line going up and down the planet. Up and down the moon, right? So the Bible is describing David and Goliath, us a binary solar system, but the Quran talks about it from a different point of view, but confirms it in the same way, saying that Muhammad split the moon. This is exactly what you would see. So they're not disagreements. They're talking about the same topic from different points of view. That's what I'm saying.
Now get to work. You confused
Yes,
us.
I should. I did make an appointment. Thank you also. I'm sorry to run. It's not fair to say something like that and run, but
No,
thank you all for
but
your
then
patience.
again, I do appreciate your input each and every time, man.
You guys have a great day.
Yeah, have a
I got
blessed
a
day,
question
brother.
before you leave.
I'll try to. Okay.
So do you think truth is relative, or do you think
No.
your truth is different, or
No?
I mean, do you think the truth is the same for everybody?
I think despite any claim, no one actually knows anything because he can't actually confirm it because of human frailties. I'm one of those humans. I can't. I'm just trying to say what's most reasonable to believe right now, and that's all I can do. And I think that's all
So
anybody
the
can
truth
do.
is the same for everybody. It's just you can't figure out what the truth is what you're saying.
Correct. I look forward to heaven. Have a great day, guys.
Have a blessed
All
one,
right, you
brother.
two. We'll continue this discussion. We need to flat smack him a little bit here.
He's not
You can
flat.
try flat smacking
What the
me.
fuck? Richard Madsen is not flat yet? What?
No, yeah, I just
Yeah, I'm
confirmed
not-
it right now.
Yeah, I'm not
I just
flat either.
confirmed it.
And that's because some other guys conspiring to make it look like it's a ball shape with her cosmic powers and control of all the airlines.
I was gonna flat smack him, but I didn't think you guys would appreciate it.
No, there wasn't enough time. That was the problem, Rocky.
I didn't know if
I
all you
think
guys.
he knew that. I think he knew that, and that's why he said that he didn't have enough time.
No, I think he really genuinely had to go to work. I mean, I don't think he's lying about that. He's been to my channel before. We had great discussions over there. And I think most everybody who comes to my channel knows that I'm a flat earther and Mandela affected and all this stuff. And I'm not trying to bring up this topic. I know some people are not going to appreciate it, but like people understand I'm very straightforward about my stance about what I believe,
No,
but I don't think. Go
I
ahead.
appreciate that. I do appreciate that of you, and especially that you don't want to bring it up, right? It's because it's very polarizing. These are very polarizing subjects, issues.
Yeah, I think there's a way to go about it that it's going to, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, that I think there's, I have, formulated my own strategy on how to talk about various topics with people. But
Look
Hank,
at that.
do you
Look at
want
that.
to be?
Look at Madsen in
Go ahead.
chat. He already
It'd
said
be
it's so
fun.
sweet. It's so
It'd be
sweet
fun,
that
I'll stop you.
it's so sweet that all of you would hope that you could persuade me to become a flat earther. He said you all are sweet. He's already
Well, that's
demasculating
the
you.
thing. Like when you try to convince anybody of a cosmology or a belief that goes against or contrary to what they already believe, I think that's already a losing battle. Excuse me.
I changed my mind before. I used to be an atheist till it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, that would be a fun one.
stopped being an atheist at like 5 years old.
No, I know I stopped being atheist like 5 years ago.
Sorry about that. I remember when my brothers and sisters older than me we were on the couch looking out the big window out the front yard, and they said, "Look, Santa Claus is coming." And I, the neighbor across the street already told me about Jesus, and I said, "You got to be kidding me! You're trying to tell me Santa Claus is real?" Like, I've already been told about Jesus. I don't believe in
The
that.
anagram of Santa Claus is real.
Yeah, Satan. Satan Cluse. Yeah, so they tried. I never taught my kids that. I never taught them Santa Claus was real. We didn't have Christmas. We did other things, and I never lied to them. Said, "Well, there's this guy named Santa Claus, and he knows everything you think, and he's omnipotent, omnipresent, and
Yeah, like I never I mean, I never didn't believe in God, but I remember believing silly shit about God. Like I thought like God would always just be sitting there with like a sword in one hand and a pen in the other hand, like one to just write shit down and give orders and the other to just smite motherfuckers. So I was like, well, God's obviously busy all the time. And then I thought like, no, actually, if God's all powerful, he wouldn't really have to do anything to maintain his power.
Exactly.
So I was, yeah.
Yeah,
It's like Santa Claus, though, too. He makes a list. Santa Claus has a list of all the good boys and good girls and bad boys and bad girls, right? Are you on the naughty list?
Of course I
Yeah,
am on
he's
the naughty list. I'm not a nice guy.
All right, Hank, why are you naughty? Tell us. What makes you so naughty?
I called off work.
Tell us all the details. This is your
There was
time for
there was
confession.
construction. They had the water off for like how many hours do you have? Like 15 hours. The water was off. I'm going to take a shower. Then if I wanted to go to work this morning, I had to get by a backhoe and a bunch of tired men, and I didn't want to lose any limbs. So you know what? I'm calling off. I'm going to do another shift later in the afternoon anyways. They can figure it out. They got plenty of staff. So it's not my problem this morning. And that's why
That makes you naughty?
I didn't help
what makes you naughty?
I didn't help corporate. I just said I would just use my compensation to avoid trouble. Because my paid time off is part of my compensation. It was a stick there with a
But
loss.
do you have a legitimate excuse to use that, or not? Or are you just fabricating this story for us?
It's not fabrication. I even have pictures of the construction, but I know there's someone in it that says that's naughty. You should just try run by the backhoe fast or whatever. And you know what? I don't care.
All right.
I'm not good. I'm not good at hell in corporate. So what? If they want to get rid of me for that, so be it.
You're a bad boy, Hank. So what should we do with bad boys like yourself, Hank? What kind of a punishment is appropriate for this?
You should punish me by having someone give me a blowjob.
Okay. Oh
They got
my
machines.
gosh.
And the blowjob would be so bad that you wouldn't come, but the blowjob would continue, and you would be just stay away from my dick. No, you asked for it, dude. You asked for it. That would be a punishment, dude. That would be a punishment.
Okay, I deserve it.
It'd have to be
I think boy fixed the problem.
Talk about punishment. Talk about punishment. Here's Kaizo. What the fuck? I will just barf.
I deserve that too. I deserve
just
Kaizo
barf
too.
before I hear him talk. I will just barf before I hear him talk. How about that?
Hank, Are you saying you want a blowjob from a man?
I really don't care. Whoever's the Punisher, they just.
I mean,
so be it.
I would go for a blowjob by a woman, but
Whatever punishes me more, I'll go with whatever punishes me more because I'm that bad.
Unnatural. It's gross. I'd never let a man suck my dick, and I never would.
Yeah, so go with whatever you think would disgust me more. But just a reminder, I have been nicknamed Gay Black Witch, so maybe I would prefer a man or a woman. So you probably have to use
you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You would prefer a woman. Trust me.
Yeah, that's why I would pay TML to say for me.
Wait, pay what? Pay me what? I'm not involved in this shit.
Yeah, that's why.
Pay me what? Yo, hell
so,
no.
Yeah, that's why I would have TML say for me to avoid a woman.
Yeah, women are the way to go.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Okay. I mean, where are we going with this? Hank, you want to be punished by getting a BJ, and well, we're going into the details about this. Oh boy. I mean, it just tell us what you really want, Hank. I mean, like, why make up all these stories and excuses? You need to get laid. You need to find a lady friend. Is that what we're talking about here?
Sure, that works. As long as they know how to be subservient to her. I'm not doing the romantic bullshit.
Okay, what is this romantic bullshit you're talking about? Like, you don't want to wine and dine a lady? Is that what we're talking about? You don't want to have to talk to her?
I don't want wine and dine. I usually alone.
Did you ever do the wine? Did you ever do the wine and dine thing? Or something
You
similar?
get married and you can have sex, not feel guilty about it because it's sanctioned by the Lord, and
the religious
you
guy.
know,
I was asking the deviant guy that's proud of being
the
a
deviant guy just wants sex without a relationship, and
I just asked him, did he ever do the wine and dine thing?
I think if me and Hank drank enough wine, we could plan a good killing spree. It's just like
I agree.
Like make a list, like be like, yo, like some red wine and like a list. Just like,
or some white wine, to be honest. Red wine or white wine will work. So
I mean, if you're talking about the strategy of trying to hook up with a woman, I think the question then has to be asked, like, what is the best way to go about doing that? And I'm not sure if more than half of us are really qualified to talk about it. I mean, I'm a hermit living out in the woods, and most everybody is single. People are recently divorced. I don't know who is most qualified here to even speak about this topic.
But I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
The closest would tell me to just be myself.
And that too.
You did the wine and dine thing.
That's the kind of girl that I've always talked to is the nerdy Christian girl. It's hilarious.
I've been married for 40 years to one woman.
And how's that going with you for you, Rocky?
It's work, takes work. Got to work it out.
Would you say that you're happy? Are you happily married?
It's not that great right now, but it's getting better. I'm working on it.
Okay, well, that's something that's very inspiring.
It's pretty good up until a few years ago.
Rocky, you're dedicated. Dedication is a good thing. Dedication is a good thing.
Right. Like, am I going to be a good example to my children and just, get a divorce and like
exactly?
And my kids are still around, and and I don't want to. It's some of it's for the children, because
this is a very pro-divorce channel.
I thought you were like 60-something or 70. Sorry, Flow State. What were you saying?
I was just throwing in that this is a very pro-divorce channel. The Flow State channel,
oh no,
officially approves of divorce. and encourages it where necessary.
Yeah, I've had that experience with you.
Yeah, I agree. But with me, it's not necessary. I can handle the situation.
Okay, but like, can I ask you, Rocky, how old your quote unquote kids are? Aren't they like adults now? Can't they make their
Yeah,
own decisions?
they're all on their own. Yeah, but
And they're
does
gonna
that
have
mean
to
that
experience life,
does that mean that
like
now
everybody else.
that they're older, I should get a divorce? I don't.
No,
I
but
don't want a
don't
divorce.
use your kids as an excuse to not get a divorce, I guess. I mean, if you're happily married or if you think that you're gonna work it out, I mean, that's just between you and your wife. But like your kids are more or less out of the scene. But if you're staying married because that you want to be a good example for your kids, what kind of example are you giving them? Like you're saying, well, be unhappy and then be a slave to your husband or wife, and but as long as you stay married, that's important. I don't know what the message is that you're trying to convey to your kids is what I'm asking.
Who said I was unhappy? Me and my wife
Oh,
are
okay,
happy.
never mind. I thought that you are.
But I
Things were
just
not
said
going
that
so well, and then
right now they're not going so well, but we've mostly been happy. Sometimes you have some rough things and you don't just quit. Sometimes you fix things, like my generation, if something broke, we didn't throw it away, like we fixed it.
I agree. I agree.
That body
But
work's
I
gonna
think it
cost
has.
more than just a new car. Just saying.
Yeah.
Well,
I
and
get it.
also like I don't know. My question really is why get your kids involved? Like you're the one who said that you don't want. Why should I get a divorce? Because I don't want to be a bad example for my kids. I mean
Yeah, I'm trying to
that's
teach my
maybe not the
kids
reason.
to work things out. I mean, if you're going to get married, there's going to be bad times. You have to work things out and move on. And if it gets to
Yeah.
the point where you can't, yeah, sure, divorce is lawful. You can get a divorce. It's not against the law. It's not even against the law in the Bible. You can get a divorce.
Yeah. Agreed.
But you guys were
Anyways,
asking. You were asking who could we talk to who's been married and hasn't had a divorce, and and I was just
So
telling
you're
you.
the one. I mean, you are the only
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Because many people that have been married, most people that have been married have been divorced already, right? Maybe they're married again, but then again, you are the one that stayed with your first spouse, right? I'm using the right.
How did you do it? What's the secret? I've never been married.
The man is called the husband. Band. He's like the band that holds everything together. You have to be a strong man to hold the family together, and sometimes your wife, they're emotional, so you have to be strong for the whole family. Even for your wife, she may be calling you a narcissist, psychopath, or something when she's like the narcissist, and she can't even see it. Like she'll call you all kinds of names and stuff, and you just got to work on it. She's got a spirit. Maybe you got to get that spirit out of her. Maybe she's bitter or something. Maybe I did something wrong. Maybe I did something wrong, and she's gonna hold a grudge for 30 fucking years or something. Something that I did 30 years ago when I was a drunk or something. Oh, you remember that time you did that? God, haven't you forgiven me for that yet? Are you still bitter about that? That's 30 years ago. Come on. And so, I still love her. She's a good housewife. She's a good cook, washes my clothes, makes my bed,
So you love her for all these qualities that she is a good cook and good housewife, and she washes your clothes, so she still does her duty and because she does her duty well, that but if she didn't do these things, then you may not love her as much.
Oh, yeah. You know.
So it's like a
Well, when I
business.
first met my wife, she wasn't all that clean, and I taught her a lot of how to wash dishes. I taught my children how to wash dishes. I taught how to keep the house clean, and yeah, I can do all those things, but I went out, made a living, had to go make some money, somehow take care of my family. She took care of the house. She took care of the kids. I was gone a lot of times. So yeah, I want a wife that's clean. Yeah, that's a prerequisite, really. But she really wasn't that clean, but I taught her and she got caught on, what's clean and what's,
Where the fuck did you
I got a
find this
clean
woman?
house.
Rocky, where the fuck did you find this woman that was not clean?
What do you mean well, I found her in the bricks, Omaha bricks. She was a single mother. She was a single mother. So I raised one of her sons as my own. So she wasn't, a goody two shoes or whatever. She had a child. She decided to keep it instead of have an abortion. So that was a good thing for me, I didn't believe in abortion and shit like that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I was just prodding you, but you gave an excellent return.
But she had a child and she was on welfare, and her child was like 4 or 5. Justin, he was 4 or 5, and I was, I didn't like the situation she was in. So
it wouldn't let me use like a car. I'm taking notes.
No, you're not going to find a perfect woman. You go out there and find a woman that you think is beautiful, you think has potential, and all these guys are waiting to find the perfect woman. They're never going to find one, and then, you got to just go find yourself a woman, have some fucking kids. America is not going to sustain itself if you motherfuckers don't go out there and have some kids. Go find yourself a wife.
No, don't tell Hank O'Flamio how it's done. Don't.
Well,
I gotta find a perfect anything. So
if you got good
genes, won't be a big deal for me.
We don't need this guy to procreate. No.
Yes, because I will take over everything and upgrade the B system to the C system just as planned.
It might happen. But then again, I'm not a supporter of it.
I'm not telling people with bad genes to go do that, but
God, please. But here's the thing. I mean, there's no such thing as a perfect woman. There's no such thing as a perfect woman. There's no such thing as a perfect man. We all get that, and nobody here, I don't think, would admit that they're a perfect person at all. We all got faults. We all got shit going on.
I will try. I will try to be the perfect person. I mean.
Okay, Voy, tell us how perfect that you are. Then tell us.
I actually know everything. There's only 5 things that I don't know. So I'm perfect.
Then you're not perfect. There's 5 things you don't know.
Shit. Okay, you caught me. Yeah.
Listen. You find a woman. She's not perfect, but yeah, and a woman finds you, and you grow together, and so you learn. I taught my children standards, norms, and standards. Like, this is norm. You can do this is our standard. You can't do this. You can do that, and you can find a wife, and you can, help her learn some norms and standards or something. But you're never going to find a perfect woman. So go out, find a woman you're attracted to, and God usually connects you with the right woman. So just trust that God's going to give you the right woman. Don't look for a perfect woman, but get on it, boys. You're getting old.
And I can just collect them, right? You don't have to wait for consent and stuff. You just collect them.
Well, you can have norms and standards, Hank.
So time is of importance. Go and find someone, bag them, procreate. It sounds like they live. Like be happy, procreate, stay
Oh,
asleep.
come on. You know, people used to get married much younger in their life and they were much happier, back in the good old days.
Ignorance is bliss.
Having
Ignorance,
children is
ignorance
having
is bliss.
having
Ignorance.
children is like a blessing from the
People didn't
Lord. It
jack
keeps you
shit back in the
young,
day, I
makes you
mean,
strong. You got to work hard because it keeps you strong, keeps you young. I'm 65 and I'm still in pretty good shape, you know.
yeah, you're like my
And
brother's age, Rocky. I can practically call you my brother. My brother's 65, just like you. I'm 45. My brother's 20 years older than me. So, here we go.
cool.
My brother, he married. Well, he's not even married. He's married. He's been with his girlfriend for a long, long time. She was married and had two kids, and they both raised these kids. But he doesn't have any kids of his own. They're not even officially married, and we never actually gone into that, why he never got married, but he's been living with this same woman for like 25 years. Practically
That's called
they're married,
common law marriage. That's common law marriage. In the Bible, marriage starts when you have intercourse with a woman. And so if say you've had intercourse with 20 women in your life, you're actually married to all those
Well, I've been
women.
married a lot, and I've been married quite a bit, if that's the standard.
Yeah, and what God don't like is when you just, you know, get married and divorce and marry and divorce and marry and divorce. So you have uh according to scripture, you have women that are your wife that you're not taking care of. You're you just you just used them, threw them out, and now they're just that's
Well, how do you know
adultery and
that they didn't throw me out, Rocky? I mean, that's not 100% fair, isn't it?
I'm not saying I'm not judging nothing. I'm just saying what I believe
You're
the
just
scripture
saying that
says.
you were
Like
just saying that I threw them out. Maybe I was thrown
David
out.
had
Maybe I
lots of
was not the
wives. David had wives and concubines. David had wives and concubines. So he had lots of wives. And that just means that he had sex with a lot of women. And he didn't just, because he could take care of them. What's the bad thing is when you oink some girl, you get her knocked up and then you don't take care of them. And then you just have, I've got children all over the world and I've oinked a lot of women.
I agree with that. So I can say with some confidence that I don't have any children that I am aware of thus far.
Did any of them get an abortion? Maybe, so it's not really a good idea to promote promiscuity. I don't promote that. I believe you should get married. The younger, the better, probably, because, the younger, it's more innocent and you get to grow together. And that's how it used to be. And then you had more kids, you worked on the farm, if you had a farm, you wanted to have a lot of kids because they made good helpers. And that was true when I raised my kids off grid. We did firewood together. I had 7 little firewood haulers and we could sell tons of firewood because each one would go grab a piece. The hardest part is when you cut a tree down and it's 500 feet into the woods and then you got to hump all that crap back. Well, I'd be cutting it all down. They'd be humping it back. So we worked as a team, and that's how families grow. You work together. You have children.
Yeah, well, I have a little bit of experience with that about tree. I live out in the woods, and every winter I need wood to fire my stove. So we have to go take it down from somewhere and then haul it to where I'm living at. So I completely understand what you mean.
It's better with the team, ain't it? You got the more people to do it. Going out in the woods
Yeah.
by yourself, cutting wood, and that's all. That's no fun.
Well, that's why traditionally, a lot of these farms had like 10 kids, 20 kids because they needed extra hands to take care of, the fields and the livestock and all, right? So, there's a sense of, how would I say, being productive, right, with the farms and all. of having children. But we live in a different time now. That's the thing, and I think there's a lot of
That's an
social
excuse.
engineering that's kind of going on.
An excuse.
Oh no, it's I agree. I mean, like, but like relationships are not as easy as they used to be, as the way you put it. You know, people are different, and the circumstances are also different. So you can consider that
We've
as
been
an
taught
excuse,
that
or
way.
that's
It's
also
part
just
of the
reality.
it's part of the whole
No
plan to
fault
destroy the
divorce,
family unit.
where women can
They
just
planned
take
on
half
it.
of your shit.
They
And then you have,
planned it.
or you just have to sit tight, keep your mouth shut, and get your ears boxed in and just deal with it. I guess that's another aspect of quote unquote relationships and marriages,
Yeah,
right?
you know, the government planned this family destruction. Do you know it's cheaper to live divorced than to stay like if me and my wife got divorced, I'd make more money and I could get more
It's
shit.
even cheaper
Yeah,
to not.
both of you would make more
It's
money.
even cheaper to not get married. Yeah, to begin with.
Yeah, so they do it. They did that on purpose.
It's more expensive to not get married. People who are unmarried spend more money looking for things to do.
Hmm.
All of your social interaction becomes something of a paying event, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What'd you say, Flo? That marriage is cheaper?
Marriage is cheaper because you're not spending money socializing.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that
but
part. I'm
but you're
talking about the
spending-
government. I'm
Mm.
talking
But you're
about
spending that
government
amount of
benefit,
money
like
on your
taxes,
children's
tax
welfare.
deductions and shit like that. Tax deduction. I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about the government intervention in marriage. If you're single, the tax breaks and all that, they promote a broken up family more than they would like a whole family
Everybody
through
will
taxes and
agree on
other
that.
means
That is their plan. That is their goal, right?
to destroy the family.
Yeah. I mean, the word mother should be eradicated. And that's
Feminism.
that is already taking place in our society today, all across the West. Like it was predicted in what's it, A Brave New World or 1984, I forget. But they said mother is going to be a bad word. And so they're already eradicating those words. Parents or mother, or what do they call them? Breastfeeders? Like, dude. I mean, that's already happening, dude. We are here. We are here. We are in 1984.
Yeah, the tranny agenda is a part of the transhuman agenda.
Yeah.
They're getting you used to trannies. I mean, transgendered, because they're promoting the transhuman.
They're not promoting it. It needs to be the
cyborg
It needs to
machine,
be the norm.
transformers,
Yeah, it needs to be the norm.
Terminators.
They're pushing it so hard that it needs to be the norm.
Well, people are seeing that they're pushing it so hard, and people are waking up. Look at what they're pushing
Yeah,
on us.
this is the whole concept in postmodernism, where they have this thing called hyperstition, where you could like basically meme something into existence. You know, so they use a lot of these concepts, you know, and a lot of them have to do with when you merge body and with the material things that exist outside of us. So they have like this whole transsubjective idea of like how we're basically going to merge with matter, and that's because of capitalism. You know, they claim it's because capitalism creates a kind of schizophrenia in the brain where people become commodities, you know, in a way, and the body becomes like, for example, sex sells. So you could create the commodification of human body parts through selling artificial needs based on false like sexual desires and shit. So they just create shit.
They're promoting shit.
Yeah, it's basically a form of population control, because the more people you have in same-sex marriages and multiple sexual partners, and the more you educate the women, so the higher the women are educated, you know, and now you have more women graduating than men in the universities.
Well, the
You know,
feminist
so
movement, yeah. Okay.
yeah, yeah, it's
Okay,
almost
the
like the
feminist movement.
university is
I was
designed
talking more
for
about the
females, you know.
transhuman agenda where they're trying to mix iron with clay and put a chip in your head from the
Yeah.
From like the Elon Musk. And so the Bible told us that times would be like the times of Noah. What was Noah doing? They were transhuman. It's the transgender movement is the transhuman movement. They're trying to get you to be cyborgs, put a chip in your head, half man, half machine. That is not a human being no more. When you get
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about.
non-human.
The same guy who made UNESCO, you know, who created the Planned Parenthood, you know, the abortion clinics. He's the guy who actually invented the word transhumanism. You know, you could look it up. His name is Julian Huxley. You know, you could even look that shit up. You know, it's the same guy invented the word who's creating the agenda to control the population.
He may
You know,
have
so like, that's what
created the word, but he didn't create the reality because transhumans were like Nephilim. That's basically what a Nephilim is.
that's kind of what I'm getting to is that see, they were descendants of the Darwin family, you know, so they married into the Darwin family. So they were the ones promoting the idea of evolution, right? So the
We're in a
idea that we
war.
could so the idea that we could evolve into machines, that was actually part of their promotion, you know, and that's why
we're definitely at war. It's
Yeah.
like a seed war. It's like the blue bloods against the red bloods. I think it
Yep.
really is a war. And there are some really people that love the bad seed. They want more of that blue blood, and that's why they intermarriage and they interbreed, and it's and I think we can identify them. That's why the movie They Live, We Sleep, it's not about aliens.
That's
you
right.
know?
That's right. Smith knows 6079 Smith in the chat. He said his brother wrote Brave New World. That's a true fact. His brother, Julian Huxley, who created the word transhumanism, his brother wrote Brave New World. His brother was Aldous Huxley, right? And also they created the counterculture agenda because he wrote a book where he wanted to merge all the world's religions and philosophies together.
Yeah, this is an old plan, you know. Huxley was, you know, I'm pretty sure probably some kind of Satanist.
They were
or
all
something.
connected. Huxley and what's his name? Nietzsche, even Hitler and Himmler. They were all connected, dude. All of them.
You know, Hitler, Stalin,
Yeah.
and who else was in Germany at the same time?
Stalin was not in Germany, dude. Stalin was a Jew that
No, not Stalin. It was Hitler and somebody else. Musa,
yeah, Stalin was, his name was actually Yugash Villain, which means son of a Jew. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bolsheviks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Anyway,
what
there's
algorithm do you use to tell the difference between the Crips and the Bloods?
Yeah,
Maybe I was lying.
basically the Stalinists and the Leninists are like the Crips and the Bloods back then. I mean, or really the Bolsheviks and the Zionists are like the Crips and the Bloods.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hitler was
We're
controlled
gonna
by
destroy your world by blood, and the other one's gonna destroy the world by fire, right? Yeah.
Hitler was controlled by Switzerland and was basically used by the Swiss to get the Germans to commit suicide by going to war. And so Hitler was really working for the Swiss
banks.
Yes, in my Illuminati game, they call the Swiss the gnomes of Zurich. The Zurich's where the banking district was in Switzerland.
The Hitler's eagle's nest was closer to Amsterdam than it was to Berlin. That's where they met, the eagle's nest. The Swiss who guard the Vatican, you know, CERN. What else is up there in Switzerland? The Knights Templar, headquarters of the Knights Templars.
That's in Malta. it's in Malta, but it's related to Swiss.
Vatican guards, the Swiss guards of the Vatican.
So the Vatican actually,
CERN,
the Vatican
they're
has
practicing magic. They're
Vatican,
practicing magic.
the Vatican actually protects all the bloodlines and the knowledge of the bloodlines, and so the Vatican also told all the royals not to mix with each other, and they should mix with normal people and with the pagans, right? Because they got interbred so much that all their descendants became, morons, or I would say misgrown.
The Swiss do go around the world, and they do like there's this African king in Africa, and he went to Switzerland for his education, and I think he married he had a Swiss wife or something. And so
it's not about Switzerland only, dude. I mean,
it's just a way of
Stalin,
getting the
Trotsky, and Lenin studied in fucking Massachusetts, dude.
Dude, what'd you say, dude?
I did.
What'd you say, dude? Who was educated where, dude?
You heard me.
Russia were educated where?
It's not Russia. Trotsky.
I really didn't hear that for a second.
Trotsky,
Trotsky was educated where?
In Massachusetts.
Oh, Massachusetts. Yeah. We know that Trotsky, that America created the Russian communists.
Yeah.
We know that. But I was just talking about the Swiss controlling Germany and getting the German people to commit suicide because the whole war was set up on both sides. We created the Russians, and the Swiss are all over America. I mean, we got so many. I mean, what do you think our presidents come from? They come from the highlands. Like Trump is a Highlander from, where's the Highlanders again? They're all come from that
I think
area.
Highlanders are mainly Scottish.
Okay, Highlanders, yeah. They like to go to the Highlands or whatever, but the Swiss, the reason that they are unimpenetrable, they up in the mountains, they dig into caves, they have bunkers everywhere, and they weren't neutral in World War II. They controlled Hitler. They probably controlled the other side too. The Rothschilds, the Red Shields, Rothschild, Red Shields, Red Cross, Knights Templars, Swiss Vatican. They're the Red Cross. You get it? During World War II, the Red Cross, you put a Red Cross on your helmet and you can get shot. There's a Red Cross, Red Shield. And they're everywhere, man. Everywhere.
Yeah, I know. I'm Dutch. We learned from the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Denmark.
Yeah.
Some people think that they're the tribe of Dan, the missing tribe of the.
No, that's just an how do you call this? Not etymological, but when it sounds the same, like the thing that Bonacci does, Santos Bonacci. When it sounds the same, it means the same.
No, but there's
homophone. It's homophone.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, homophone, something like that.
There's the tribe of Dan in the scriptures was Dan meant judge, like Daniel. Daniel means Yahweh is my judge. So Dan meant judge. So the tribe of Dan, it means your judgers. Who's judging? Who's your judges? That's the tribe of Dan, and it's the only one not mentioned in the scriptures. The other 12 are mentioned is 144,000 each tribe. There's 13 tribes in the tribe of Israel. Some people think there's only 12, but there's 13. And the 13th tribe of Dan is mentioned as it's the judges that are not mentioned as 144,000 that won't. So there's something about the tribe of Dan. I think it's trying to say that your judges, like who are your judges? That is the tribe of Dan. And we know the courts are international law, maritime, military. I'm trying to get the connection, but I haven't really got it yet. I'm trying to figure that out. Or all these. Anyway, I'm working on that. But my research is bringing me to the fact that maybe Switzerland is the tribe of Dan.
When you said homophonic, Nachiketa, you were right, but I meant syncretism, which is derives from homophonics, but it actually means something else. It's like if it.
Yeah, I don't go for a lot of that crap where these people are saying, "Oh, this word sounds like that sound."
But that is what Santos Bonacci propagates, right? Syncretism.
I'm not. That's not my real brother. He just has the same last name as my father.
I know.
He's not. I don't think he's related to me at all. I don't believe any.
But it's not. I mean, some people say, "Oh, it's Denmark, so it's Daniel." That's syncretism. That's syncretism. And syncretism does not equate to etymology, right?
I'm just saying that the Dans, who are the Dans? The Danes, the Dans. Now, it's not because of that. That actually sounds like that. And it actually says Danes, Dan. People have known about the Danes and the Dans. They're usually, red hair, blue eyed.
Next thing you're going to say is that people in Denmark actually invented.
Vikings, the
Next
Vikings.
thing you're going to say when you stick to syncretism, you're going to say that the people in Denmark are the people that invented dancing, right? If you stick to syncretism, this is how syncretism works.
Some people say Denmark is a part of I'm saying Switzerland is the tribe of Dan. I don't know about Denmark. Or are Denmark's Danes? Are they Danes?
Yeah, they are. But you're actually referring to Sweden, because Sweden and Switzerland are connected, even in the word. You can hear the syncretism in the word, right?
Yeah, and they consider themselves Danes. Aren't they called Danes? Like Danes, don't they call themselves Danes or something like that?
Yeah. Danes call themselves Danes, per definition.
Danes call themselves Danes.
Yeah. I mean,
okay, that's what I'm saying. That's not because I'm saying that's not because it sounds like they're Dane from the tribe of Dan. They call themselves Danes or Dans, whatever you want to say. Just because it sounds like maybe it's a different, they say Dans different when you're in Switzerland. Maybe instead of calling them Dans, they call them Danes, but Danes, whatever. It's in their name. And I'm not saying that I know for sure, but my research has brought me to the conclusion that they're from the tribe of Dan, which is the only tribe not mentioned. And this is coming to the conclusion because I found out that they rule like a large part of what's going on in the world. They're the Swiss Guard, the Red Cross, the Rothschild Red Cross.
No. That's the Swiss. No, that's the Swiss. And the Swiss are related to Swedes. Okay?
Swedes. Are Swedes Danes?
No.
Okay. Well, then.
But they're close. I mean,
who are the Swiss Guard?
I understand your that you confused these.
The Swiss Guard, are they Danes?
No. But okay, so I'm gonna tell you. So Denmark is part of, how do you call this?
Are there 7 kings?
No,
around there.
No. It's just 4 countries.
Does Switzerland have 7 kings?
No, Switzerland does
7 royal families, maybe.
No, they have. How do you call this? They rule the state by 7 wise men.
7 something, right?
7 wise men rule the nation.
7 wise men
in Switzerland, but then in Switzerland there is the highest rate of democracy there. Everything is done by voting. In cantons.
Exactly.
You know the word, right? In cantons.
That's the worst kind of tyranny, communism.
They also are the only nation in Europe that actually has gun laws. Everybody should own a gun in Switzerland.
Everyone has to carry a gun.
Should own a gun. Everybody
And they used to have at least 1 year mandatory military training.
You don't know
Yeah.
nothing about this. You don't live in Europe.
No,
but-
my pastor teacher told me that a long
Yeah.
time ago. He studied all the military, and he said that the Switzerland were all trained.
Yeah.
They had to have at least 1 year mandatory military service.
They actually expect everybody to have a gun, to own a gun.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So that's a very exclusive position to take.
And they
you know,
have
especially
7 wise men, because the Bible says
Yeah.
that the beast has 7 hills or kings, 7
And
hills.
it also says in the Bible, right, that the devil lives in Geneva, right?
Exactly. The
That
devil, the Apollo is right on the gateway of CERN, the
Yep.
temple of Apollo, and I think they were even called out by Paul once.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that Switzerland has something to do. They're really high up in the echelon.
Yeah.
This satanic world order. We know they guard the Vatican, and we know the Vatican is wicked. We know that CERN has something to do with something going on. We know that they call themselves the Red Cross. You know, they're where you get the Red Cross, Switzerland, Red Shield, Red Cross, Rothschilds. They're all connected. And
Maltesian cross. Yeah.
yeah, the malts of Nile they're the headquarters of the old. Some people think that that's where the Knights Templars fled when Rome got pissed off or something, and they went underground. And when they were in power, they were the money guys. They had because they were Knights Templars working for Rome. They could transport money, gold, from one place to another because they were knights, and so they were involved in the money, the Knights Templars. And that's why the Vatican got pissed off, because they were getting so goddamn rich. And then they went
You know how
underground
they got so rich?
through money, transporting money and shit or something.
No, through killing.
Yeah, that too, but
dude, through killing of whole peoples and taking their possessions and transferring that into money, just selling it off. That's how they actually got their money. We don't have any money for you, my dear Swiss soldiers, but
Okay.
if you kill these people
I forgot
off,
to mention one other thing.
these people off, you can take all their possessions and sell it all over the
Well,
world.
that's mercenaries, and I mean the Swiss were not only doing that. The Hessian German soldiers.
But this is what they
Okay.
are. This is what the
Well-
Swiss are. They are
Yeah.
primarily mercenaries. That is what they
But this is the story of Europe, and a lot of people. They were mercenaries. They were paid soldiers, and they were hired to go and kill.
because the country next to Switzerland was called Slavia, and Upper Slavia and Lower Slavia, and they were not called
That's where
Swedes.
Blackwater came from.
They were called. This is where the word slave comes from. Okay, so don't tell me that everybody in Europe did that thing.
No, I'm not
No,
saying everybody. No.
They were mercenaries, and they still are mercenaries today. But I forgot one thing else they are. They're the international bankers. That's where you put your money in a Swiss bank account, because you could hide your money. And so I forgot it. They were the international banksters. They're, Rothschild banksters. But they are mercenaries, yes. There's evidence that Blackwater from America they named it Blackwater because there's a place in Switzerland called Blackwater Creek or something, where all the ghouls come out.
Yeah. Schwarzwasser. It's a very deep lake. Yeah.
Mm. Anyway, my
Somebody's
evidence,
echoing.
this is probably me again. I don't know. Am I echoing?
Yeah.
I didn't hear an echo.
Anyways, look, yeah, that's like the word Slav and slave. They're definitely related. I'm
Rocky,
hearing
mute
myself.
up.
I can't speak.
Rocky, mute up if you don't speak, please.
Okay, I'll mute up. But you just said Voy was just coming and saying that just because it sounds alike doesn't mean it means the same word. But then you go back and say that Slav, slave. So now you're going
so
against.
that's etymology. That's etymology, and that's not syncretism.
Okay.
So, you know, like I don't disagree of the fact, but what I'm saying is that yeah, I mean they became very successful because they were able to do this mercenary game of hiring people and paying them off, and then go ahead and kill other people, and then take their shit, and then give half of it to the church or the state, and that's the business, you know. And I'm not agreeing that that is the right thing to do, but they obviously were more successful at it than other people, right? And but what I'm also saying is that the Swiss were not the only ones who were playing this game. The Germans and the Hessians and the French and their soldiers, they were all playing the same games, you know. So when I say Europe, I'm talking about Western Europe, I guess, for the most part. The English were also part of this game. Americans are playing this game now with the Blackwater, as you guys were mentioning now, which is no longer called Blackwater. I think it's called like XE or something now. They have to change names. But you guys know, you guys understand what I'm talking about here, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you on that, Nachiketa. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to. You don't have to, but
no, I want to. I want to agree with you.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. XE, they changed their name to XE. Blackwater, like I told you, came from the Swiss. That's why they named it Blackwater, because there's some like Swiss forest or something called Blackwater. I don't know what, I forget, creek or maybe a lake, like Voy was saying. And I did the research on Blackwater because I was a mercenary. I'm ashamed to admit I was a mercenary until 2010. I fell for the whole fucking hoax, you know. And
well, I mean, like, what's that?
I met those guys, those mercenaries over there in Iraq. And then I did some research on them. And I found out it was all a scam. Iraq it was all a fucking hoax.
Of course it is. I mean, the whole the weapons of mass. I mean, we go over this over and over again about the lies
Well,
that
I
are
was
told.
over there. I'm just telling you, I was over there, and I met those Blackwater contractor mercenaries, and I was a mercenary growing up in the 70s and the 80s. I used to get a magazine called it was like, yeah, being a mercenary was like being private and going and doing something for your country, but being a mercenary means you were just getting paid by corporations to help the military. And they had magazines when I was growing up glorifying mercenaries. And so
Of course, Rocky, that's part of the propaganda, and that's how it works. You have to, I mean, that's why we have these, Be a Marine commercials on TV, you know, and then it's like you get to suit up and you get swords and you get to look like a quote unquote a man, but really they have to drill you and turn you into an automaton, and then they make you go and do shit that you don't really actually want to do. But in order for them to make you do shit that you don't actually want to do, is because they have to tell you a lie. They have to give you a cover story. We're liberating these people. Their leader is a dictator, and they're like, I don't know, putting people into a meat grinder and turning them into sausages. I don't know. The incubator babies, or they have weapons of mass destruction, and then they're gonna chemical bomb us. it doesn't matter. Whatever lies that they want to tell people, as long as it's believed, people are like, okay, I guess it's okay for me to break in strangers' houses and
How old
and
are you?
hold everybody hostage.
How old are you now, Nash?
I'm 45.
45. 45, 27. So you were about 25 on 9/11.
No, that's 23 years ago. So I was about 22 around 9/11.
22.
Yes.
So did you figure out it was all a hoax from the beginning?
Almost. I mean, I didn't. That was 2001, and then I was like questioning it, and then I graduated end of 2003 or 2004, and that's when I was starting to do my own quote unquote independent research. So I woke up uh fairly early on, around 2004, 2005. Yeah.
2004, 2005. That's cool. Because the mainstream, it didn't come out mainstream until 2010. So you were woke before everybody else.
Well, I don't know if I would take that stance, but yeah, I was a little bit ahead of the curve, and I generally am in terms of this type of stuff. I have to go out and feed some dogs, so I'll be right back.
Okay. Who let the dogs out?
Mercenary, missionary. I mean, mercenaries are missionaries too, right? But they just do
Right.
it in a different way. That's why they call them mercenaries, because they're not.
No,
not
that's synchrotonic. It's not true.
right. Synchrotonic.
Well, I went over. The reason I went over is I wanted to see what the hell was going on, because I had been a Marine, and I wanted to go over there to see what was going on, and I found out, and it seemed like a bunch of funny shit was going on. And in 2010, I found out, or maybe 2009, 2010, that it was an inside job. There was a CD I bought outside the wire. It was called Loose Change, and it was one of the first videos on 9/11, and I watched that. And then I think I was listening to Alex Jones too. And
No, you were listening to from coast
I
to
must
coast.
have been. I was listening to Alex Jones because I bought one of his some of his bumper stickers that said 9/11 was the inside job, and I put that right above the chow hall. I was in Afghanistan at that time, and I put that above the chow hall, and I was out of there in like 3 months. I was out of there because they got rid of me, and so yeah, I found out in about 2009 or 10. I bought a sticker from Alex Jones, and I bought a CD outside the wire, which means outside camp, from some guys selling bootleg CDs. You could buy any movie. You could buy a whole series of CDs, Chinese, Russian knockoffs. They were making tons of money off us GIs buying these knockoff CDs. And there was one that said Loose Change. I bought it and I played that. Now, how the hell did if the military would let that CD through a base, and then I watched that. I was listening to Alex Jones on the because I hooked all the computers up. We had to use wires, Ethernet at that time. So I hooked all my friends up with internet. So we were just in our little hut, and we'd go to work and work at the I was in maintenance and stuff. So I'd go work on the trucks and shit. And then so on the internet, I was watching that's Alex Jones and shit like that, I think. I don't know how I was listening to him. But most of the base couldn't get it because I would go watch what the military were watching, and they were one. And then all I saw over there was lots of equipment being bought and tools and shit that they didn't need and shit. And then we left all that shit over there. Then we just left it all over there. But they kicked me off in 2010 before it was over because I put that sticker up there above the chow hall, and right next to it was like a, how to identify booby traps and shit. And then there you go. So yeah, I found out about 2010. So 2004, yeah, that's pretty early to find out. Yeah.
I mean, I was watching these videos about 9/11 being a quote unquote. I'm sorry to use those words, but like the September event as inside job and all this kind of stuff. But videos were already being made in 2003, 2004.
Really? Well, I was overseas,
Yes.
so I didn't get to get on that part. I didn't get one. So they keep the military separate. Like the base had no
They
idea.
have their own like news agency. They have their own propaganda machine, and they. I mean, like everybody's in a bubble.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Every time I watched, like what the GIs were watching in their offices on the screen, they'd be having news and shit. What I was seeing is they were always watching the mainstream fake bullshit news. And then I would go back to my tent and watch, alternative shit. And then I found that, it took me probably longer because I was over there living under a military type situation where I couldn't get any news in. You probably found out before me because of that. Because yeah, I fell for that.
To me, it's not so relevant. I mean, like it's not a badge of I don't know, like it's not stripes on my shoulders like, oh, I woke up to the flat Earth,
But
or
the
I woke
only
up to the
reason I went over
transubstantiation
there
before
was-
everybody else. Or
I just went
one
over there
second,
for
sir.
the money. I just went over there for
Oh
the
my
money.
gosh, I can't talk at the same time as you are
Shut up,
speaking
nerd!
because I guess I'm the nerd over here.
No, I don't think he meant it that way.
But here's the thing, I don't care. But the thing is, it's irrelevant about
I
like
didn't mean it
because
that way, Nash. I didn't mean it that way.
You are the nerd,
No,
Rocky. You are the nerd. You should shut up now. Please, Nachi talk. Come on.
it's to me irrelevant about like, oh, I woke up to this or that at that time. Who cares? Okay. And there are a lot of people who wake up to things at some time when they're ready for it, and then they get passionate about it, and then they look into it. But like whether we have all these perceived disagreements, as is the common vernacular these days in these streets, but like what's important is that we're more on the same page, because we're all the useless idiots, all here together, I guess, and all the little disagreements that we might have doesn't mount up to anything against the guys who are actually manipulating and perpetrating the stuff that's happening now as we speak. And then don't think that they're not going to continue to create these false fabrication events. Let's just call it that way.
I disagree.
What do you disagree about, sir?
I think we can make a change. That what we're doing now does make a difference. You just said what we're doing right
did
now.
I say that has anything to do with that we cannot make any kind of change? I don't know if I said anything to the effect that we cannot make any kind of change. Did you hear me say something to the effect that we can't do anything about this?
Yeah, you just said that they're so powerful we can't do shit about it. That's what I heard.
Oh, is that what I
Rewind it.
said? Okay.
Rewind it. That's what I heard. That's how I interpreted it. I might be the nerd, I guess.
5 minutes for final words. Go ahead, whoever wants them.
I'll go first. Thanks for having me, and then good conversation. I'll talk to you guys later. Take care, everybody.
See you later, Nash.
Peace, homie.
Peace.
I hate final words, so I'm not gonna do it. Fuck you.
Bye, boy.
I'll do it next. I don't know how Paul solved a Colorado from New Mexico talking bullshit on the internet with a little cult that's for weak sauce weaklings. I don't understand. I watched the first part of the Flow State show. It didn't make sense to me. I'm probably just too dumb to understand.
You're probably right, Hank.
Take my lead